This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Spring City S District. Tang Tian jolted awake, instinctively tumbling to her side and falling heavily. Pain rippled through her. But when she looked up again and saw where she was utterly shocked. Shouldn't she have been submerged by the raging flood? How did she find herself back in her room? When she opened her eyes again, Tang Tian was stunned for several minutes. Could she have been reborn? Tang Tian's chest heaved violently. She quickly picked up her phone, which was charging on the bedside table, and took a look. November 27, 20XX. This date was 3 months earlier than the night the apocalypse began. Tang Tian still seemed a little incredulous. After all, the feeling of drowning, the moment before, hadn't completely dissipated. She could still clearly feel the fear of near death. At the time, people thought it was just a minor natural disaster, but the temperature continued to drop, eventually entering an ice age. Freezing rain, hail, and blizzards brought unbearable suffering to humanity and devastated the world. After the extreme cold, the temperature unexpectedly began to rise again, melting the tens of meters of snow, which in turn caused floods. However, before the floods had completely subsided, the temperature had risen to an incredible high, resulting in extreme heat waves, and many people died of heat stroke. Tang Tian, initially forced to go out to search for supplies, climbed out of the snow, and bravely ventured into rafting, but still suffered an accident and was buried underwater. But I never imagined I'd been reborn. With 3 months to prepare supplies to survive the natural disaster, Tang Tian thought, taking a few deep breaths to calm herself down. She quickly left the bedroom and glanced around. It was still the house she shared with her sister. Nothing had changed, as if those horrific, long-lasting natural disasters had been nothing more than a nightmare. The decorative mirror on the wall reflected Tang Tian, with her shoulder-length black hair, round face, and lychee-colored eyes. She looked nothing like the emaciated figure she'd been in the post-apocalyptic world. Looking at the empty room, she frowned and picked up her phone, trying to contact her family. But she first called her mother, Wei Mingxiao. At that moment, Wei Mingxiao was still at work. But her phone was right beside her, and seeing it was Tang Tian, she quickly answered, "Hello? Tian, what's going on?" Tang Tian said seriously, "Mom, something's happened. Come back to my rental." Before she finished, she hung up. This matter couldn't be explained in a few words, and if she did that, Wei Mingxiao would surely rush back immediately out of worry. Then she called her sister Tang Yi, using the same trick. After hanging up, she sat down casually in a chair, and subsequent questions gradually began to surface, such as, how could she convince her mother and sister that something as far-fetched as an apocalyptic disaster was imminent? Ding dong. The doorbell rang outside, interrupting Tang Tian's thoughts. But Tang Tian, having just returned from the apocalypse, couldn't recall who had come to her door that day. But now, it was still a time of peace, not a time when everyone was hostile to each other and violence erupted at the slightest provocation. So Tang Tian went to open the door anyway. The visitor turned out to be the Yellow Knight. He handed over a package and said hurriedly, "Hello, your takeout has arrived. Remember to leave a good review." Tang Tian took it, and then realized there were several takeouts left at the door, all her orders. She was speechless for a moment, then slowly remembered that she had enjoyed doing this before the apocalypse, mostly for video shooting. She took all the takeout home and placed it on the table, her stomach rumbling. Now that things had come to this, let's eat. A large bowl of spicy hot pot, an egg burger, taro milk clams, fresh fruit slices, and a glass of mint green tea. Tang Tian hadn't eaten such a sumptuous meal in ages. In the late stages of the extreme cold, everything in sight was covered in ice and snow. Although the country was urgently transporting supplies, very little actually reached the people. If Tang Tian hadn't relied on her work to stockpile food sent by advertisers, and unlike others, taken the initiative to forage for supplies herself, she would have starved to death long ago. After finally surviving the extreme cold, floods and extreme heat exacerbated the famine, leaving the streets littered with starving people, and even ordinary food scarce. Taking a large bite of the hot, fragrant egg burger, Tang Tian hurriedly opened the spicy hot pot package. A moment later, the sharp edge of her fingertip scratched a small cut. Hiss. Tang Tian immediately let go, and subconsciously licked it. Suddenly, a strange, slightly electronic sound entered her mind. Beep beep. Optimal environment found. Automatically starting connection detection. Countdown 10 seconds. What was that? Tang Tian jumped. Soon, the electronic sound rang out again, even clearer and louder than before. Ding. System successfully bound. Hello, host. This system is a gourmet cooking system. Even when you're short on delicious food, or even food, you can activate it and use it to create a variety of dishes, all based on your preferences. Furthermore, the food in this system can also bring you various magical benefits. Please explore and discover them for yourself. Tang Tian was stunned for 3 seconds, almost dropping the food in her hand onto the floor beneath her feet. Has she gotten a cheat code? Coming back to her senses, Tang Tian was overwhelmed with joy and delight. With this, wouldn't her family have enough to eat and drink during a natural disaster? The system seemed to understand her thoughts, and immediately replied, as long as the host makes good use of this system, this is possible. Host, do you want to activate the system now? Tang Tian calmed down again. After a moment's thought, she suddenly shook her head and simply asked, System, can only I hear your voice? Can the person I choose also hear your voice? The system replied, as long as the host agrees, everything in this system is based on the host. Tang Tian was delighted again. Now she had evidence to convince her family. Just as she was thinking, there was another rustling sound outside the door. Tang Tian immediately noticed it was the sound of a key unlocking the door. Just as she stood up, the door opened. A middle-aged woman in her early 50s, with her hair tied up and glasses, walked in, carrying a bag. Her face was unusually flushed, as if she had hurried back. But Tang Tian's nose tightened when she saw her. She rushed forward and embraced her. Mom. Wei Mingxia didn't even have time to exchange pleasantries. What happened? After you hung up, I immediately asked for leave and came back. Mom, please sit down. I have something important to tell you. And I told you in advance, I'm telling you the truth. Tang Tian pulled Wei Mingxia, still catching her breath, down to a seat. She immediately launched into a story about the natural disasters and apocalypse in her previous life and her own rebirth. Wei Mingxia didn't interrupt, but the more she listened, the deeper her frown deepened, and a look of disbelief crossed her face. But before she could say anything, Tang Tian knew she didn't believe him. So she added, asking Wei Mingxia to join the system as a member. The next second, accompanied by several beeps, the system's electronic voice rang out. Ms. Wei Mingxia has been authenticated as a host member and can use the system with the host. Wei Mingxia's expression suddenly brightened. Shocked, she stood up again and screamed. Tang Tian pulled her back to a seat, soothing her. Mom, don't worry, there's no danger. Now you should believe that everything I say is true, right? But as a materialist, Wei Mingxia remained somewhat skeptical. She shouldn't have believed such absurd things. But this year's weather was truly abnormal. It was already past the beginning of winter, but the temperature in Spring City was still over 30 degrees Celsius, even requiring air conditioning. The trending topic hadn't even come down. At the time, Tang Tian's family, like most people, quickly put the matter behind them, but now, thinking about it, it was truly terrifying. Wei Mingxia was about to ask more, but someone else opened the door. Tang Yi returned a step too late. Tang Yi was only about a year older than Tang Tian, but she had an oval face, peach blossom eyes, and newly permed honey brown curls, giving her a look of maturity and elegance. Seeing both of them there, she couldn't help but frown slightly and ask, Tian, what's the rush? You called Mom back? Without even letting her change her shoes, Tang Tian pulled her over, explained everything again, and connected the system as well. The system also made a sound, but Tang Yi wasn't as surprised as Wei Mingxia. Instead, she stood up and walked around the room. As a live streamer, she was more convinced this was a prank. Tang Tian said helplessly, Sister, stop shaking. The system's voice after connecting only appears in my head. Technology hasn't advanced to that level yet. Besides, I'm not a survivalist, and I don't watch those kinds of movies. How could I possibly joke about something this serious? Believe me, everything I say is true. The system then explained, 2 members, this system isn't technology from Blue Planet. We only chose to bind because we detected the presence of the best host. This indirectly proves that the host is telling the truth. A deathly silence fell in the room. They seemed to finally believe it, and finally, Wei Mingxia slowly spoke, her voice trembling slightly, asking, since such a severe natural disaster is about to strike, isn't the country prepared? Tang Tian couldn't help but sigh at this question. The early stages of this extreme cold were so deceptive that by the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. Although there had been news reports before that the polar vortex was moving north and south, potentially bringing extreme cold temperatures, unfortunately, most ordinary people, busy with their daily lives, didn't take it seriously. Thinking of this, she said firmly, Mom, Sister, at least we must be prepared. We don't have much time left. I think it's time to get started. Chapter 2. Since heaven had given her the chance to be reborn, she must seize it. Now they had much to do, especially stockpiling supplies for natural disasters before the apocalypse. And purchasing supplies, of course, required a large sum of money. Tang Tian immediately said, "Mom, I was just thinking about this. If it's feasible, I'd like to mortgage our old house." Her light words struck like a thunderbolt. The old house had been the sisters' home for over 20 years, and if nothing unexpected happened, it would also be Wei Mingxiao's retirement asset. Selling the house in 3 months wasn't guaranteed. So Tang Tian thought, simply mortgage it. Given their reputation, it might go even smoother than selling the house. At least Wei Mingxiao and Tang Yi had temporarily trusted her, and Tang Tian could negotiate more smoothly. The former knew that the old house was a significant source of wealth, so she offered, Tian, I happen to know someone at the bank. Why don't you let Mom handle the mortgage? Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Mortgaging a house would take at least 2 weeks, with no upper or lower limit. If someone she knew could help, the money might come in much faster. She immediately agreed to the proposal. Although it was too much information to digest at once, and her thoughts were a bit disorganized, Wei Mingxiao knew time was running out, so she quickly grabbed her bag and headed out. However, Tang Yi had her own questions and couldn't help but ask, Tian, after the apocalypse, what happened to our family? And Jiang Yao, did we separate? Didn't we live together in the apocalypse? But Tang Tian's face darkened at the mention of this person. Jiang Yao was Tang Yi's current boyfriend, recently becoming her fiancé. They had already met his parents, and the marriage was just around the corner. They had deliberately chosen to get their marriage certificate before the Lunar New Year, but then a natural disaster struck. It happened to be the Lunar New Year celebration, and Jiang Yao also visited. However, the temperature dropped overnight, and hailstorms occurred. Subsequent natural disasters became increasingly severe, giving Jiang Yao an excuse to stay at the Tang family's house. He ate and used the Tang family's food, but never found excuses to avoid participating in the neighborhood's self-help efforts. It was always Tang Yi and Tang Tian who went. The situation worsened. Tang Tian and Tang Yi's father, who had cheated on them and left them with nothing, hadn't been in touch for nearly a decade, but somehow found the address of the new house and showed up with his entire family. In private, he exchanged some sweet talk with Wei Mingxiao, but she, considering her young children and the natural disaster, actually agreed to Tang's father's plea for survival. But the horrific natural disaster had gradually transformed the human world into a completely alienated place. And so, the winds of the Tang family slowly began to shift, with the men taking the lead. At this moment, like a radiating web, the entire social order was slowly collapsing, and the situation in the Tang family was not an isolated case. Among them, Tang Tian resisted the most for her mother and sister. But due to a lack of supplies, she couldn't leave home during the extreme disaster and had to fight alone. Later on, the true colors of Tang's father and Jiang Yao became more apparent, working together to force her, the only one still strong enough to be used, to go out and search for supplies. They also ignored the sick Wei Mingxiao and Tang Yi, leaving the three of them physically and mentally shattered. After hearing this, Tang Yi's face turned pale as paper. The most striking thing was her red eyes. She couldn't imagine that someone who had always treated her so well would be so cruel after the apocalypse, causing her mother and sister to suffer so much. Sister, I said everything I need to say, and I won't lie to you. In short, you should be more careful about Jiang Yao recently. It's best to investigate secretly, and make sure you can get away with it. In this life, we don't need outsiders in our family. Tang Tian's tone was a bit harsh, but compared to the apocalypse, it was nothing. Giving Tang Yi a moment to calm down, she went back to managing her finances. Tang Tian and Tang Yi were both self-media entrepreneurs. They were very popular a few years ago, and their websites had generated considerable revenue. Tang Yi is a food blogger, and she's also a food streamer, so the bulk of her expenses are basically just food, everything else is saved. Tang Tian is now considered a live streamer, with hundreds of thousands of followers online. So, aside from platform tips, various online promotions and advertising partnerships also bring her a steady stream of income. A glance at several bank cards reveals over 2 million yuan in savings. This is a sum that an average person would probably never be able to save in a lifetime, but when it comes to stockpiling supplies for decades, it pales in comparison. Add to that the stock she bought with Tang Yi and the gold her family had previously purchased, but if all of this were sold together, it would probably only bring in a few 100,000 yuan at most. Tang Yi regained her composure at this point and joined in, though her brows knitted again in worry. She had just used her savings to buy a new house, intending it to be her wedding home. Now, she was running low on cash, and wondered if it would be enough to stock up on things. In her previous life, they had celebrated Chinese New Year in the new house, and had stayed there ever since. But Tang Tian thought it would be perfect for their safe haven. When Tang Yi bought her house, she had accompanied her to look at properties. They had always been close sisters, so she knew what kind of house she was looking for. Tang Yi's blogging career was much more successful than hers, having even attended award ceremonies held by websites. However, Spring City's housing prices were notorious throughout the country, so buying a house wasn't something you could just buy. After careful selection, they decided to buy the house. It was on the 17th floor, near a commercial district with comprehensive amenities, and should be more than enough to handle dozens of meters of snow and flooding. The new house was already halfway renovated. Tang Yi's remaining savings were for the final payment and furniture. But for Tang Tian, this wasn't enough. She had to consult with the original renovation team, or even find a new company, and overturn most of the previous renovation plan. Tang Yi sighed. Okay, but I'm not sure how you want it done. Give me some ideas, and I find someone. Tang Tian was the only one who had experienced the apocalypse. What else could they do? Naturally, they would listen to her. The entire burden instantly fell on Tang Tian. However, since they could split up into 3 groups, the latter planned to plan the renovation of the safe house first. She had only survived extreme cold and flooding, and died from extreme heat, so the room must be insulated and heat-resistant, with floor heating and, ideally, a heating system with pipes running outwards. And then, there were all the subsequent equipment and facilities. But those could wait, but the above couldn't be delayed, time was still tight. Tang Yi reviewed the plan, said nothing more, and hurriedly left the house. Tang Tian took a swig of mint green tea, turned on her computer, and began stockpiling. But then she suddenly thought, what if she had nowhere to store all the supplies? Besides, not all supplies can be purchased online. Sometimes, buying offline is cheaper. She wasn't a billionaire, so she still needed to think carefully about how to spend her money. So, before stockpiling, her first priority should be renting a warehouse and a vehicle. Thinking of this, Tang Tian quickly began searching online. She could rent a large warehouse not far from her new home, and a small van. It would be cheaper and more spacious. Luckily, she had a driver's license. After making the online contacts, Tang Tian made a quick summary and went out to check on the site. Nowadays, storage warehouses are priced by area, generally 1 yuan per square meter, with discounts available for larger spaces. Seeing that there were value-added services like logistics and delivery, Tang Tian quickly signed a contract for a 3-month lease. She then went to a car rental agency and rented a van. Cars can be rented by the day, week, or month, and Tang Tian naturally chose the latter option, which cost around 2,500 yuan a month. But when the staff told her that a long-term lease would only cost around 2,000 yuan a month, she became interested. When the extreme cold arrives and everyone starts to struggle for survival, who would care about a car they haven't returned? Wouldn't it be possible to get it for free then? So she immediately changed her mind and asked for a long-term lease, starting with a quarter or 3 months, then renewing after the expiration date. Of course, freeloaders aren't easily appeased. Tang Tian decided to wait until the deadline was almost up before trying to get some freebies. The Tang family had never owned a car, so they didn't have a parking space. But luckily, there was a public parking lot not far from the neighborhood where her rental apartment was located. Tang Tian drove over, paid the fee, and was able to park. She finished all the work in one go, and even when she returned to her apartment, she was hungry. Tang Tian continued eating the takeout she ordered for lunch and opened the web again. In the apocalypse, she was used to consuming very few calories to accomplish the most. Not to mention her dictatorial father, who only gave his children what he could, leaving Tang Tian and her friends with barely enough food to sustain their lives. So, even though her mouth watered at the sight of the sumptuous meal before her, she kept her nerves tense and focused on the most important things. I rented a warehouse and can store supplies there, but how will I eventually get them to myself? The amount I can store in the warehouse wouldn't even fit in my new house. Tang Tian was lost in thought for a moment. But at that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Host, I don't think I told you yet that this system comes with a built-in warehouse, right? Tang Tian was stunned, then suddenly surprised. Really? Of course it's true. It's just that you haven't officially activated this system yet, so I can't explain it in detail. Otherwise, you would have known about it long ago. For some reason, the system's voice had a humanized tone, with a hint of complaint, grievance, and helplessness. Tang Tian scratched his head sheepishly. Then, Activated now? After all, it's my own cheat code. I have to research it before a natural disaster strikes. The system replied readily. Okay, host. Beep beep. The system is booting up. Please wait patiently for 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, a vertical color screen appeared before Tang Tian's eyes, with the word shop, cooking, ingredients, shopping street underneath. The system's voice then chimed in, welcome host to the system. As a gourmet cooking system, naturally, making delicious food is paramount. However, to allow for more and more delicious dishes, the system has also included a simple gourmet shop. Cook dishes, sell them at the gourmet shop, and earn coins to purchase new ingredients, recipes, and equipment. It's very simple. Host, would you like to begin the tutorial now? It won't take too long, and even if you stop using the system after the tutorial, there will be no serious consequences. Hearing this, Tang Tian agreed and nodded. Okay, host, the beginner's tutorial will begin now. Chapter 3. To prepare delicious food, ingredients and recipes are essential. Host, please click ingredients first. Tang Tian tentatively raised her finger and tapped on the semi-illusory screen. To her surprise, the screen actually changed, transitioning to another interface. It looked like a large map with various locations, divided into farmland, pasture, orchard, forest, watershed, and workshop. Host, please click within these areas to obtain ingredients. Tang Tian obediently clicked on all of them, and a small animation displayed the different ingredients being obtained. Finally, she was led to open the system's warehouse, where all the ingredients were already listed. The farmland contained various vegetables, the orchards held various fruits, the pastures held meat, eggs, and dairy products, the forests offered mountain delicacies, and the watersheds offered fresh river food. And in the workshop, rice, flour, grains, oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, processed goods that covered most edible items. Seeing this, Tang Tian immediately asked, System, can these ingredients be brought into reality? Of course, host. A major function of this system is to ensure that those who lack food are well fed. The host simply uses their mind to retrieve items from the warehouse. Tang Tian's current priority is stockpiling, so she hasn't experimented much yet. The system continued. Once you have the ingredients, the next step is recipes. Please click Shopping Street. There are 3 stores in the shopping street. The bookstore is for purchasing recipes. Given the host's current situation, this system strongly recommends purchasing the cookbook level in recipes. Part 1 first. Tang Tian glanced at it and saw the first recipe, which cost 500 gold coins. However, these beginner tutorials always give some currency at the beginning, so the amount in the gold coin column above was sufficient, so she immediately bought it. Tang Tian checked the recipes, but found that they were different from what she had imagined. Instead of directly telling you what ingredients you needed, they used abstract descriptions to guide you in finding the ingredients and then figuring out how to make them. For example, the first recipe read, made with crystal clear grains, it is one of the most important staple foods in Yin country. Tang Tian guessed it immediately. Isn't that rice? It seems the host has figured it out already. So let's go to cooking. Cooking is divided into research and production, as well as an ingredient list. Now that the host has the recipes, unlock the dishes in research, then cook them in production. The dishes they create will automatically be sent to the food store for sale. The dishes currently being sold will be sold successfully at regular intervals, earning gold coins. The same goes for ingredient acquisition locations. Simply wait a while, and you'll be able to redistribute them. Once you earn enough gold, you can visit the shopping mall to purchase new recipes, equipment, and upgrades. You can also use gold to purchase unlocked ingredients in the store. That's the general tutorial. Do you have any questions? If not, you can start the new user sign-in feature. The first 7 days are newbie perks. Tang Tian thought for a moment and said, I roughly understand, but I won't activate this for now. System, I'd like to ask about that warehouse. Okay, host. Regarding the system warehouse, there are actually tiers. They are categorized as mini, small, medium, large, and extra large. This system also comes with its own in-game currency system. If the host wants to upgrade their warehouse using system coins, the cost per level is substantial. But if the host chooses to pay, the coin bar will increase directly. Tang Tian became interested and asked, how do I pay with system coins? And how big is the current mini warehouse? With this in mind, it's easier to stock up. The system replied, the host can use any precious resource in reality, presumably. Gold, jade, jewelry, money, and the like. The system will automatically calculate the value. The mini warehouse currently has an area of approximately 200 square meters, For your reference, a 200 square meter warehouse is truly small. However, Tang Tian also stocks by the box. This ethereal system warehouse should be able to be expanded as desired, so it shouldn't be a big problem. After roughly understanding the operation of this cheat code, Tang Tian closed the system and prepared to stock up. With this system focused on obtaining food, it seems food isn't a top priority. Tang Tian's main concern now is the supplies needed for extreme cold, flooding, and extreme heat. The lowest temperature during extreme cold can reach as low as -60 or -70 degrees Celsius. For the people of Spring City, a single mistake could result in freezing to death. Tang Tian died during extreme heat, when the temperature was already in the 50s, and it's unclear whether it will continue to rise. The temperature swing of over 100 degrees is truly terrifying. So, the first thing she considered stockpiling were fuel and clothing. These clothing items were essentially prepared for extreme cold: fleece jackets, quick-drying thermal underwear, thick down jackets, soft-shell pants, quick-drying thermal pants, long quick-drying socks, sneakers, waterproof hiking shoes, hiking boots, and for warmth, sweaters, cotton-padded jackets, military coats, cotton-padded jackets and pants, hats, gloves, scarves, leather jackets, pajamas, and so on. She also found a cold-resistant one-piece winter suit, said to be able to withstand temperatures below -100 degrees Celsius. Regardless of whether it was practical or not, Tang Tian immediately bought 3 sets. Especially for a blizzard, she needed a warm hat, thick and thin gloves, snow goggles, ski poles, and an ice axe. Now that she had purchased clothing, she also needed more bedding, various quilts, duvet covers, sheets, pillowcases, and blankets, all warm. She also had several sets of mats and mosquito nets. But surviving in extreme cold isn't just about these things. Moving on snow is difficult, and specialized tools are required: skateboards, roller skates, sleds, ice skates, and snowmobiles. Other items included various heating items and equipment. Since the family's money was being used for the same purpose, Tang Tian bought them first. Items like hot packs and hot foot pads are likely to lose their effectiveness in extreme cold, so Tang Tian also bought a batch of old-fashioned hot water bottles and hot water bottles. There were also electric blankets, electric quilts, heaters, fan heaters, bathroom heaters, kotatsu tables, electric umbrellas, foot baths, and other equipment. Although power outages can occur during extreme cold, it's always a good idea to have a stockpile in advance. And when the snow melts, the city can't drain properly, leading to flooding. Ecological imbalances and casualties were secondary concerns. Most people were trapped at home, unable to leave, including the Tang family. Furthermore, due to hunger and thirst, Tang's father's temper grew increasingly irritable, and his new wife and children began to boss Tang Tian and the others around. The family argued every 3 days, and every 5 days, with no peace at all. Tang Tian frowned and immediately bought an inflatable boat, a speedboat, diving equipment, a thick raincoat, rain boots, a diving jumpsuit, a filter, water purification tablets, and disinfectant pills. A major flood inevitably brings a major epidemic. With no food or water, and rising temperatures, mosquitoes swarmed, bringing disease. Half the Tang family soon fell ill. Wei Mingxia and Tang Yi both fell ill, leaving Tang Tian relatively lucky. Unfortunately, she was immediately forced to go out and search for supplies. Not only did she need food, but she also needed medicine to treat Tang's father's newly acquired, precious little son. It wasn't that Tang Tian had to obey them, but she, her mother, and her sister needed supplies, so she took the risk anyway. The result was predictable. She drowned, and her mother and sister, who had been isolated in another room, suffered the same fate. Tang Tian immediately bought various insecticides, mosquito coils, and toilet water, stockpiling them by the box. Medical supplies can also be arranged, and 95 medical masks, goggles, gas masks and accessories, disposable gloves, firefighter masks, chemical protective clothing, 84 disinfectant, plenty of alcohol, antibacterial hand sanitizer, iodine swabs, large and small band-aids, bandages, alcohol wipes, etc. Also, medicines, cold and fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, antidiarrheal drugs, blood pressure medication, antibiotics, quick-acting heart pills, Yudon Baiyao, burn ointment, frostbite ointment, antibacterial and anti-itching ointment, and several boxes of first aid kits for backup. Next, fuel. It can be said that there was no energy source in the early stages of the extreme cold, and the subsequent government efforts to repair it were a drop in the bucket. At that time, the Tang family had to, like other families, dismantle their household smoky objects, and use them as a source of heat. Inside the new house, in addition to the heating system, Tang Tian also wanted to install a real fireplace. As long as there was fuel, it would be enough to raise the indoor temperature by dozens of degrees. Thinking of this, Tang Tian suddenly asked, "System, I see there's a forest in the food source area. Can I get firewood and other things there?" "If I could, wouldn't that be equivalent to having a fixed, unlimited supply?" System reply, "Host, theoretically, food sources only yield food. But that's okay. The special effects of some delicacies should help you out. Well, let's stock up first." Although this was beyond Tang Tian's knowledge, with the help of her versatile search engine, she eventually found a firewood dealer in the city. After some inquiries and calculations, Tang Tian discovered that even a fireplace would require at least 2 to 3 tons of firewood over the course of a typical winter, and that's not even for around-the-clock burning. The amount required for months of extreme cold would be unimaginable. After some consideration, she decided to buy 5 tons of firewood to tide her over. Since it was a new customer who bought so much all at once, the price was finally set at 500 yuan per ton. The high price came from the subsequent packaging and shipping. Just in case, Tang Tian bought another large batch of charcoal and also sent it to the rented warehouse first. As for other fuels, it would probably be gasoline. But it wasn't easy to buy directly. So Tang Tian thought, when he had time, he would rent a special truck and drive to different gas stations. Pretending to refuel, he would actually return and secretly transfer the fuel to his own system warehouse. To this end, Tang Tian also bought a batch of oil drums, propane tanks, bottled butane gas, cassette stoves, alcohol stoves, flat gas cans, solid alcohol, and so on. Even though he had fuel, modern society couldn't live without electricity. Ordinary people certainly don't have generators at home. Later, Tang Tian saw that they were all in makeshift shelters, or official shelters. Perhaps only with these could they truly be called safe havens. Tang Tian had originally tried to secretly take Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiu away from home to seek safety at a better shelter. But the family's supplies were closely guarded by Tang's father and Jiang Yao, and without them, they couldn't travel far during a natural disaster, so they had no choice but to give up. So she bought several generators, fuel-powered, kinetic, and even manually operated. She also had boxes of lithium batteries, storage batteries, various dry cells, inverters, and high-capacity power banks. In extreme cold, there's almost no sunlight, but as long as you survive, the sun will continue to shine when the heat returns. So Tang Tian also bought a batch of portable solar panels. Extreme heat was also a major problem, so Tang Tian quickly bought boxes of heat relief packs, cooling patches, sun protective clothing, ice pads, ice pillows, ice sleeves, cooling fans, and thermal insulation clothing. I also bought several portable air conditioners, freezers, and ice makers, ready for use when I move into my new house. In extreme cold, water freezes instantly, and without enough heat to melt it, it's still unavailable for drinking. So, when snow accumulates, every household will just stuff it in their mouths to survive. Tang Tian found a nearby water station and ordered bottled water. But she didn't order a large quantity all at once, planning to have it delivered gradually over the next 3 months. Even after using up all the water in these bottled water, the barrels will still be useful. In addition, Tang Tian also purchased a batch of horizontal water storage barrels, each with a capacity of several dozen liters. Before natural disasters strike, they'd be filled with water, and then stored in the system's warehouse. Without water, excretion is also a problem. In the later years of my previous life, many people simply threw their excrement outside, a throwback to the Middle Ages. But now, there are many convenient tools that ordinary people can't even imagine. Tang Tian quickly found a foldable portable toilet that, when combined with a hardener, made it a very convenient way to dispose of waste. While busy, it was already dark outside the window. Tang Tian was about to continue browsing when the alarm on her phone rang. Chapter 4. It was the alarm she had set in advance that went off. She glanced at her notes, and suddenly remembered she had a live stream tonight. While she could earn money from tips during the live stream, all her time was now consumed with preparations. So how could she spare the time for live streaming? Luckily, as a live streamer, it was much easier for her to justify leaving the office than for the average office worker. Tang Tian quickly wrote a short note requesting leave, and posted it to her various social media accounts. The live stream was cancelled, and even her video updates had a reason to stop. Not just her, Tang Yi would also have to stop updating. But fortunately, she still had some inventory, so she could just post it at a fixed time, which wasn't a big problem. Besides, in the self-media sector, revenue is based on video data, so she was still making money during this period. Coincidentally, another call came in, this time from Wei Mingxia. It was also time for her to get off work. She had originally requested leave when she arrived at her rental apartment, but after learning of such a significant event, she didn't even return to work. Instead, she contacted an old classmate who worked at the bank and spent the rest of the day working on this matter. Thanks to this connection, and the Tang family's good reputation, the mortgage went exceptionally smoothly. Wei Mingxia called to inform her that the process had begun and would be completed within 2 weeks. "Mom, my sister, and I can handle this. We have the time. You can continue working for now. These past few months' salary is enough money to stock up on supplies." Wei Mingxia had wanted to help, but quitting her job wasn't easy, and she was afraid of making things worse, so she agreed. But for Tang Tian, as long as the situation didn't repeat itself in her previous life, she had already done her a great favor. So she immediately told Wei Mingxia about Tang's father. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. If they were face to face, she'd probably see her face flush red and white, as if she wanted to travel back in time and slap herself. "Tian, don't worry. I absolutely won't get involved in this mess this time. Shui, and I will listen to you this time." She already had a grudge against Tang's father. Although Wei Mingxia hadn't experienced a past life, she still had a bad relationship with him. This time, she would only listen to Tang Tian. After hanging up the phone, Tang Tian snorted inwardly. Forget about Wei Mingxia agreeing again. If she ever saw Tang's father and his family again, she would tear them apart. Soon, Tang returned. This time, she hurried to the renovation company and demanded revisions to the half-finished plan. Thankfully, the company she initially contacted was a leading company in the industry, and they valued Tang as their financial backer, so they agreed to the revisions. It was Tang Tian who proposed this new plan, after all. So, she called her midway through the renovations, and Tang Tian consulted with her on each item until she finalized the new renovation plan. Today, she paid the deposit and began construction. Tang currently has a few 100,000 yuan in savings. With her own 2 million yuan, plus the estimated 1 million yuan from the mortgage on her house, she has a total of over 3 million yuan to stock up on. Don't we still have those stocks we bought? We sell them when the situation improves. And the gold we bought has been rising in price recently, so we can sell it for cash. Tang isn't stupid, she knows what's important. Jiang Yao had actually approached her during the day, but she lied about being busy and not seeing him, so she hadn't really bothered with him. A few hours later, she noticed a suspicious intimate payment, but she never paid much attention to such things before. For now, she rather planned her stockpiling with Tang Tian. Speaking of gold, Tang Tian briefly explained the system's tutorial and the gold-based system. Apparently, the gold at home could also be purchased. So Tang Tian figured it would be better to stockpile first, and then sell the gold if she ran out of money. If she ran out of supplies, the gold could be used to upgrade the system's warehouse, which would also be useful. But right now, she's so busy stockpiling that even Tang Tian herself hasn't thoroughly operated the system yet. She plans to save some time for the final day to study it with her family. "Sister, I made a list. You can buy the equipment according to it and install it in your new home," Tang Tian said as she sent a document. Tang opened it and took a look. Wow, everything was clearly arranged. Floor heating, soundproofing, explosion-proof glass, titanium alloy security doors, wall-mounted solar panels, balcony awnings, rainwater collection systems. This new house had 3 bedrooms and a living room, perfectly adequate for a wedding home. Now it was the mother and daughter's turn to live there, but Tang Tian still reserved a separate room for a constant temperature room and installed hydroponic equipment. Although the system could automatically collect food, it was highly random and took a long time to arrive, essentially creating a new land. Tang Tian made this decision just to be on the safe side. It was unclear if all of this could be installed before the apocalypse. It was already late, and Tang Tian had been busy until now, her stomach complaining again, so she ordered another takeout. Remembering her previous life, those who relied on takeout without food at home were the first to go hungry in the apocalypse. But because Tang Tian was a food blogger, she had stockpiled a lot of food sent by advertisers, and by eating sparingly, she was able to barely survive for a while. However, with Jiang Yao, all that food was eventually eaten up, and the Tang family was plunged into famine. With Tang joining in, Tang Tian's stockpiling plan went much more smoothly. The former went to negotiate with the renovation team, while the latter continued shopping. To move into her new home sooner, she bought a few dehumidifiers and air purifiers. She also bought a vacuum cleaner, a food dryer, and a supply of food desiccant and oxygen remover. To improve her physique, Tang Tian also bought a treadmill, an elliptical machine, and an exercise bike that could be connected to a generator. There were also dumbbells of varying weights, elastic bands, boxing gloves, protective gear, sandbags, pair balls, yoga mats, and a two-seater all-in-one fitness machine, perfect for exercising every muscle in the body. I had originally considered buying something like a portable cabin, just in case, but the system warehouse probably wouldn't have enough space, so I had to give up for now. When the floods completely recede, I might need to go out again, so I need some means of transportation. Tang Tian bought a folding bicycle, a folding electric bicycle, a motorcycle, and several small four-wheel drive off-road vehicles. No small expense. Not sure if I'd be able to find them again, so Tang Tian gritted her teeth and decided to buy them anyway. I wanted to continue, but it was too late. After dinner, Tang Tian took another long-awaited hot bath, washing away all the tension and anxiety of her rebirth. Then she went to her room for a comfortable sleep, rested and refreshed for the next day. The next day, she woke at dawn. In her previous life, Tang Tian had developed the habit of light sleep during the extreme cold to prevent herself from accidentally freezing to death. So even after her rebirth into a better environment, she didn't change. After a quick breakfast, Tang Tian began stocking up. This time, she focused on equipment. Communications and information equipment are actually quite important in the apocalypse, otherwise, one would truly be isolated. Tang Tian also remembered that the authorities would use radio waves and audio signals to transmit important announcements, so she immediately bought several solar-powered hand-crank radios. She couldn't neglect communication with her family either. She prepared several walkie-talkies, satellite phones, and old cell phones, using whichever one was available. For lighting, she bought candles, a high-intensity flashlight, a windproof lighter and matches, tinder, a fire stick, an emergency oil lamp, a headlamp, a camping lantern, and LED lights. Some outdoor gear is also suitable for surviving the apocalypse. Tang Tian remembered meeting many extreme survival enthusiasts during her outings. Even their backpacks, if nothing else, could hold more than the average person. Each person had a large backpack, along with a tent, a heat-reflective sleeping bag, an emergency blanket, a tarp, a life jacket, a compass, a full set of maps, nylon paracord, duct tape, a portable pot, cutlery, a portable water purifier, and a water filter pitcher. Everything was ready. Just then, Tangy also got up. She hadn't slept well, there were faint bruises under her eyes, and she yawned frequently. But she pulled herself together, packed up, and went to check on the renovations at her new house. With that being said, the only things left to stockpile were daily necessities, food, and weapons. These items were also crucial in the apocalypse. Natural disasters brought the world to a standstill, and once all the goods were produced, they were gone, with no telling when production would resume. Therefore, many people resorted to buying for free. In times of panic and the collapse of order, violent fights were commonplace, and human life was especially cheap. So, having weapons offered a chance of survival. Unfortunately, in Yin country, this wasn't so easy. Tang Tian resorted to various tricks, stocking up on crowbars, batons, stun guns, and pepper spray. Buying extra supplies of kitchen knives, daggers, straight knives, Swiss Army knives, multi-purpose pliers, demolition axes, folding engineer shovels, whetstones, and organizational scissors. Tactical gloves, tactical belts, stab-proof vests, blast-proof round shields, arm shields, and blast-proof forks. You need to protect yourself while attacking. At the same time, Tang Tian also saw a compound bow. But getting started with this thing isn't easy. If you end up hurting yourself, that's not good. Tang Tian bit her lip and decided to add it to the shopping cart. But these melee weapons aren't enough. Hot weapons would be even better. Tang Tian remembered seeing someone in her previous life with an old, hand-me-down rifle. They became the leader of a considerable group, truly powerful in that area. But that's impossible in Yin country. Furthermore, Tang Tian researched the information and discovered that even buying a gun abroad isn't easy. Just then, the system suddenly spoke. "Host, have you forgotten that the delicacies in this system have special effects when consumed?" Tang Tian was stunned, then asked in disbelief. "You mean, your food can have the same effects as firearms?" "Yes, host. Not only that, different dishes have other effects." If the host's description is correct, it's roughly equivalent to superpowers. Tang Tian was amazed, but since the system had said so, she felt a little relieved. She'd have to research it later and see. Next, it was time to stock up on daily necessities, categorized as hygiene, cleaning, washing, cooking, family planning, and so on. And these purchases would definitely be more than the few boxes of supplies she bought earlier. Even though she was going to the factory for wholesale, her money was still flowing like water, and Tang Tian's savings were practically empty. But the all-important food and some of the supplies she'd been stockpiling weren't even there yet. It seemed she had to start getting some bargains. Chapter 5. Time slipped by unnoticed, and a batch of supplies began to arrive. The temperature in Spring City remained unchanged. I kept following the news, but it was just reports, with no results. The huge sun still hung high in the sky, radiating its last bit of energy. Most people were busy with their own lives, paying no attention to the bizarre weather, except for a few complaints. Tang Tian, wearing sunglasses, sipped icy lemonade while filling up her van. The van could hold dozens of liters of fuel at a time, making the trip back and forth between home and the warehouse a breeze. Whatever was left over, she put it into a drum and stored it in the system's warehouse. Tangy must have added more money to the new house, and the renovation team was working overtime every day. It must be said that money power is powerful. All the stocks had been sold, the mortgage payment for the house had been successfully disbursed, and Wei Mingxia had given Tang Tian full authority to arrange her salary for this month. With a large fortune, Tang Tian stockpiled not only fuel but also water. Not only did she buy up all the nearby water stations, she also reached out to other areas, staggering deliveries and storing them in her system. She also followed the hardware store's instructions and bought every available supply. Hardware stores are after these big-name customers. They keep their business for 3 years with a single order, and their service is exceptionally good. She also bought a batch of large-capacity hard drives, each filled with various reference books, materials, and entertainment collections. One reason was to learn what she didn't know, and the other was to provide some extra entertainment during the apocalypse. Antifreeze and anticoagulant were purchased specifically for fuel. In extreme cold, even if fuel was readily available, it would be destroyed by the low temperatures and rendered unusable. Although the fuel state wouldn't change once stored in the system, Tang Tian thought it might be of great use in the future, so she also stocked up. She had initially planned to temporarily stop stockpiling, but then stumbled upon supplies like oxygen masks and cylinders. Thinking it was just in case, Tang Tian also stocked up. She continued to collect supplies, even driving her van to the rented warehouse. After checking that there were no cameras, she quietly went deeper and began to store a batch of supplies in the system warehouse. As she expected, the system warehouse could store supplies tightly, and she didn't need to do it manually, just by thinking. She continued to store the supplies outside for demonstration purposes, then returned home. Unexpectedly, Tangy had also returned, but her eyes were red. After asking, it turned out that she had finally discovered Jiang Yao's other side. But Tangy didn't rush to break up. Instead, she quietly gathered evidence, then directly exposed him, breaking up and blocking him. After all, she had loved him, and it would take time to recover. Tang Tian thought Jiang Yao would definitely come back, and since she also wanted to check on the renovation progress of the new house, they decided to find a convenient time to go. Unexpectedly, after Tang Tian received the goods, she and Tangy went to the new house. The community was called Hexinuan, and it had 30 buildings. Tangy had originally chosen to buy a house here because of its good environment and facilities, as well as its proximity to her old house and her rental. Taking the elevator to building 1701, where Tangy's house was, she saw that there were only 2 households on the first floor of Hexinuan, a point that pleased Tang Tian. Although they couldn't leave their family alone, in the apocalypse, the fewer neighbors the better, as the uncertainty would be too great. The door to 1701 was wide open, and a peek inside revealed a nearly completed house. Because of the high-quality materials used, there wasn't a single pungent odor. Someone inside was still busy, and Tangy chatted familiarly with the one who seemed to be the leader. The previously planned defensive materials, floor heating, and ventilation ducts were all in place. The renovation team hadn't been so quick initially, and there were some complaints and confusion within them. Ultimately, they sped up their work because of their financial resources. Tangy readily paid the balance, and even gave them red envelopes and cigarettes. The team's expression softened slightly, and they finished their work and left the house. Closing the door, Tang Tian retrieved several air purifiers from the system warehouse and placed them in various rooms. Since Tangy was also connected to the system, she could share in the use. Recently, she even took some time to visit the old house and remove some of the furniture, saving money. By the way, some packages were still being stored at the old house. Wei Mingxiao could also help pick them up and store them in the system. During this time, there were also many appointments for installation or delivery, and the two sisters were busy with these tasks. The titanium alloy security door was also equipped with a latch, anti-theft chain, and a door blocker. The entire balcony was equipped with security windows and a canopy for water collection. The glass was also covered with one-way film, and a hidden, non-networked, non-powered security camera was installed at the door. A cast iron and steel fireplace with real fire was installed in the living room, allowing for both burning and heating. The smallest room was set aside as a constant temperature greenhouse. Tang Tian walked in and saw that it was exactly as she imagined, except for the need to start planting. There were also other appliances, such as cooling and heating systems, which Tang Tian had previously stockpiled. In addition, lighting, cleaning, kitchen appliances, daily care appliances, and entertainment appliances were essential. Tang Yi's remaining money, originally intended for this house, had been completely used up, and Tang Tian's savings were almost empty. But Tang Yi thought about it, and suddenly came up with an idea. Tian, we only have a little over half our time left. Why don't we go to the bank and apply for a credit card? In the apocalypse, overdue payments don't matter anymore. Let's spend the money first, and then worry about it. What do you think? Yeah, this bargain. Why hadn't she thought of it? The sisters had never used a credit card before, but every bank could issue them. And with their income and reputation, they could definitely apply for a gold card or higher. Tang Tian was excited at the thought, but she also told Tang Yi about the idea of getting a bargain from the car dealership. Tang Yi also had a driver's license, so she readily agreed and went straight to the car dealership. As the two were making plans, they suddenly heard someone knocking urgently at the door, calling out, "Xiaoyi, I know you're here. Can't we discuss something?" Tang Tian's face instantly fell at the sound of that voice, for it was Jiang Yao's voice. Tang Tian had reviewed the evidence Tang Yi had privately found, and hadn't expected Jiang Yao's deception to have a long history. Jiang Yao was actually a self-media person, a colleague of Tang Yi's. It was true that he initially fallen in love with her, but after pursuing her and officially dating her, and then using Tang Yi to boost his popularity, he was practically a winner. But later, relying on his good looks and having no shortage of girls around him, he soon grew tired of it. However, Tang Yi was not only beautiful but also wealthy. Jiang Yao after all, had previously been attracted to her, and he couldn't bear to break up, so he kept it a secret. While spending Tang Yi's money, he flirted with other girls, and only now, with the marriage talks, did he tone it down a bit. It seems outrageous, but such behavior is not uncommon these days. Tang Tian didn't know how Tang Yi gathered all that evidence, but based on her understanding of her sister, it shouldn't have been difficult. She just didn't expect Jiang Yao's acting skills to be so good, fooling even her past self. She was also thankful that in this life, Tang Yi discovered the truth early on, and was able to eliminate all unfavorable factors early on. Even the new house was largely paid for by Tang Yi. But they had chosen together back then, so they naturally knew the address, and so they went to her again. Tang Tian gave Tang Yi a look, and she knew this was going to happen, so she went to open the door herself. Jiang Yao was initially delighted when the door opened, but when he looked closely, and saw that it was Tang Tian, his face immediately darkened. He and Tang Yi had already met with Wei Mingxia, who had a good impression of him. So, the reason for being blocked must be related to Tang Tian, who could easily whisper things into his ears. Although he felt a little guilty, thinking he had been discovered, he had finally found a partner as high quality as Tang Yi. How could he let her go so easily? So, facing Tang Tian, he still managed to smile and asked, "Tang Tian, is your sister here? There must be some misunderstanding between us. We can talk it out?" Tang Tian sneered, "Misunderstanding? How long do you plan to hide this from my sister? We have evidence now. We're breaking up to give you some respect, don't be ungrateful." The moment she saw Jiang Yao, she was reminded of his nagging demeanor in her previous life. Later, with Tang's father's encouragement, he even dared to attack Tang Yi. It was Tang Tian who threatened him with a hidden kitchen knife, otherwise the situation would have been much more serious. If it weren't for the rule of law, she would have killed him with a single blow to avoid further trouble. Jiang Yao's expression changed slightly, and he lost his patience with Tang Tian. Knowing that Tang Yi was inside, the tall and strong man reached out to push her through the door. "Xiaoyi." Before she could finish her words, Tang Tian pulled something out of her clothes and sprayed it in Jiang Yao's face. It was the pepper spray she had bought. The burning sensation on his face and eyes was enough to make him shudder. "Ah!" Jiang Yao's face tingled with irritation and burning. He sat down on the ground and howled. His eyes quickly became red and swollen, tears streaming down his face, and he coughed up a stream of snot and saliva. "Fuck you, Tang Tian, are you crazy? You were the one who badmouthed me in front of Xiaoyi, weren't you? I'm not done with you." Tang Yi approached with a stern expression. She had seen Jiang Yao trying to push her just now. Seeing Jiang Yao's utter disgrace, she spat. "Jiang Yao, I know all your dirty tricks. We're breaking up just to save your face. If you really want to break up, then go ahead. I have the time and wherewithal." Jiang Yao choked. He knew Tang Yi was telling the truth, so he simply wiped his face, stood up, glared at the two of them, and left in disgrace. Tang Yi sighed. Tang Tian warned, "Sister, I don't think he give up. Take some of the pepper spray I bought with you. It won't cause any real harm, so it's perfect for dealing with people now." Of course, if Jiang Yao still causes trouble after the apocalypse, it won't just be a matter of preventing the pepper spray. The safe house is complete. All that's left is to get rid of the odor and air it out. You can apply for a credit card online. It should take no more than a week. Tang Tian and Tang Yi split up. Tang Yi went to a car dealership to rent a car and start stockpiling fuel, while Tang Yi planned to stockpile the last of her supplies, food-related. As for food, rice and flour are essential, as are vegetables, fruits, meat, eggs, and so on. As long as the system can store them, they must be stockpiled for emergencies. Some supplies can be purchased wholesale online, but for some, they probably have to be purchased offline at other locations, where they're more affordable. Tang Tian drove her car to the Chuncheng Agricultural Products Wholesale Market. Chapter 6. Stocking up on food is easier than stocking up on other supplies. Plus, you can see wholesalers at the farmer's market almost every day. Tang Tian only needed to browse around, compare prices, and start buying. Start with a batch of rice, flour, and grains. Stock up on long-lasting vegetables like potatoes, cabbage, lettuce, radishes, pumpkin, yams, and sweet potatoes. Buy a few hundred kilograms of the remaining leafy vegetables. After all, my system focuses on culinary delights, so just enough for the initial stages of development. Storable fruits include apples, pears, lemons, kumquats, dates, grapefruits, oranges, and mandarin oranges. They're cheaper wholesale at the market. Stock up on inexpensive frozen chicken, duck, pork, and beef, eggs, and fresh seafood. Once stored in the system, they won't spoil. Beans offer a great value for money. Not only do they have a long shelf life, but they can also be used as food and sprouts. Speaking of beans, you should also stock up on tofu products to avoid running out of them early on. Tang Tian also stocked up on dried goods like black fungus, tofu skin, seaweed, shiitake mushrooms, and dried shrimp, cured meats like bacon, and dried fish, and various pickles and preserved vegetables. Seasonings are crucial in the apocalypse. They have a long shelf life, and things like salt and sugar, sometimes soaked in water, can make up a whole meal. In her previous life, all the family supplies were confined to Tang's father's children and Jiang Yao. Tang Tian, who wasn't ill, was forced to go out and search for more. Sometimes she'd go a whole day without much to eat, relying on a glass of salt and sugar water to stay alive. Besides salt and sugar, the two essential seasonings, she also stocked up on yeast, baking soda, soy sauce, cooking wine, oyster sauce, vinegar, animal and vegetable oils, starch, aniseed, and especially various sauces. However, Tang Tian wasn't foolish enough to buy all of these supplies in one day. Instead, she purchased them by market time and batch, delivering them to the warehouse first and then quietly collecting them herself. Other items can be purchased wholesale online, for example, milk powder, vitamin tablets, calcium supplements, and fish oil supplements. She also stocked up on chocolate, protein bars, honey, effervescent tablets, compressed biscuits, various canned goods, pre-prepared meals, frozen foods, strong liquor, cigarettes, and tea. That day, Tang Tian drove to the nearest market again. Besides stocking up, she also wanted to see if there were any seeds for sale. Since she had a constant temperature room at home, she also needed to arrange for nutrient soil and nutrient solution. Easy-to-grow vegetables included radishes, lettuce, spinach, arugula, and garlic. Easy-to-grow fruits included cherry tomatoes, kumquats, figs, and even grapes. Because of the potential future shortage of Western medicine, she even found a Chinese medicine market and stocked up on both pre-made medicines prepared according to prescription dosages and seeds of common, easy-to-grow Chinese medicines. However, as Tang Tian was bargaining with the shopkeeper, she suddenly felt a chill behind her. This was something she learned through much hardship in her previous life. After all, people don't have eyes behind them, making them vulnerable to surprise. She only gradually became aware of this subtle difference later on. But just as she was about to turn, someone seemed quicker than her. She saw a flash of light, and with a wailing sound in her ears, a middle-aged man was suddenly tackled by a younger man, who then twisted his hands and completely pinned him to the ground. Tang Tian's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively reached into her coat pocket. Her phone was still there. With the current emphasis on online payments, most people don't carry wallets anymore, so these pickpockets have set their sights on phones, especially those who simply stuff them into pockets and leave them there, especially in a busy market. Many onlookers instantly gathered around, some even taking out their phones to film the scene. The man riding on the thief also sent several voice messages from his device. After just 10 seconds, a voice echoed from afar, gradually approaching. "I'm coming. Brother Yun, I'm here." Then, another young man ran over and immediately presented the thief with a pair of silver bracelets. It was clear what had happened. It was clearly a plainclothes police arrest. The crowd began to applaud, and even cheered. The man from before slowly stood up, took a moment to glance around, and said with a smile, "It's almost the end of the year. Everyone, be sure to keep an eye on your valuables to prevent theft." The man wore a simple short-sleeved shirt, and his exposed arms were a light tan. He seemed to be about the same age as Tang Tian, with thick eyebrows that ended in upwards beneath his neatly cropped hair, a long straight nose, and a slightly pronounced peak. His chin, however, looked like the perfect stroke of a perfectly crafted handwriting. After giving everyone their instructions, the two men escorted the thief away, leaving in a flash. Tang Tian silently held her phone in her hand, blushing slightly. TSK, what a disgrace to the Reborn. Having stockpiled almost all her food, Tang Tian wandered through the prepared food section of the market, buying roast chicken, smoked fish, fish balls, fermented rice wine, and even a whole sausage stand. The car was filled with supplies, the sun shining brightly overhead. Tang Tian left the car door open, eating sausage and drinking mung bean soup. These pleasant moments were fading. Even in the early stages of the apocalypse, if someone took food outside to eat, they were guaranteed to get a bunch of red-eye. There were even cases of desperate dogs jumping over the wall and snatching it away. Just as Tang Tian was about to take her second bite, she suddenly heard a strange sound. Woo! It wasn't a cry, but rather the sound of a weak little animal. Tang Tian tilted her head and saw a small, round-headed, black dog had appeared beside the car door. It looked like a puppy. Its equally dark pupils stared at the starched sausage, its tongue lolling and its tail wagging. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. She hadn't considered raising any animals in the apocalypse. Besides, ordinary pet dogs wouldn't survive the early stages and might even be stolen and used as food. But this puppy looked like a stray, and it had actually started wandering at such a young age. Tang Tian cut off a piece of the starched sausage, crushed it, and threw it over. The little black dog, wagging its tail, immediately lowered its head and began to chew, as if it had been hungry for a long time. A dog can win a woman's heart with just a little bit of starch, but it's simpler than the hearts of people in the apocalypse. Tang Tian thought for a moment, then suddenly said, "My car door is open. If you want to get in, come now. I'd be leaving in a minute." The little black dog tilted its head slightly and barked a few times, actually trying to jump into the car. It just couldn't get in the first time, so it tried again and finally succeeded, looking adorable. Tang Tian felt her previously tense nerves relax slightly. She grabbed the little black dog's neck with one hand and lifted it up without struggling or barking, its tail even raised. This showed that it was at least a docile child, brave and strong. I didn't know what kind of dog it was, but when I picked it up, I realized its chest was quite broad, indicating a strong lung capacity and good endurance. If Tang Tian ever got a dog, she wouldn't keep it as a pet. The best thing would be for it to grow up and be able to go to great lengths with her and protect her family. After putting the dog down, she generously tore off a roasted chicken leg and shredded it to feed some. Then she reached out again, and the little black dog even allowed her to touch its belly. After wiping her hands, Tang Tian immediately decided to take it home. With a swift kick of the accelerator, Tang Tian went back to pack her supplies and took the little black dog to the nearest veterinary clinic. Unexpectedly, the little black dog was only about 2 months old, clearly barely weaned. And yet, a piece of starch intestine had been kidnapped. After a thorough checkup, there were no major issues, and it could receive its first vaccinations and deworming. With a wave of her hand, Tang Tian made all the arrangements and even ordered a batch of dog food, snacks, and supplies to be delivered to her home. After making an appointment to get the vaccinations next month and buying puppy food and milk cakes at the veterinary clinic, Tang Tian returned home with a little black dog. The apocalypse was only about a month away. Tang Tian's bulk purchases were almost complete, and most of her time was now spent collecting goods and quietly entering supplies into the warehouse. Tang also drove, mainly collecting fuel, and then helped collect supplies. The family's exercise equipment was also turned on. To maintain a healthy physique after the apocalypse, exercise was essential. Tang Tian and Tang immediately began aerobics, weightlifting, and boxing, at least to get their physique in shape. Tang, who had originally planned to get a dog after marriage, actually liked the little black dog even more than Tang Tian did. The sisters told Wei Mingxia about this, and gave her the nickname Tan Tan. Tang Tian had almost spent all the family money, leaving only Wei Mingxia's salary for this month, and the gold the family had saved over the years. They had also completely maxed out the several credit cards Tang Tian and Tang had applied for to stock up on supplies. They even went to the car dealership and rented an SUV and a pickup truck for backup. Lately, they'd been receiving overdue text messages, but the two shamelessly ignored them. Perhaps due to the recent surge in money, they'd been receiving a lot of strange phone calls, but Tang Tian and Tang were acting like an ostrich, ignoring them all. That day, Tang Tian was organizing the system warehouse. 200 square meters wasn't very big. Many of the Jenga games could only be barely stacked, sometimes filling up completely, and the rest wouldn't fit. Upgrading from a mini warehouse to a small warehouse required a full 10,000 gold coins, a sum that would have been difficult to earn without spending real money. Tang Tian had Wei Mingxiu retrieve all the gold in the house. The gold bars and jewelry combined weighed approximately 3 taels, which, at the current price, could be sold for over 100,000 yuan. Wei Mingxiu had been saving this, bit by bit, to provide dowries for her 2 daughters. But right now, nothing was more important than stockpiling to withstand the apocalypse, so she gave it all to Tang Tian. So she immediately asked System, "How many gold coins can I get from this gold?" The system quickly responded, "Host, gold is the highest tier of precious material. 1 gram of gold can be exchanged for 3,000 gold coins. Incidentally, jade is the 2nd tier, and jewelry is the 3rd tier. Real-world money is the last resort, and it must be in cash." This is similar to the apocalypse. Tang Tian remembered that in her previous life, online payments quickly became ineffective, and the world seemed to have returned to decades ago, when people still used cash. But most people saved their money. Where would they find cash? This even caused a lot of unrest. In times of prosperity and trouble, antiques, gold, and yellow croker were still hard currency at first, but only gradually depreciated in later years. Even a bag of rice required a gold bar. But what Tang Tian needed most right now was to upgrade her warehouse. So she took out a pair of gold earrings, weighed them, and said, "System, these should be worth 10,000 gold coins. I want to upgrade my warehouse." "Okay, host." As soon as she finished speaking, the gold earrings disappeared. She opened the screen again, and the corresponding number appeared in the gold coin column. Her warehouse had automatically been upgraded from mini to small. From 200 square meters, it had suddenly expanded to 800 square meters. 800 square meters was equivalent to 2 basketball courts. All those vehicles she previously stored wouldn't need to be stacked up anymore. Who knew how big the extra-large warehouse would get in the future? Tang Tian was excited and immediately decided to go back to the rented warehouse to receive more goods. But when she glanced at Tang Yi, she saw her frowning over her notebook, wondering what she was seeing. Chapter 7. Sister, what's wrong? Tang Yi sighed and turned the screen towards her, revealing the website they shared a video on. Ever since Tang Tian took leave, she hadn't live-streamed in a while. Most viewers knew they were sisters, so many fans left inquiries in Tang Yi's comment section. Generally speaking, the comment sections were quite harmonious. However, this time, Tang Tian noticed a surge in negative comments, as well as rumors and trend-following posts. They were all from newly registered sham accounts, clearly trolls. Tang Tian understood immediately and sneered. It seems someone truly refuses to give up. They're so disgusting they're resorting to such despicable actions. The person who could do such a thing was obviously Jiang Yao, their recent nemesis. Tang Yi had paid for the house almost entirely, and Jiang Yao, arrogant and confident that he could secure her, hadn't even bothered with the property title. So this was Tang Yi's own house, and she had previously rented one, waiting for the new house to be renovated. But now, at this critical juncture, they split up, and the resentment was likely to intensify. In a society ruled by law, he could only secretly resort to such despicable tactics to vent his anger and discredit the 2 sisters who were online anchors. But the end of the world was approaching, and who would care about the so-called truth then? Tang Tian stopped paying attention, dismissing it as the barking of a desperate dog, and offered a few words of comfort. And Tang Yi, of course, was unaware of these twists and turns, and had completely given up on Jiangyao. She nodded, closed her notebook, and went back to work with Tang Tian. At that moment, she noticed Tang Tian's shopping cart was empty of compound bows. After learning of her concerns, she thought for a moment before quietly saying, "I know a blogger who can convert bows into crossbows. Crossbows are much easier to use than bows and arrows. What do you think?" Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Bows and arrows can be purchased online, but crossbows are practically impossible to find. Converting a bow into a crossbow is actually illegal, and they themselves don't know how to do it, so she'd been debating whether to buy one. Unexpectedly, her sister also had connections, so she quickly asked her to make the call. This risky modification would surely cost a lot, but fortunately, the family had money. Tang Tian simply gave each of them a compound bow, and sent it to the blogger for modification. She then expeditiously paid for it, purchased a batch of arrows, and finally went to pick them up in person. Finally, they were able to move into their new home. The warm weather was perfect for airing out the house, and with several air purifiers, they had less than 2 weeks left before they moved out of their rental and into their new home. The two sisters boarded the elevator, but just as the doors were about to close, someone outside called out, "Please wait a moment." Tang Tian quickly pressed the button, and the elevator doors opened again, revealing a middle-aged woman, panting and flushed, carrying bags full of things. She looked about Shinmingxia's age. As the elevator doors opened again, she smiled, thanked the two, and said she was going to the 17th floor. Tang Tian and Tang Yi remained silent, yet they were surprised. What a coincidence! They run into our neighbors across the street. The middle-aged woman, looking at the number she had already pressed, was also surprised, but she politely didn't ask any further questions. Since they were neighbors on the same floor, they would eventually get to know each other. The three of them walked in silence all the way to the 17th floor. The middle-aged woman thanked them again and left the elevator to go home. Tang Tian deliberately waited for her to enter before she and Tang Yi opened the door and entered. Tan Tan, who had stayed at home, ran over and rubbed against her ankle. She wondered if he had the bloodline of a large guard dog, but after 2 weeks, he had grown even bigger. "Sister, have you seen that auntie before?" Tang Tian was worried that her new neighbor would be the kind of woman who would ask questions at the drop of a hat. That would be even more troublesome after the apocalypse. "I haven't seen her many times. She looks about the same age as Mom. She probably hasn't retired yet, and is still working." Tang Tian quickly put the thought out of her mind, but then she remembered the bag full of things. She slapped her head and said with sudden realization, "Look at my brain. Isn't it almost Chinese New Year?" She was busy stocking up, and Spring City's temperatures were always very cold and damp this month, with temperatures in the single digits. But the temperature had remained stuck around 30 degrees Celsius for the past few months, causing many people to lose track of time. Tang Yi sighed, this might be the last normal New Year before the apocalypse. "Why don't you bring Mom over, so we can have a New Year's Eve dinner?" However, before she could finish her words, the door opened. Tang Yi had made 3 keys in advance, and gave one to Wei Mingxia. "Mom, why are you here now?" It turned out that Wei Mingxia hadn't used her annual leave this year, a full 15 days, which was just right for her to use before the Lunar New Year and return home sooner. Thus, the mother and daughters were finally reunited. Tang Tian sold most of the remaining gold and cashed it all. Wei Mingxia, hoping to have one last good New Year before the apocalypse, went with Tang Yi to prepare New Year's goods. At the same time, Tang Tian officially opened a system and let them participate. Although she hadn't used the system much recently, she would occasionally log in to collect ingredients. The three of them experimented with the rice they collected from the workshop, each making a portion of rice. The screen switched again, revealing that the snack shop the system had mentioned was actually a place resembling a glass display case. The 3 portions of rice were already neatly displayed in the display case, waiting to be sold. However, since Tang Tian had just started using the system, she had used all her last Krypton gold money to upgrade her warehouse, so the gold bar was now completely empty. Tang Tian officially activated the system. The system immediately replied, "Okay, host. The check-in function has been activated. The first 7 days are for newbie benefits, with the following rewards. After 7 days, it's normal check-in. Each day of checking in earns a stamp. Earning enough stamps can be exchanged for special ingredients and recipes." The 3 of them looked down. During the 7-day sign-in period, the first, 4th, and 6th days rewarded gold coins in ascending amounts. The second day offered a piece of equipment, the third an ingredient, and the final day appeared to be a recipe. Since it was a newbie bonus, they were likely good stuff. Tang Tian immediately claimed the first day's sign-in reward, 500 gold coins. The system wasn't complicated, even the buttons and screens were simple. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao quickly figured it out. The former suggested, Tian, I think we should buy more and unlock more recipes. When ingredients are scarce in real life, we can make food directly from the system. For a total of 500 gold coins, she could only buy one more copy of N-level recipe, Part 2, which Tang Tian immediately purchased. The descriptions were still abstract, but thankfully, the delicacies in the N-level recipes were easily recognizable. After a moment's thought, Tang Tian asked, System, are there any rules for obtaining these ingredients? Some hosts. These ingredient acquisition locations are actually seasonal. That doesn't mean out-of-season ingredients are unavailable, but rather that seasonal ingredients are easier to obtain. After hearing this, Tang Tian checked the warehouse and found, as expected, a large supply of spring vegetables, such as shepherd's purse, leeks, spinach, spring bamboo shoots, and lettuce. She tried to take out one leek from the system, but unexpectedly, a whole bundle of vegetables appeared on the floor. Wei Mingxiao weighed them, and was surprised to find that they weighed a staggering 10 kilograms. Host, if you're sure you use the harvested ingredients in real life, you can no longer use them in the system. Please be advised. Since there was no shortage of ingredients at home, Tang Tian decided to temporarily store the vegetables in the system. She switched the screen again, and saw that the rice she had previously stored in the gourmet shop had been sold, and the window display had returned to its empty state. But a serving of rice only cost 1 gold coin, so there were 3 more gold coins in the gold bar. The mother and daughter were speechless. Tang Tian immediately opened the first and second N-level recipes. Made from white basic flour, it is one of Yan Nation's most important staple foods. This is noodles. White basic flour is formed into flakes, and then mixed with fillings, a staple food popular in the north. There's also a southern version, and Tang Tian immediately recognized it, dumplings and wontons. Unlike making rice and noodles, she added the flour she obtained from the workshop and pork. Then, she clicked on the recipe, and it unlocked it. The system then announced, Congratulations, host, for unlocking dumplings and wontons. Once these delicacies are unlocked, you can customize your fillings. The dishes I created so far are still basic, but they can be further refined once I acquire the necessary equipment. The ranch harvests the most meat, especially pork. Tang Tian then used the scallions and shepherd's purse from the vegetable garden to make pork and scallion dumplings and shepherd's purse and pork wontons. After making 5 servings of each and sending them to the gourmet food store and collecting a new batch of ingredients, Tang Tian shut down the system. Although the temperature outside hadn't dropped yet, with New Year's approaching, the streets and shopping malls were still decorated with various red decorations. After a lot of hard work, the mother, daughter, and their 3 companions finally managed to store all the supplies in the warehouse and return the rented warehouse, finally putting an end to their stockpiling. Getting everything done before the Lunar New Year means they can stay home and quietly await the natural disaster. Tang Tian plans to take Tan Tan to the veterinary clinic today and check for any supplies she can buy. Tan Tan was incredibly excited at the thought of going out. Tang Tian had already started training him, and it was working quite well. She put him on a leash and was ready to go. But unexpectedly, while they were still in the hallway, the elevator doors opened, and out stepped a man and a woman, their hands laden with things. Tang Tian, wearing sunglasses, was startled when she saw the man. It was the plainclothes officer who had caught the thief at the market. Wow, this dog is so cute. The girl next to them spoke happily, glancing at Tang Tian and asking, Hello, are you our new neighbor? Tang Tian, who had originally been quite outgoing with strangers due to her past life experiences, had become somewhat more reserved. In response to the girl's question, she simply said hello and went to the elevator with Tan Tan. The girl curled her lips, seeming slightly annoyed. Alright, I just moved in and don't know you. The man next to her said, Let's go. I still need to help Mom decorate the house. After the inspection, Tang Tian and Tan Tan went shopping. She had already stocked up on pet supplies and had shopped at street vendors, fruit and vegetable shops, clothing and shoe stores, and bookstores. Passing by a coffee shop, she also bought some coffee powder and desserts, which she then stored directly in the surveillance system through a blind spot to prevent spoilage. With the current temperature, many grocery stores still have freezers for wholesale popsicles and ice cream. Remembering she already had a freezer at home, Tang Tian also bought a large quantity, delighted that the store owner even offered a discount. As she was shopping, she thought of her new neighbor. In the early days of the apocalypse, police officers were always on the front lines. But Tang Tian remembered that she had also encountered people who had been police officers struggling to survive alone with their families. One could imagine how dire the world had become. But as a police officer, one's physique, strength, and acuity far surpassed those of ordinary people, making it easier for them to survive the apocalypse. And who knows, they might even get the latest official news in advance. So, this neighbor might be a good place to get to know. Chapter 8. Tang Tian had originally planned to book a table at a restaurant for this year's New Year's Eve dinner, but Wei Mingxia, determined not to overspend, spent the entire day busy in the kitchen with Tang Yi. She had previously learned about Jiang Yao's situation, and his face had darkened as if covered in soot. Unfortunately, seeing Tang Yi's impenetrable attack, Wei Mingxia actually approached Wei Mingxia, only to be scolded back. Being disciplined by an elder was more severe than being disciplined by a peer. Jiang Yao had indeed stopped harassing the Tang family, but Tang Tian felt he wouldn't give up easily. But what did this have to do with him? If she remembered correctly, the natural disaster would quietly descend upon them in the early hours of tonight. Thinking of this, Tang Tian turned on the TV while playing tug-of-war with Tan Tan. As she expected, the main station was broadcasting the news, and the anchor's expression was grave. Monitoring indicates that a rapidly expanding, extremely cold air mass is moving southward, potentially causing extreme cold temperatures in mid-latitude regions. Citizens are advised to take cooling measures. Tang Tian turned up the volume, and Wei Mingxia and Tang Yi, who were listening to the news, also frowned. Although they had previously believed the former's words, they still found them a bit unrealistic. Now that they had witnessed this unprecedented emergency news, they had a deeper understanding of the apocalypse. Tian, if extreme cold temperatures really do arrive, will there be a heavy snowfall? Yin country has experienced snowstorms before. Even Spring City was blanketed in snow. This snowstorm, perhaps called the apocalypse, was likely even more severe than she had imagined. Tang Tian nodded solemnly. Yes, Mom, if I remember correctly, it's more than just snow. First came hail, then freezing rain, and then a blizzard. The snow piled up to dozens of meters deep. Our old house was on the 6th floor, so we'd definitely be buried. Chuncheng has many decades-old residential complexes. Unless they were occupied by elderly residents or renters seeking cheaper rent, few lived above the 8th floor. Eventually, those who survived in the old houses were forced to leave and seek shelter elsewhere, fearing they would be buried under the snow. The room fell silent, with only the sound of the TV news. Tang Yi checked her phone. Social media was naturally buzzing about the polar vortex, and it was trending. However, many people struggling to make ends meet, and young people obsessed with entertainment, weren't overly concerned. Wei Mingxia sighed, untied her apron, and wiped her hands. Forget it, let's eat first. Salt and pepper spare ribs, steamed sea bass, braised pork knuckles, lemon chicken wings, dry pot cauliflower, braised beef. Meat, fruit platters. One dish after another, each one visually appealing and fragrant, was brought to the table. Glancing at such a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner, Tang Tian finally relaxed in the rich aroma, swallowing uncontrollably. News aside, there was still the festive Spring Festival Gala program to celebrate the new year. Amidst the joyful dance music, Tang Tian rubbed her stomach after a hearty meal. Thinking of her past life, she saw countless people suffering from stomach problems, or even starving to death. In the end, even the unbearable hunger became habituated. In the past, people in famines could eat grass, dirt, and tree bark. But after the natural disaster, the vegetation had been decimated, and humans couldn't even eat these things. Everyone was starving, unable to die of hunger. But she believed that as long as they had the gourmet food system, they would never go hungry in the apocalypse. She also had Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia put an electric blanket on the bed. The night temperature was currently around 20 degrees Celsius, far from requiring heating. But tonight was destined to be special, so she decided to sleep in the larger living room. If anything happened, she would immediately notify her mother and sister. Wei Mingxiao was a little worried, but seeing that Tang Tian was so determined, she had no choice but to agree. Night fell, and the moon in the sky was obscured by clouds. Hexinuyuan gradually became silent. Tang Tian lay on the sofa, staring at the ceiling in the darkness. Tan Tan curled up in the cartoon-like cotton bed she had bought for him, also sound asleep. Dogs of this age, like humans, sleep a lot every day. In her previous life, there were only 3 beds in the new house, and the back was occupied by someone else. So they ended up sleeping on the cold, hard floor, barely covered with a sheet. The chill bit them to the bone. The soft sofa alone was enough to lull Tang Tian to sleep. She closed her eyes for a moment, and soon after, she heard a sudden, unusual sound. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Tian jumped to her feet. The house was covered in cold-resistant materials, but she could still feel a faint chill. The pre-installed wall thermometer showed the indoor temperature was only 8 degrees Celsius. The extreme cold had finally arrived, in its early stages. Tan Tan also woke up, making a few sharp, childish cries, but calmed down after being stroked. Tang Tian immediately went to the room to wake Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia. They were already preoccupied with things and hadn't slept soundly, so they woke up quickly too. Turning on the electric blanket and donning the thick clothing they prepared, they left the room anxiously. A continuous rumbling sound, like something striking directly, emanated from the windows and balcony. Slightly opening the sliding door, a chilling breeze blew in, and several objects crashed into the room. Tang Tian picked it up, and saw it was an egg-sized hailstone. It might look small, but from a great height, it could be a deadly weapon, instantly taking a life. Not to mention, Tang Tian knew even larger hailstones would follow. Not only would the outside become a freezer, but going outside was impossible. If one wasn't careful, one could easily get a massive hole in the head. But Tang Tian thought again. The things that appear during extreme cold are also needed during extreme heat. Extreme cold requires warmth, while extreme heat requires cooling. Besides, she had a system warehouse. If she could collect these hailstones and accumulated snow, wouldn't that make it possible to use them during extreme heat? After the ice maker arrived, Tang Tian quickly began making ice, hoping to collect more ice for use during extreme heat. She was even still working today. Thinking this way, Tang Tian decided to go for it. The balcony was a small, protruding area surrounded by railings. The awning above was reinforced, so any falling hailstones would fall directly onto the balcony. She only had to collect the accumulated hailstones periodically. Mom, sister, are you feeling cold? How about a cup of hot tea? Tang Tian had stockpiled a large amount of tea leaves, so she could brew tea with just a pinch of her finger. A few days ago, she had even boiled a large amount of hot water and stored it in the system, so it would still be warm. Wei Mingxia frowned, staring out the window, then shook her head. Forget it. In a few hours, it be dawn. Wait until the bed warms up, then we sleep a little longer. We need to be alert. Tian, you be back in your room then, okay? About half an hour later, the temperature inside had dropped to 5 degrees Celsius, meaning the temperature outside had probably already passed freezing. Even with the electric blanket on full blast, the bed was still quite warm. The mother and daughter said good night to each other, and, to the dull thud of hailstones, closed their eyes again and fell asleep. Bang, bang, bang. Shen Boyun sensed movement and opened his eyes instantly. As a member of the South District Police Station's anti-theft team, he possessed the keen sense of a cheetah, and he immediately sensed a lingering chill. The night temperature was just right, allowing him to avoid the need for air conditioning, but also to avoid covering himself with too much. Shen Boyun shook his shoulders, but the noise from the window continued, so he went there first. It was only a crack. 2 more thuds sounded, and 2 spheres landed on the floor at his feet. He squatted down to pick it up and examine it, then was startled. It was actually a palm-sized ice cube. A strong chill stung his fingertips, and Shen Boyun realized it must be hail. But this was even stranger. Hail rarely falls in Spring City, and it mostly occurs in spring and summer, rarely in winter. But the Shen family had actually seen the news. Could it be related to the strange temperatures in the second half of the year and the polar vortex? Shen Boyun closed the door and immediately left the bedroom. He went to the other 2 rooms, knocked on the doors, and woke up his family members, his mother Yan Chunhua and his sister Shen Yaohua. The extreme cold had arrived in the middle of the night, with a temperature difference of more than 30 degrees Celsius from daytime. Even if he didn't freeze to death, if no one warned him, he would at least become seriously ill. The difficulty of surviving subsequent natural disasters would also increase several levels. Fortunately, the latter, having been woken, also felt the cold and hurried out, asking what happened. Shen Boyun said sternly, Mom, it's hailstorming outside, and the temperature has dropped significantly. Hurry and turn on the air conditioner in the bedroom. In the south, there's no central heating, so people rely on small heating devices, the most common of which is air conditioning. Before he could say anything more, Shen Boyun heard his phone ring and hurried to answer it. But the message on the other end only made his brow furrow with every passing moment. After hanging up, he found some thick clothes and put them on, saying to the mother and daughter, "Mom, something's going on at the station, I have to leave now." Yu and Io reinforced the windows at home to prevent them from breaking. Yin Chunhua hesitated, but ultimately said nothing. She had no idea why the temperature outside had suddenly dropped and hail had begun falling, nor did she know what emergency had occurred at the police station. She only knew her son was about to take another risk. Her husband, the siblings' father, had once been a pickpocket police officer. But during one arrest, he was attacked by a hidden team. After being stabbed dozens of times, his uniform stained with blood, he tragically died. At the time, Shin Boyun was already in the police academy, and Shin Yaowe was just starting college. Despite such a tragic event, life had to go on, and Shin Boyun successfully inherited his father's police rank and continued his work in the pickpocketing field. Though Yin Chunhua kept her voice to herself, she was still deeply worried, but she could only silently support him. Shin Yaowe thought for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. "Brother, we don't have a car, and it's hailstorming outside. What if we get hit? I remember we have a helmet left at home. Put it on before you go." "Okay, you and Mom stay home and reinforce the doors and windows. Don't go out until you have news. My intuition tells me this hailstorm isn't just any hailstorm." Shin Boyun agreed immediately, dressed, and left the house. The banging sound lingered, and in the darkness of the early morning, he couldn't be seen leaving. Yin Chunhua and Shin Yaowe had no choice but to obey him. On the other side, they could see more and more windows lit up. It seemed that many more people would suffer from insomnia that night. Chapter 9. The hail continued to fall, and after several hours, the sky outside the window turned a pale. Dark clouds appeared on the horizon, completely blocking out the usually bright sunlight. The world had entered the first day of the apocalypse. The dense hailstones scattered on the ground were almost transparent. Looking down, they appeared cold and white, like the gleam of light from the edge of a knife. Tang Tian had a self-cultivated biological clock. A few minutes of deep sleep would give her enough energy to last almost a whole day. So at this moment, she woke up quickly. She moved Tantan's bed to her own room and turned on the air conditioner and humidifier, making it warm. As soon as she lifted the covers, Tantan sensed it, opened his dark eyes, and the tail propeller behind him started up. She put on her clothes and left the bedroom. The room was silent, with only the sound of the hailstones falling continuously. The hailstones, large and small, accumulated on the balcony, were already as high as her ankles. Thinking Tangy and Wei Mingxiao would still be asleep, Tang Tian washed up before heading to the kitchen. After checking, she discovered the water, electricity, and gas were still running. It seemed the hail hadn't damaged the electrical infrastructure, and the outdoor temperature hadn't dropped low enough to freeze the pipes. The indoor thermometer remained stuck at 5 degrees Celsius. While there was still power, Tang Tian immediately turned on the floor heating. It was a waste not to use it. The New Year's Eve dinner they meticulously prepared yesterday hadn't been finished, especially the rice. So Tang Tian lit the stove, intending to make some steaming hot rice porridge. A bowl would surely warm her hands and feet. Tan Tan now understood that whenever her master entered this room, he was sure to bring out something delicious, so he waited eagerly at her feet, occasionally nudging her slippers with his little paws, as if to remind her. So Tang Tian filled a separate bowl with some rice porridge, just enough to soften the dog food and milk cake. After letting it cool, she trained it a few more times before setting the bowl down and letting it devour its meal. Tian, you're up so early?" Tangy and Wei Mingxiao rubbed their eyes as they walked out of the bedroom, a hint of green even under their eyes. "Mom, sister, let's wash up and eat first. We probably won't be going out for the next few days." Steam rose from the pot. Tang Tian added some side dishes and served breakfast on the table. "By the way, I remembered there's a property management group at Hexinuen. Would you like to join?" Tangy said, pulling out her phone. "Buying a house is a big deal, and you meet many relevant people, like Hexinuen's property management, the neighborhood committee, and even the building group." Thinking she'd be living here long-term, Tangy joined the property management and building group in advance, checking them only occasionally to see if there were any new messages. In fact, in her previous life, Tang Tian had completely treated these groups as a lifeline, believing they would eventually contain important news. But to her surprise, what followed was a barrage of complaints, panic, and verbal abuse, with commotion and conflict everywhere. The neighborhood management committee initially maintained discipline, but later backfired. So, order within Hexinuen collapsed, and this was just a microcosm of society, with future consequences still to be foreseen. Tang Tian no longer receives any messages on messaging apps, from colleagues, friends, advertisers, or banks. But thinking that in the future, their phones would automatically become bricks. She and Wei Mingxia still joined the group. After a simple but warm breakfast, Wei Mingxia decided not to hold her daughter back and opted to exercise. However, her health wasn't good, so she couldn't do anything too intense at first. So, she started with exercises like 8-section brocade Tai Chi. Tang Tian had downloaded videos specifically for this purpose. The latter then opened the system. First, she harvested all the ingredients, then switched to the food store. Sure enough, all the food she had previously placed there was sold out. Pork and scallion dumplings and shepherd's purse and pork wontons were each 15 gold coins. After they sold out, she made 150 gold coins. Tang Tian held her forehead helplessly. Is the food just too low quality, or are gold coins themselves so hard to earn? No wonder the system has a Krypton gold feature. You know, the subsequent recipes are very expensive, and there are other equipment and upgrades to buy. This amount of gold simply isn't enough. But thinking about this, Tang Tian lost her mind again. The family's money was almost gone, with only a little gold left. Wouldn't that mean all the jade and jewelry would have to be purchased for free? Tang Tian had made free purchases in her previous life, but even then, it took a tremendous amount of determination, pushing her moral boundaries, to do so. But then she realized that in the apocalypse, all ethics and morals were less important than one's own hunger and thirst, and all of that had to go to waste. Besides, as the world progressed, the value of these gold and jade items depreciated, becoming less valuable than a bag of rice. Even if it was hailstorming now, there was no chaos, so she wouldn't risk it, and would wait until freezing rain or a blizzard arrived. The first 7 days of novice sign-in were over, and she had earned a total of 3,000 gold coins in 3 days. In addition, she had received a piece of equipment on the second day. A crab cage. Following the system's guidance, Tang Tian placed the crab cage in the water, waiting to see what would emerge. On the third day, she obtained a new ingredient. Ice grass. Tang Tian knew this ingredient was primarily used in cold dishes or salads, but she didn't have a recipe yet, so she temporarily put it in the warehouse. On the last day, after signing in, she received a recipe. Spicy strips. Fragrant and spicy strips, irresistible. 30% chance of gaining a warmth level 1 bonus after consumption. Duration, 1 hour system. Is this the superpower you mentioned? Tang Tian asked, and Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao looked over curiously. Yes, host. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the first food item labeled with a superpower. Warmth is the name of the superpower, and level is the level. The higher the level, the more pronounced the effect. As for the physical manifestation of the superpower, the host probably needs to experience it firsthand. But the literal meaning was clear enough, and Tang Tian understood that this was definitely a delicacy suitable for extreme cold. Tang Tian became interested and continued unlocking recipes. Combining flour with pork unlocks the sesame seed pancake, giant, crispy, and golden brown sesame seed pancake. 30% chance to gain a LV1 bonus to vitality after consumption. At this point, all level in recipes, part 1 have been unlocked. The system then spoke again. Host already has 2 superpower recipes. A reminder, each person can only combine a maximum of 2 superpowers. If you want more, you can upgrade them in the shopping district. Wow, 2 superpowers right off the bat? Tang Tian excitedly went to the shopping district to check, only to be met with a cold shower. Upgrading superpowers also requires gold coins, but the amount required is far greater than upgrading the food plots and warehouses. Seeing Tang Tian feeling a little disappointed, Tang Yi comforted her. It's okay. At least we have 2 superpowers from the start. We all absolutely need the warming effect of spicy noodles. That's the most important thing. Yes, it would be better to unlock more recipes first, and see if there are any other superpowers. Wei Mingxia raised her glasses. Although these were things that young people were more familiar with, she was also trying to absorb and digest them. Tang Tian nodded, glanced at the ingredients in the warehouse, and made dumplings, wontons, and this time, sesame cakes, to sell. She had plenty of food at home, and she didn't have to leave home so early, so there was no need to specially prepare superpowered delicacies. However, since spicy noodles had special effects, she decided to make a batch first. To make spicy noodles, she needed the tofu skin collected in the workshop and the chili peppers harvested from the fields. Because the harvested ingredients were random, and the tofu skin and chili peppers seemed a bit difficult to obtain, the warehouse didn't have any in stock. Tang Tian sighed and decided to continue logging in regularly to collect hail, trying to make the spicy noodles as quickly as possible. 3 days later, Tang Tian went to the balcony. From a distance, she saw the hailstones were already calf deep. As soon as she opened the door, countless hailstones poured into the house. Some were the size of soybeans, eggs, and fists, which was normal. But when Tang Tian started collecting the hailstones into the system, she discovered that some were the size of tennis balls and volleyballs. This was definitely not normal hailstones. After collecting the hailstones, Tang Tian looked up at the thermometer she had installed outside. It was already -5 degrees Celsius. But the temperature in the house was kept around 20 degrees Celsius. The hailstorms that had fallen continuously for 3 days had long been a focal point of discussion. Even the official morning and evening news broadcasts thereafter devoted large portions of their broadcasts to reporting on this bizarre hailstorm. Agricultural losses resulted in the destruction of crops, orchards, and greenhouses. Farms were also damaged by the massive hailstorm. Traffic accidents were frequent, flights were extensively delayed and cancelled, and even rail signals and ships were damaged. And that was just a distant scenario. Just around the corner, the roads were a mess, littered with damaged buildings, vehicles, public facilities, and trees, and the ground was covered in dense hailstones. The authorities wanted to clean up the area, but they risked being hit by large hailstones. And because work hadn't completely stopped, many office workers, despite their complaints, still had to go to work. But doing so would inevitably lead to injuries of varying degrees, leading to a surge in hospital admissions. The building complexes were bustling with activity. People were either getting hit on the head by hail while cleaning balconies, or being surprised by the size of the hailstones, or even having their car windows shattered. Hexinuen had an underground garage, but there were also marked parking spaces next to the building, and some people parked directly on the ground. Unrest and panic grew, and some people became paranoid, with doomsday rumors circulating online. But the apocalypse gimmick resurfaced every few years, always drawing widespread ridicule, and this time was no exception. Most people still dismissed it as an overreaction. After all, after such a long period of heat, wasn't a large hailstorm a normal occurrence after the temperature dropped? But none of this heated discussion affected the Tang family. Swoosh! Swoosh! Tang Tian fashioned a homemade target out of cardboard, foam padding, and wire. She then took out a crossbow and set it up on either side. She took aim and fired 2 arrows, hitting the distant target with only 5 and 6 rings. Tang Yi was lifting weights on the all-in-one machine, while Wei Mingxiao was on the lowest setting on the elliptical trainer. This was Tang Tian's first time using this kind of ranged weapon. In her previous life, she mostly used cold weapons, so she needed to practice while she could still stay home. But even though she had a crossbow, her stockpile of arrows was dwindling with each use. When she went out in the extreme cold, she probably still used cold weapons more. Just because she didn't use them didn't mean she couldn't. Taking the arrow from the target, Tang Tian was about to continue when she heard a sharp knock at the entrance door. Chapter 10. Woof woof. Tan Tan, who had been playing with his toys alone, noticed the noise and immediately spit them out, standing up and barking at the door. It was just a puppy's voice, and still didn't sound very intimidating, but Tang Tian was quite pleased with Tan Tan's alertness. Not rushing to open the door, she checked the surveillance footage first. The footage showed a young woman in a down jacket. Thanks to the multiple angles, Tang Tian finally recognized her. It was the girl she had encountered in the hallway last time, heading to room 1702. But speaking of room 1702, she felt a little strange. She knew there was a police officer there, most likely the middle-aged woman's son, but why had she rarely seen him in her previous life? However, she had heard from Jiang Yao and Tang's father that there was indeed a mother and daughter living across the street, and when their family ran out of supplies, they would go over to beg for some. The word begging was implicit. Seeing that Tang Tian was unwilling to go, Jiang Yao and Tang's father, relying on their physique, attempted to force their way through 1702. But for some reason, they ultimately returned in disgrace. He cursed and vented his remaining anger on the mother and daughter. Thinking about it, it must have been the absence of the police officer, who had left behind tools to defend against the enemy, that saved them from danger. The police officer, needing to be on the front lines, had left the building long ago. Perhaps the reason for the lack of memory was because he hadn't been back much, so naturally they hadn't seen each other often. Tang Tian frowned slightly, turned on the microphone and speaker, and asked, "Who is this?" The person at the door seemed startled, but immediately replied, "Hello, I'm from 1702 next door. I'd like to borrow some medicine. Is that possible?" Shen Yaowei was extremely anxious. The hail had been falling for days, with no sign of stopping, and the temperature continued to drop. Even though the air conditioner was on, and the electric blanket was used, Yan Chunhua still caught a cold. As luck would have it, There was no medicine at home, so she had thought of ordering takeout or running errands, just as she had done the other day when she bought groceries and supplies. But when she checked the app, she discovered that with the continued hailstorm, not only had delivery capacity decreased, but delivery fees had skyrocketed to several hundred yuan. Delivery times at major supermarkets were fully booked, making it impossible to book a spot. She was desperate to leave, but the only helmet she had in the house had been given to Shin Boyun. Yin Chunhua held her back, preventing her from taking the risk of going out. Shin Yaowe had no shortage of money, but being stuck at home and facing widespread shortages led her to ultimately seek help from her neighbors. When they first met, she had felt Tang Tian was cold and distant. To be honest, she had prepared herself for rejection. At worst, she could just visit a few more houses. The other residents might be more familiar with the Shin family. What medicine? A calm question followed over the loudspeaker. Fever-reducing medicine, just a few pills. Soon, the door to 1701 opened, but only halfway. This was the first time Shin Yaowe and Tang Tian had seen each other's faces in their entirety, and they both suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Shin Yaowe quickly reacted, "Thank you. I transfer the money. 2 pills, how about 300 yuan?" Now, people in the property management group and building groups were also seeking medical treatment and medicine. Most of them wanted cough, cold, and fever medicine, as well as medicine for injuries, and the prices had been raised several times. Shin Yaowe had proactively raised the price 100-fold. She didn't believe anyone would refuse such an offer. Unexpectedly, Tang Tian replied, "I don't want money. If you want medicine, you can trade it for supplies. Food, water, and daily necessities are all fine." What? Shin Yaowe's eyes widened in disbelief. These days, are there people who don't want money? And even barter? She frowned, already anxious, and now she felt like she was being tricked. She said unhappily, "If you don't want to give it, don't give it. Is this all fun? I don't want it anymore. I find someone else to buy it." Seeing Shin Yaowe angrily heading for the stairs, Tang Tian closed the door. No wonder she looked familiar. It turned out this girl was a colleague. A prominent blogger in the beauty section, whose ID was Yao Yuexia, was a standout in both looks and figure, and she had plenty of money. But this private temper was new to her. But panic was spreading everywhere, and everyone was extremely impatient, which Tang Tian could understand. It was already lunchtime, so the family heated up their New Year's Eve dinner and continued eating. But just as they were enjoying their meal, there was another knock at the door. Tan Tan, buried in the dog's bowl, finally resisted the temptation and looked up. Tang Tian calmly turned on the surveillance camera again. As she expected, Shin Yaowe had returned. Not only that, she seemed to be holding a plastic bag. Shin Yaowe waited dejectedly at the door, clutching a bag of apples. She even doubted that 1701 would agree to her request. To her surprise, the neighbors, who had always been so kind and helpful, were so unwilling to lend a hand this time. Some were making excuses to avoid the door, some were taking advantage of the chaos to raise the price, and some simply refused to answer the door. Shin Yaowe, who had never worried about food, clothing, or love since childhood, couldn't understand what had happened to Building 15, which had always been so close to each other. Could it be because of this massive hailstorm? But hailstorms will eventually stop. As her thoughts wandered, the door to 1701 opened, instantly perking her up. Shin Yaowe asked, slightly embarrassed, "You asked for supplies? Are these okay?" "They're all freshly bought." Tang Tian peered into the bag, which weighed over 2 kilograms, and handed over 2 fever-reducing pills. Shin Yaowe was overjoyed and wanted to go home after the transaction was completed, but Tang Tian asked, bafflingly, "Is anyone in your family a police officer?" Shin Yaowe was stunned. This wasn't a secret in the building, so she instinctively replied, "Yes, what's wrong?" The dark clouds haven't dispersed, and they only grown deeper. "I don't know if the hail will stop anytime soon. I don't know if it will get worse, but it's best to have someone home." Tang Tian finished speaking, closing the door before Shin Yaowe could react. Tang Tian stared at the heavy, sturdy door, a thought forming in his mind. He frowned, and finally returned home silently. After dinner, there was fruit. Tang Tian took a big bite, the sweet flavor overflowing. Apples are also very durable. Keeping them at low temperatures, they should last at least a month. It seemed Shin Yaowe had been able to discern the situation and make the right decision. In her past life, Tang Tian had witnessed many people who, despite being too obsessed with prestige, endured untold suffering, refusing to turn back even after hitting a wall, only to suffer the consequences themselves. Besides, she was making this attempt to see what kind of people there were in 1702. This represented a glimpse into whether they could live in peace in the future. If the outcome wasn't favorable, given that there was a police officer who might return, it would be difficult to deal with. After a break, Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao practiced their melee weapons, following the video and looking quite competent. Tang Tian, on the other hand, opened the system. After a while, the food she had previously set up had sold out again. I wonder if the Xiaoping, sesame cake, is a delicacy with a special ability tag, but it costs 25 gold coins per serving. Because it's more profitable than other delicacies, and the ingredients are easy to make, Tang Tian decided to sell only Xiaoping, sesame cake, from now on. After collecting some ingredients, she was pleasantly surprised to find 3 servings of tofu skin and chili peppers, so she immediately made 3 servings of spicy noodles. To eat, she had to take them out of the system. When she took one out, it looked like a packaged snack, weighing about 50 grams. Opening the package, the spicy noodles were bright red, coated in chili powder. The rich aroma lingered on her nose, whetting her appetite. Tang Tian took a bite. It was incredibly chewy, as if every tooth and taste bud were filled with the spicy, fresh, and fragrant flavor, leaving a lingering aftertaste. The heating was still on at home, and after finishing a bag of spicy noodles, Tang Tian's nose was covered in a thin layer of sweat. Unfortunately, after finishing the bag of spicy noodles, she didn't gain any superpowers. Host, now that you have gold coins, you can go to the shopping district, the system kindly reminded her. Tang Tian drank a glass of water, and switched directly to the shopping district. The large amount in the gold coin column was the 3,000 gold coins she had received for signing in earlier. She could indeed buy something. The system spoke again. Host, given the current situation, we recommend purchasing the recipe collection Warm and Cozy Crimson Cuisine first. The name of this recipe sounds perfect for extreme cold. Could it have the same effect as spicy noodles? Tang Tian opened the store and found the recipe the system mentioned. It cost exactly 3,000 gold coins, so she bought it immediately. A quick glance revealed a recipe made with various red foods. But to see the specific effects, she probably had to cook the food herself. But after a closer look, Tang Tian realized she couldn't currently make the dishes in the recipe. Because the recipes were all dishes, they seemed to require not only the ingredients, but also the necessary tools. For example, the opening recipe, bright red, sweet, and juicy berries paired with poultry eggs. Stir-fried, is a familiar home-cooked dish in Yin country. It was immediately clear what it was. The ingredients were in the warehouse, but without the tools, it was impossible to make. N-level recipes are simpler, and can be prepared directly. It seems the dishes will need to be upgraded. Tang Tian checked the tools. The first item, the iron pot, costs 1,000 gold coins. After buying the recipes, the remaining money was all she earned from the food store, which wasn't enough. Tang Tian frowned and immediately pulled 2 gold bracelets from the warehouse. These were the last gold she had. Wei Mingxiao had bought these bracelets specifically for her and her sister, each weighing 20 grams. System, how many gold coins can I get for these? Tang Tian was growing tired of slowly earning gold coins. Besides, given her current situation, she probably didn't have much time left to explore new lands. Host, these are worth a total of 60,000 gold coins. Are you sure you want to spend all of them? Tang Tian nodded and said, then I spend half first. Then, the gold bracelets disappeared, and the corresponding number immediately appeared in the gold bar, causing Tang Tian to breathe a sigh of relief. What are we waiting for? Buy them. Woks, soup pots, stew pots, ovens. These are cooking tools, so they're a must-buy, and none of them are cheap. In addition, Tang Tian also bought a wine barrel and a juicer. The food made with these appliances is easy to eat, and has no strong odor. Afterward, Tang Tian also bought fishing nets and beehives to place at the food collection sites. The crab cages given for signing in, when placed in the water, not only would they yield fish, but also had a chance of yielding shrimp, snails, river snails, clams, and other ingredients. Once the other equipment was installed, even more new ingredients would surely be available. She also bought the remaining N-level recipes, Part 3 and Part 4, completing her N-level recipe collection. She also separately purchased a copy of the R-level recipe Part 1. After buying so many things in one go, Tang Tian finally felt comfortable. She had finally been reborn, and she didn't want to feel so cramped. Of course, while spending money might bring temporary relief, she needed to improve herself and find the right opportunity to go out and find more money. Chapter 11. A week after the hailstorm, the outdoor temperature dropped to -10 degrees Celsius. Spring City had never experienced such temperatures before, and the side effects were quite severe. Every household's water pipes were frozen to varying degrees. To prevent cracking, people had to leave the faucets running only to drip. Only those with ground source heat pump systems were able to provide some protection from the freezing. In fact, the low temperature made it easy to solve the problem. But the hail, which continued to fall, and the hailstones grew larger and larger, gradually threw the entire community into chaos. Cars were severely damaged, and the owners of Hexinuen hurriedly drove their cars into the underground garage, regardless of parking spaces or collisions. Many glass windows were cracked and shattered by the large hailstones, and the cold wind rushed into their homes. Residents complained in the property management group chat, but received no response. People need to eat, but many residents are office workers, especially young people who eat takeout. They have little food stored at home, and can only rely on delivering in. But most of the surrounding businesses were closed. Even the few restaurants, shops, and pharmacies that remained open had prices increased tenfold. The most outrageous thing was the delivery fee, which had already soared to around 500 yuan, and was likely to continue rising. Despite such high delivery costs, some delivery drivers, wearing helmets, still took the risk of working. But the hailstones were getting bigger and bigger. A single one could easily be the size of a dragon fruit, and even with a helmet, getting hit would be a serious injury. Some people, unwilling to waste so much money, simply took precautions themselves and decided to ride their bikes or cars to buy supplies. However, after a week of continuous hailstorms, the ground had already reached heights as high as half a person, making it nearly impossible to move, and accidents were frequent. Police, firefighters, and ambulances were unable to arrive in time, forcing some people to seek medical treatment or community clinics on their own. But these clinics were already overcrowded, with barely enough room to stand. Medical staff were also inadequate, sparking widespread complaints. Seeing the hailstorm worsen, Spring City activated its emergency plan for cold snaps and issued a 6-stop policy. Except for government agencies and businesses that ensure the city's operations, all work, classes, transportation, flights, parks, and businesses were suspended. In addition, officials decided to conduct large-scale artificial hail suppression. Even businesses were strictly prohibited from arbitrarily raising prices or colluding to raise prices. Officials would soon deliver supplies to ensure people's livelihoods. This news, broadcast nationwide, was like a dazzling morning star, illuminating the dark clouds in the sky and inspiring confidence, anticipation, and hope in most people. But despite this good news, the current state of chaos would undoubtedly continue for a while. Tang Tian even felt that this was just the beginning of humanity's gradual alienation. To prevent the water pipes at home from freezing completely, they kept them running, and they continued to store water in containers, which they then stored in the warehouse. It was unknown when the power went out, but the heating system and other appliances remained on. Wei Mingxia had never experienced the apocalypse, and was always worried, so she wanted to cook some food first, and then store it in the warehouse. Tang Tian didn't want her to worry too much, so she went along with her plan. Cold weather was perfect for hot pot, shrimp, cabbage, vermicelli noodles, meat, and the various frozen meatballs they stockpiled. These alone could be combined to create several different hot pots. Smelling the faint aroma wafting from the kitchen, Tang Tian finished lifting weights and began experimenting with boxing, then moved on to chopping and crossbow techniques. The intense exercise had her sweating profusely. Naturally, Tang Yi, seeing this, didn't want to slack off. If they really had to go out in the future, it would be the two of them who would be doing it most, so she couldn't afford to be a drag. However, after resting from her workout, Tang Tian was wiping her sweat when she heard another knock at the door. Tang Tian immediately turned on the surveillance camera, which showed 2 or 3 strangers, both men and women. But she knew that, not just these few, there would surely be many more to come. She thought for a moment, showed the surveillance footage to Tang Yi, and asked, "Sister, look at these people. Do you recognize any of them?" She and Wei Mingxia didn't know anyone here at all, but Tang Yi wasn't sure. Tang Yi tilted her head, thinking for a moment. She pointed at one of them, the woman leading the group, and said, "This seems to be the building manager. I met her when I led the renovation team here. She was the one who invited me to join the building group. The others? They must be other residents, right?" Tang Tian curled her lips at this. "The building manager bringing other residents straight to our door. That's definitely not good news." Wei Mingxia, sitting next to them, asked, "Should we not answer the door, or?" Tang Tian thought about agreeing. After all, the building wasn't completely in chaos yet. However, her house only had one door, so she chose not to open it, but instead turned on the loudspeaker to ask. Zhang Manqin and the others were stunned by the voice, their faces filled with disbelief. This new family was incredibly rude, weren't they? But thinking she had something to ask for, she had to swallow her anger. Zhang Manqin forced a smile and said, "Hello, I'm the building manager. Several households in Building 15 had their windows broken by hail, and now the whole house is covered in hail. We can't use any electrical appliances, and it's freezing. I contacted the property management, and they said they discussed squeezing in with the neighbors. Of course, I definitely pay the rent, and you name your price." The people behind her nodded like chickens pecking at rice, fearing another rejection. Hexinduan has 20 floors, with 2 households per floor. About 6 households had their windows broken by hail. The hail continued to fall, rolling into the homes, accompanied by a biting, cold wind. It was truly unbearable. Not many people were fretting about doomsday these days, and since the matter was handled by the longtime building manager, after some negotiation, some people agreed. Some, however, were asking for exorbitant rents. But Zhang Manqin didn't care. Mission accomplished. She valued her position as building manager the most. Rounding it up, she was a member of the neighborhood committee, so naturally she considered herself a higher class than the average resident and constantly competed for the title of best building manager. Currently, only 2 families were left without a place to live, but with 3 floors still available, it shouldn't be a problem. Residents of 1701 had only officially moved in a dozen days earlier, so they were definitely more vulnerable than the other residents. It was certain they would be able to make it. Unexpectedly, a clear voice came over the loudspeaker. "I have several people in my family and no space. You should find someone else." Zhang Man's heart choked at being rejected so bluntly, feeling a little embarrassed in front of outsiders. But she understood that the buyers of 1702 were a newlywed couple, possibly with a family, so it might not be convenient. But what kind of attitude is this? In the hallway, where the chill air continued to rise from below, Zhang Manqin grumbled a few words of displeasure, but ultimately, without further ado, she led her men to knock on the door of room 1702. To her surprise, room 1702 didn't answer, leaving her furious and leaving the 17th floor. At this point, they still don't seem to be united. Each and every one of them is so troublesome. Seeing Zhang Manqin leave, Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, how could they agree to let a stranger stay? Even if they had the money, it wouldn't work. It was almost dinner time, and the family cooked a large pot of cabbage, pork, and vermicelli stew, enough for everyone. Wei Mingxiao also stored the other prepared dishes in the warehouse, so they could still be taken out hot and eaten immediately. However, the latter wasn't satisfied with just preparing meals, and prepared a batch of simple breakfasts and drinks, also ready to eat. Scallion pancakes, steamed buns, rice balls. Wei Mingxiao even took out a blender, capable of blending grains, soy milk, fruits, and vegetables, and was busy. Tang Tian and Tang Yi were on the sofa in the living room, one tinkering with the system, while the other gathered whatever intelligence and data they could find. But as Tang Yi was reading, she came across some bad news. Tang Tian looked over, and saw that the authorities' artificial hail suppression efforts had little effect. The hail only slowed down for a moment, before returning to its usual pace. After repeated attempts without success, the public continued to inquire, forcing the authorities to come forward and explain the situation. But the authorities didn't give up completely. This setback didn't deter them, and they quickly developed other plans, implementing various physical hail suppression methods and accelerating the delivery of supplies to ensure people's livelihoods were prioritized. Tang Tian didn't mind this mixed bag of news, as it was practically the same as in her previous life. After harvesting a batch of ingredients, she first turned them all into spicy noodles. "Mom, sister, you should try the delicacies produced by this system. You might even gain supernatural powers," Tang Tian said, taking out 2 portions of spicy noodles and handing them to them. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao had also figured out the system settings, so they enthusiastically took them and started digging in. "You know what? This stuff is quite delicious." In the eyes of Wei Mingxiao's generation, spicy noodles were pure junk food. But cats have their own special noodles, and humans have their own special noodles, so these spicy noodles were perfectly suitable. Just as they finished eating, a system tone suddenly echoed in their minds. Ding! Member Wei Mingxia achieved warmth level 1. Duration, 1 hour. Tang Tian asked in surprise, "Mom, do you feel anything special?" Wei Mingxia's cheeks flushed, and she wiped the sweat from her nose. She replied, "The temperature in our room was originally around 20 degrees Celsius, but now it feels like it's gone up 3 or 4 degrees. It's working." With Wei Mingxia's personal experience, Tang Tian felt a little more reassured. If she could unlock higher levels and last longer, she might not even need the heating system anymore. She had already squandered most of the gold she earned from her last Krypton gold purchase, leaving only about 1,000. She decided not to spend it, but to save up for a new piece of equipment. A well. The well would provide water. Tang Tian wasn't sure how this would be used for her gourmet food, but it was incredibly useful to her family. Well water could be drawn directly from the system. Wasn't that like having an unlimited supply of water? Thinking of this, she quickly made a batch of sesame cakes, paired them with other delicacies, and sold them at the gourmet shop. Chapter 12. Neighbors, we're buying food at a high price. No one will be turned away. We guarantee you be satisfied. Does anyone have baby formula? I pay 10 times the price. Please, the kids can't go without food. My water pipes are completely frozen. Can anyone let us get some water? I pay. I'm buying frostbite cream at a high price. My family's frostbite is coming back in this awful weather, and their hands and feet are practically rotting. Building 15 had over 100 residents, including tenants. The hail continued to fall, and after a few days, the people couldn't stand it any longer. It wouldn't take long for the hail to reach 99 plus. Tang Tian went to the balcony to reinforce it again and collect the hailstones. Thankfully, the hailstones hadn't increased in size. The largest she'd seen so far was the size of a football. But the hailstones outside had risen again, and the temperature had dropped to around minus 15 degrees Celsius. More and more windows were broken, but finding someone else to stay with them was no longer an option. Those who had previously successfully rented the apartment began to clash, mostly over trivial matters like eating, drinking, and going to the bathroom. Tenants who couldn't bear the shame could only endure the humiliation, while the more assertive ones would simply evict the residents. But those who were evicted weren't happy. Having paid the agreed rent, they kept pestering the residents and harassing them. The building was starting to become chaotic, but the chaos outside the community was even worse. After the official policy was implemented, the expensive delivery and product fees were indeed eliminated. However, all food delivery platforms simply suspended operations, no longer accepting orders, and riders were nowhere to be seen on the roads. Some people still tried to go out and buy supplies. Stores, supermarkets, and pharmacies had returned to their usual prices, but they were generally sold out and out of stock, worse than before. Besides the hail, the roads were littered with damaged plants, glass, tiles, billboards, streetlights, and other objects. There were hardly any cars to be seen. Occasionally, a police car, fire truck, or ambulance might be seen, but they were also struggling to navigate the hailstorm. Tang Tian and Tang Yi had just finished a round of crossbow practice. However, the crossbow bolts were still too large, so Tang Tian paused and opened the system warehouse to see if there were any replacements. Tang Yi, on the other hand, checked her phone to see if there were any new messages in the building management chat group. Unexpectedly, she hadn't looked long when she suddenly saw a question from another resident. By the way, I remember someone moved to the 17th floor a while ago and drove a large car. Did they buy a lot of things? Tang Yi's heart skipped a beat. Who would have thought that their family, who hadn't made any noise, would still be targeted? Outsiders' eyes are truly everywhere. She hurriedly called Tang Tian over, and new messages appeared in the group chat even faster than they could. Is this true? Did you see it with your own eyes? I don't think 1701 has spoken in a while. Did something happen? If that's true, I think they're just hiding it. After all, they're new here, and don't have a sense of mutual support. At 1701, I can pay for it, any price. Tang Tian frowned and was about to reply when another message popped up below. 1702, and Sue, they just moved in. The car is filled with moving stuff and renovations. What else could it be? The hailstorm came so suddenly, no one expected it. Don't blame them. The resident called and Sue replied, Oh, I'm really worried. My grandchildren came over for Chinese New Year, and the whole family stayed here. We're using up a lot of food. The child cries every day, and is getting thin from hunger. If there's no food, then there's no food. Why are you so anxious? Thinking about it, 1702's words made sense, and the story was moved on, the criticism originally directed at 1701 resolved. But Tang Tian still sent a message, My family just moved in, and we haven't even prepared much for the new year yet, and now we're hit by this hailstorm. There are several people in our family, and we're so worried. Does anyone in the neighborhood have any food? Please help. But this message seemed to be quickly ignored by the others. The natural disaster actually struck during the long New Year holiday, and many families had at least some New Year's supplies ready. Those clamoring for food now are singles who already have limited supplies, and those who can't stand the hardship and want better food. The Tang family's excuse was very convincing. This was a real famine, so no one wanted to pay attention, fearing they would be pestered for food. But Tang Tian didn't expect 1702 to actually offer their help. And the tone didn't sound like Shen Yaowe. Could it be that middle-aged woman? After all, they all helped, big and small. Just then, another resident posted, "Don't worry, neighbors. Our building manager just had a meeting with the neighborhood committee today. Official supplies will soon be arriving in our neighborhood. They be delivered then. But now is a special situation. We're one building, like one family. Unite and work hard to overcome this. This disaster will eventually pass." When people saw this, they tagged the building manager for detailed inquiries, but were also overjoyed. Tangy breathed a sigh of relief. Now she understood, you can't be the first to speak up, but you can't remain silent either. Those with ulterior motives will definitely come after you no matter what. So after that, she would follow the trend and send a few messages asking for help every once in a while, but that's a story for another time. 3 days later, a large truck slowly drove down the road. It stopped briefly at the gate of Hexinuan, and several fully armed rescue workers got out. They braved the hailstorm, put away several boxes of supplies, and then hurried back to the truck and left. The neighborhood committee and property management immediately took over the boxes. After registering the information and confirming the plan, it was distributed to each building, and the building managers made unified distribution. Zhang Manqin posted a notice in the group chat, asking everyone, starting from the first floor, to bring their ID cards, household registration books, and other documents and go to the door of 1201 in order of floor number to collect the supplies. This was probably the first time the Tang family had left their homes since the apocalypse, but at that moment, the mother and daughters were eating at home. This time, there was a new supernatural delicacy on the table, courtesy of the system. Tomato scrambled eggs. Delicious and fragrant, and especially delicious with rice. 30% chance of gaining a warmth level 2 bonus after consumption. If paired with rice, the chance increases by 15%. Duration, 4 hours. This delicacy was also created to gain superpowers in preparation for the upcoming outing. The red tomatoes, almost cooked to a crisp, paired with a soft egg, were saturated with warm, juicy liquid, coating each grain of the crystal-clear rice. Every bite was salty, sweet, sour, and tangy, making one spoonful crave 2. System delicacies can be consumed until one gains superpowers, so in the end, all 3 of them gained bonuses. The temperature at level 2 was more pronounced. After Tang Tian finished eating, she felt so hot that she wanted to strip down to her bare clothes. Thankfully, because she was able to collect supplies, all the grudges and grievances within the building seemed instantly wiped out, a harmonious unity. They quickly reached the 17th floor. Tang Tian noticed that 1702 had already left, so she and Tangy prepared to go out, leaving Wei Mingxiao behind to look after the house. Even though there was a supernatural meal, Tang Tian still wore a thick coat with a heat pack underneath. She wore cotton boots with warming pads on her feet. She also wore a hat, gloves, and a scarf. Although there was no wind after she left the room, the corridor was still freezing. Having just emerged from the room, she hadn't felt too cold. She walked down the stairs and unexpectedly ran into Shen Yaowe and Yin Chunhua, who were carrying bags. Yin Chunhua smiled faintly at them and said, "Go get the supplies. We have quite a bit this time." Tang Tian responded with a friendly expression and nodded in agreement. The 4 of them passed each other. They quickly reached the 12th floor. To prevent the heat from escaping, the door to the building manager's house was locked. Tang Tian went up and rang the doorbell. To her surprise, after ringing 2 or 3 times, the door remained silent. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, her mind immediately wandering to what happened last time. Was Zhang Manqin trying to intimidate her? Sure enough, a few minutes passed before Zhang Manqin slowly came over to open the door. She glanced at the 2 sisters and said, "You're a little slow. You know, there are other people waiting upstairs to collect supplies. You just moved in, so you need to get along with your neighbors quickly. It'd be easier later." She could hear the sarcasm in Zhang Manqin's tone, but she didn't bother to argue. If things hadn't gotten completely out of hand yet, and she couldn't go too far, she would have definitely gone all out. So she coldly asked, "Where are the supplies?" Seeing Tang Tian unmoved, Zhang Manqin pouted and grabbed a notebook and pen from the nearby cupboard. She reached out and said, "You need to register to collect supplies. It's 1 supply per person. I need to see your ID." Tangy handed over the 3 people's ID cards. Zhang Manqin looked at them with a puzzled look. She clearly remembered a good-looking young man who had seemed very close to Tang Yi. How could he be gone? But seeing that it was just the mother and daughter, something moved her. After returning the ID cards, she rustled around behind the door again, finally handing over a plastic bag. Here, these are your family's supplies. Take them. Others will be arriving soon. Tang Tian took it, but after a brief glance inside the bag, she quickly raised her foot and pressed it against the closing door. Zhang Manqin was startled and asked, what do you want? Tang Tian narrowed her eyes and snorted, how could there be so little for 3 people? And this time, they were supposed to give out heating pads. Where are the things? The plastic bag contained only 3 vacuum-packed rice bricks, 3 cans of luncheon meat, 2 pounds of potatoes, and a bag of salt. This was not nearly enough for 3 people. In Tang Tian's previous life, it was probably around this time that she received official emergency supplies. Jiang Yao was also home at the time, and the supplies for 4 people were several times more than this. Although it took a long time before they received more supplies, it couldn't have been this small. Because it was their first time receiving supplies, the 4 of them were thrilled, and Tang Tian still remembers it vividly. Especially the all-important heat pads, which simply disappeared. She could treat the sarcasm as a fart, but she would absolutely not tolerate any shortage or even withholding of supplies. Chapter 13. Zhang Man, anxious, waved her hands and said, stop talking nonsense. These are the supplies they delivered. My family has the same. Tang Tian sneered, pulled a baton from his jacket, and swung it out, shouting, I've seen the other residents' supplies. You're clearly missing ours. If you don't give them out, I'd be rude. Who's that? Making such a fuss? The next second, a young man emerged from the room, his hands shoved in his cotton pajama pants pockets, and approached casually. In reality, he had already overheard some of the conversation inside. He raised an eyebrow and said disdainfully, You're just picking on me, aren't you? My mom said there's nothing missing, so why don't you just leave? Tang Yi, pulling Tang Tian along, joined in, smiling, Auntie Zhang, my sister is a bit short-tempered, but these supplies are definitely not enough for our family. We're neighbors from now on, so let's not be so rude to each other, okay? Zhang Manqin's face remained sullen, but her son Yu Ming's heart suddenly raced when he took in Tang Yi's features. This woman is truly stunning. Before Yu Ming could speak, he cleared his throat and said, Mom, I remember we have some extra supplies. Since they're new neighbors, why don't you give them a little more? Zhang Manqin rolled her eyes in anger. Couldn't this foolish son see that the sisters were playing the good cop and the bad cop? Tang Tian lost her patience. She handed the baton to Tang Yi and pulled a fruit knife from her pocket. The newly sharpened tip of the knife emitted a faint glow in the dim corridor. You can't say more than 3 times. Hurry up and tell me I have bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. Killing someone isn't illegal. Zhang Manqin's face changed drastically. She started to wonder why this person seemed strange, and stammered, all right, I get it. Wait a minute. She quickly closed the door. Hey, I was just watching. Your new family is so uncultured, isn't it? How long has she been the building manager? Would she cheat you out of something like that? Young people, you should be less aggressive and more reserved. Zhang Manqin was startled. Suddenly, the door to 1202, across the street opened, and an Annie, about her own age, emerged, grumbling in frustration. Without a sharp edge, what's the point of calling yourself a young person? Tang Tian snorted, don't worry. If she can embezzle our things now, she might be able to embezzle yours in the future. Just don't cry when the time comes. You? All right, stop arguing. Zhang Manqin opened the door again, with a stern face, and thrust another plastic bag in. She ignored 1202's words, shooing the 2 sisters away like flies. Here's your stuff. Get out of here. Tang Tian checked and saw some more supplies, including the most important heat pads. She sheathed her weapons, and went upstairs with Tang Yi without looking back. Sister Zhang, you're the building manager. Don't indulge them. Accusing you of withholding supplies for no reason is a serious accusation. The aunt in 1002 said this. Since they lived close to each other, they naturally sided with Zhang Manqin, and stood up for her against the Tang sisters' attitude. However, Zhang Manqin only responded casually and closed the door, feeling a little guilty. The 2 sisters looked delicate and vulnerable, but they were surprisingly tough. The younger sister, in particular, was an absolute lunatic, but remembering Tang Tian's cold, hailstone-like gaze, Zhang Manqin suddenly felt angry, ashamed, and guilty. This time, a lot of emergency supplies had been distributed, and there were also long-lasting vegetables like cabbage. She got creative, and quietly broke off a few leaves. If she collected them from the entire building, that would be several kilograms. She regretted having gone too far in her momentary anger, but fortunately, the other neighbors probably still didn't know about this. After returning home, Tang Tian briefly sorted through the supplies she had received. 6 rice bricks, 6 cans of meat, 4 huge cabbages, 3 kilograms of potatoes, a bag of salt and a bag of sugar, and several heating pads. These supplies, if eaten sparingly, would last at least a month. But at that moment, no one probably imagined that with the continued natural disasters, and the many people who would starve, these supplies would probably be gone in less than 2 weeks. In their previous life, the Tang family had been similarly assuming the next wave of aid would arrive soon, so they ate according to their usual portions. Having previously experienced starvation, Jiang Yao's appetite was larger, so they finished all the food in just over a week. But after waiting for so long and finding no supplies, they had no choice but to start scrimping and saving, their minds groaning with hunger. All the supplies were stored in the warehouse, and Tang Tian finally found a replacement for the crossbow. A nail gun she bought at the hardware store. She vaguely remembered that in her previous life, when she was out foraging for supplies, she'd seen someone holding something that shot nails. It was a nail gun they modified themselves, and while its power was considered a low-end firearm, it still held its own in the Yin Kingdom's final days, where firearms were scarce. So Tang Tian decided to practice with her crossbow, and then her nail gun. The family meticulously followed the preset training plan, improving their cardiopulmonary function and looking more energetic. Tang Tian's round face had faded, but she knew it wasn't enough. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiu were exercising again, so she turned on the system. After diligently harvesting ingredients, she unlocked some dishes with superpower tags. Among the red dishes were borscht with a temperature level of 3, apple pie with a fire barrier level of 1, and candied haws with a fuel level of 1. She could understand the superpowers of the first two, but the candied haws piqued her interest. The fireplace was installed, but she hadn't used it yet. However, she and Xin Yuan had managed to keep the power on until now, so they were using the heating system, and since they were eating superpower dishes, they weren't too cold. The ingredients for making candied haws are simple, using only hawthorns harvested from the orchard and sugar from the workshop. Tang Tian planned to make a batch to store. The N-level recipes are mostly staples, but perhaps because she's unlocked more and more recipes, many of the dishes have supernatural tags. For example, Xiaomai, also with the LV1 physique, sunny side up eggs, LV1 brilliance, American coffee, LV1 speed enhancement, and double skin milk, LV1 strength enhancement. There are also a few items that Tang Tian is particularly interested in. Glutinous rice balls, LV1 supernatural blind box, spring rolls, LV1 gold attribute, Qingtuan, LV1 wood attribute, and salad, LV1 wind attribute. Of these, Qingtuan is the most special, even labeled as a seasonal item by the system. The key ingredient was also the mugwort Tang Tian had obtained from the forest. The two powers of metal and wood were too general, but after the system explained it, Tang Tian understood that they allowed her to manipulate metal and control plants. Since I'm planning to plant something at home, this will definitely be very useful. The wind attribute of the salad is self-explanatory, and it's also very easy to make, requiring only 3 different leafy vegetables. As for the Tangyuan power blind box, after the system explained it, Tang Tian also understood. Once triggered, she would be asked to choose one of several different powers, with a high degree of randomness, and some of them might even be powers she had never encountered or unlocked before. Now she only hated herself for only possessing 2 superpowers at once. She wanted them all. As she unlocked more recipes, her superpower slots would expand. Wouldn't she be invincible in the apocalypse? Unfortunately, after visiting the shopping district, Tang Tian discovered that opening another superpower slot would require a full 100,000 gold coins. Even if she spent all her remaining gold, it still wouldn't be enough. Not to mention relying solely on the food store's revenue. How long would it take to buy this upgrade? Thankfully, as recipes were unlocked, the prices of superpower-labeled foods gradually increased. Take, for example, the green rice dumpling, which could sell for 200 gold coins each, which gave Tang Tian some comfort. Good news, the hail outside was gradually fading. Bad news, the temperature dropped to around -20 degrees Celsius. Increasingly, hailstorms damaged power lines and houses in older residential areas, communities with aging facilities, and even remote villages. Authorities were forced to evacuate residents to nearby shelters. Tang Tian went to the balcony to collect hailstones, as usual today. Looking around, she saw only a few huge hailstones falling occasionally, making a banging sound when they landed on the hailstone layer. but her brow remained furrowed. If she remembered correctly, there would be a final, intense hailstorm, utterly devastating everything with all its might. Although there had been no hail since then, there had been freezing rain and blizzards, the world completely frozen. Just then, she saw a vehicle entering the residential complex in the distance. It resembled the old sprinkler trucks, but this time it wasn't water, but de-icing agent. After strolling around Hixingyuan, the vehicle slowly drove away, continuing on to the next community. "Host, be careful," the system suddenly shouted. Tang Tian reacted to the sudden appearance of a large hailstone falling from the sky, hurtling towards her. She instinctively raised her hand, and a nearly transparent, pale red barrier suddenly appeared before her eyes. The moment the rapidly falling hailstones made contact with the barrier, they actually stopped, began to melt, and finally landed on the balcony. Tang Tian hissed, and she felt a sudden, sharp pain at the back of her head. This was the fire barrier ability she had gained after eating apple pie. Apple pie is arguably the most complex dish, requiring flour, apples, eggs, sugar, butter, and so on. Tang Tian happened to have all of these ingredients in her warehouse, so she took the opportunity to unlock the recipe. She hadn't eaten the portion she made yet, but she had just taken it out today to make afternoon tea dessert. Luckily, she had gained an additional ability, but she hadn't expected to use it so soon. But Tang Tian didn't feel any joy. She rubbed her head, feeling dizzy, and hurried back to her room. Aside from passive abilities, the host's active use of abilities requires mental energy. Fire barrier is considered a more advanced ability, and the host's discomfort likely stemmed from the exhaustion of mental energy from using it directly. After explaining, the system quickly offered a solution. "Host, since you already purchased a juicer and a wine barrel, we recommend using these two devices to create dishes that increase your mental power. Just level 1 alone depletes your mental power. Even if you unlock advanced abilities, you probably won't be able to use them, right?" Tang Tian finally recovered somewhat. She shook her head and asked the system again, "Then how do I increase my mental power?" "Host, you simply need to use your abilities more often. Over time, your mental power will deepen, and you naturally be able to use higher level abilities. It seems you're leveling up through continuous depletion. But right now, the most important thing for Tang Tian is, as expected, unlocking the various recipes." Chapter 14. The de-icing trucks arrived twice a day, and the hail on the ground gradually began to melt. This time, the authorities also organized a special hailstorm emergency team to follow behind and deal with the remaining hail, including police and firefighters. Hail thudded down, occasionally hitting the unit doors, shattering the glass, and scattering debris into the hail. In the afternoon, the de-icing trucks arrived at Hixingyuan again, followed by several small cars, and a group of people got out. They were also fully armed with engineering shovels, and immediately began to shovel hailstones. When some residents saw them from their windows, they cheered and applauded, their hunger and thirst forgotten for a moment. They also breathed a sigh of relief, believing that this natural disaster was finally over. After several hours of hard work, only smaller hailstones remained on the ground, and some large hailstones had been broken into pieces. At least walking and driving were possible. After the team boarded the bus and departed, 2 men wearing helmets and carrying packages remained and arrived at Building 15. At the door, the younger man looked troubled, as if he felt it was inappropriate to just visit. It had been so long since he left home, and Shinboyun had been incredibly busy until now. Cheng Jing had just graduated from the police academy last year and had been assigned to the South District Police Station under Shinboyun's supervision, forming a close relationship. After the hailstorm, the situation was urgent, and most of the police officers on the front lines were involved in disaster relief. But humans are inherently insignificant in the face of natural disasters. Shinboyun had lost several colleagues, and Cheng Jing's family lived in a more remote area, where the damage was even worse. He couldn't return, so he could only use communication devices to contact them to report his safety. Fortunately, the hailstorm seemed to have subsided over the past few days, allowing them to finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was only because the Institute knew Shinboyun lived here, and had been on shift, that he had time to go home. "The hail hasn't completely stopped yet. How could I let you risk your life to go home? Stop talking nonsense and follow me." "Hee, I knew Brother Yun was a good man." The two chatted as they made their way to the door of 1702. Shinboyun opened the door with his fingerprint. Yin Chanhua and Shin Yaowei were naturally surprised to see him back. After the introductions, Shinboyun put down his package, which contained some supplies, food, water, equipment, and especially medicine, all distributed by the Institute, which was better than the official supplies. Shen Boyun asked with concern, and Yin Chunhua, intending to conceal the details, shook her head. But before she could say anything, Shen Yaowe, the big mouth, spilled the beans. She not only mentioned Shen Boyun's fever, but also how she had exchanged medicine for it at 1701. They were reminded of the shortage of supplies, only to discover they were, and then they went to Zhang Manqin and made a scene. If Yin Chunhua hadn't brought the supplies to the entrance of building 1701, remembering the fever-reducing medicine she exchanged for them, and Tang Tian hadn't accepted the gift and reminded them again, they wouldn't have known that each person's portion of heat pads was 30. But when they returned to count, they discovered they only received 28. It was obvious they were taking advantage of the residents' lack of information about the total number of supplies, believing they could go unnoticed if they snatched a few. With the temperature dropping so sharply now, besides food, warmth is paramount. The building manager's blatant withholding of supplies, coupled with the neighbor's previous indifference, had Shen Yaowe in her rage, and she immediately rushed to Zhang Manqin to demand them, and Yin Chunhua couldn't stop her. Fortunately, the fight wasn't too serious. Once she encountered a tough opponent, Zhang Manqin found an excuse to evade them, and the matter was over. But Shen Yaowe didn't understand. She simply felt that everyone she knew had changed because of this hailstorm, and this made her feel a little uneasy. She hesitated for a moment before asking, "Brother, when will this hailstorm end? Do you know anything about it?" "Xiaoyao, stop messing around." Yin Chunhua frowned and said, "The hail has been noticeably smaller these past 2 days. Maybe in a few days." But before he could finish his words, a sudden crashing sound rang out from the window. Shen Boyun's heart skipped a beat. He quickly gave his helmet to Yin Chunhua and told them to retreat to the inner room. Seeing this, Cheng Jing also gave his helmet to Shen Yaowe. The glass window on the living room balcony, taped shut in a cross-shaped pattern, shattered with a bang, sending a gust of cold wind lashing in, accompanied by a dense stream of hailstones, both large and small, hurtling straight in. Shen Boyun quickly raised his arm shield, and with 2 thuds, he was able to block the hail. But the sudden and violent hailstorm was no match for ordinary people. They had no choice but to retreat inside, listening to the clamor surrounding them with the mother and daughter, their eyes reddened, and praying for it to end soon. "Hiss!" the radio murmured softly. In the dim light, Shen Boyun's mood had sunk to its lowest point. Thinking of Shen Yaowe's words, Shen Boyun fell into deep thought and confusion. This natural disaster, it seemed, wouldn't end anytime soon. At this moment, the Tang family was also being pummeled by hailstones, but in the dimly lit room, despite the loud noises of destruction, everything else remained intact. Wei Mingxiao listened to the terrifying noise and asked worriedly, "Tian Tian, that metal shield you made should be able to stop this hailstorm, right?" Ever since unlocking the ability to manipulate metal, Tang Tian had first attained metal attribute level 1 and planned to reinforce the windows before the hailstorm arrived. She could use supplies from the hardware store to make a simple barrier. After the hailstorm ended, she could use her supernatural powers to restore it to its original shape. The supernatural power allowed the metal to gradually stretch into the shape she imagined. However, her mental strength alone was insufficient, so Tangy eventually joined in. Once completed, they set up the balcony, and welding could also be done using supernatural powers. Tangy held a warm Tan and stroked his fur to silence his barking. Then she reassured Wei Mingxiao that as long as the hailstorm didn't last long, she would be fine. This was a strong hailstorm, but it was short-lived. Tang Tian remembered that in her previous life, when she was completely unprepared, the windows of her home shattered instantly. Countless hailstones, accompanied by a chilling wind, streamed in, destroying everything from the home's furnishings to electrical appliances and fixtures. Then came a nationwide hailstorm, leaving Spring City and other cities isolated. The dark, threatening scene, with its gathering clouds, brought a deep sense of oppression and unease. The heating system had stopped working. The power had gone out. Wei Mingxiao went to the kitchen, and sure enough, the gas was out. Luckily, they had prepared a batch of food in advance and stored it in the warehouse. But Tang Tian still managed to open the system, first making 3 servings of rice, and then 3 servings of borscht. Borscht has a warmth level 3, and dishes prepared within the system remain steaming hot from start to finish, regardless of the ambient temperature. A rich, vibrant broth brims with ingredients, chewy beef, tender potatoes, carrots, onions, and cabbage, all blending with a refreshing aroma. The sweet and sour, rich tomato-flavored broth not only whets the appetite, but also warms the hands and feet after a few sips, alleviating the initial panic and calming the nerves. Tang Tian even prepared a bowl of soup and rice, waiting for it to cool slightly before giving it to Tan Tan. Unexpectedly, the 3 people and the dog all gained superpowers. A bowl of borscht lasts for 3 hours, and the level 3 warmth level raises the temperature by about 15 degrees Celsius. Tan Tan happily spun around the room, sticking out his tongue, looking like he was enjoying a leisurely outing in the park. Unfortunately, this was the highest level Tang Tian could currently unlock, and even sub-zero temperatures were still freezing. So she retrieved a few down jackets from the warehouse, put them on, and placed heating pads inside. But it was still far better than the other broken windows, forced to blast in the cold wind, and endangering her life in minus 20 degrees Celsius temperatures. 2 hours later, the noise outside the window slowly subsided. Tang Tian and Tang Yi went to the balcony to check, confirming the hailstorm was over before removing the metal shielding. The scene that followed was horrific. The hail layer on the ground had thickened, undoing all the days of hard work. Many tree trunks and branches lay on top. The windows of the building opposite were almost all broken, yet seemingly empty. Help! Help! A cry for help suddenly came from outside the front door. It wasn't clear if it came from a surviving neighbor on the upper or lower floors, but there was definitely chaos within Building 15. Tang Yi opened the group chat. Although the power was out, her phone still had some juice left, and sure enough, a stream of voice messages popped up, mostly pleading for help. The first person to be tagged was the building manager, Zhang Manqin. But they were probably too busy taking care of their own affairs, so how could they possibly have the time to care about others? After the hailstorm, the clouds dispersed a little, but it was almost nightfall. Looking outside, few windows in Hexinuen were lit, leaving it desolate and lifeless. But Tang Tian, observing this scene, had a thought. With no power and total darkness everywhere, it seemed like a perfect place to go outside, right? She probably couldn't go far, but there was one place she might want to go right now, the underground garage of Hexinuen. Before the apocalypse, they scoured every gas station nearby, even those farther away, but it still wasn't enough. Since they were surrounded by hailstones, few people would choose to drive away. There were undoubtedly gasoline-powered vehicles inside, so it was a waste not to grab them. Thinking of this, Tang Tian immediately informed Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia of the plan, packed their bags on the spot, and set off. Wei Mingxia had been apprehensive at first, but seeing her determination, she had to give her a few more instructions. Tan Tan seemed to notice she was leaving, tugging at her trouser legs and whimpering, wanting to follow. Tang Yi suggested she wanted to go too. After all, 2 people had more mental power than 1. Tang Tian thought for a moment and agreed, making dinner with borscht and spring rolls. After gaining their powers, they packed their bags, instructed Wei Mingxia not to open the door, and set off fully armed. Only when they reached the stairwell could they faintly hear crying, cursing, and eerie screams, like the background sound of a horror game. But Tang Tian understood that this was also a death game, and the one who survived would be the winner. Besides, the number of losers will only increase until the number of participants becomes even smaller. Hurried footsteps could still be heard in the corridor, most often cries for help. She tightened her windshield around her face, and continued down the stairs, clinging to the edge in the dark. Chapter 15. Perhaps because people hadn't recovered yet, they stayed home, trembling in fear. Perhaps because they were guarding the bodies of their loved ones. Or perhaps more people had gone to their neighbors' homes for help. The hallway was empty, and Tang Tian and Tang Yi made their way down smoothly. However, when they reached the 12th floor, the hallway at the main entrance became unusually noisy, with a constant clamor and the sound of heavy banging on doors. Tang Tian listened briefly for 2 seconds before continuing downstairs. There was no cell phone signal or internet access, so instead of going to the property management office or the neighborhood committee, everyone descended to the 12th floor and gathered at the entrance to 1201, hoping that Zhang Manqin would come out to preside over the meeting. Although the hailstorm had ended, the shadow it cast was immense, and most people were afraid to venture out again. Having encountered so many disaster-related incidents, they now focused on resolving their immediate concerns. In a previous life, the Tang family had actually been involved. But back then, it was Tang Yi and Jiang Yao who went. They returned home soon after, disappointed and without an answer. Tang Tian understood that most of the questions were about how to deal with the damage to the building and the deaths, but Zhang Manqin remained hidden inside, refusing to leave. The hallway was freezing cold, and people would eventually leave. If emotions were like flowing water, then the 12th floor was a turbulent sea. The door to the ground floor unit was completely broken, and Tang Tian and Tang Yi felt the chill growing colder. They wore long, non-slip, waterproof rain boots and, stepping on the solid hailstones, groped their way to the underground garage ahead. The garage was usually located in the front building, but all the buildings were almost completely dark, with only a few windows lit here and there. Using peripheral vision, they dodged the unidentified objects in the hailstorm and reached the garage door. Thankfully, the garage door was also made of metal. Tangy eagerly raised her hand and successfully used her supernatural powers to create a hole in the side just wide enough for entry. The two of them slipped in. Because the door had been closed, only a few hailstones remained in the garage. But during the early stages of the hailstorm, people had rushed to park their cars, so they were all jammed together, leaving little room to step. Tang Tian pulled out a high-powered flashlight, checked that no one was around, and that the surveillance cameras were inoperative, then began searching for gasoline-powered vehicles. There were approximately 400 vehicles in the garage, but traditional gasoline-powered vehicles and hybrids still dominated. Once she found one, faced with a fuel cap that offered multiple opening methods, Tang Tian immediately used her supernatural powers, a flash of golden light before her eyes. Using the specially purchased oil extractor, she was able to remove the oil, and afterward, she restored the cap to its original shape. But halfway through, Tang Tian felt the familiar headache return. She quickly stopped and pulled out a goodie from the warehouse. Beer. Restores 20% of your mental power. If paired with fried chicken, it increases by another 20%. She had purchased a recipe for alcohol under the system's guidance, and brewed it in a brewing barrel. All she needed was wheat. Tang Tian had already made a dozen bottles, just in case. This would definitely be enough for this nighttime exploration of the underground garage. The beer she had retrieved even came in a can. Tang Tian opened it, and gulped it down in one gulp. The headache was indeed gone. So the two of them, drinking beer, roamed the garage like fish in water, until they had rummaged through every car and obtained over 1,000 liters of fuel. The haul was substantial, but Tang Tian wasn't greedy. She and Tangy quickly left the garage, restoring the door to its original state. This time, however, they had another task, to take out the garbage generated by the families over the past few days. The Tang family at least had a place to store their garbage, but the others had to keep theirs at home for now. Although the cold weather hadn't caused any odors, the frozen pipes meant not only no water, but also no toilets. There was also a lot of waste in the water, and this problem needed to be addressed. The Tang family had already started using portable toilets, and had stockpiled a large amount of coagulant in advance. Some people, however, took advantage of the darkness by throwing objects from high altitudes. When the hailstorm exploded, some of the unidentified objects on the road were among them. He Xin Yuan had 4 garbage rooms, and the two of them also separated, eventually reuniting on the 15th floor. The borscht was almost over, but the hallways seemed to be getting more crowded. Some people, seeing that the hail had subsided, put on more clothes and prepared to go out. They inevitably passed by them, and some stopped them, eagerly asking, "Can you get through to the emergency line? It's always busy. Do you have any heating pads or frostbite cream? Do you have any fever-reducing medicine? My child has a high fever. Any price, I buy it. Do you have any food? I can afford it, too." Tang Tian refused all of them and hurried upstairs. It must be said that the 17th floor is quite high. Some, seeing no response, hurried to find the next place. But others, being rejected, spat behind them and glared angrily. Some, seemingly certain that the sisters had supplies, followed them all the way to the 17th floor. "Please, my parents are freezing to death. I just need a heating pad. 5 times the price? Or 10 times? Anything." Tang Tian watched the man half-assing, half-stopping her, and was about to draw her dagger when she heard a voice from the other end. "What are you doing?" Turning around, she saw it was the plainclothes officer from 1702. When did he come back? But upon seeing Shen Buiyun, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He brushed aside Tang Tian and Tangy and approached, begging, "Xiao Shen, you're back? I'm your Uncle Wang. Do you have any heating pads at home? My parents are really in trouble." Seeing the trouble was over, Tang Tian and Tangy hurried home without hesitation, closing the door behind them. "Sorry, Uncle Wang, I have to get back to the team. You should find someone else." Shen Buiyun replied calmly, and he and Cheng Jing immediately went downstairs. After the hailstorm, the Shen family feared another one, so the two of them hurried to help cover the windows and clean up the mess. Thankfully, no one was hurt. The supplies the former brought back would be enough for mother and daughter to last for a while. After much deliberation, Shen Buiyun still wanted to rejoin the team. After all, he had chosen this path in the first place. Yin Chunhua and Shen Yaoyue's eyes were still red, but they said nothing. They had grown accustomed to this over the years. But he hadn't expected to find his next-door neighbor back, harassed by others, as soon as he left the house. In just the past few hours, he had heard countless stories about this neighbor. He seemed to be a cold-faced person with a kind heart. So Shin Boyun offered his help. After all, almost everyone in the building knew his identity. Tang Tian covered her face completely, leaving only her eyes exposed. Even Shin Boyun couldn't tell they had met before. It passed quickly, and Shin Boyun, putting everything behind him, left with Chung Jing. Uncle Wang, unable to please either side, stamped his feet in anger and could only look for someone willing to sell supplies. The hail had stopped, but people were not in the least bit happy. Tragedy after tragedy continued to arrive. Within Building 15 alone, those who had been crushed to death, frozen to death, or even those who hadn't been rushed to the hospital in time accounted for 1/5 of the total number of people. Most of them were the elderly, the sick, the disabled, and the young. Some even lived alone, and only discovered their condition after their neighbors across the street noticed something was wrong, contacted them, and opened their doors. Low temperatures are particularly prone to illness, especially among the elderly, who have weak immune systems. Such incidents had already occurred in other buildings, with tragic news of deaths arriving early every morning. But when it happened in their own building, the feeling was different, and panic set in. Then another severe hailstorm arrived, destroying everyone's only shelter. The unease spread rapidly, and the building was filled with cries, curses, and calls for help. But the emergency hotline was now difficult to reach. As the building manager, Zhang Manji was harassed daily by people knocking on her door. Her house had also suffered some damage, and she was extremely anxious. Finally, after consulting with the neighborhood committee and other building managers, they had to allow the residents to leave the bodies where they were. Thankfully, the low temperature slowed decomposition. The news set everyone in the building into a state of panic. Living alone was one thing, but the deaths were all their loved ones, and it was already extremely sad. Now, not only could they not handle the aftermath, but they were also forced to live together. What they didn't realize was that outside of Hexinuen, the streets were also a scene of devastation. As the hailstorm gradually dissipated in some areas, many people sought supplies, and were caught in a severe hailstorm. Some suffered minor injuries, including bleeding and fractures, while others were crushed to death. Instantly, corpses littered the ground, the road was filled with grief, and a large amount of blood soaked into the hail. Some of the government-organized hailstorm emergency response teams were killed before they could evacuate, while others, having spotted the gathering hailstorm clouds in advance, immediately ordered their retreat, minimizing the damage. The destructive power of this hailstorm was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He Xingyuan was helpless, furious, and grief-stricken, unable to do anything but continue their futile attempts to contact outside help, over and over until they grew numb. However, after the hail stopped, the authorities had more important tasks besides rescue efforts, repairing energy sources, transporting supplies, and continuing hail suppression. Smaller community clinics and lower-level hospitals were closed. While larger hospitals remained open, they were short on medical resources and on the verge of collapse. Once visible on the road, police, firefighters, and ambulances were now completely gone. All rescue efforts were concentrated in one place, but even that was a drop in the bucket. Back home, the borscht's duration had expired. Tang Tian suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave. Even with all her layers of clothing, she couldn't resist the waves of cold that shot up from the soles of her feet. Wei Mingxia quickly retrieved 2 newly unlocked bottles of hot apple and orange tea from the system to warm the sisters. The sweet and sour tea, with a warmth level of 2 and a 3-hour duration, only took a few sips, and Tang Tian sighed in relief. Without electricity, she couldn't turn on the heating, so Tang Tian immediately decided to fire up the fireplace. She bought the fireplace specifically for this extreme cold. Since it's already cold, and it get even colder, there's no need to be reluctant to open it. She vowed never to suffer hardship again in this life. The first thing they bought was a thick cast iron fireplace with real fire. Tang Tian fetched a fire stick and tinder from the warehouse, first lighting a small flame, then taking out a few logs and stacking them flat. As time passed, the flames gradually grew. The sight of fire can soothe a human's fear and anxiety, and a soft crackling sound filled the fireplace. After only about 10 minutes, the temperature in the room had climbed above freezing and continued to rise. The downside, however, was that the wood-burning fireplace required regular checks, so the 3 of them decided to sleep on the floor in the living room. Tang Tian, with her own biological clock, took on the responsibility of waking up at night so her sister and mother could sleep better. There would be fewer opportunities for a full night's sleep in the future. In the pitch-black night, Tang Tian looked at her family members, who had already gone to bed, then glanced at the ever-burning fire in the fireplace. In the warm environment, she also gently closed her eyes. Chapter 16. A few days later, power was restored to Hexinuan. The hail wasn't a nuisance, a testament to Yinghua's remarkable speed. After dispatching the emergency team from District S, they not only quickly repaired the power signal station, but also delivered supplies to major supermarkets and provided hail suppression measures. The hail on the road gradually melted, finally revealing the original asphalt and muddy ground. But the group chat remained boisterous and restless. Everyone was either begging for supplies, asking when the next batch would arrive, when they could go to the supermarket to buy supplies, or sharing gossip. Someone claimed to know someone at the Meteorological Bureau, and official data showed that the temperature would continue to drop. Some wanted to organize a group to visit nearby supermarkets to see if they had any supplies, while others were convinced that this was a sign of the end of the world. Of course, the complaints and criticisms were the most prevalent here. The authorities, the Property Management Committee, and even the building managers were all targets of their condemnation. Some people completely disbelieved the apocalypse, dismissing it as a fabricated rumor, and simply a result of unusually strange weather this year. Tang Tian turned on all the heating systems in the house, making the most of the free electricity. She even placed a few potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn in the still smoldering fire in the fireplace. On the wall, several small tea stoves were set up, steaming milk. This was her family's breakfast for the day. Although they had electricity now, Tang Tian understood that it was probably a fleeting moment. The next time a natural disaster caused a power outage, it would be hard to say when it would be restored, forcing them to resort to external heating. Woof woof. Tan Tan's bark brought her back to her senses. She glanced sideways, and saw the little creature circling the fireplace, seemingly scented, and waiting for the freshly baked goodies. The roasted potatoes and sweet potatoes, easily peeled and piping hot, were steaming hot. The potatoes were sprinkled with a little black pepper and salt, giving them a rich, salty aroma. The red-hearted sweet potatoes were soft, sweet, and melt-in-your-mouth flavor. The small teapot was bubbling, floating with goji berries, red dates, and brown sugar. But these were all from Tang Tian's stockpile. They were fragrant with milk, with a sweet aftertaste. One drink warmed her whole body. Tangy peeled a bowl of potatoes and sweet potatoes for Tan Tan. He had long since mastered the art of relieving himself at designated locations, was intelligent, and was easily trained, requiring no further worry. And as he grew, Tan Tan developed triangular ears and a broader chest. He also had a thick tail, looking like he had a large guard dog in his bloodline. Guard dogs are great. They're sturdy, brave, incredibly stamina-filled, loyal, and docile. But they're also incredibly energetic. Tang Tian has to carve out some time every day to play with them, or simply let them run on the treadmill to burn off any excess energy. Sometimes, she wonders if Tan Tan, too, could gain superpowers if she were to eat the delicacies from the system. "Mom, stop busying yourself and come have breakfast," Tangy called out. Wei Mingxiao emerged from the constant temperature room and sat by the fireplace, smiling. "You don't need to clear that room. I spend more time at home, and I have superpowers. Let me give it a try." After eating the green rice dumpling, Wei Mingxiao gained the wood-attributed superpower and quickly turned her attention to the constant temperature room. She'd been busy these past few days arranging containers, seeds, and nutrient soil in solution. Farming is deeply ingrained in the Yen people's DNA, and Tang Tian even had a stockpile of various seeds, leaving her to research them on her own. The burned firewood became charcoal, which Tang Tian conveniently stored in the warehouse. While cleaning the fireplace, she suddenly became aware of unusual noises coming from outside. Over the past few days, many neighbors in the building had been knocking on the door, simply wanting to discuss purchasing supplies. Tang Tian had initially been reluctant to agree, but now there were also lonely people in the building who had frozen to death. If they didn't make a sound, they'd think they were dead, so she turned the speaker on and refused all requests. But there was no way around 1701, so they turned their attention to 1702. Turn on the surveillance footage. Tang Tian took out a handful of sunflower seeds and watched Shen Yaowei across from her refuse. It's fair to say she does have a quick temper. When the visitor began to use her status and wealth as a moral blackmail, she directly retorted, "You didn't even offer help back then, so why do you want my help now?" After being accused of being petty, she simply walked him out. Being clear-headed is good, but this attitude will likely lead to many animosities, just like the Tang family. When the building is in complete chaos, the first targets will be the two households on the 17th floor, right? Tang Tian couldn't help but recall that in her previous life, 1702 seemed to have knocked on the door, wanting to buy supplies, but Jiang Yao had firmly refused. The mother and daughters didn't think much of it. After all, their own supplies weren't much, and they didn't have enough for themselves, so how could they just sell them to others? Putting down the fire shovel, Tang Tian went to the balcony. Seeing the scene outside, she was stunned. The sky was still covered with dark clouds, and the view was a cyan tinged with dark yellow. But this time it wasn't hail. It was freezing rain. The sparse raindrops continued to fall, carrying an irresistible chill. The already wet road looked even slicker. Freezing rain, unlike ordinary rain, consists entirely of supercooled water droplets. Any drop of water that falls on anything with even a hint of warmth will freeze into ice, let alone the freezing rain of apocalyptic disasters. Most of the temperature drops during extreme cold actually occur during freezing rain. But fortunately, it initially appeared harmless rain, which is why, in a previous life, the government organized public shopping, sparking a stockpiling frenzy. The Tang family relied on these supplies to survive. Besides, with most of the pipes now frozen, the water was frozen, so some people collected this rainwater. It was at least a resource. Some people in the group chat were discussing the rain, complaining about the cold, while many went to their balconies to collect water. Isn't it cold? She glanced at the outdoor thermometer. 30 degrees below zero, and she knew the temperature would continue to drop rapidly over the next few days. Spring City had never experienced such horrific lows, but she heard that all areas of the northeast had already dropped to over 50 degrees below zero. However, since central heating had already been activated there, the problem was less severe than in the south. The awning Tang Tian had installed had a built-in collection system that automatically collected rainwater. She took out a plastic bucket and set it down, then hurried back inside to warm herself. In the constant temperature room, Wei Mingxia had already filled foam boxes and other containers with soil and sown seeds. For her first planting, she planted green onions, which didn't take long to mature. She used her mind to summon her wood-attributed ability, and a shimmering green hue appeared in the soil where the seeds were. By the time Wei Mingxia paused after experiencing the pain of her migraine, a tiny sprout had already emerged from the soil. Scallions take at least a week to sprout, but a level 1 wood-attributed ability could make them sprout instantly. I wonder if higher-level abilities would be even more powerful. Wei Mingxia had already been rewired to understand the world, and had gradually come to terms with these assumptions. This time, she experienced it firsthand, and was filled with wonder and awe. Because it was just raining, and to restore social order, the government lifted the 6-day work stoppage policy, allowing some jobs to resume. But the unprecedentedly low temperatures still threw a social order that should have been restored into chaos. Thankfully, within a few days, the supermarkets closest to Hexinyuan had restocked their stock and reopened. When the surrounding residents learned of this, they rushed to buy supplies. The Tang family remained at home. Wei Mingxia was still researching wood-attributed abilities in the constant temperature room. She had already harvested the first crop of onions, and was now planting lettuce and spinach. Tang Tian and Tang Yi were exercising and training with weapons, which had become their unwavering daily routine. Just then, there was a knock at the door. But it sounded very gentle, definitely not one of those residents begging for supplies. Besides, the supermarkets were open, and the massive hailstorm had already cast a deep shadow over everyone. With the temperature still dropping, every household would simply withdraw their savings and rush to the supermarkets to stock up. Tang Tian guessed it was probably 1702, across the street. After a moment's thought, she went to the entrance to open the door. Since electricity was available, turning on the heater wouldn't arouse suspicion. Standing at the door were indeed Yan Chunhua and Shen Yaowei, though they were wrapped up so tightly that only their faces were visible. Yan Chunhua smiled and asked, "Xiao Tang, we're going to the supermarket to buy supplies. Do you want to come with us?" After a few interactions, they both knew each other's names. Tang Tian politely declined, "No, Aunt Yin. We still have some leftover New Year's goods. Besides, the store is sure to be packed right now, so I won't join you for now." Yan Chunhua didn't try to persuade her. Seeing her refusal, he and Shen Yaowei left. Shen Yaowei was somewhat puzzled by the former's initiative, but remained indifferent. Although Tang Tian had helped the family, she still had a poor impression of her. But when they arrived at the underground garage, they were greeted by the wailing cries of car owners. "Oh my God! Why is my car out of gas? I just filled it up during the Lunar New Year." Some electric bike owners, secretly delighted, quickly started their cars and left. Others were trying to share a ride, and were haggling over the price. Shen Yaowei hurried to check. Thankfully, her electric bike wasn't damaged. During the power outage, surveillance cameras were useless, and the truth behind the mysterious disappearance of the fuel naturally remained unknown. After leaving for the supermarket to stock up on supplies, the property management and neighborhood committee sent a notice in the group chat, asking those with deceased families to contact the funeral home for cremation. It was a veritable mixture of joy and sorrow. After Tang Tian finished training, she opened the system as usual. She had already unlocked several new red dishes: red bean rice cake soup, fuel level 2, fish fragrant shredded pork, warmth level 5 and 7, mapo tofu, and candied sweet potato, flame level 2. Tang Tian had a rough grasp of the uses of fire-attributed abilities. Simply put, they were attack, defense, and support. She might not need the first two much yet, but the various fire-related supports would likely allow her family to navigate the extreme cold. Satisfied, Tang Tian shut down the system and was about to take a shower when a sudden knock on the door and a shout came. Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi. I know you're home, just open the door. Chapter 17. Tang Tian couldn't help but frown at the muffled voice. She didn't even need to turn on the surveillance camera to know it was Jiang Yao. In his previous life, as the weather got colder, his vacant nature became more pronounced. Even this time, when they went to the supermarket to stock up, they were reluctant to go because they were too cold, so Tang Tian and Tang Yi went instead. The Tang family didn't have a car, so they had to rely on other transportation. Not long after returning, they fell ill. Not to mention that in the colder months ahead, they would have to burn household items for warmth like everyone else in the building. Once they ran out, they would have to go out and find more fuel. Jiang Yao had only been there a few times, claiming illness and not wanting to go. In the end, Tang Tian had no choice but to take on most of the work, nearly freezing to death. Tang Tian snorted coldly and didn't respond. In her previous life, she only discovered Jiang Yao's true face later in life. She would never repeat that mistake in this life. Tang Yi also frowned when she heard movement at the door. Xiaoyi, I can explain what happened before. Open the door, and I explain everything. Jiang Yao repeatedly pounded on the solid door, making a dull thud. But Tang Yi knew it was simply because he was out of supplies at home, so he thought of her, his ungrateful ex-girlfriend. It was hilarious. Supermarkets were open now, and Jiang Yao wasn't broke. And yet, he wasn't willing to stock up, and instead had the energy to come and cause trouble. How could such a person be good? Tang Yi truly regretted not discovering this sooner. Tang Tian turned on the surveillance camera. Jiang Yao was dressed warmly, but he wasn't wearing an earmuff. His ears and nose were probably red from the cold. He banged on the door eagerly, as if he wouldn't give up until he saw Tang Yi. In just a few days, the streets, buildings, and plants were covered in a layer of ice crystals and frost, and the temperature was about to break -40 degrees Celsius. The windows in the corridor were tightly closed, but it was like the frozen layer of a refrigerator. It was amazing that he had such a strange patience. Tang Yi was determined to ignore her, and just as Tang Tian was considering whether to just kill Jiang Yao while no one was around, two more people suddenly appeared at the door. After a chaotic exchange of words, Jiang Yao became furious and was about to attack. But the next second, one of them gave him a beautiful shoulder throw, leaving him lying on the ground, unable to move. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow at the sight. This move looks pretty cool, right? She had downloaded some videos about fighting techniques, but they were a bit advanced for them, so they were just practicing the basics, preparing to advance later. She also recognized him. It must be Aunt Yan's police officer's son, but she didn't recognize the people next to him. Looking at all those bags, is he back from vacation? TSK, it would be hard to cut him if someone was around. A moment later, Jiang Yao struggled to his feet. The fall wasn't serious, but it was too cold outside without any heating. Jiang Yao kicked the door hard a few times, but ultimately left. Tang Tian boredly turned off the surveillance camera and turned on the system. Another dozen beers were brewed in the brewing barrel. Tang Tian also found a recipe for fried chicken in the R-rated recipe book. It only required chicken and flour. The beehive she had set up in the forest also produced honey. Seeing the recipe for mead wine, Tang Tian added some to the brewing barrel. Besides alcoholic beverages, some beverages and baked goods also have this effect. Some alcoholic beverages even have additional benefits. The recipes she purchased alone included rice wine, white wine, fruit wine, and other alcoholic beverages. Of course, she had also made some money from the food store during this period. The higher the level of food labeled with supernatural powers, the higher the price, finally not as outrageous as it had been at the beginning. After amassing enough gold coins, Tang Tian immediately purchased the water well device. After waiting for a moment, the well produced a stream of water, which was automatically collected and stored in the warehouse. Tang Tian hurriedly fetched a plastic bucket, drew out the water, and the bucket automatically filled up, with some left over. Great! This was exactly as she had imagined. From now on, they would have an unlimited supply of water. The last people Chen Boyun met were the pale-faced Yan Chunhua and Shen Yaowe. After further questioning, they realized the supermarket was simply too crowded, and with limited supplies on the shelves, people were frantically grabbing each other's supplies. Even with the staff's constant attempts to dissuade them, they proved unstoppable. In the end, it led to one stampede after another. If they hadn't noticed something was wrong and not rushed to buy more supplies, they would have likely been trampled. Trampling injuries are serious, and medical resources are still in short supply. After finally buying their supplies, they headed to the parking lot next to the supermarket to drive away, when several armed men suddenly appeared, apparently aiming for their supplies. Although Yan Chunhua and Shen Yaowe quickly locked the car door, a bag of supplies was stolen. Fortunately, it contained only daily necessities. The room was deathly silent, the only sound being the dripping rain outside the window. Chen Boyun took a deep breath and spoke the truth. Mom, you don't go out often, so you don't realize it's really different out there. Before supermarkets fully reopened, there were crowds everywhere, and there were even fatalities. Originally, the police station was responsible for these matters, but now the police force is short, and they're all busy with disaster relief, taking care of their own affairs. Add to that the incessant, increasingly heavy freezing rain, coating the high-voltage power lines and power grids with ice crystals. In many parts of Spring City, the newly restored power lines were paralyzed again. Without electrical appliances, it's impossible for people in the city to survive in temperatures approaching minus 40 degrees Celsius. Chen Boyun had already been struggling because of this situation. He wanted to return to his family, but the responsibilities and burdens he carried were too great. So in the end, he made a decision he would never have made before. He wanted to go home. He had only wanted to go back and take a look, but he hadn't expected his mother and sister to almost meet with misfortune, which only solidified his resolve to flee. He had a premonition. If this continued, social order would sooner or later completely collapse, devolving into a law of the jungle, a situation that would permeate every corner of Yen country. Besides, the rescue team were human, not gods, and it was said they had sacrificed countless lives. Even if the authorities wanted to intervene, they couldn't immediately provide detailed coverage. By then, it might be too late to make a decision. With him as the first to speak out, a wave of like-minded police officers followed. The South District Police Station's chief had passed away due to illness. Without a leader already, and now depleted of resources and ammunition, disbanding might not be a bad idea. Shen Boyun slowly finished his explanation, and silence fell again. But Shen Yaowe quickly grew excited. If the former was willing to return, the family would have more people, and they wouldn't have to live in constant fear. After all, there were people knocking on the door from morning till night, and even the occasional rustling. But Cheng Jing had also returned with Shen Boyun. Although his parents had been placed in a nearby shelter, the equipment there had been damaged by freezing rain, and the elderly couldn't withstand the extreme cold. So he thought of bringing him back, at least to have a place to stay. Of course, Cheng Jing hadn't come for nothing. He had saved up a lot of supplies, hoping to use them when he returned home one day, and now he had brought them all with him. Yan Chunhua and Shen Yaowe were very welcoming. After all, in today's world, having someone who could help was always a good thing. After the tireless work of the wine barrels, Tang Tian brewed another batch of new wine. Rice wine. Restores 30% of mental strength. If combined with egg, it increases by another 10%. White wine. Restores 50% of spiritual power. Gains a warmth level 5 bonus. Duration, 4 hours. 30% chance to inflict the debuff. Drunk. She was studying these ability labels when 2 beeps sounded overhead, and all the heating systems around her shut down. The room temperature, previously maintained at 15 to 20 degrees, immediately began to drop steadily. Tan Tan scurried back to her furry nest. The functions in the constant temperature room were also forced to shut down. Wei Mingxiu emerged, and Tangy stopped her crossbow practice. Tang Tian realized it was the freezing rain and hurried to open the fireplace. This time, however, she wasn't going to use firewood as fuel. Instead, she was testing the supernatural power she gained from eating candied haws. Fuel level 1. After concentrating her mind and using her supernatural power, a black sphere the size of a palm miraculously slowly appeared in midair. Host, this is the fuel produced by your supernatural power. You can think of it as coal in real life. But supernatural fuel doesn't require a fire starter, it only needs to be controlled to start burning. Please try it. Tang Tian rolled out 5 black spheres before her mental power reached its limit. She then retrieved a string of candied haws from the warehouse and handed it to Tang Yi. The two sisters understood at a glance, and Tang Yi took it and ate it. This candied haws was the classic hawthorn variety, with round, bright red hawthorns encased in a translucent candy coating. The crisp texture and sweet and sour flavor whetted her appetite, and she devoured it quickly. After gaining her supernatural power, Tang Yi similarly rolled out 5 black spheres. Placing the balls in the fireplace, Tang Tian snapped her fingers, and the surface of the piled balls instantly coated in a bright red. There was no flame, but the next moment, a steady stream of heat emanated. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. This supernatural fuel, smokeless, heats up even faster than ordinary firewood, and there's no need for a night watch. How convenient. The room temperature, which had been rapidly breaking through 0 degrees, finally pulled back down, slowly rising to around 2 degrees. Tang Tian removed her cotton jacket and retrieved rice wine from her system. Combined with eggs, it became fermented glutinous rice wine, and everyone received a bowl. The rich, mellow, fragrant, and steaming glutinous rice wine had a natural sweetness. After a few sips, her body felt even warmer. Finally, she devoured the boiled egg, covered in wine, in big mouthfuls. It was a uniquely delicious experience. As expected, food is the most comforting thing. However, Tang Tian could also sense that chaos had broken out upstairs and downstairs. She could even hear the clatter of footsteps, which gave her an idea of how commotion it was. If there had been some kind-hearted people in the building who would agree to buy or sell supplies, or offer assistance to the vulnerable, elderly, or young, they were now almost non-existent. Everyone continued to ask for help in the group chat, but few actually received a response. Not only that, some people kept seeking help from Zhang Manqin, but she, too, ignored them. Someone had also revealed that she had secretly withheld supplies, which served as a detonator, causing unrest on the 15th floor for several days. Just as she was thinking about this, Tang Tian heard a faint voice from outside the door, pointing to room 1702, Officer Shen. Officer Shen. I know you're back. Chapter 18. Tang Tian casually opened the surveillance footage. The person banging vigorously on the door of 1702 was Zhang Manqin, followed by several overdressed people, still shivering from the cold. In her previous life, Tang Tian hadn't remembered her son, the police officer next door, returning. It seemed that after her rebirth, some subtle changes had indeed occurred. But would there be any other changes regarding natural disasters? She frowned slightly, wondering, what's going on? The Shen family had no surveillance, so they had to open a crack. Shen Boyun asked in a calm, resolute voice. Zhang Manqin finally calmed down, forced a grimace, and asked, Xiaoshen, you're back from the police station. Do you have any news? This weather is truly bizarre. Many people have died in our building, and now the power is out. How can we survive? The Shen family, of course, also had no power and couldn't use their heating equipment. Fortunately, there were always more solutions than problems. Because the rescue team often had to go outside, he had brought back many tools used for heating outdoors. But he paused and said decisively, Andy Zhang, since the hail started, we haven't been at the police station much. We've been focusing solely on rescue operations, so I don't know what the official news is. How could you not know? Before Zhang Manqin could answer, the person behind her grew anxious. Even though he was still wearing a mask, his eyes, slightly red, revealed a gleam of redness as he shouted, You're the only police officer in our building. Is it your job to protect and help us? And where's the rescue we promised you? We wasted our taxpayer money. Uncle Wang, who had lived in 901, was also in the crowd. If he hadn't finally bought some heating pads from someone, his parents would have frozen to death. Then the power came back, and he thought life would return to normal, but unexpectedly, the power went out again. The heating pads had already been used up, and no one was willing to sell them. The thought of this made him spit, his anger flaring. Xiaoshen, when you were little, we uncles and aunts took such good care of you. Now you're turning your back on us? We loved you so much back then. You're such an ungrateful person. Why don't you contact the authorities right away to see if there's any help available? If anything happens to my parents, it's all because of you. Shen Boyun's heart grew colder as he listened to these words. Look at this attitude, it's as if what he did was justified, and if any dissatisfaction or resistance were to be dismantled. I have a family to protect too. Why should I sacrifice everything for them? I'm sorry, but I resigned. That means I'm no longer a police officer. We're all just ordinary people now. If you dare to cause trouble in my house again, don't blame me for being rude and ignoring our past friendship." After he finished speaking, he deliberately clenched his fist, making a cracking sound, and then slammed the door shut. Everyone was stunned. Oh my god, the police have resigned. What chaos is going on outside? Will they ever be able to wait for help? The windows at the end of the corridor were already thick with ice, making it impossible to see outside. If the freezing rain hadn't stopped coming in, the hallway would have been frozen too. A few people stamped their feet and sighed in anger, but it was too cold, so they decided to go home. Zhang Manqin's vision blurred for a moment, then she felt a wave of weakness. The hailstorm had shattered her windows, and the food and heating pads she secretly withheld were running out. The neighborhood committee's property management staff were also missing more than half their staff. She had originally wanted to come over to ask if there was any news of rescue, but this was a complete blow. Furthermore, someone had posted the amount of supplies she was supposed to receive in the group chat, exposing her lie. They'd been making a commotion at her doorstep for days. In the end, she reluctantly handed over some of the supplies as compensation, finally appeasing the group. Zhang Manqin glared angrily at the door of 1701. It was obvious that this family had leaked the news. Still not satisfied, Zhang Manqin couldn't help but kick them a few more times before leaving in a rage. Chen Boyun closed the door and silently returned to the living room. In the middle of the room stood a three-dimensional bonfire stove, a fire burning inside, but the surroundings were completely quiet. Everyone present heard what had just been said, and their faces paled. It was just as the former had said. Not only had the world changed, but even people's hearts were changing. "Brother, what should we do now?" Qin Yaowei asked, her eyes red, the redness on her nose slowly fading in the rising heat. Cheng Jing fiddled silently with the campfire. As members of the rescue team, he and Shen Boyun had seen this scene countless times, and they had become numb to it. The latter fell into deep thought. Although they had brought back a lot of supplies, they couldn't just sit there and eat up all their supplies. Could it be that Tang Tian had seen the entire scene clearly, including Zhang Manqin's final kick? What a shame! Her family hadn't mentioned that incident in the group chat, except for a few cries for supplies. She couldn't have so openly invited trouble. If she were to tell the truth, wouldn't Zhang Manqin be exposed? Supplies are scarce right now, and lives are at stake. After snacking on another plate of spring rolls, Tang Tian was using her metal powers to modify a nail shooter, transforming it into a gun. Now that there was another large-scale power outage, it was time to go out and do some free shopping. And this time, she wasn't going to stay in Hexinuan, she was going to leave and explore the surrounding area. While stocking up, she had made a point of exploring the surrounding area. Although there weren't any large gold shops, and those that did were several kilometers away, she remembered a gold recycling shop not far away that might hold some rewards. She had studied the system, and in the future, whether it was upgrading or purchasing items, each one would be incredibly expensive. Without spending real money, it would be impossible to play, so she had to go. Not to mention, there were plenty of shops along the way where she could get some great deals. Seeing this, Tang Yi volunteered. Unlike Tang Tian, she hadn't experienced the apocalypse, but she knew she couldn't stay home all the time. Furthermore, since the current social order hasn't completely collapsed, this might be the best opportunity. Not long after Wei Mingxiao gave birth to Tang Yi, she became pregnant with Tang Tian. Tang Tian's health had been poor since her birth, so Tang Tian didn't plan to let her go out with her. Maintaining security at home was also important, especially since the Tang family was currently a thorn in the side of some. Ever since the freezing rain, the family had started collecting rainwater. They had buckets of rainwater, but when they took it out from outside, a layer of ice would always form on the surface. Fortunately, it was for daily use, so it wasn't a big problem. Wei Mingxiao had only used 2 buckets of water for cleaning, and the energy balls in the fireplace were still burning. How many days 10 energy balls could burn remained to be seen. Tang Tian clumsily fashioned a thin gun barrel and other accessories, then fired a shot at the newly constructed hanging solid target. Satisfied, she set it down and prepared to make 2 more. During this time, she didn't forget to replenish her mental energy, but this time, she didn't take out alcohol. Instead, she took out a new recovery item. Juice. Melon juice. Freshly squeezed melon juice. It has a refreshing flavor. Restores 20% of your mental energy. Actually, any fruit can be made into fruit wine, but the food in the system was similar to real life, and she was afraid of getting drunk from drinking too much alcohol, so she used juice instead. The room temperature was not too low, and the cool, sweet melon juice gave Tang Tian more mental energy, allowing her to successfully complete the other nail guns. She left the best one for Wei Mingxia, and she and Tang Yi each took one, along with plenty of nails. For dinner, they had level 7 warm mapo tofu, spicy and delicious. The tender tofu paired with the crispy mincemeat created a rich and flavorful taste. Adding a bowl of fragrant rice, Tang Tian devoured 2 large bowls with a contented chug, sweat beading on her nose and forehead. The final result was a resounding success. Both of them had gained supernatural powers. Adding to the fireplace, Tang Tian even felt like she was in a nostalgic summer. After dinner, they both bundled up head to toe. The roads outside were likely icy, so Tang Tian even took out 2 pairs of crampons. Carrying their backpacks, tools, and weapons, Tang Tian and Tang Yi left home. Unexpectedly, just outside, they encountered someone leaving the house from the opposite direction. They were also dressed warmly and carrying backpacks, apparently planning to go out for supplies. Before Shen Boyun could speak, the outgoing Cheng Jing greeted him. The death of his parents was undoubtedly heartbreaking, but he also understood that he, left behind, had to fight to survive. So when the former suggested going outside to search for useful supplies, he offered to go along. The Shen family had taken him in, so he couldn't help but help. Tang Tian was familiar with the voice, guessing it was the police officer who had come to the market last time. She nodded her agreement and hurried downstairs with Tang Yi. Are they also going to the Zero Yuan shopping center? It seems they changed quite quickly, she thought. That's the kind of person who's determined to survive the apocalypse. Cheng Jing shuddered at their retreat. These new neighbors look as cold as the room temperature right now. All right, let's stop talking and go outside to look for flammable materials. Shen Boyun didn't think much of it. Although he had retrieved some flammable materials, it wasn't enough for survival. He had to go out and search before the chaos became complete. Of course, in special circumstances, he ideally also have other supplies. All the way to the bottom of the building, the freezing rain continued to fall relentlessly, and the cold was unbearable. Besides the sound of the rain, Hexinuen was completely silent, and few windows had lights on. Tang Tian, wearing a raincoat and crampons, turned on her powerful flashlight as usual, and left the complex with Tang Yi. The warmth of level 7 made the temperature they felt around 0 degrees Celsius. While it still sounded cold, it was much more comfortable than the dozens of degrees below zero, and it was also the normal temperature in Spring City during the winter. And because of this cold, those without the necessary conditions didn't dare to venture out. So even after leaving Hexinuen and reaching the main road, looking around and apart from the raindrops, there were only a few people to be seen. Tang Tian was still wearing a windproof mask, but the heat that had accumulated around her mouth quickly cooled completely. If the temperature continued to drop, her breath would probably turn to ice. The residential complex entrance usually features a row of established shops, but now all were closed. But Tang Tian noticed at a glance that several of the shop doors had been broken open, and the interiors were a mess. Not only the signs but also the walls were covered in a thick layer of ice crystals. They were primarily specialized shops, breakfast shops, fruit and vegetable shops, small grocery stores, and so on, each with a very clear purpose. Seeing this, Tang Tian felt a little excited for some reason. Finally, I could go shopping for free. Chapter 19. Tang Tian had shopped for free in her previous life, but it took pushing her moral boundaries to make the decision. But by then, she had already been cold and hungry for a while, barely able to compete with others. She might even get hurt, and even protecting herself was a struggle. It was only after she finally became determined that she gradually became proficient. So, in this life, she almost abandoned so-called morality. Slowly, people will realize that the strong prey on the weak, and the fittest survive. Only by abandoning some of their humanity can one truly survive the apocalypse. The Tang family currently has no shortage of food, and now people go out to shop for free, each one targeting any store that might have food inside. These stores have already been raided, making it unnecessary to even enter. In reality, only a small number of people are willing to go out and search for supplies. Most people prefer to go to the supermarket during the day. The constraints of morality and ethics prevent those who still have good intentions from doing so. But it must be admitted that now is the best time to shop for free. If everyone pushes the limit, supplies will quickly become scarce, with demand exceeding supply. Because of the large inventory, Tang Tian and Tang Yi knew there was a delivery station across the street from Xinyuan. There was not a single car on the street, and the street lights were off. The two sisters quickly reached the station, treading on the icy surface. The station had a glass door. Tang Tian simply cut it with a glass cutter, then kicked it, shattering it completely. After confirming there were no surveillance cameras, Tang Tian and Tang Yi didn't bother to check closely. Instead, they gathered all the delivery boxes they could see and stored them in the warehouse, to be opened later. After their search, they retraced their remembered route. Occasionally, they could feel a few drops of freezing rain hitting their faces, a chill. But the effects of their warmth abilities radiated from within, so they didn't feel too cold. Tang Tian and Tang Yi both chose warmth in their first ability slot. The former chose strength, while the latter chose speed. A few minutes later, they arrived at a hardware store. Facing a rolling shutter door also covered in a thin layer of ice, Tang Tian pulled out her demolition axe. A bowl of snow-white double-skim milk, a spoonful carefully scooped up, was bouncy and smooth, and the milky aroma permeated the mouth, refreshing and sweet. Tang Tian, now with her enhanced strength, hacked at the door without a trace of fatigue, finally breaking it open. Almost everything in the hardware store was useful, so Tang Tian, too, didn't examine it closely and pocketed everything. They walked about another 400 or 500 meters, passing several residential areas, all in the same condition as Hexinuen, nearly pitch black. Tang Tian shone the lights again, and spotted the gold recycling shop, her face beaming with joy. Shops like these are usually quite small. Tang Tian used a glass cutter to clear the door, and went straight in, while Tang Yi remained at the door to keep watch. The recycling shop not only recycles gold, but also platinum, silver, jewelry, and luxury goods, so Tang Tian was quite excited. The counter was empty, so she crawled over it, but after searching around, she found nothing. Could it be that the owner had taken all the items and gone back to close the shop? Just as Tang Tian was feeling a little disappointed, she suddenly found a safe in the corner. It was impossible to open it this way, so she simply put the safe and the items in storage and tried again when she got back. After making sure there were no more useful items, Tang Tian and Tang Yi exited the shop. Their original destination had been this recycling shop, so they crossed the street and headed back. There were some new shops here, and Tang Tian was finally drawn to a chain of braised food stores. Such stores usually have a supply chain, and the goods they sell are all prepackaged. And in such cold weather, there's no doubt they haven't spoiled. At the thought, Tang Tian's mouth watered. She immediately took out her demolition axe, broke down the door, and went in to search. The braised food wouldn't be so well hidden. Perhaps the shop assistant hadn't come back, but there was still half a freezer full of packaged braised food. Tang Tian waved her hand, and even put the freezer away into storage. "Sister, it's almost done. Let's go!" Tang Tian pulled down her mask to breathe in the fresh air. Fortunately, she had supernatural powers, otherwise the cold air would have made it difficult to breathe. Tang Yi, who had been helping nearby, her heart pounding at the noise in the darkness. But after not seeing anyone for so long, she gradually relaxed, figuring she'd get used to it later. So she nodded, and the two of them prepared to go home. But then, in the dim light, they suddenly heard Shui, "Is that you?" Hearing this familiar voice, they both frowned. What a narrow road for enemies. Tang Yi glanced to the side, and saw a light approaching quickly from the distance. A flashlight. Jiang Yao also took out his flashlight, and shone it directly at her, saying with even more confidence and surprise, "Shui, it really is you." "Great. I have some here, I give you some." "Hey, Jiang Yao." Tang Tian glanced to the side, and saw that Jiang Yao had joined a small group. Although they were wearing more clothes, they were composed of only one person. Canes, sticks, and fire axes, among other items. Jiang Yao nodded. "This is my fiancée, and my wife's sister. Brother gang, shall we take them with us to look for supplies?" People truly do laugh when they're completely speechless. Tang Tian immediately spat. "Who knows you? You perverted stalker. Get lost." The youngsters fixed their eyes on Jiang Yao again, quite amused, and began to eat the melon. Actually, this group all lived in Hexinuen, but not in Building 15. Jiang Yao, feeling particularly resentful after being turned down by the Tang family last time, gave up his original rental and planned to rent in Hexinuen, hoping to persuade Tang Yi to change her mind. With supermarkets now open, the two Tang sisters, both wealthy, would undoubtedly be stocking up. He couldn't miss this opportunity. However, there were no real estate agents available at the time, so Jiang Yao went directly to the property management. Hoping for extra cash, the property management agreed to his request. Unfortunately, there were no vacancies on the 15th floor, so he had to settle for renting a room in the building next door. The supplies Jiang Yao brought were quickly used up, especially the food. At first, he could ask neighbors for supplies, but when they became unavailable, He had no choice but to rush to nearby supermarkets, even getting trampled in a stampede. He trembled until today, when a search for supplies in the building happened to begin. The organizer, a fitness trainer named Ji Gang, was not so generous. He completely refused requests from others in the building to help carry supplies, and he would not buy or sell. Whoever found the supplies kept them. Jiang Yao panicked, but fearing death, he finally signed up. Without any tools, he fell several times on the ice as soon as he stepped out. Jiang Yao directed all his pent-up resentment at Tang Tian, believing it was her fault that Tang Yi's attitude towards him plummeted. I hadn't expected to run into them on the street this time. They usually stayed indoors, so I had to find an opportunity to show off. Supplies are so scarce now, if I just keep showing goodwill, Tang Yi will surely change her mind. Jiang Yao thought as Tang Tian and Tang Yi turned and left. He quickly whispered to Ji Gang, "Brother Gang, they used to be big streamers. They've just been having a serious fight with me lately. Since I can help, can you take them with you?" Anyone who's been to a supermarket knows that prices are skyrocketing these days. A bottle of frozen mineral water costs 15 yuan. A bag of instant noodles is over 50 yuan. A bag of rice has already risen to 100 yuan, and a pound of pork has gone up to over 80 yuan. Not to mention fruits and vegetables, they're practically unavailable. There were no markets anymore, so despite their complaints, people still flocked to supermarkets to stock up, quickly clearing out the official shipments. But that wasn't enough. After the freezing rain froze the world, even if the government still had grain reserves, the efficiency of its delivery had dropped significantly. Furthermore, Chuncheng had no granaries, so supplies had to be sourced from elsewhere. Ji Gang already ate more than the average person, and now, unable to bear it, he launched an operation inside the building. Some neighbors criticized him, others pleaded for help, but he ignored them all. His own survival was paramount. Gathering 5 or 6 young people, including Jiang Yao, they left Hexinyuan in a mighty procession. In fact, he could tell Jiang Yao had been slacking off the entire time. But hearing that he not only knew these 2 women, but that they seemed wealthy, Ji Gang became interested and rushed forward, shouting, "Hey, beautiful women, don't leave so quickly. It's too dangerous for you to go looking for supplies alone. Why don't you come with us? We can look after each other." Jiang Yao said anxiously, "Yes, Xiui, Brother Gang is very capable in the building. We will definitely find a lot of supplies to bring back. And Brother Gang is very fair. When you bring back some, you can give them to Auntie." Ji Gang was very pleased with Jiang Yao's flattery, and waved his fire axe. Tang Tian had initially been reluctant to pay any attention to Ji Gang and the others, but after hearing these words, she clenched her fists. He spoke as if he cared deeply about them, but in his previous life, he had completely taken the Tang family's kindness for granted, even allowing Wei Mingxia to go out and look for supplies. Tang Tian had wanted to kick him out at that time, but unfortunately, she failed. "I eliminated the possibility of repeating the same mistake in this lifetime, but I didn't expect him to still haunt me." Tang Tian's face darkened as she whipped out a demolition axe. Its silver light gleamed in the dim light, twice as large as a fire axe. Jiang Yao's expression changed. "Tang Tian, what are you trying to do?" Tang Tian wasn't tall to begin with, and when she pulled out such a large axe, a faint chuckle escaped from Ji Gang's group. Ji Gang's patience quickly wore thin as he saw her aggressive stance. Having enjoyed the privilege of calling the shots, he considered himself the leader of the group. But when Tang Tian resisted, his temper immediately frayed. Seeing the large backpacks on the 2 men's backs, he was struck again. He sneered and ordered, "You're being shameless, don't blame us. Have some sense and leave your backpacks behind, and I spare you." Jiang Yao was startled, and just as he was about to beg for mercy, Ji Gang pushed him away, sending him crashing to the ice again. Tang Tian's eyes were stern, and she gripped the axe handle tightly. Tang Yi followed suit, pulling out a kitchen knife. The weapons they practiced with at home were finally being put to use. Chapter 20. 4 or 5 men surrounded Tang Tian and Tang Yi. Ji Gang stood there, clapping his fire axe with a sinister grin. At a command, one of them, as if determined, raised his weapon and brought it down on the 2 men's heads. But Tang Tian could see clearly that, with the exception of Ji Gang, the so-called weapons they held were merely props for navigating the icy surface and posed little threat. With her enhanced strength, she could wield a large demolition axe with impressive power. She blocked the attack and pushed it away, then with a snap, she easily split the man's staff in half. The man was startled and didn't dare to advance a second time. Though Tang Yi lacked enhanced strength, she possessed a slight advantage in speed. Not only did she successfully dodge the attacks of the others, she also swung her weapon around to knock them down, even striking their wrists several times. Unfortunately, she was wearing thick clothing in the extreme cold, so aside from a dull pain, it had little effect. Jiang Yao was stunned by the sisters' aggressive expressions. One used to be sweet and gentle, the other used to be gentle and charming. When did they become so brutal? Oh no! Run! Jiang Yao's heart pounded, as if the next axe would split his skull open. He hurriedly grabbed the supplies he had found and ran away. However, on the slippery ice, he slipped and fell several times, forcing him to crawl awkwardly until he disappeared into the night. After disabling the other's attack power, Tang Tian turned around to see that Jiang Yao had already fled, and couldn't help but spat. Ji Gang paused with his hand on the fire axe, his face turning red and white and red again, and he shouted in frustration, "You bunch of losers, you can't even beat two women? Brother Gang, don't be so self-righteous. We don't have any weapons, how can we possibly defeat them?" They were all young men, willing to follow Ji Gang because of his strength and courage. But after so long out there, they hadn't found much supplies. So what was the point of risking their lives against axes and kitchen knives? Now being scolded by the former, they were naturally unconvinced. Ji Gang pouted, raised his axe, and ran towards Tang Tian with a blow. He was already large and heavily dressed, charging at him like a wall. Tang Tian didn't engage him head-on, but dodged the first few blows. The two axes clanged several times in the cold air, with no clear winner. Tang Tian frowned, and seeing that Ji Gang was only wearing a thin mask and the hood of his down jacket, she immediately pulled out her nail gun and fired at him twice. Oh my god! This woman has a gun? No, impossible. How could an ordinary person have a gun these days? Everyone was shocked and instinctively took several steps back, fearing they would be among them. The next second, Ji Gang's scream, nearly piercing the night sky, rang out, "Ah! It hurts so much. What the hell is this?" Ji Gang collapsed to the ground, dropping the axe in his hand, and rubbing his hands against his face. Although there was blood, it didn't splatter. It must have been frozen in the instant by the low temperature. Tang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed her aim was pretty good, the shot must have hit Ji Gang right in the eye, completely disabling him. Thinking of this, she turned to look at the others. Several younger people shivered and took several steps back, almost fading into the darkness. "Why don't you just come and help me?" Ji Gang shouted angrily, covering his face. He closed his eyes to endure the excruciating pain, but he kept saying, "You bitch, if you can, don't let me see you again, or you be in trouble." Before he could finish his words, Tang Tian fired another shot, directly into his mouth. Now, he was speechless except for grunting and screaming. Tang Tian snorted coldly, and she and Tangy left the scene, leaving behind a mess, and people staring at each other in bewilderment, afraid to move forward. Tangy felt that Tang Tian was getting more and more powerful. She wanted to practice with him, but unfortunately, the enemy was so useless that they were completely frightened and even watched the show with her. She shook her head helplessly at the thought. But she was also a little envious. "It's okay, sister. Just practice more when you get home," Tang Tian consoled her. In her previous life, she had suffered a lot before she began to train on her own. Even training didn't leave her with much energy, but she had no choice but to continue. With enough food in this life, there was no need to worry too much. Add to that the vast amount of information, and Tangy and Wei Mingxiao would surely be able to protect themselves in the end. The sky grew darker. Tangy, shining her powerful flashlight, stumbled upon a shop. Seeing someone standing at the door, seemingly on the lookout, she exclaimed, "Look at that." Tang Tian also flashed over, but before she could recognize it, the person at the door was holding a light. Looking at the sign, it turned out to be a pharmacy. Medicines were also in short supply and unavailable in stores. They had probably been cleared out by the people living nearby. What was missing were things like cold and fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, and frostbite creams. Tang Tian had stockpiled a batch of medicine, and if she didn't count it, it would become increasingly scarce, especially since she could still put on a show in front of outsiders. "Hello, neighbor," she cleared her throat. It was incredibly cold that day, and they were still doing things they would never do in the past, so they felt a little guilty when they saw people. Tang Tian said hello calmly, and tried to go in, but Cheng Jing stepped aside to make room. At first, the two of them were searching for ignition in the broken shop doors, but when they saw this pharmacy they had visited before, their hearts began to fray. Though they had brought back some medicine, it was of no use. Coincidentally, Yan Chunhua and Shen Yaohui had fallen ill with frostbite, so they decided to go inside and search. As soon as Tang Tian entered, Shen Boyun emerged from behind the counter. Seeing them, He relaxed a little. He was wearing a high-collared, thick-down jacket, which obscured the lower half of his face, so no one could see the slightly embarrassed look that instantly flushed. Tang Tian winked at Tang Yi, and the two of them went to search the shelves on the other side of the counter, without speaking. She knew that silence was best at this moment. The pharmacy was running low on medicine, only frozen eye drops, stomach medicine, and a few bottles of vitamins, which they had quietly stored in the warehouse. Without anything left, Tang Tian still wanted to go home, so she and Tang Yi headed out again. Just then, however, Shen Boyun asked, do you have any frostbite cream? Other things belong to whoever finds them. Shen Boyun put all the medicine he found into his backpack, but he still couldn't find the most important frostbite cream. Seeing that 1701 had finished searching so quickly, and was about to leave, he asked again, I don't have any here. They've probably all been taken. A lot of people need this stuff right now. Tang Tian replied, but there's probably more than just this pharmacy. You can check elsewhere. Though disappointed, Shen Boyun still agreed. This submissive attitude made Tang Tian feel as if they were in another world, as if they weren't committing any crimes. One could only say that this was all forced upon them by the apocalypse. Tang Tian sighed silently, and left the pharmacy with Tang Yi. Only when they returned home did Wei Mingxia finally feel relieved. The psychic ball in the fireplace was still burning, maintaining a warm, spring-like warmth. Tan Tan kept circling at their feet, whimpering, as if complaining about not being taken outside. Tang Tian didn't tell Wei Mingxia about what happened on the way, fearing she'd worry even more. Thinking it was late and her mother and sister needed to rest, she went to boil some hot water and mixed it with well water. The three of them took a quick shower and slept by the fireplace, spending the night in silence. The next morning, the glowing red energy ball still burned in the fireplace. Wei Mingxia woke even earlier and heated a pan on the fireplace, finding a few bags of frozen dumplings to prepare breakfast. A subtle sizzling sound soon emanated a faint aroma. Tang Tian immediately opened her eyes, stood up, and stretched comfortably. After washing with hot water, Tang Yi and her breakfast was ready. Frozen 3 fresh fried dumplings, plump fried eggs, and hot milk. She also made a separate portion for Tan Tan, which was cooling. After last night's adventure, Tang Tian was already starving. She made 2 more spring rolls using her system, and began to devour them. After a burp, Wei Mingxiao went to the constant temperature room to tend to her crops. Tang Yi, holding Tan Tan, and Tang Tian counted their harvest from last night. There were about 80 delivery boxes and bags, large and small, totaling about 80, which was relatively small compared to before. There was also a small safe, and the rest were supplies scavenged from hardware stores, braised food shops, pharmacies, and various other places. Leaving the rest to sit, Tang Tian rubbed her hands and began to unpack the boxes. After unpacking everything, they discovered that most of the items were probably purchased after the hailstorm had stopped and society had regained some order. Thick clothing, various foods, and even heating materials. The food, in particular, was worth more than gold if stored later. The delivery station was truly a place where wealth could be made. Tian Tian, look! Tang Yi also had a find. Tang Tian tilted her head. It turned out that she had unpacked 2 thickened helmets, and even 2 sets of chest protection and fall protection suits. These were probably bought for the hailstorm, but unfortunately, they didn't get them. Tang Tian then opened a large cardboard box, only to find it filled entirely with energy bars and compressed biscuits. It seems there are people who can see the situation clearly now. These things are much more useful than those fancy things. Unfortunately, she got the better of them. Even then, Tang Yi opened another box full of heating pads, hot water bottles, hot foot pads, and especially small heaters. After unpacking and sorting the package, Tang Tian retrieved the safe. It was a combination safe, so she naturally couldn't figure out the combination. So, she and Tang Yi used their gold-based abilities. As the safe door shifted, a crack gradually appeared. Only when they could see inside did they stop. Bad news, there was no gold inside. Good news, there were diamond rings, jade bracelets, and jadeite. These were probably from people whose families were short of money and were stockpiling goods, taking them to the recycling shop to exchange for cash. The quantity was small. Tang Tian quickly took it out and let the system pay for it. She could keep the safe and use it for metal later. Host, these are all tier 2 and 3 items, and their quality isn't particularly good, so they cost a total of 6,000 gold coins. Are you sure you want to spend them all? Tang Tian was stunned, thinking she misheard. But even the smallest bit of gold is still meat, so she ultimately chose to spend it all. Now her total gold bar has reached 10,000 gold coins. That's definitely not enough to upgrade the warehouse or open a special ability bar, so she have to do something else. Tang Tian had almost unlocked all the N-level recipes, so she bought R-level recipes, part 2 first. The remaining money was just enough to upgrade one ingredient acquisition site. Each acquisition site has a fixed upgrade, and the entire site can be upgraded as well. It's said that new ingredient acquisition sites can also be added. After thinking it over, Tang Tian decided to upgrade the farmland first, increasing the variety and shortening the acquisition time. These gold coins are really not enough. Tang Tian silently complained. She had to keep making delicious food or go shopping for free. Chapter 21. Unnoticed, the temperature had plummeted to minus 45 degrees Celsius, transforming the world into a vast, crystal-clear ice cave. Not only was a thick layer of transparent ice forming on the ground, but power poles and trees were also broken by the rime. Even sheds and self-built houses had collapsed. The communication base stations were likely damaged by the freezing rain, leaving extremely poor signal. Group chats were either completely silent or filled with a flurry of messages, often without any connection. The messages were often filled with tragic news. Either someone had frozen to death, or someone had simply eaten everything they could eat and then committed suicide. But suicide also requires courage, and most people suffering from the cold and hunger still fear death, so most messages were requests for help. The property management committee was struggling to survive, and was practically on the verge of disbanding. The last message they sent was a reminder to residents not to completely sleep at night. It was best to take turns keeping watch, and to use primitive methods, like building fires to stay warm. After that, no matter how many times they tagged them, they didn't respond. The residents were furious. They were waiting for the property management committee to contact outside help, but they were just leaving them alone. But when they braved the freezing cold to visit their building, they found it empty, completely deserted. It was clear they had packed up and fled. Without electricity or communications, official announcements couldn't reach everyone. Occasionally, someone could tune into the national radio station, but not everyone had such an old item at home. Thankfully, there was a wealthy second-generation kid living alone in Building 15. He wasn't interested in fun or entrepreneurship, but he was passionate about outdoor survival and camping, and he had a lot of equipment at home. But he wasn't stupid, and he didn't tell anyone. He was happy to share his radio, though. Zhang Manqin was overjoyed upon hearing the news. She quickly notified each household in the group chat, as soon as they had internet access, to send one person to the meeting in room 201 downstairs. Room 201 originally housed a family of 2. They hadn't frozen to death in Hexinuen, but they had moved away and, unlike the other families with frozen bodies, it was a suitable place for people to gather. After seeing the news, Wei Mingxia asked Tang Tian if she wanted to go. She thought about it, and decided to go anyway. This was probably partly to count the survivors. If the Tang family stayed home, they would be more likely to be targeted than if they did. So she bundled up, ate a bag of spicy noodles, and comforted Tan Tan, who wanted to follow her, before leaving the house. I didn't know if it was an illusion, but even the corridor ceiling seemed to be covered in a thin layer of ice, the chill overwhelming. Shen Boyun also emerged from room 1702. The two exchanged glances, still silent, as if their breath would turn to ice if they spoke. Chen Boyun, and my buddy Cheng Jing. He covered his mouth and mumbled something. But within his dark pupils, the only thing visible, a glimmer of light seemed to reflect from the ice. Tang Tian. Tang Tian understood what he meant. After all, the two families had helped each other before, and both wanted to survive in the apocalypse. Perhaps there would be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Although the two had met many times, they still didn't know each other's names. Chen Boyun nodded, and without interrupting, they went downstairs one after the other. The door to room 201 was wide open. When Tang Tian entered, the temperature was about the same as outside. There were already a few scattered, silent people inside. Zhang Manqin paced anxiously, her phone in hand, beside a trembling Yu Ming. Seeing Tang Tian arrive, he immediately looked up, then looked away dejectedly. The living room of 201 also had a full set of leather sofas. Tang Tian unceremoniously sat down on the edge, curled up slightly. To Shen Boyun, she looked like a little hedgehog, wary of everyone. Not bad, actually. As more people arrived, so did the grumbling and complaining, interspersed with a few sobs. The elderly man next door to me is dead. I'm afraid none of the elderly in our building will survive this. Not to mention the elderly, even the children can't handle it, and the hospitals are basically closed now. When will the next wave of help arrive? I really have no idea. In the end, There were only about 20 people in the room, most of them young and middle-aged, suggesting that these 20 or so families were likely the only ones who survived. They weren't completely wiped out, probably because at least there was still water to drink. The last person to enter was carrying a hand-cranked radio. Zhang Manqin was overjoyed upon seeing this and hurried forward, smiling, saying, "Lily, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you." Li Feiyong placed the radio on the table and replied without further ado, while adjusting it, "Building leader Zhang, I fully charged it. Just tune in to the national radio station, and you get the news." He turned the volume up to full, and a crackling sound was heard. Everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on the radio, filled with hope. Tang Tian also listened quietly. The loop played a few messages. Officials are working hard to transport supplies, regulate prices, and de-ice. De-icing alone requires the public's participation. Furthermore, the authorities have designated most of Chunqing's historical air raid shelters as extreme cold shelters, and others who wish to go there can go on their own. It all sounded the same as before, neither disappointing the public nor necessarily promising good news. After the news had circulated twice, several people plopped down on the icy floor, wailing, "There's no rescue. God, are they trying to kill us? The shelter is so far away. Isn't there any in S district? Wouldn't we be dead on the way? What's wrong with the authorities? They want us to de-ice her together in this cold weather? How is it even possible? There's no word on when we can stock up again. I heard all the nearby supermarkets have been vandalized." An atmosphere of dejection, despair, and negativity suddenly permeated the air. Even those who weren't crying felt their noses sore, but any tears that fell were quickly frozen. Someone even cried out in a hoarse voice, "God damn it. I lived for decades, and this is the weather. This must be the end of the world." Li Feiyong, who had brought the radio, also wore a serious expression, but he was mentally debating whether his family had enough supplies, and whether he should go to one of the official shelters. The sound of beating one's chest, and stamping one's feet, and sobbing continued. Zhang Manqin had left most of her family's supplies to Yuming. Mother and son had been frugal, and now they were cold and hungry. After hearing the news, she felt dizzy again and again. After being helped to her feet by Yuming, she looked closely, and saw that everyone was gathered around the table. Even Shen Boyun had moved closer, but Tang Tian was sitting on the farthest sofa, acting as if nothing had happened. Zhang Manqin immediately flew into a rage, pointing at Tang Tian and shouting angrily, "Why aren't you anxious at all? Do you still have supplies at home? I told you countless times, as a new neighbor, you need to integrate quickly. This is a special situation, and we must unite and help each other. You have supplies, but you're still hoarding them for yourself. How selfish." Provoked by these words, the people who had been crying suddenly realized their mistake and looked at Tang Tian. As if by some medical miracle, they all stood up and began earnestly trying to persuade her to hand over the supplies. What a huge scapegoat. Tang Tian didn't get angry, but simply straightened up slightly and sneered, "You know I'm new here, so how can you be so sure I have supplies? Instead of suspecting me, you abused your power for personal gain and secretly withheld supplies from the people in the building. That's proven. How many people have died because they didn't have those supplies? Aren't you afraid of retribution, like a ghost knocking on your door in the middle of the night?" Everyone knows how to accuse others, especially Zhang Manqin, who actually did it. Clearly, her words made perfect sense, and everyone turned their attention to the latter, their indignation growing even stronger. Zhang Manqin was the type who favored her clients. The families withheld supplies tended to have more women in their household. If a few close friends hadn't reconciled their accounts and discovered some differences in supplies, which looked odd, they wouldn't have confronted the former. Only then did they discover the truth. Zhang Manqin's face paled instantly, and she stammered, unable to refute anything. Yuming, defending his own mother, stood up and said, "Ever since the hailstorm, my mother has diligently organized the group's affairs. What's wrong with a few extra supplies? Besides, she's been the building manager for so many years. It's just this one time, and she returned it to you later. Why are you still holding on to such a small matter? Have you all forgotten our past friendship?" Yuming was quite adept at confusing right and wrong, but the bereaved families clearly weren't fooled by his tactics and rushed forward like zombies. Tang Tian curled her lips. She quite enjoyed watching the dog-eat-dog fight. "Enough. Stop arguing." Unexpectedly, it was Li Feiyong who finally spoke up. "What's the point of arguing? If you don't like it, just replace the building manager. The property management committee is practically useless now anyway." After hearing this, everyone calmed down. But some, still unsatisfied, grabbed Yu Ming and kicked him a few times before giving up. Although the suggestion had been made, who would be the new building manager? Regardless, this was a mess no one wanted to take on. Since Shen Guiyun, a former police officer, was also there, someone offered him the position, but he flatly refused. What's the point of electing a building leader? Everyone's on their own now. Buildings 14 and 16 next door have already organized teams to go out and search for supplies. If we're still stuck here, how could we not starve to death? A tall, middle-aged man spat, defying the rigid norms and hitting the nail on the head. Wang Hui's parents in 901 ultimately succumbed to the severe cold and passed away, but now all funeral homes are closed, and even the bodies have to be kept at home for the time being. Thinking of this, he said sadly, so many people have died, and the authorities haven't made any progress. We can't just sit there and wait for death. I propose that we in Building 15 also organize people to go out and search for supplies. I go first. Who's coming? After Wang Hui finished speaking, several more men raised their hands. They were basically the breadwinners of their families. But some were apprehensive, believing that going out in this temperature would be self-destructive, and that it would be better to wait for rescue. Seeing that 5 or 6 people were willing, Wang Hui immediately led them out of the room, apparently disregarding those who wouldn't even try. The others began to panic and hurried over to discuss the matter. Zhang Manqin, her face seemingly scratched, sat on the floor crying. The scene remained chaotic. Taking notice, Tang Tian also stood up and prepared to leave. After all this commotion, the effects of the spicy strips were almost gone. But when she looked up again, she saw Li Feiyong, holding a radio, his face clouded with worry, and he sighed. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, her keen sense that she had received a mission from an NPC. Chapter 22. Looking at him again, dressed in a ski jacket, quick-drying pants, fleece gloves, and waterproof hiking boots, even if she didn't know him, she had a feeling he was someone with some connections, so she instinctively asked, "What's wrong?" Li Feiyong was stunned. He naturally didn't know Tang Tian. But perhaps he heard about what she'd done in the building, or perhaps he hadn't thought too badly of the situation. After a moment's thought, he murmured, "I'm wondering if my package has arrived. I bought something online during the few days the hail stopped, but now my phone can't read messages, and it's hard to go out." Tang Tian's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. Could he have bought all those useful items she found in the blind box? But seeing that Li Feiyong had also contributed the hand crank radio, Tang Tian felt that this was a real possibility. Her eyes rolled, and she whispered, "I can help you check the post station, but it's so cold, I have to charge you a fee. Isn't that too much?" Li Feiyong's eyes lit up, and without caring if Tang Tian was lying, he nodded and said, "Okay, sister. If you can get it for me, I definitely give you a reward." It was hard to carry so many tools around the house, and there were bound to be countless eyes in the shelter, and they might not be as well off as he was. Li Feiyong still wanted to stay in Hexinyuan for a while. He was used to paying service fees, and what he bought was life-saving stuff. If he could get it, he would definitely survive. But before they could reach an agreement, someone suddenly appeared, narrowing their triangular eyes and smiling, asking, "Are you my new neighbor upstairs? And this young man, do you have any food left? I'm willing to pay for it. How about 10 times the price?" The woman, who seemed to be in her 40s, was trying to grab someone as she spoke, especially since Tang Tian seemed a rather shy young woman. Tang Tian frowned. She remembered that this was her neighbor who lived in 1601. In their previous life, when the Tang family ran out of supplies, they had no choice but to go out and beg for supplies. The closest ones were the 2 families upstairs and downstairs. The 2 families on the 18th floor and 1602 politely declined, but the woman in 1601 not only refused sternly but also shoved Wei Mingxia, as if she truly considered her a beggar. Although the Tang family had refused them many times in this life, she didn't owe them anything. She flung her hands and sternly said, "No! Don't touch me!" The woman was instantly furious, but before she could say anything, Li Feiyong stepped forward to block her. Thanks to the radio, which could receive messages, the woman could only glare at the 2 men angrily and walk away. Li Feiyong gave Tang Tian the list of goods, thanked her profusely, and left. Tang Tian glanced at them. Isn't that a coincidence? Sure enough, they were those compressed biscuit energy bars she collected from the post station. The thought of getting something for free made her smile softly, and she briskly headed upstairs. After Wei Mingxiao finished tending to her crops, she and Tang Yi went to the balcony to collect water. But as the temperature continued to drop, the rainwater collected under the awning would soon turn to ice. Tang Yi, remembering Tang Tian's words about the upcoming extreme heat and the fact that she couldn't use the ice maker at home, decided to stockpile some ice for when the heat got extreme. Unexpectedly, things hadn't been going well at home while Tang Tian was away, mainly because a relative of Wei Mingxia's had called. The latter's parents had long since passed away, leaving behind a younger brother, Wei Mingying, who had also started a family. He called while there was still some signal, asking for help like everyone else. As the saying goes, a mother's brother is more important than her uncle, but in the face of the apocalypse, these are just empty words. In the end, Tang Yi simply hung up the phone, citing a poor signal. Tang Tian remembered that Wei Mingyang had called her in her previous life. But then, the signal was completely cut off, effectively losing contact. He wasn't as brazen as Tang's father and his family, coming directly to her house, wondering if he was dead or alive. If he had come, Wei Mingxia would probably have taken him in, even for the sake of being her brother. But in this life, she would never let a stranger into her house again. 10 level 1 supernatural fuel balls can burn for 3 full days. After burning, they automatically crumble to dust with a light touch, making them easy to clean. The thermometers installed in the house were all industrial grade, and the temperature on the balcony had already reached minus 50 degrees Celsius. Seeing it was almost time, Tang Tian and Tang Yi took the large box of dry food and headed for room 1901, where Li Feiyong lived. Li Feiyong genuinely believed the former had braved the extreme cold and gone through untold hardships to retrieve the supplies, and he was incredibly touched. Not only did he let the two into the house, he also showed them his comprehensive equipment. Sister Tian, take your pick. This is what we agreed on. Li Feiyong was a senior, but he had rented his own apartment since entering college. Someone like him didn't have to rush to find an internship, so he naturally stayed home during winter break. But he hadn't expected that after the new year, he, who loved the outdoors, would be at a loss as to how to proceed. Tang Tian picked without hesitation, ultimately choosing a flamethrower set and grabbing 10 gas canisters. She left in a state of deep emotion. After everyone in the family finished their usual training, they opened a bag of the braised food they had searched for and retrieved beer from their system. This shop sells duck products, lotus root slices, dried bean curd sheets, kelp nuts, fish tofu, and more. The rich, spicy marinated flavor is just right, with a sweet aftertaste, crispy and delicious. Paired with a beer, it's simply invigorating. Wei Mingxia and Tang Yi wiped their sweat and opened the system. Unlocking dishes wasn't just Tang Tian's job. They already unlocked quite a few R-level recipes: Earth Attribute LV1 mashed potatoes, Dust Attribute LV1 French fries, Supernatural Blind Box LV3A treasure porridge, Poison Attribute LV1 doji, Metal Attribute LV3 crab rose soup dumplings, and so on. Wei Mingxiao wasn't satisfied with just level 1 wood attribute, so Tang Yi specifically unlocked a wood attribute LV3 yin du xian, pickled pork with preserved vegetables, for her. There are also new recipes in the Crimson Cuisine. For example, the chopped pepper fish head at Fire Barrier LV3, the glutinous rice and red dates at Energy Spark LV1, and the spicy chicken at Flame LV5. While many of these are currently useless, at least they're delicious, and cold weather makes them perfect for eating. And it's not just these supernatural-themed dishes. Tang Yi has also unlocked many common dishes, such as Zilong Bao, braised pork rice, egg fried rice, mushu pork, shredded pork with green peppers, mushrooms and rapeseed, and other home-cooked dishes. These system dishes can be made without the need for a stove or electricity, so they need to unlock more recipes, not just supernatural dishes. Building 15 has been incredibly busy these past few days. Wang Hui and the others went out to search for supplies, but unfortunately, they were too slow to leave. Many of the nearby grocery stores and supermarkets had already been sold out, leaving little even for daily necessities. They ultimately returned disappointed. But every day without aid is a day closer to death, so they had to discuss searching further afield. During this period, some shameless individuals, naturally, offered to pay them to bring back some supplies, acting like tycoons. Thankfully, Wang Hui had the foresight to not only directly refuse, but also firmly state that the search could only be conducted as a group. No other offers would be accepted. Those who, like Jiang Yao, had initially wanted to exploit the situation, were forced to join the team after seeing their determination. Someone else suddenly suggested that Hexinuen should have backup power, which undoubtedly gave Building 15 a glimmer of hope. But after investigating, they discovered that those backup generators had already been occupied. Most importantly, they were all diesel generators, and diesel would have already solidified and become unusable at such low temperatures, requiring an anticoagulant. But who had that kind of thing on hand these days? Furious, they simply discarded the diesel and its container, staring blankly at the generators. When Tang Tian learned of this news, she had a plan. After finding out the approximate location, she took advantage of the night when the power went out to collect it. After all, she had the anticoagulant. Although the diesel wasn't much, she felt the fuel she collected was insufficient. It would be best to store more. To keep warm, people had to start building fires. At first, they scavenged fuel from their homes, such as various fabrics and paper, especially clothing and books. Because the extreme cold was ravaging large swathes of the world, the authorities had no choice but to continue suspending work and classes, prioritizing survival. Some families with students resorted to burning books for warmth. Tang Tian noticed the commotion upstairs again and remembered that 1802 was a teacher's family. Every wall of the house was fitted with built-in bookcases to store books, a complete ocean of knowledge. So someone came up with an idea and organized a group to go upstairs to borrow books for fuel. Jiang Yao and Tang Yi also went. Unexpectedly, the teacher was a stubborn old man who valued knowledge as his life. He would rather die than have his collection destroyed, insisting that he was leaving it to future generations and would never give it up. Following the natural disaster, no one respected him anymore, and his temper was flaring. Unmoved by his pleas, the group simply forced their way in, snatching boxes of books from the room, and even beating him up for good measure. But this stubborn old man would rather his wife and children freeze to death than have his books burned. He could do nothing but curse at the wanton plunder. Instead, his wife and children were able to escape through the cracks, staying warm and surviving. After the old clothes and books were burned, they had to start burning the furniture. They used every possible means to break it open. If it were solid wood furniture, it would be fine, but if it were composite wood, it would be disastrous. Not only was there a lot of smoke, but there was also a very pungent odor, making it impossible to stay indoors. Most families opted to burn food in the hallways for warmth, since the temperature inside and outside was roughly the same, and the fire was covered in a layer of ice. As the fires blazed, drops of icy water would drip from the ceiling. Tang Tian, thinking that after all the natural disasters, even the plants would be destroyed, abandoned the dry fire which she stored and continued to use the convenient supernatural fuel balls. Outside, the relentless freezing rain continued to freeze everything, as if enveloped in a crystal ball. While it was beautiful, the scars it left on people were horrifying and deeply painful. Until one day, Tang Tian went to the balcony to collect ice and discovered the freezing rain had stopped. A dagger-like cold wind blew, and she frowned. For she knew the extreme cold had finally reached its peak, and not only would the temperature drop further, but a blizzard awaited. Chapter 23. Some people were both happy and worried when they discovered the freezing rain had stopped. The happy news was that the temperature might not drop any further, but the worry was when official help would arrive. Li Feiyong had donated his radio and placed it in room 201, which had become a gathering point for the survivors of Building 15, broadcasting daily news from the national radio station. Sadly, the news was no different from what they had heard the first time. The only difference was that even the air raid shelters were filled with refugees, no longer accepting new arrivals. Disappointed, angry, and ultimately desperate, feeling completely hopeless, they returned home, never to be heard from again. Wang Hui and the others finally scavenged some supplies, and brought them back with great joy. Some others regretted not joining, while others were envious. Of course, a few people were missing from the team, but no one dared to ask what had happened. After this experience, Wang Hui saw himself as a new building manager, and, encouraged by his subordinates, began to act bossy and bossy. Even joining the foraging team required handing in some supplies before being allowed in. Later, he simply formally declared himself the leader, becoming a power broker. Zhang Manqin and Yu Ming, long since deposed, dared not speak out. The other survivors, seeing the group grow ever larger, dared not voice their objections, living their lives in fear. The sky was dark and gloomy, the freezing temperature of -55 degrees Celsius making the world feel silent and profound. Red-hot psychic fuel balls burned in the fireplace. The Tang family had just finished lunch, and Tang Tian was dozing off on the sofa in the living room, cradling a piece of charcoal, when she was suddenly awakened by a loud knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Woof, woof, woof. Tan Tan was also awakened, but immediately jumped out of his arms and barked at the door. The barking paused, then the banging resumed. It sounded like a stranger. After Tang Tian calmed Tan Tan down, she turned on the surveillance speaker and asked. The person outside the door tooted impatiently and shouted, "Let me count the survivors. Also, Building manager Wang said that every family must send one person to go out and chop firewood for fuel. Yours must go too. Tang Tian didn't remember this happening in her previous life. Perhaps the Tang family had taken the initiative to go out and find fuel. And she knew that while it might sound like they were doing it out of kindness, in reality, they might end up asking people to hand over their firewood. We just went out to chop firewood, so we're not going back. Tang Tian refused, ignoring the person shouting and even turning off the surveillance camera. The person outside the door spat angrily and turned to report to Wang Hui. Wang Hui recalled how 1701 had refused to sell him supplies, and this time, he'd been humiliated again, bringing new and old grudges to the surface. Thinking he'd just taken the position of building manager, his foundation was fragile, and he made an example of someone else. He led a few strong, willing men and headed straight for 1701. Disturbed from her nap, Tang Tian and Tang Yi went to exercise, but they were surprised to find another commotion at the door, a relentless commotion. Open the door. Open the door. The building manager is here. Tang Tian could probably guess why they were coming, and her eyes froze. But she still didn't open the door. Instead, she opened a small window she crafted in the door using her metal powers, thus shielding herself from outsiders. What's going on? Can't you just be quiet for a moment? Wang Hui heard the crackling of burning wood from the window, but there was no smell of smoke in the house. The wood outside was now covered in a layer of ice, requiring it to be broken up before it could be chopped. Even after it was chopped, it was damp wood. When it finally ignited, it would only fill with smoke. So, he concluded that building 1701 must have some other fuel. He sneered at this thought. I'm talking about building 1701. Zhang Manqin has been removed. Now I'm in this position to help all 15 survive. I asked your family to send someone to chop wood, but why didn't you obey my orders? That's really disrespectful to me, the new building manager. Tang Tian rolled her eyes. So what do you want? What? Of course, I want you to obey. At Wang Hui's command, the men behind him drew their various weapons, as if trying to force their way through. But Tang Tian, seeing this, smiled silently. Just when she wanted to try out her new ability, she was surprised to receive a test subject. She suddenly asked, Captain Wang, chopping wood is all about keeping warm, so you guys want to warm up? Wang Hui was stunned, not understanding the meaning behind Tang Tian's words. Just as he was about to speak, something was thrown out of the window. Before it hit the ground, the object suddenly exploded with a crackling sound, splashing all over their faces, followed by a sharp pain. Holy crap! Are these firecrackers? Ah! However, the corridor was narrow, and they were crammed together, and the police were pinned down at the bottom. Hurry up, get up! Wang Hui roared from below, but in the chaos, Tang Tian refused to let them go and continued to throw her. With fuel pellets burning at home, there was no need for the warmth ability, so both ability slots were empty. Glutinous rice and red dates can be eaten as snacks, so Tang Tian automatically acquired this ability. When she unleashed an energy spark, a small cylinder appeared in her hand, similar to a firecracker, but with dozens of times more destructive power, and it could be released in large groups. The people above had their down jackets ripped apart, sending fluff and cotton flying through the air. Someone else's face bled, but due to the low temperature, it instantly froze to the bone. Tang Tian only blasted their weak points. After her mental energy was exhausted, the corridor was filled with smoke. Unfortunately, a level 1 energy spark probably wouldn't kill anyone, but the person lying at the top seemed stunned, no longer moving or making any sound. Tang Tian didn't forget to add a finishing move. Captain Wang, if you need some warmth next time, feel free to come. I'm the best at giving warmth. Next time, it won't just be energy sparks, but actual fireballs. With that, she decisively closed the window, ignoring the people's groans of pain. Although Wang Hui, at the bottom, wasn't injured by the blast, he was nearly crushed to death, leaving him with nothing but venting his anger. He gritted his teeth and cursed Tang Tian several times in his heart. He finally managed to push the person off him and limp back with the others, who were still able to stand. The feud was truly over, and the whole thing was witnessed by the people in 1702 next door through the peephole. Originally, they were a little worried about such a group of people coming to their house, but now it seemed unnecessary. The neighbors weren't afraid of such things at all. Brother Yun, these firecrackers are really good. If we find a place to buy them while we're out, we might as well bring some back. Cheng Jing watched from the side with a look of envy. After all, they couldn't imagine a real killing spree. An item this powerful and capable of repelling the enemy was the best. Shen Boyun didn't answer, but a second later, a new idea had already occurred to him. So, the next day, there was another knock on Tang Tian's door. This time, she realized it was Shin Boyun. But their familiarity was limited to a few encounters, so she continued to inquire through the speaker. Shin Boyun had, of course, noticed the hidden cameras, and he removed his mask to reveal his thoughts. Tang Tian hadn't expected him to actually invite her out for a free shopping trip. She raised an eyebrow, turned off the speaker, and went to open the window above the door. She was indeed interested, Shin Boyun thought. There was indeed warmth inside the window, but since most people in the building were choosing to light fires for warmth, that wasn't surprising. Wang Hui even organized people to go out and break ice and chop wood. After all, it was fuel. However, upon returning to the building, they had to hand in some firewood. Those who refused would be severely beaten. To avoid further trouble, many people swallowed their anger and handed it in. Otherwise, they would be beaten. Now, with no medical care or medicine, wouldn't that be just waiting to die? Chen Boyun and Cheng Jing also frequently went to chop wood. Although Wang Hui had his complaints about them, perhaps because of their former profession, he wasn't too strict, and things remained peaceful. But the former understood that they couldn't just sit back and enjoy their savings. Calling Tang Tian along was a recognition of her skill, and it would provide some security during the journey. Of course, she had to agree to this as well. I know there's a small canning factory about a kilometer from Hexinuen. It was about to close before the new year, and they were using canned goods to pay their wages. Maybe they still have some stock. Shin Boyun explained. In the current environment, canned food with an extremely long battery life is truly a delicacy. But this 1 kilometer wasn't long nor short. The Tang family didn't seem to be short of supplies, so he wasn't sure Tang Tian would agree. The direction seemed to be somewhere he hadn't been before, and he wondered if there might be other recycling shops or places where he could find valuables. The key point was, she couldn't stay indoors forever. Thinking of this, she nodded and asked, "When do we leave?" Shin Boyun breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the two agreed to meet in the hallway in 20 minutes, concluding their conversation. Because the Tang family had already made enemies with Wang Hui and his group, they couldn't leave Wei Mingxia home alone, so Tang Yi stayed behind while Tang Tian went out alone. Tang Tian first drank a bowl of steaming borscht, grabbed several packets of spicy noodles, and then dressed completely from head to toe, carrying a hiking backpack. Tang Yi then handed over an item. Tang Tian glanced at it, her lips curled, and she accepted it. That item was none other than the Tang sword she had crafted using her metal-attributed supernatural power, following a picture. These days, people still mostly use kitchen knives and fruit knives, though some people occasionally have a few controlled knives. But Tang Tian's sharpened Tang sword was a step up. Made from a collection of kitchen knives she previously stockpiled, it took considerable effort. This time, let's test its power, but if level 1 metal can open doors and boxes, then level 3 crab roast soup dumplings are perfect for crafting weapons. The skin was as thin as paper, and the dumplings were plump and round. With just a slight incision, clear broth gushed out. The crab meat and roe mixed with the tender filling was a mouthful, so delicious it almost made her mouth water. Tang Tian usually ate them in the morning. After gaining her supernatural power, she began crafting Tang swords, and everyone had one. After saying goodbye to Tang Yi, Wei Mingxia and Tan Tan, Tang Tian left home, feeling the cold air blowing in her face. Chapter 24. Almost at the same time, Shin Boyun also dressed and headed out. Tang Tian hadn't expected that the person going with him this time was Chen Yaowei, not Cheng Jing. After Shin Boyun had gone back and told everyone, he had originally wanted Cheng Jing to come along, but Yin Chunhua hadn't expected him to take the initiative and let him go this time. After several 0 yuan purchases, they had become more relaxed and adept at it. After all, before they could wait for rescue, they had to save themselves, which was essentially an emergency shelter. While Wang Hui seemed to be treating their family fairly well, if things got tougher, there was no telling if they would fall out. So, after careful consideration, Yin Chunhua decided to let Chen Yaowei go out and see the world. She had already lived half her life, and her 2 children still had plenty of time. If the weather remained bad, she couldn't stay home all the time. She also realized that the best time to go out was when nothing fell from the sky. Shin Boyun had originally been reluctant to let them take the risk, but seeing Yin Chunhua's determination, he had no choice but to agree. But he couldn't leave her home alone, so the brother and sister went out together. They both carried wooden sticks, so they could walk on the ice. Chen Yaowei was reluctant at first, the weather was too cold. Even a fire at home couldn't keep out the chill that seeped into her bones. However, she had always been afraid of her mother, a teacher, so she had no choice but to go with Shin Boyun. Even through her eyes, her reluctance was evident. Tang Tian ignored them, nodded, and told them to go downstairs first, and she would follow. After descending a few floors, they encountered many people approaching them, either asking for supplies or offering to help carry them, but they refused them all. Everyone was furious, but those who could go out now were already well equipped, so they couldn't force themselves on anyone, so they had to give up. Tang Tian was just starting to get annoyed when a middle-aged, unshaven man suddenly appeared. Although he had lost a lot of weight, he still seemed to have the potbelly of his former self. He stopped the group and asked in a gruff voice, "Wait, are you going out looking for supplies? I pay you a price, and you bring them back for me. How about that?" Tang Tian pouted and was about to refuse, but the man added, "I trade you for gold bars." Tang Tian paused, retracting her hand from the knife. To the astonished gazes of the Shin siblings, she asked, "What's the price?" The middle-aged man beamed. His greatest hobby was buying gold, but now, with a natural disaster, he couldn't even exchange it for money to buy supplies, and he had lost a lot of weight. He had also tried to use gold to hire Wang Hui and his men to retrieve supplies, but he never expected the latter to only exchange supplies, not even gold. After all, he hadn't been short of money before, and his men obeyed him, not daring to accept it privately. He was already fretting over his options, and now this girl, whom he barely met, was interested. He had to seize this opportunity. The middle-aged man's eyes rolled, and he offered a bargain. "My gold bars are all 10 grams. For every gold bar, bring me 10 kilograms of food." "How about that?" Tang Tian snorted. A 10-gram gold bar could fetch 30,000 gold coins, which might seem like a lot, but 10 kilograms of food was a lot. You have to know that in the future, even half a tael of gold might not be enough to exchange for a kilogram of food. In their previous life, the Tang family finally couldn't afford it anymore and took out their accumulated gold. If they couldn't exchange it for money, they traded it for food, so Tang Tian knew the price. The middle-aged man keenly sensed her displeasure and gritted his teeth, quickly changing his tone and asking her to name the price. 1 gold bar for 1 pound of food. Tang Tian quickly replied. "What?" The middle-aged man angrily shouted. "Are you crazy? Those are real gold bars. How can 1 pound of food feed anyone? No, that's too little. I might as well go and ask the building manager and the others. 1 gold bar for 2 pounds of food. Forget it. It's too late. Go find the building manager." Tang Tian acted nonchalant and led the way towards the stairs. The middle-aged man panicked, fearing he'd lost this person he finally found, someone willing to bring him supplies. He quickly softened his tone and said, Okay. Just as you say. But you have to find me at least 10 kilograms of food. I have plenty of gold bars, otherwise this deal is off." After the negotiation, the man living in 1101 seemed finally relieved and slowly left. Chen Yaoyue's temper flared even more. Only when no one was around could she hold back and say, "Tang Tian, do you know how much trouble this promise will cause? If anyone comes to my house again, please don't disturb me." Tang Tian glanced at her and retorted, "It's not you who's bringing them, and your brother hasn't said anything. Why are you so anxious?" "You?" Chen Yaoyue was about to retort when Shen Buyin pulled her back. "Okay, stop it." Although he was also puzzled. Leaving the apartment building, they could see some people chipping away at ice and cutting trees under a tree in the distance. Some used fire axes, while others could only use sharp tools like kitchen knives. Nearby, several large iron barrels held burning wood, with clusters of flames rising as people gathered around them to warm themselves. As the 3 of them walked out of Hexinuen, they kneaded. The road was covered in a thick layer of ice, and if they weren't careful, they could fall flat on their faces. However, Tang Tian, wearing crampons, treaded smoothly. The Shin siblings, seemingly unwilling to become a burden, gritted their teeth and followed, ultimately reaching the small canning factory in just a quarter of an hour. The windows were all dark, and the electric sliding doors were low, so Tang Tian simply climbed through them. There were probably 2 or 3 densely packed 4 or 5-story buildings, all covered in ice. She decided to start her search from the nearest one. To their surprise, the building's door was ajar, which made the 3 of them feel a sinking feeling. It had probably been bought by someone without $1. But since they were already there, they couldn't leave empty-handed. They entered and began their search. But this building was a workshop, figuring it was truly empty. Tang Tian didn't waste time and exited to head to another. The cannery should also have warehouses and offices, so the 3 of them went to another building. The door was still unlocked, but once inside, and they turned on their flashlights, their eyes widened in surprise. Half the warehouse was filled with canned goods and cardboard boxes. This factory specializes in canned meat, chicken, beef, and luncheon meat. Shin Boyun and Shin Yaowei immediately opened their backpacks and began stuffing the goods inside. However, Tang Tian frowned slightly, sensing something was amiss. Sure enough, within a few seconds, a voice suddenly rang from the doorway. Looks like there's another rat. Guys, come catch them. 7 or 8 men immediately filed in, each holding a weapon and glaring at them with sinister smiles, as if the person they envisioned was already theirs. It was obvious they'd taken over this small cannery, living off the warehouse's inventory. They also used that inventory as bait to lure people in, then raid and rob them, perhaps even murder them to silence them. Sorry. Shin Boyun, standing nearby, scowled softly. He immediately understood the plot and regretted not spotting it, thus putting others in this predicament. Now that he thought about it, the person who leaked the information about the supplies was probably among the crowd. But it wasn't his fault. Tang Tian gripped the hilt of his knife and asked gravely, "Do you have weapons?" "We must fight." Shin Boyun didn't answer, but silently produced a fire axe, presumably the one from the fire extinguisher on the 17th floor. Shin Yaowei, trembling, also produced a kitchen knife. The leader, seeing this, scoffed, "You're not going to accept my toast, but I pay you back. Attack!" Tang Tian drew his knife. Crafted using his metallic powers, it could slice through iron more easily than other sharp weapons, and its long blade made it easier to defend against. However, in the apocalypse, any fight had to be decided, so she also attacked the vulnerable areas of the neck, wrists, and forehead. Still a few tough guys. The leader narrowed his eyes, spat on his palm, and, dagger in hand, charged fiercely towards Shin Yaowei. Tang Tian glanced over and saw Shin Boyun engaged in a fierce fight. She immediately took the initiative and blocked the leader's dagger with a single blow, a crisp clang. The leader, furious, raised his hand to strike again, but Tang Tian dodged and swung the knife at his neck. The leader felt a sharp pain in his throat and, by the time he instinctively stopped and covered his throat with his hand, he had already lost. Tang Tian stabbed him in the abdomen and pulled it out, sending a trail of blood splattering. Unfortunately, in the extreme cold, everyone wore thicker clothing, so a normal knife wouldn't have been so easy to penetrate. The leader, frowning, collapsed in agony, but the blood that should have flowed was instantly frozen by the cold. Tang Tian stabbed him several more times, finally silencing him completely. The others cried out in alarm and tried to flee, but Shin Boyun's precise strikes knocked them all to the ground. Tang Tian, knife in hand, struck each man twice in the ankle, leaving them unable to stand. In the extreme cold, without timely warmth, death is only a matter of time. Shin Boyun saw this, his heart sinking. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to hold a weapon steady, let alone kill. They had discovered this about Shin Yaowei, and so they chose to target her. But Tang Tian could wield the knife so skillfully, it looked as if she already taken a life. Forget it, it's better to avoid my occupational illness. Besides, she'd been a big help, hadn't she? If Cheng Jing and I had gone out, perhaps the situation wouldn't have been so clean. Tang Tian returned to Shin Yaowei's side and found her completely numb, probably because of the blood splattering on her face when she'd drawn her knife. The atmosphere was frozen, and because of the freezing cold, no odor could be smelled. Only the uncontrollable moans echoed through the cold warehouse. Shin Yaowei finally seemed to come to her senses. She touched her face with a trembling hand and took a deep breath. Tang Tian quickly covered her mouth. Don't scream. I let go if you understand, Tang Tian whispered in her ear. Shin Yaowei nodded in agreement, her eyes red. Tang Tian then lowered her hand and nudged her chin at Shin Boyun. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and load up. The siblings then began filling their backpacks with canned food until they were full. Tang Tian naturally joined in, and her backpack could hold even more. In fact, the moment she put the canned food into her backpack, it was already stored in her system. Although they weren't needed at home, they were still a popular commodity that could be exchanged for resources. Sadly, the group had already devoured most of it. In the end, the three of them had taken all the cans. Leaving behind the man, whose moans were gradually fading and his aggressiveness was gone, they left the warehouse. But since they had chosen to stay here, there might be supplies elsewhere. Tang Tian suggested checking the remaining buildings. Shin Boyun had no objection. After braving the extreme cold, the more supplies they could get, the better. Shin Yaowei, whose life was saved, naturally didn't dare to say anything more. The three of them walked towards the last building. Chapter 25. The building was mostly offices, but it had been used as a residence by the group, who slept on the floor and used the same metal drum containers for heating. After searching for a while, Tang Tian discovered that they had also taken some canned goods and stored them there. She took away all the brand new, unopened items. After confirming that there were no useful items, the three of them left the building. However, upon exiting, Tang Tian was startled. She looked up at the endless, overcast sky, where small objects occasionally fell. She raised her hand to look, and her heart skipped a beat. Oh no! That's snowflakes. A blizzard might be coming. They had to get back immediately. The factory was relatively small and close to Hexinuen, so there were few shops nearby where you could buy things for free. Since they had been vandalized, Tang Tian ignored them and braved the cold wind as she headed back. Most importantly, her borscht was about to expire. Qin Yaowei initially wondered how she knew a blizzard was coming, but thinking of the previous massive hailstorms and freezing rain, it wasn't surprising. She shook her shoulders and hurried after her. Finally arriving back at Hexinuen, the snow on the horizon was almost turning into willow catkins. During the coldest winters in Spring City, rain and snow fall, rarely resulting in such complete snowflakes. And even when it snows, the temperature doesn't feel too cold. So, most of the people outside were warming themselves by the fire while discussing the snow, as if their nerves had been frozen to a numb state, completely unaware of the hidden danger. Upstairs, knowing she had made a deal with 1101, the Shen siblings left without further ado, thanked her and left. Tang Tian rang the doorbell, and someone soon opened it. The middle-aged man, who had been looking glum, suddenly brightened up upon seeing her, and he quickly invited her in. The man's name was Qin Peng, a businessman, and the decor of his home suggested his considerable wealth. Not only did he have a real fireplace, but he also had a full suite of solid wood furniture. A few pieces of furniture lay on the floor, likely used for burning firewood, ensuring the temperature inside wasn't as cold as outside. Also in the living room were a woman and two teenage children, all exposed except their eyes, casting expectant glances at Tang Tian. Tang Tian slammed a large package down and said swiftly, "There's 10 pounds of food in here. We agreed to exchange 2 pounds for 1 gold bar, so that's 5 in total. Take them." Qin Peng practically pounced on the package, opening it. Inside were sealed cans. A hint of disgust crossed his face, and he complained, "I thought you bring anything, but it's all canned food, not even a single dish. Trading it for gold bars is such a waste." Tang Tian didn't wait for him to finish. She drew her knife and, with a single blow, shaved off a corner of the nearby mahogany coffee table, which hadn't yet become firewood. The woman and children screamed and stumbled into the inner room. Qin Peng, terrified, sat down. "You're still picking on me now? I'm giving you face?" Tang Tian pointed the tip of her knife at the latter, her eyes equally sharp, her tone even colder. "If you're not satisfied, that's fine. I can kill you and take everything in the house. Do you believe it?" Qin Peng, a man of great resilience, trembled as he begged for mercy, his thoughts shifting. In reality, his family's life was already far better than other families. Now Tang Tian can help carry the goods. A 200-gram can of meat would last 10 kilograms for a while. It's just gold bars, so spend it when you need it. Qin Peng hurried to get the gold bars, all small, 10-gram bars. Tang Tian held them in her hand, silently checking the system, only accepting them after confirming they were genuine. Seeing her leave, Qin Peng asked again, "Miss?" "No, benefactor. I wonder if you can still help me carry goods in the future." Tang Tian saw him rubbing his hands, like a fly, and simply replied, "That depends on how many gold bars you have left." Qin Peng was delighted. Now that gold bars couldn't be sold, they could only be used as currency, but they were also despised and couldn't be eaten or drunk, so almost everyone was willing to trade them. Now he finally found a use for them. Tang Tian left, and continued upstairs to his home. The energy ball fuel was still burning at home. Wei Mingxia had just harvested a batch of spinach today, and Tang Yi was using the power to generate electricity, and continued to boil water. The borscht effect wore off. Tang Tian took the warm brown sugar water Tang Yi had brought her and guzzled it. Then, hugging her hot water bottle, she sat on the sofa, and used her gold bars to spend money within the system. 50 grams of gold, a total of 150,000 gold coins. Adding to the food she was selling at the gourmet shop, Tang Tian now had a full 180,000 gold coins. It might seem like a sudden wealth, but upon closer inspection, these coins were nothing. Upgrading the warehouse? Adding to the ability bar? Upgrading the food source? Buying equipment and recipes? With all that, the gold coins would be easily used up. After discussing with Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia, they decided that keeping warm would take up one, which was too little, so they would upgrade the former first. Tang Tian took the lead. The remaining gold coins were used for further shopping. Tang Tian's eyes immediately turned to the various food preparation equipment, and she bought canning jars and a popcorn machine. The canning jars could be used to make a variety of preserved foods, including vegetables, fish, and more. In fact, they could eat fresh food almost every meal now. Even the ingredients they previously stockpiled were as good as fresh from the warehouse. But she hadn't expected these cans to be brought into the real world. Tang Tian also wanted to make some preserved foods to keep on hand, so that if they were to be displayed publicly, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Each one was inexpensive, only 3,000 gold coins. The main reason they bought the popcorn machine was because they had their eyes on a special delicacy that required special equipment to make. The popcorn made with this special equipment had a special ability called air bullet. When Tang Tian saw this keyword, she was excited. With this special ability, wouldn't they no longer have to look for guns? A popcorn machine cost a full 10,000 gold coins, so Tang Tian bought two. Even so, there were still about 45,000 gold coins left in the gold coin column. She still had to think carefully about how to spend them next. A day later, the snowflakes, once resembling willow catkins, had grown to the size of goose feathers, resembling dense clusters of fluttering butterflies in the air. Bracketed by the freezing wind, the people could barely open their eyes, forcing them to retreat back to their apartment buildings and continue burning fires for warmth. Not only that, people gradually realized that before the snow had even melted, a new layer of snow was deposited, slowly rising until the first floor was half buried. The survivors were panicked and agitated. But the radio offered no useful news. Instead, for several days, they could only hear the same crackling noise, as if the authorities were overwhelmed and had given up on them. People flocked to the new building manager, Wang Hui, but what could he do? He was already losing his composure. Some people stopped obeying his orders and formed their own factions, constantly bustling with noise and fighting. The building was abuzz with activity. Tang Tian saw snow accumulating on the balcony and decided to store it for use during extreme heat. She glanced at the thermometer again. The temperature had dropped to minus 60 degrees Celsius. Ordinary thermometers couldn't measure such extreme temperatures, so in her previous life, Tang Tian had no idea what extreme cold meant. She only knew that she was lucky to open her eyes again each day, and it was even colder than the day before. Thankfully, she also remembered that this snowstorm wasn't long-lasting, and in the later stages it had even turned into light snow. After dropping to freezing, the temperature stopped dropping and instead warmed up until the snow began to melt, causing flooding. Before the extreme heat fully arrived, official rescue efforts would increase rapidly, assuming they had the manpower and resources. Bang! Bang! A sound similar to gunfire emanated from the room, but it was much quieter than the sound of real-life gunfire, so there was no risk of detection from those above and below. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia stood in the living room, a newly constructed target hanging from the ceiling. Each of them extended a hand, forming a figure 8, and fired at the bull's eye. The popcorn machine automatically produced a portion of popcorn every hour. After eating it, the three of them gained the air bullet ability. With another concentrated effort, a small, gently flowing vortex formed at their fingertips, which they could then launch, striking their target. The good news was that this was a magical weapon capable of attacking without being seen. The bad news was that the damage from a level 1 weapon was far too minimal. A single hit on a person would likely only result in a dull, momentary pain. Fortunately, the popcorn machine can be upgraded, and so can the superpowers. Each upgrade costs 5,000 gold coins, and Tang Tian, with a wave of her hand, upgraded twice, reaching level 3. Level 3 is a weapon with the power to penetrate the skin, at least enough to cause bleeding. From then on, all she had to do was practice her aim. With the remaining 35,000 gold coins, Tang Tian did two things. First, she bought a new ingredient source, and second, she bought new recipes. Tea Garden, like the other sources, automatically produces tea at regular intervals, and the variety is also random: green tea, black tea, scented tea, and so on. To complement these teas, Tang Tian also bought a special cookbook, Famous Milk Tea Connoisseur. It's packed with recipes for all sorts of milk tea. Not all of these recipes have superpowers, but she earned her own money. So what's wrong with buying a recipe she likes and enjoying it? Milk tea warms the stomach in cold weather and relieves the heat in hot weather. The most important thing was a drink in the apocalypse. It was enough to restore her sanity. It was incredibly important, but after all this, she already spent all the gold bars she just received from Qinpeng. It seemed like her next trip to the city for free shopping was just around the corner, but just then, Tang Tian fell into deep thought again. Most of the warming supernatural delicacies she unlocked so far were simple dishes, like scrambled eggs with tomatoes and borscht. But she'd be out more often in the future, and she'd have to go farther to find supplies. If her time limit ran out mid-trip, she couldn't just grab a dish and eat it, right? Lachio was more convenient, but the level was too low. It was minus 60 degrees Celsius now, and she needed to warm up at least 20 degrees Celsius before she could continue. There were places in Yin country with temperatures of minus 30 or 40 degrees Celsius, and people there could still survive, but only with electricity and fuel. Besides, this situation was unique in Chuncheon, so without preparation, large numbers of people would freeze to death. Tang Tian needed to find some more special supernatural delicacies that could be easily transported. However, she quickly found what she was looking for in the Red Cuisine cookbook: sweet potato crisps, jujube flour crisps, and spicy bamboo shoots. Each had a warming supernatural power, and was at level 4 or above. As for drinks, she found a hot lemon tea and prepared to pour it into a thermos. She had originally had her eye on spicy beef jerky, but unfortunately, making this and similar delicacies required a piece of equipment: a dryer. At 10,000 gold coins per piece, she definitely couldn't afford it anytime soon, so Tang Tian put it aside for her next plan. Chapter 26. So, Tang Tian and the others took charge, preparing food, practicing weapons and crosshairs, and taking out a map, thinking about the next location for a free shopping trip. She had worked with 1702 across the street before, and she didn't know if they had been out together recently, but Tang Tian thought Shen Boyun was a good teammate. If he could have come back in his previous life and gone out with them again, he might have brought back more supplies, and she wouldn't have to be beaten and scolded by Tang's father again. Thinking of someone, Tang Tian frowned. She was holding a rope toy in her hand, and the lively Tan Tan was pulling at the other end, his strength increasing. Outside the window, snow was falling heavily. The snow piled up to the height of a whole building. 2 families on the first floor of Building 15 had already died, and the snow piled up higher and higher with no sign of stopping. The survivors on the second, third, and even higher floors were in a state of panic. Only Tang Tian knew that the final snowfall would reach over a dozen stories high, and since the apartments in Hexinuen were all 20 stories high, more and more people would move upstairs, causing considerable trouble. It was around that time that Tang's father's house was buried under the snow, and they came to visit. Thankfully, in this life, the 3 of them, mother and daughter, were united and listened to Tang Tian's advice, determined not to let Tang's father gain any advantage. The rumbling wind pounded against the closed windows, mixed with faint noises from upstairs and downstairs. Perhaps something was damaging the furniture? Tangy peered out the window with a telescope and suddenly saw thick black smoke rising from somewhere. Unfortunately, the building obscured most of the smoke, but it must have been burning something for heating. Just as she was about to ask Tang Tian to come over and take a look, Tan Tan suddenly relaxed and yelled towards the door. Tang Tian turned on the surveillance camera and saw that the person outside was Shen Boyun. Thinking he was here for something important, perhaps another free-to-buy offer, Tang Tian turned on the surveillance speaker to ask. But she didn't expect Shen Boyun to actually want to exchange supplies this time. This kind of spontaneous activity had long been going on in the building, and at first, they were quite understanding. Since they had been neighbors for many years, they just helped out. But then, the natural disasters became increasingly severe, and even their own supplies were running low, so of course they couldn't continue. Shen Boyun was a former police officer, and his sharpness, alertness, and observation were extraordinary. Tang Tian understood that he might have already seen something, but just hadn't said it out loud. Perhaps he had begun to trust them more? Tang Tian continued to inquire, and it turned out that Shen Boyun wanted to exchange frostbite cream. In reality, at the current temperature, it's not just frostbite, it's widespread frostbite, and even possible death if one isn't careful. Chilblain cream is only a temporary solution. Tang Tian pondered for a moment, then took out a can of Chilblain cream and opened the window above the door to pass it over. Shen Boyun could be seen wearing a military coat and an old-fashioned cotton hat with earmuffs, covering most of his face. Only his eyes remained slightly bright. After hearing his thanks, Tang Tian suddenly asked, "I see a big fire downstairs?" Shen Boyun quickly explained, "The snow outside is almost as deep as 2 stories, and the trees in Hexinuen are almost completely cut down. The security department decided to shovel the snow and then fetch a car from the basement garage to use as fuel. It should be burning now." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow after hearing this. That reminded her. This security department used to be under the property management. After the property management was completely disbanded, the security department stayed on, taking possession of all the security weapons and tools, becoming the dominant force in Hexinuen. The security department had shovels, but they weren't shoveling snow for the residents, but for themselves. Burning the cars was a desperate move. After all, if a car really caught fire, it would be reduced to a skeleton in just 10 minutes at most. It's not very fire resistant. But there were hundreds of junk cars in the garage, providing a useful source of fuel. Once the wind died down, the security department designated an area and began burning the cars. At first, residents were allowed to gather around the fires for warmth, but later they became dissatisfied and announced that those wishing to gather for warmth had to hand over supplies to the department, with the timing determined by the quantity. Of course, people weren't happy, but the security department was equipped with batons, electric prods, steel forks, helmets, and other weapons, making it impossible for ordinary people to resist. Forced by force and the cold, some people were forced to surrender their supplies. Some, truly destitute, even sent their female family members over, just to get some warmth. The Tang family, still 4 people at the time, joined the others in warming themselves by the fire. The pungent smell of smoke and fire brought tears to their eyes, and they quickly froze. Perhaps it was because there were 3 of them, mother and daughter, that Jiang Yao had no other thoughts at the time. It wasn't until almost all the cars in the garage were burned that the community truly began to unravel. Scenes that had only been seen on the news before the apocalypse became commonplace. "This is for you," Shen Buiyun's slightly trembling voice brought Tang Tian back to her senses. Looking down, he handed over a bag of instant noodles and 2 packets of pickled mustard greens, wrapped in a plastic bag. Even those who were used to stockpiling food at home had to finish it all, leaving only foods that could easily be stored. But instant noodles were already a valuable commodity, given the current climate where water was more readily available. If there was a fire nearby, they could make instant noodles and then eat a bowl. Obviously. Tang Tianjue quickly got up, her lips curled slightly. "Okay, that's all. Next time you want to go out, come find me." Seeing the door close, the faint sound of it being locked, Shen Buiyun turned his eyes. Does it seem like their new neighbor has always been so sure of himself? The blizzard was the last leg of the extreme cold, but also the most unbearable. After the snow nearly buried the second floor, the surviving residents of 201 began knocking on doors, asking to stay with them. The residents of 201 were initially delighted that they weren't cold under the snow, but after a while, they noticed something was amiss. The snow house partially blocked out the heat, but it also partially blocked out the oxygen. Unless the door was open, one would soon feel suffocated. But at this point, wouldn't opening the door be like inviting a wolf into the house? The residents of 201 had no choice but to move and find someone else to stay. But naturally, no one agreed. Finally, they gritted their teeth and offered to bring their own supplies. After knocking on all 20 floors, they finally settled in 1401 with their families. However, the 2 families on the 3rd floor were both survivors. Looking at the snow approaching outside the window, they were so worried that they wanted to bang their heads against the wall. Just as Tang Tian had expected, after burning some cars, the security department demanded that anyone who came to keep warm hand in their supplies. By this time, many buildings had replaced their so-called building managers, who were known to be overbearing and had a hot temper. Some even brought weapons and attempted to challenge the security department to a duel. The view from the 17th floor was quite good. Tang Tian and Tang Yi were enjoying a melon on the balcony, a minor amusement in the apocalypse. The security department's weapons were indeed more formal than those of ordinary people. Furthermore, the security guards at Hexinuen were all well trained. They quickly proved their prowess and gradually spread the word throughout the entire complex. Wang Hui didn't want to cause any more trouble, but there were no flammable materials left in the complex. Going out to search for supplies would most likely result in an empty-handed return, and the team would even be short-handed. The despair was more terrifying than the cold. The radio occasionally brought news, but it was full of evasive statements. The actual situation was probably worse than people imagined. Many existing facilities had been damaged by freezing rain, and now with the blizzard, repairs had been delayed, slowing progress considerably. The air raid shelters provided protection from the cold, but they needed to be cleared of snow promptly. They were already overcrowded, and could no longer accommodate the victims. The authorities, perhaps fearing further panic, deliberately kept these unpleasant events to themselves. That day, Tang Tian was practicing her aim in the living room when she heard 2 bangs. Tan Tan, who was chewing on a toy nearby, was already accustomed to the sound and wasn't startled, but he still let go and barked at the door twice. The fact that he wasn't barking continuously indicated that the person outside wasn't targeting his home. Tang Tian wiped his sweat and turned on the surveillance camera. Aren't you a fucking police officer? Our house is about to be buried in the snow. So what if you're just staying here for a while? We even provide you with supplies. Exactly. Have you forgotten your old responsibilities? I trusted you so much. Tang Tian curled her lips after hearing this. Sure enough, the survivors living on the ground floor were starting to make a fuss. Because of Shen Buiyan's former special status, moral blackmail was incredibly easy. But the apocalypse doesn't discriminate based on your previous occupation, it maximizes equality. Fortunately, everyone in 1702 understands. Seeing no movement, the person in the front angrily kicked the door twice and turned his attention to 1701, across the street. Just as he was about to try his luck, someone nearby stopped him. Don't go. This place is not for you to mess with. Last time Wang Hui wanted someone from this place to chop wood, they were bombed back. They're so stubborn, they definitely won't let us stay. The former spat, then left angrily with the others, continuing upstairs to beg for shelter. Tang Tian was very satisfied. It seems being proactive does work. Now she has 3 full ability slots. If anyone dares to attack again, it won't be as simple as firecrackers. The wind and snow blew, and the world gradually became covered in a blanket of white. The place that had once withstood the freezing rain was once again buried and crushed by the blizzard, leaving a vast expanse of white. The snow had already reached the 5th floor, and everyone who needed to move had already done so. Those who couldn't find a place to go could only huddle in the hallway at the stairwell, where they risked becoming a stiff corpse the next day. They found a random room on the upper floors. Every day, someone cranked a radio, hoping to hear some long-awaited good news, but each time only brought more disappointment. Wang Hui didn't dare go out again. If he didn't, he wouldn't have a chance to find supplies or fuel. Would he really freeze to death or starve to death in the building? At this point, one of his subordinates suggested that since most of the residents in the building were dead and couldn't take their belongings with them, the survivors were the most important. So why not just search the other houses for any useful supplies? The blizzard was so severe, and this method offered a better chance of obtaining supplies. After hearing this, Wang Hui became eager to try. Leaving behind items he couldn't take with him would be a waste. It would be better to put them to good use. However, he wasn't foolish enough to keep them all to himself. The people who remained willing to follow him were mostly from the building itself. If they knew, the other residents would naturally know as well. So, in the end, he mandated that one person from each surviving household go together to search the building for supplies. Chapter 27. When it came to supplies, no further notification was needed. The survivors in the building would automatically spread the news, which would then spread throughout the entire complex. This kind of operation had occurred in a previous life, and by then, the manager of Building 15 was no longer Zhang Manqin, but Wang Hui. But the Tang family, suffering from cold and hunger, and having recently moved in, didn't take it too seriously, simply doing the same things as their neighbors, living day by day. After learning that they were to go search for supplies together in the building, Jiang Yao was the most proactive. Tang Tian also took on the task, while Tang Yi chose to stay behind to care for Wei Mingxia, who had a fever. Even so, the supplies they eventually retrieved wouldn't last long. But when Shen Buiyan knocked on the door and inquired, Tang Tian accepted the invitation. First, she wanted to see if there were any usable supplies to store directly, and second, she wanted to make an appearance. After packing up and leaving, they met directly at Wang Hui's residence. Wang Hui was a divorced man. His family had only 2 elderly parents, both of whom had passed away long ago, leaving him completely free from ties. Because he had gained a certain amount of prestige within the building, and the snowstorm was continuing, he moved directly from his original room, 901, to the tallest, now empty, room 2001. Tang Tian had just finished lunch. Her warmth was taking effect, so she didn't feel too cold, but she was bundled up from head to toe. The 20th floor corridor was filled with people, most of them young and middle-aged. Some shivered in corners, some wore sinister expressions, and some peeked furtively at others. It was so quiet that even a single snowflake falling made a sound, making the colder still seem even colder. Only after Wang Hui left did they rush over, as if resurrected, their voices hoarsely questioning him. The former waved his hand to quiet them, then said wearily, "Neighbors, our path is narrowing, and there's been little progress from the authorities. If we want to survive, we can only save ourselves. While our team is still out there, there's no useful supplies for miles around. The blizzard is so severe, it's impossible to go out. So today, I decided to search directly inside the building. We're the only ones left in Building 15. As long as we can stick together, this strategy will help us survive." We can then explore the next building and try to obtain more supplies to survive. Even though they said that, they were planning to target other buildings. Otherwise, how would the limited supplies inside be enough? This was probably a matter of life and death. Some people in the building had already committed suicide out of despair. Those who remained were those who still held on to the hope of survival. So, hearing Wang Hui's words, their eyes lit up. Seeing this, Wang Hui felt a surge of satisfaction and vanity. He immediately mobilized them, ready to lead them downstairs to search the empty house. After only a few steps, he saw Tang Tian and Shen Boyun standing silently nearby. Normally, with their thick clothing, it would be difficult to tell who was who, but Wang Hui, having suffered a setback at the hands of the Tang family, could tell them apart with just one look. Wang Hui snorted coldly, saying sarcastically, "You don't usually go out, but when you hear there's a supply distribution, you're incredibly enthusiastic." Tang Tian wasn't angry, instead miming a cold snort. What else? Who wouldn't want supplies right now? Wouldn't that be completely idiotic? Wang Hui choked, then glared at her, then ignored her, leaving the 20th floor under the star-studded gaze. Tang Tian discovered that several familiar faces were still alive. For example, Qian Peng, the woman in 1601, the teacher in 1802, and Yu Ming and Zhang Manxin. She looked as if she was about to collapse with every step she took, supporting herself as she advanced. Suddenly, she noticed someone whispering to her, and turning her head, she saw it was Li Feiyang. Being a natural friend, he chose to walk with the two of them, feeling quite safe, and Tang Tian had no objection. In some of the corridors, bulging objects wrapped in cloth were occasionally placed openly. Tang Tian understood what was going on. Since they started the fire, the temperature had risen, and it was no longer appropriate to leave the frozen corpse inside. But they were their own relatives, so they moved them outside to continue freezing. Some people simply threw them away, like trash. Some people paled even more at the sight, glancing away and ignoring the situation. Everyone was armed with tools, sticks, kitchen knives, frying pans, fire axes, and so on. The people gathered at the gate shouted rhythmically as they broke down the door. Due to the low temperature, many of the materials had become brittle, and could be broken through with a little more effort. After entering each house, everyone split up, fearing that if they were slow, their supplies would be snatched away by others. They completely disregarded the rules Wang Hui had previously explained and began to search frantically. Tang Tian followed suit, but what she saw most were corpses. Old, adult, and child, their bodies seemingly encased in a layer of ice, forever encased, even before death. Some smiled, while others had ferocious expressions, a sight to behold. The basins were clearly used for making fires for warmth. Great! This family still has a few rice bricks. One man exclaimed ecstatically after receiving a shipment, only to regret it shortly afterwards. Wang Hui's men immediately stepped forward and took the 2 millet bricks, saying they would be distributed uniformly. To be honest, most people present didn't believe this distribution could be entirely fair. Food was always a scarce commodity, and the most common items people found were clothing, daily necessities, fuel, things they couldn't eat or drink, and the occasional medicine. Fresh water was completely lacking, but people preferred snow to ice. At least snow could quench their thirst, and some people were already eating it to satisfy their hunger. But at least they knew they could find supplies, that was a sure thing. So, instead of waning, their enthusiasm intensified, and they continued searching. But when they reached 1401, the door wasn't completely locked. Breaking in, they found bodies strewn across the floor. Both the original 1401 family and the newly arrived 201 family were dead. Judging by the chaos, there might have been a fight, with both sides suffering. Everyone gasped, but it was finally time to search, and it wouldn't delay anything. The snow piled up quickly. They barely reached the 5th floor, and in a blink of an eye, they were already on the 6th. Below the 5th, it was pitch dark. These floors were all empty, some vacated, some where dead bodies had been found. Unwilling to give up, Wang Hui, flashlight in hand, descended. But some people didn't dare go down, staying where they were, whispering among themselves. Tang Tian pulled a flashlight from her pocket, turned it on, and went downstairs. Seeing this, Shen Boyun and Li Feiyang followed. Wang Hui glanced at them, but seeing no one else was there, he pursed his lips, handed over a few axes, and said, "Several families have moved out. They must have taken their supplies with them. No need to break down the doors. For families have been killed. Be quick. Search them and leave." Although she was being criticized, Tang Tian's words were blunt and true. While they had a grudge, they couldn't be vague about the supplies. They were all trying to survive. Tang Tian had eaten some strength-boosting food before leaving. Shen Boyun and Li Feiyang also had supplies at home, so they had enough strength. So they picked up axes and began to break down the door. Wang Hui's expression relaxed at this, but he still had a plan in mind. The Tang and Shen families lived closest to each other. Could they be collaborating? If so, the 17th floor would be difficult to control. Of course, he also understood that not all the survivors in Building 15 were loyal to him, they just hadn't fallen out yet. Tang Tian searched alone, and found many people still had small appliances like electric cookers, coffee makers, tabletop fans, and juicers. She didn't know if they were frozen, but since no one wanted them, she thought it would be a waste not to take them. So, when no one was looking, she secretly stored them in storage. Back on the relatively safe 6th floor, everyone's eyes lit up as they unloaded all the supplies. It looked small at first, but when they gathered them together, it was quite a lot. Food, rice bricks, instant food, seasonings, and liquids, all frozen. There was also tea, tobacco, alcohol, winter clothing, and other daily necessities. The harvest was substantial, but a new problem immediately arose. How, exactly, should all this be divided? At the thought of this, people's eyes grew redder, and they looked at each other as if they were enemies, eager to act, almost crossing the line and rushing to grab the spoils. Wang Hui proposed several methods, but each one was rejected. Some felt it was insufficient, or the items were useless, and they didn't want them. The woman in 1601 clamored for food for her grandson, and the teacher in 1802 asked for tea, only to be slapped in the face by his wife in public. Zhang Manqin and Yu Ming pleaded with Wang Hui and the others, practically cowed out on the cold ground. The corridor erupted in chaos, and a brawl threatened. Wang Hui quickly shifted the blame. Let's put it this way. Xiaoshen is the most suitable person here for this kind of thing. He's a former police officer. Let him divide it. Do you have any objections? Everyone's gazes, like sharp swords, darted toward Shen Boyun. Shen Boyun's mouth twitched. He knew that no matter how he divided the supplies, people wouldn't give up. Wang Hui was just making things difficult for himself. He furrowed his thick, slightly frosted brows, then casually brushed them away. He grabbed a fire axe and walked to the end of the corridor, smashing the window. A biting, cold wind, mixed with swirling snow, rushed into the hallway, nearly knocking people over. People screamed, but before they could even curse, they watched Shen Boyun throw all the supplies out. Wang Hui was stunned for a moment, then shouted in exasperation, Shen Boyun. What are you doing? Shen Boyun replied calmly, Didn't you tell me to distribute them? This is my way. The snow has already reached the 6th floor. Now it's flat outside. If you really want those supplies, get them before anyone takes them. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly leaped through the window, his figure instantly disappearing into the snowstorm. Li Feiyang was the first to recover and hurried after him. The crowd finally reacted, howling like crazy, including Wang Hui, whose face flushed with rage. Shen Boyun's move was clearly a desperate move. At this point, was collective distribution still necessary? Whoever grabbed it first got it. Tang Tian watched the scene quietly, smiling unconsciously, and turned to go upstairs. Outside the window, there must be chaos. She didn't want to be caught in the middle of it. Chapter 28. Tang Tian tore off a page from a wallpaper calendar. The extreme cold had lasted for several months. She remembered that after the power and internet outages in her previous life, people's concept of time had become blurred. For the Tang family in her previous life, each day felt like a year. Tang Tian couldn't even fathom how she had managed to persevere in her previous life, but now that she had restarted this one, she had to live longer. Thinking of this, Tang Tian unlocked a recipe in the system using black tea, milk, and red beans to make red bean milk tea. Holding it warm in her hands, just one sip was enough to intoxicate her with its sweet, refreshing flavor. She then took out a printed map of the area, pointed to a marker, and said to Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia, Mom, sister, I'm going to go there to look for supplies. It was a commercial center about 3 or 4 kilometers from Hexinyuan. Although it was conceivable that it had been robbed, places like this were usually surrounded by more shops, so she wanted to try her luck. In the apocalypse, one must never scorn or forsake any opportunity for supplies. This was a lesson Tang Tian had learned in her previous life. It was a pity she was so weak then, so even if she understood, it would have been useless. Now that conditions were better, she had to take the initiative. Seeing her wandering further and further, Wei Mingxia, though concerned, still took the initiative and asked, How about I go out with you this time? I've been practicing a lot lately. Taking notice of her initiative, Tang Yi smiled and said, Mom, we need someone to watch over the house when we're away. This mission is important, and it's warm here. Tang Tian was about to speak when there was a sudden banging on the door. A few shouts, loud enough for all three to hear, followed. Bitch, open the door. Tang Tian frowned and immediately turned on the surveillance camera. She saw a group of people gathered at the door of 1701. The one in the front was pounding on it with tools, while someone behind them was issuing commands and shouting furiously. She knew she had many enemies, but judging by the aggressive approach of this group, they didn't seem to be from this building. However, everyone was heavily clothed, so she couldn't see clearly. The door withstood a barrage of blasts. Someone took a few breaths and said to the person next to him, "Brother Gang, this door is too strong. We can't break it down. Didn't I feed you? Keep pounding. I'm going to catch those two women today." It turned out that the man was none other than Ji Gang, whom Tang Tian and Tang Yi had encountered while out and about. He had been shot in the eye with a nail gun by the former. Although he had survived, he had become one-eyed. Because he hadn't received proper treatment, his injured eye still aches to this day. Every time he felt it, he thought of him, a vengeance etched in his teeth. Standing in the corner of the corridor was another person. He raised his stiff hand to touch his face, accidentally touching the bruise. The pain made him grimace, and his eyes darkened with resentment. This person was Jiang Yao. During the melee between the two factions, he secretly escaped. But Ji Gang also lived in Hexinuan, on the same floor, so finding him wasn't difficult. He might even have dragged him out, beat him up, and taken all his supplies. Not wanting to die, he immediately revealed Tang Tian and Tang Yi's whereabouts, saving his life. Ji Gang harbored a grudge, waiting until his injuries had healed before bringing his men to seek revenge. But during this time, whenever he felt like venting his anger, he would seek out Jiang Yao, causing himself to be injured and healed again, and then injured again, making life more painful than death. So he transferred all this pent-up resentment onto Tang Tian. Today, he had to see with his own eyes how she died. As for Tang Yi, he had given up on trying to change her mind. After all, after Ji Gang destroyed the Tang family, wouldn't he be able to win her over with a few sweet words? And then, he would have to prove to her that he was her only protector. At this thought, his lips curled up in a sinister grin. Ji Gang was halfway through ordering his men to break down the door, when several figures appeared at the entrance of the corridor. It turned out that Wang Hui and his men had noticed the commotion and came to investigate. The two had actually met before, but each went their separate ways, without any conflict. Ji Gang seemed to have come specifically for building 1701. Wang Hui raised an eyebrow inquiringly. Ji Gang snorted coldly in response, "I come here specifically to seek revenge. I won't disturb anyone else. You better not meddle in my business." Wang Hui certainly disliked the disobedient Tang Tian, but he also had to admit that this girl was no ordinary person. If he lost her, it would only be a matter of time before Building 15 was on the verge of collapse. This made him inexplicably hesitant. However, at that moment, the men pounding on the door stopped, not because the door had finally broken down, but because a window had suddenly opened. "Hey, isn't that building manager Wang? What's up? Are you feeling cold again, and want to come here to warm up?" Wang Hui's face darkened. Now he had found an excuse to show up. You know what he was up to. Someone even died, lying on top of him. Ji Gang recognized Tang Tian's voice, and pushed past the people in front of him, shouting, "Bitch, get out if you dare. Then we take over, and you be in big trouble." Having lost an eye and lost face, Ji Gang wanted to kill Tang Tian. But then he thought about the last time he accidentally seen her. She was quite pretty, so killing her outright would be a waste. He had to torture her for a while first. Everyone around him understood what Ji Gang was going to do after capturing them. Lustful glints flashed in their eyes, and they all shouted in agreement. "Oh, it's you. Sorry, I forgot who you were. I thought you were some psychopath who come to visit for no apparent reason. There are so many of them these days." Tang Tian was telling the truth. It wasn't until she got closer to observe her that she remembered who Ji Gang was. Unexpectedly, he also lived in Hexinuan. And it was obvious that Jiang Yao had led the way. Well, all the old and new grudges will surely be settled today. Tang Tian's honest words sounded like mockery to Ji Gang. He gripped the axe tightly, raised it, and chopped at the window, leaving a visible mark. Normally, in such low temperatures, a normal door would have been frozen open long ago. Why was it that only this family couldn't break it open after so much effort? Of course. Ever since they unlocked the magical metal delicacy, the Tang family had reinforced all the doors and windows in their home. And this kind of magical metal would be even more difficult for ordinary weapons to break through. Tang Tian curled her lips at Ji Gang's fury. In her blind spot, she opened her palm, and a phantom, palm-sized sphere, shimmering with orange-red light, slowly condensed in midair. This was another form of the Crimson Cuisine's supernatural power, fire. Coincidentally, lunch was level 5 spicy chicken. The chicken was clearly pre-marinated and fried to a crisp, dotted with red chili peppers. From the moment it appeared on the table, a rich, spicy aroma filled the air. The chicken was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, perfectly chewy, and the flavor lingered even after swallowing. Although the spiciness was making her nose sweat, it felt incredibly refreshing, and she could even eat 2 extra bowls of rice. Watching her fireball about to launch for the first time, Tang Tian instantly threw it out the window. Wang Hui, upon seeing something coming out of the window, panicked and fled. But Ji Gang was completely unaware, standing in the front row. The flash of fire seemed to instantly ignite his clothing. The flames spread rapidly, catching fire on those who were nearby. Unnatural flames, unlike ordinary flames, made thick clothing seem almost useless. Ji Gang felt a searing pain and rolled on the ground. But the flames didn't die out. Instead, they grew stronger, transforming him into a fiery figure in the blink of an eye. The people around him tried to thrash around, but it was no use. The once icy cold corridor was instantly transformed into a sea of fire, filled with screams and a purgatory. Jiang Yao, eyes wide open, watched the flames spread closer, and scrambled to escape. But suddenly, he felt a tightness on the back of his neck. Someone grabbed the hood of his down jacket and tripped him to the ground. He couldn't help but scream, but before he could finish, he froze, as if someone were choking him. Who else could that person, looking down on him like a discarded piece of trash, be but Tang Tian? No, wasn't there a fire? How had she rushed out and grabbed him? But that didn't matter anymore. Jiang Yao froze for a moment, his face flushing crimson. Thinking of the suffering he had endured recently, anger, resentment, unwillingness, and humiliation suddenly surged in his heart, erupting like a raging fire. Tang Tian, what on earth is wrong with you that you treat me like this? I betrayed Xiaoyi, but I sincerely regret it and beg for forgiveness. Why do you keep trying to stop me? I'm in this state now, and it's all your fault. You're a lunatic, a mad woman, and you definitely die. Before he could finish his rant, Tang Tian, disdaining his nonsense, raised her knife and slashed his throat. But the blood that gushed out would quickly freeze in the cold. With the unceasing flames and shrill screams behind him, in Jiang Yao's eyes, Tang Tian, with a slight smile on her face, seemed like a demon from hell. Frozen? No problem, just keep hacking. One of these blows will surely succeed. Jiang Yao felt his life slipping away, and he flailed his arms and legs limply. He wanted to curse Tang Tian again, but the words were gone. He couldn't understand why she hated him so much. He was also a self-media person. After meeting Tang Yi at a website's party, he fell in love with her at first sight and began pursuing her. Perhaps, thanks to Tang Yi's surge in popularity, he became complacent, wanting more than he wanted, even hiding his mistake from her. But it wasn't like he hadn't loved her before, and his crime wasn't punishable by death. Why couldn't he be given another chance? His final thought was still. All of this was Tang Tian's fault. Tang Tian kicked, only breathing a sigh of relief when she was sure Jiang Yao was dead. Because of the low temperature, the dead quickly became a frozen corpse, preserving Jiang Yao's unrepentant, grim expression. Tang Tian squinted her eyes, and turned to deal with another problem. 10 minutes of consciousness in the flames was a long time, especially considering they were supernatural flames. Therefore, the screams had long since subsided, leaving only the sound of the fire burning. Body after body fell in the flames, their clothes almost incinerated. Tang Tian asked Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia to leave. To avoid being discovered by the neighbors, they pretended to put out the fire with a fire extinguisher. In reality, Tang Tian extinguished the flames with a wave of her hand. Black, white, and red mixed together, with occasional hints of flesh. Because he was standing closest, Ji Gang was the first to be exposed to the flames, and had already been reduced to charcoal. Only the person originally at the outermost edge still had a few breaths left, and Tang Tian dispatched them with a decisive blow. I wonder if any of them took advantage of the chaos to escape, but after this battle, they probably won't dare come here again. Controlling the supernatural flames, the corridor remained unscorched, but a pungent odor still hung in the air. The mother and daughters donned disposable gloves, and tossed the charred bodies downstairs. Only after they finished and returned home did Wei Mingxia complain, "You suddenly rushed out just now. I was so scared. That fire was so intense." "Don't worry, Mom. It's okay. Supernatural flames can't harm a supernatural being like me." Tang Tian shook her head, then gritted her teeth and said, "Besides, this was an opportunity. I have to take care of Jiang Yao. It's clearly him who brought his men this time. No matter what he thinks, this trouble must be eliminated." With Jiang Yao's death, a mess from his past life was finally cleared up. But Tang Tian knew that another mess was about to happen. Chapter 29. Coincidentally, the Shen family was out when Tang Tian set the fire. When they returned, they were shocked to find the hallway below the 17th floor littered with charred bodies, nearly shattered at the slightest touch. The faint traces of fire, and the odor of fire still lingered in the corridor. This family was truly more formidable than one might have imagined, and those charred bodies effectively dissuaded the residents of Building 15 from disturbing the hordes of the dead in Building 1701 for a while. Even as the snow piled up to a floor above, some people once again chose to move out, seeking vacant homes higher up. However, as more and more people froze and starved to death, the number of empty homes grew. These houses, broken into during previous searches for supplies, were easily moved into. But the supplies found at the time wouldn't last more than a few days, and soon people were once again succumbing to hunger, thirst, and cold. Wang Hui, himself a naive person, quickly gathered together and, along with the other survivors, broke through a window and escaped. They searched for a building next door where almost all the people had perished, broke in through a window, and then broke down the door to search. Unfortunately, while they had only come up with this idea, it was clear that the people in the other buildings had already thought of it. And seeing the utter devastation inside the house, it seemed likely that even before anyone died, it had already been looted, leaving nothing useful behind. Today's breakfast was red bean and rice cake soup. The three of them, mother and daughter, had obtained level 2 fuel, and each made a batch of fuel pellets, saving the extra for later use. The fuel pellets were indeed larger, and they would probably burn longer than last time. Tang Tian was packing her backpack and clothes. She had been planning to go out, but the incident with Jiang Yao and Ji Gang had delayed her. Fortunately, the outcome wasn't a loss, so all she had to do was keep going. This time, she planned to go with Tang Yi, leaving Wei Mingxia, who already practiced weapons, to guard the house. Unexpectedly, there was another knock on the door. Could it be Shen Boyun? She hadn't seen the Shen family in a few days, but in the apocalypse, people wake up each day, first feeling grateful to be alive, then either go out to forage for supplies or stay home on call. There's nothing else to do. It said that the radio was also taken by Wang Hui and his men. But they haven't been able to receive official news for a while, wondering if it was jammed or if the authorities had abandoned the area. Tang Tian opened the window above the door, and saw it wasn't him, but Li Feiyang. He rubbed his thick fleece gloves, hesitated for a moment, then explained his purpose. It turned out he had come to invite someone to join them on a search for supplies. Li Feiyang was a survivalist with experience hiking and camping. He had some survival supplies stored at home, as well as the large box of compressed biscuits that Tang Tian had helped him retrieve. Compressed biscuits can cause choking and heartburn, but they can truly sustain life. He bought them in tin boxes, which would keep for 4 or 5 years and last a long time. But he knew that if he stayed home forever, his savings would eventually run out, so he had to take the initiative. So he thought of the two powerful men on the 17th floor. Besides, he had spotted them out more than once, so they must have experience. He had to lean on these two families. However, in his eyes, the Shen family was a family, and Tang Tian seemed more of a loner, so he approached her first to discuss the matter. Fearing Tang Tian wouldn't agree, Li Feiyang interrupted without waiting for her to respond, saying, "Sister Tian, I'm absolutely not greedy. I only want 20% of the remaining supplies, and I can even provide equipment." Tang Tian blinked, her interest piqued. Shen Boyun added some wood to the bonfire, sparks flying. Most of the wood in Hexinuen had been chopped down, and the remaining wood had been buried by the snow, making it difficult to find. So, even if they couldn't find food during their previous outings, they had to bring back some fuel. Cheng Jing, counting the supplies nearby, frowned and said, "Brother Yun, we have to go out again. We don't have enough other supplies." The supplies the two had brought back from the police station, minus some tools and daily necessities, had long been consumed. The caloric requirement for each person was declining, and even if they were frugal, the remaining supplies were barely enough to sustain life. Chen Boyun was lost in thought when he heard a knock at his door. Many residents had come during this period, but they had all been turned away. And since the charred corpses had stopped them from harassing him these past few days, who could it be? Chen Boyun hadn't expected Tang Tian to come this time. Not only that, the latter wore a cotton hat and mask, leaving only her eyes visible, but they looked slightly crooked. Was she smiling? For some reason, Shin Boyun suddenly felt a chill behind him. After understanding the purpose of the visit, he breathed a sigh of relief and agreed immediately. Just in time for them to be short on supplies. After agreeing on a time with both parties, Tang Tian returned home to begin preparations. Looking at the thermometer outside, she pulled out the winter clothing from the warehouse. It would be a waste not to wear it if she had already bought it. She used the batteries to cook rice, and then cut up some pork belly to stew with her homemade pickled cabbage. The system can was half a person's height, and as thick as a waist. Ever since she bought it, she had become interested in studying it. The radishes and cabbages bought during stockpiling can be pickled, as can Wei Mingxiao's radishes, etc. Using the system canning jars, pickling can be surprisingly quicker than in real life. Tang Tian bought cans. But Wei Mingxiao was delighted by this. Vegetables, and even processing them, it was a complete package. And when she was happy, Tang Tian was naturally happy too. The pickled cabbage was delicious with rice. Tang Tian devoured 2 large bowls, and even prepared other food for Tan Tan. She occasionally fed him some supernatural delicacies, but for now, she only fed him foods with passive supernatural powers, such as Xiaobing's Humai, steamed buns, and steamed buns, for physical fitness. But Tan Tan accepted everything and devoured it whole. So far, he has indeed grown considerably. Perhaps it's because of his large dog bloodline. Although, according to his age, he is still a puppy. So this time, she didn't plan to take him out. He would just stay at home to watch over the house. Lately, no one has dared to mess with him. Tang Tian and Tang Yi also prepared some supernatural delicacies for a hearty meal. This time, they planned to go out together. They also prepared some food for the journey. Then, with Wei Mingxiao's instructions, they shouldered their backpacks and left home. Li Feiyang had already leaped over the charred corpses and reached the 17th floor, clutching his long skis. This was the equipment he promised. He loved skiing, but before, he only been able to go to the resort. Who could have imagined that now, with snow everywhere, it would actually come in handy? It wasn't until Tang Tian and Tang Yi left that he was surprised. Wow, their equipment was clearly even more complete than his. A snug winter jacket, a warm hat, goggles, thick gloves, and so on. It was practically airtight, with no air even visible on his face. Li Feiyang was overjoyed. With these resources, this aura, this person was definitely the right one to embrace. Chen Boyun and Cheng Jing also went out fully armed. Meeting Tang Tian and the others, they explained briefly, Io has gone out with us several times. It won't be like the first time. This time, let her stay home while Cheng Jing and I go. He patted her shoulder. Tang Tian nodded. Shen Boyun probably shared his sentiments and didn't want Yan Chunhua to take more risks, but he certainly had her practice at home. In this world, how can one survive without some self-defense skills? Let's go! The group made their way to the 7th floor. I wondered what had happened to Wang Hui and the others recently, or if anyone had died in the building again, but the 7th floor window was the only accessible window. It had long been broken, and snow and wind occasionally poured in, even piling up a layer of snow on the ground. The people downstairs were either dead or moved away. The silence was profound, broken only by the howling of the wind. However, just as the others were leaving, with Tang Tian at the rear, a few shouts suddenly rang out from behind. Wait! Wait! Tang Tian turned to see Qian Peng, panting, running down the stairs. Even though she had completely covered her face, he still recognized her. Climbing up, he pleaded, Benefactor, are you going out to forage for supplies? Could you bring me some more? I still have gold bars. Tang Tian sighed. I brought you 10 pounds last time. If you save some, it lasts you over half a month. You already finished it? Qian Peng's face warmed a little at this. He had been wealthy before the apocalypse, accustomed to eating and drinking to his heart's content. Besides, the children were still growing. Even if he and his wife saved all the 10 pounds of food for the children, it wouldn't last them long. Qian Peng steeled himself and continued, My benefactor, please help me carry it again. You named the price this time. Tang Tian had been waiting for these words and immediately said, 1 gold bar for half a pound of grain. Qian Peng nearly fainted at the thought. Last time, 1 gold bar for 2 pounds of grain, and this time, only this much. That's a ridiculously large sum. Not even all the gold bars in his house were enough. Seeing Tang Tian was about to leap through the window, he had no choice but to compromise. Gritting his teeth, he replied, Okay, it's settled. Leaving the building, the outside world instantly transformed into another world. Palm-sized chunks of snow drifted in the chill wind, and the rooftop, saturated with snow, would fall, forming waterfalls of snow. Everywhere he looked, there was pure white snow, a whiteout weather pattern. The boundary between heaven and earth seemed to have vanished. A team searching for supplies without advanced equipment could easily lose their bearings in a blizzard and never return. However, Tang Tian had brought a GPS and left a radio at home, so it wasn't a problem. As soon as she stepped onto the skis provided by Li Feiyong, Tang Tian discovered that Shen Boyun and the others had actually made their own snowshoes. They used branches, vines, and Y-shaped wooden sticks to create a larger surface area for stepping on, preventing them from sinking into the thick snow. This method wasn't known to ordinary people. Li Feiyong, calling him Big Brother, was justified, and he handed over 2 more pairs of skis. Don't ask why he had so many. He used them, collected them, and admired them. Don't try to guess what a wealthy person thinks. Shen Boyun didn't refuse, and the group all stepped on their skis and slowly left Hexinyuan. However, except for Li Feiyong, the others were all beginners, so their speed wasn't very fast at first. But the harsh environment and tight schedule didn't allow them to stand still. In the end, the former led the way, while the others made rapid progress, gradually sliding across the snow. Large flakes of snow splattered against her goggles, and Tang Tian wiped them off casually. The snowmobile she bought was still in the warehouse, waiting for a chance to go out on her own. Thinking back to her past life, in order to allow Tang Tian to go out, her father and Jiang Yao had actually worked together to build a simple sled and even gave her their thick clothes. It seemed like a pay raise, but she couldn't help but spit at the thought. Going out in this weather to search for supplies was like stepping halfway into hell. Even if she died on the way, those two would only blame her for not bringing them back any supplies. Sister Tian, they seemed to be nearby. Li Feiyong's loud shout brought Tang Tian back to her senses, and the others stopped. They appeared to be on flat ground, but in reality, the snow was dozens of meters thick. When the snow first started falling, officials must have considered clearing the snow, and they certainly had snowplows and other tools. But the snow later fell faster than the plowing could take place, and they were eventually forced to abandon the plan. Thus, some of the ground floor shops and supermarkets were already covered in snow. Before they were buried, the Shen family had visited these shops, but most had been ransacked, leaving them with nothing but scraps of what others hadn't taken. Now, they might as well bury them all, making it easier to find a higher-rise building. Thankfully, the mall was high up, and after searching around, they found a window that led inside. Their eyes lit up, and they took out their tools to break it open and enter. Chapter 30. Thank goodness this place isn't completely covered in snow. Li Feiyong sighed, and he and the others entered through the broken window. The room was slightly dim and silent, but noticeably warmer than outside. Li Feiyong glanced around again, seeing the shop signs, and became even more excited. Great! This floor is full of restaurants. I wonder if there's any leftover ingredients. But Tang Tian wasn't quite as excited. It could be said that she had come this time solely for the various boutiques within the mall. For example, jade shops, jewelry stores, and so on. While these didn't offer as many gold coins as gold, as long as there was a large quantity, it would be enough. Those boutiques generally had more on each floor, but the others probably wanted to search each floor, so she decisively suggested splitting up. Li Feiyong paused, and just as he was about to speak, Shen Boyun interrupted, agreeing with Tang Tian's idea. His interactions over the past few days had made him feel that the Tang family wasn't lacking in supplies at all. Or perhaps just food, so they were focusing on other resources. That was understandable. She didn't need to accommodate them and join them. It would be a waste of time. Tang Tian smiled. Talking to people like that in the apocalypse was indeed refreshing. But then she realized she had covered her face, so she nodded vigorously in response and headed downstairs with Tang Yi without stopping. The escalator had long since lost power, and it seemed to be covered with a thin layer of ice. They slid down. The guide map was everywhere. As Tang Tian had expected, the first floor was mainly boutiques, the second floor was mainly clothing stores, and above were experience shops and restaurants, such as escape rooms, beauty salons, training centers, and gaming and entertainment venues. There were also basements, housing a basement garage and supermarket. Reaching the second floor, Tang Yi frowned as she surveyed the area. It felt like it had been looted, and there were signs of previous habitation. Isn't it? Not to mention the broken glass on the floor, there were also black burn marks. Someone had definitely been burning a fire here. The clothing stores had been completely stripped of their clothing. Even if they couldn't fit into their clothes, they could still be used as fuel for a fire to keep warm. Besides the clothing stores, there were also several electronic stores, where more than half of their electronics had been taken. It was probably the same reason as the car fires. Since she was already there, even though she was probably freezing, Tang Tian still pocketed the rest. There was also the stationery and grocery store. Almost all of the items were leftover, not edible or drinkable, so she took them all. She also collected any clothing from the other stores that hadn't been taken. Tang Tian and Tang Yi split up and quickly ransacked the entire floor. Looking at the increasingly full warehouse, Tang Tian decided it was time for an upgrade. After all, the warehouse was still small, and with everything, big and small, filling up, there wasn't much space left. She was also certain to have more free shopping in the future, so the size of the warehouse was crucial. Luckily, she accepted Qianping's mission. With his gold bars, she could probably level up. Tang Tian felt satisfied at the thought. She pulled out another thermos, which contained hot lemon tea. She took a sip. It was warm, sweet, and sour, and it also increased the warmth level and duration. After a short rest, they went downstairs to continue their free shopping. Arriving on the first floor, the gleaming sign she remembered was long gone. Tang Tian looked up and saw the counter in the dimly lit shop. With great anticipation, she pulled Tang Yi along, pulled out her demolition axe, and prepared to get to work. Only after a closer look did they discover that some shops had been smashed open, some with broken counters, their contents completely vanished. With the power and internet out, surveillance was rendered useless. While most people were buying for free to eat, some had other motives, eyeing these valuable items. What if the world ever returned to normal? Besides, no one was watching now, so these would be considered losses from the natural disaster. Who knows if they ever be found out? Besides, this was only the first floor. Looting wouldn't be difficult. Tang Tian had a bad feeling, her brows knitted together, and she and Tang Yi split up again. Here were flagship beauty and health product stores, as well as big-name cosmetic stores, especially luxury stores, all bought for free. But since system gold wasn't considered luxury goods, Tang Tian didn't mind. The cosmetics, however, were still usable. It wasn't because Tang Tian still cared about beauty. When the extreme cold ended and the heat arrived, she couldn't possibly be wrapped up head to toe, and no one would notice she still had energy and spirit. So it was time to put her makeup skills to use. Tang Tian found some cosmetics and skincare products that hadn't been damaged by the freeze and accepted them again. The rest were the jewelry, jade, and gold shops she had been eyeing. Sadly, these were valuable items, so most of the counters had been broken into. In the jewelry store, many diamond jewels had been taken away, leaving only a few scattered pearls and silver ornaments. A mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat, but there were so few of them. Undeterred, she continued to circle the store, bumping here, kicking there, and so on. Just then, the radio in her hand vibrated. Tang Tian picked up the phone. "Is everything okay?" Chen Boyun used walkie-talkies far more often than Tang Tian, and knowing that the more concise the messages, the better, he naturally brought back a few. Seeing that Tang Tian also had one, they connected directly and were able to speak. "Not bad," Tang Tian replied, and the intercom beeped twice. Chen Boyun stopped interrupting her. Then, there was another message from Tang Yi, asking her to go to another store. Tang Tian went over and found it was also a jewelry store, completely ransacked. Tang Yi, completely covered, sounded excited, inviting her to check it out. Tang Tian stepped forward, and her heart leaped with joy as she caught sight of it. It turns out this store actually has a safe. She's familiar with this stuff, and they even have a way to open it. "Great, sister. I was just wondering if there were any of these. Hurry up and collect them. Let's go to the next store." The anticipation of opening a blind box filled her chest. Tang Tian and Tang Yi were eager to take the two safes. They went to several jewelry stores, including a jade shop that seemed to specialize in jade bracelets. Tang Tian took them in as usual, intending to sort them out when she got back. But just then, the system issued a reminder, "Host, your storage is almost full. Please be advised." Tang Tian was stunned for a moment, then sighed. She had already used her mind to arrange the items in the storage several times, squeezing in everything she could, but it still wasn't enough. Thankfully, there were only 2 small gold shops left, and gold was more easily bought for nothing. After Tang Tian and Tang Yi entered, one searched for small items, while the other searched for the safes. Finally, they took 4 more items, and that was the end of the matter. However, the first floor still had many chain restaurants, especially fast food restaurants and coffee shops. The fast food restaurant was definitely out of stock, so the two decided to go to the coffee shop. They encountered no outsiders along the way. and Shin Boyun and his group successfully raided the entire row of restaurants. Perhaps people hadn't had time to raid the rooftop yet, or perhaps they hadn't taken anything away in time, leaving them with a bargain. In this weather, even food left out would be frozen, so it shouldn't have spoiled. Li Feiyong's eyebrows literally rose at the sight. Besides food, the most important thing was fuel. In the corner of a grilled fish restaurant, Shin Boyun found alcohol cans, fuel blocks, and other items, and quickly stowed them away. This was the last shop they had left. Just as they were about to go downstairs to see if there were any more supplies to loot, Shin Boyun frowned slightly and listened. Click. Click. The only sounds in the mall were their footsteps and conversations. No other unusual noises. So where did this noise come from? Shin Boyun stopped the two men who were about to move forward, and they stopped to listen. The sound gradually began to resonate. Not good. Shin Boyun's heart skipped a beat, and he shouted. His legs and feet moved even faster than his brain and mouth, and he immediately reversed his path. The snow is probably pressing in. Cheng Jing and Li Feiyong were startled and broke into a run. Although they were on the top floor, the avalanche-like situation meant they had to escape quickly. However, after only a few steps, Shin Boyun suddenly stopped and turned around, his face pale. Tang Tian and Tang Yi are still downstairs. He hurriedly took out his intercom to send a message, but the crackling sound gradually drowned out the buzzing sound. Brother Yun. It's too late. Go! It wasn't that Cheng Jing was heartless, he actually had a good impression of Tang Tian. But in such a critical situation, they had to save themselves first. And they couldn't teleport downstairs to pull the sisters back. That would be futile, and would only put them in greater danger. Li Feiyong sighed. Carrying his bulging bag of supplies, he, Cheng Jing, and Shin Boyun headed directly towards the window they had entered from. The window was high up, so they had even built a platform to get back down. Then, they half pushed, half pulled their way out of the mall. A low rumble lingered, and the snow beneath their feet trembled slightly. Verily, one could almost feel streams of snow rushing toward the mall, only to finally stop for a moment. The three of them sat on the hard, cold snow. For a moment, no one spoke, as if nothing had happened. With such a torrential downpour of snow, anyone would definitely be buried, literally buried alive. The youngest, Li Feiyong, felt a pang of pain in his throat. He remembered the box of compressed biscuits Tang Tian had brought back for him. He was actually a fan of apocalyptic novels. His frequent reading had spurred his fascination with extreme survival, and he even had a stash of canned goods and individual rations at home. The extreme cold had persisted for months, and he was now completely convinced that this was the eve of the apocalypse. Any food could be considered a ray of hope for continued survival. Tang Tian, despite the cold, had helped him immensely. She was a benefactor in the apocalypse. But how could such an unexpected event suddenly occur? Cheng Jing was the only one here who had a close relationship with Tang Tian and Tang Yi. He regained his composure, tilted his head, and whispered, Brother Yun, let's go! They had found a lot of supplies this time, and they had to hurry back to build a fire to warm themselves and replenish their energy. Shin Boyun felt a sense of loss, and even after hearing Cheng Jing's words, he remained silent. Logically, having seen so many people die, even before his very eyes, he should have been used to it. But for some reason, this time it felt like a heavy blow to his heart, one he couldn't recover from for a moment. Was it because he shouldn't have agreed to the idea of splitting up in the first place? Or was it because he couldn't face Wei Mingxia after returning, and didn't know how to bring it up? But Cheng Jing was right. It was at least minus 50 degrees Celsius now, maybe even colder. If they didn't warm themselves up, they would be in trouble too. They had to get home before they froze to death. Thinking this, he stood up silently. Li Feiyong also silently handed over the skateboard. The three of them left in an eerie atmosphere, their few skateboard tracks quickly filled with falling snow. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, the snow was fierce, and the wind was fierce. The vast expanse of white was truly pure. Chapter 31. Chen Boyun and the other two returned to Building 15 of Hexinuen dejectedly in silence. To their surprise, when they reached the 11th floor, Qian Peng was already waiting there, glancing towards the stairwell from time to time. Seeing them, Qian Peng was overjoyed. They had finally arrived. But when he looked closer, Tang Tian was nowhere to be seen. He paused, then asked, Where's Miss Tang? Their expressions were grim. Shin Boyun didn't even reply as he went straight upstairs. Li Feiyong, the last one to arrive, shook his head. Qian Peng's heart skipped a beat. He knew that searching for supplies in this weather could easily lead to accidents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to spend his gold bars rather than leave the house. Could it be Tang Tian? He was immediately at a loss. The promised supplies hadn't been brought back. What would their family eat? No one else in the building was willing to accept gold bars as compensation, but then, a small sense of relief returned. It's a good thing I didn't pay first, otherwise all my gold bars would have been wasted. With mixed feelings, Qian Peng turned dejectedly and walked into the inner room. After separating on the 17th floor, Shen Boyun stared at the closed door of 1701 from the corridor, pursed his lips, and decided to return home first. Brother, you're finally back. Shen Yaowei came up to him. I was going to ask on the intercom, but I was worried you'd be busy. It would be terrible if something happened. Shen Boyun could no longer hear the rest of her chatter. He simply quietly sorted out the supplies he and Cheng Jing had brought back, rekindled the bonfire, and watched the flames grow larger and larger, crackling. The ground was still covered in snow, smooth and flat, like a large, flawless white cashmere blanket. Then, a moment later, a hole suddenly appeared in one of the corners. A closer look revealed a thick black fleece glove. The glove swayed from side to side, gradually revealing cracks in the snow. Soon, her arm was exposed, and a moment later, like a fish leaping from the water, Tang Tian finally struggled out of the snow. Without even a moment to catch her breath, she quickly climbed out and turned to pull Tangy out. But Tangy just lay quietly in the snow, seemingly unconscious. Tang Tian panicked for a moment and quickly asked the system in her mind. The system promptly replied, Host, the system scan shows no external injuries or other problems. This is a self-healing process after mental exhaustion. It will recover in a short while. Hearing the system's words, Tang Tian felt temporarily relieved. Hearing it was related to mental power, Tang Tian quietly retrieved a freshly squeezed juice from her system that could restore her mental power and tried to give it to Tangy, but she was too clenched, so she had to give up. The fast food restaurant on the first floor was indeed smashed and turned upside down, a mess. There was nothing left, so Tang Tian simply accepted the two intact beverage machines. In the coffee shop, no one wanted the tools or inedible coffee grounds. There were even plenty of ingredients left for flavored coffee, frozen and intact, so Tang Tian accepted them all. But as soon as she left the shop, she sensed something was amiss and hurried upstairs with Tang Yi. However, the avalanche was even faster than they had imagined. After the glass was crushed, the snow poured in, rushing down in a flash, swallowing the sisters in an instant. Compared to nature, humans are still far too weak. Luckily, Tang Tian and Tang Yi had already reached the third floor. Before they were buried by the snow, Tang Tian immediately activated a fire barrier, creating a space around them, and saving them from burial. The snow melted instantly upon contact with the barrier, making it less heavy. Drawing on her memories, Tang Tian slowly swam to the initial window. But because the fire barrier was low level, and this ability consumed more mental energy, she soon felt exhausted and had a headache. Luckily, the chopped pepper fish head was a family favorite, and Tangy also had this ability, so she took over and continued to use it. Tang Tian was instantly grateful that she was traveling with Tangy this time. However, Tangy didn't use her ability often, and upgrading her mental energy required constant use, which depleted it even faster. Thankfully, during the journey, Tang Tian guzzled alcohol and juice to replenish her mental energy, allowing her to switch sides and escape. Finally, the two sisters managed to break through the snow and barely survive. But Tangy, whose mental strength wasn't as strong as Tang Tian's, fell asleep after relaxing her tense nerves. Tang Tian took a few deep breaths, feeling a bit choked by her winter clothing. But as she removed her mask, the frigid air would undoubtedly frostbite her airways. She could only sit there calmly, a wave of dread lingering in her heart. If even those with special abilities had nearly perished, the situation for ordinary people must be 100 times more severe. She couldn't help but feel a surge of regret. If they hadn't gone to the first floor, they would have returned long ago, perhaps avoiding this ordeal. This was far from enough. She needed to learn from her mistakes. Snowflakes swirled in the air, the cold wind still raging. Tangy hadn't woken up yet. Tang Tian's breathing had steadied, and she prepared to retrieve the snowmobile from the warehouse to take Tangy back. Hey boss, it looks like it's a woman. A small group suddenly appeared amidst the white dust, tools in hand. They were clearly out searching for supplies. It wasn't clear if they were coming from far or near, but many low-rise buildings had already been buried. The only way to find supplies in the snowy plains was to walk around more. The leading man narrowed his eyes. Although he couldn't see Tang Tian and Tangy's faces, he could tell from their stature that they were women. She was carrying a large backpack, likely full of supplies. They had finally found this mall-like building, but now it seemed there might be an easier way to get the supplies. And it wasn't just about supplies. These two women also. The leading men thought about this, chuckled against the strong wind, and said, "If you two leave your backpacks behind, I spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." The men behind him grinned sinisterly, patted their sticks and knives, and slowly approached. Tang Tian's face darkened. She was already feeling irritated, and now all these people showed up. As the temperature continued to drop, many people only showed their eyes, or even wore goggles, hiding their eyes entirely. This reduced the power of the nail guns. Thankfully, Tang Tian had other weapons. She said nothing and simply put down her backpack. Seeing this move, the leading man's face lit up. Just as he was about to step forward to take the initiative, he saw Tang Tian reaching inside, rummaging until she pulled out a crossbow. The leading man frowned and even spat. "You're really not going to take a toast." He winked at someone nearby. These groups, still surviving and cohesive, wouldn't dare venture out without some skill. So, they were not only equipped with weapons, but also with defenses. Although crossbows were more powerful, at least they wouldn't be hit immediately. Tang Tian sneered, then simply drew the arrow from his crossbow, firing it straight out. Time to test my long-honed accuracy. However, what no one expected was that the crossbow arrow suddenly caught fire mid-flight, transforming into a rocket. The rocket pierced through the wind and snow, swiftly shooting towards one of the men's makeshift shields, piercing them directly. Not only that, the flames began to spread outward, burning the man holding the shield so painfully that he instantly let go. Fuck, this woman. The moment they saw the fire, panic set in. They encountered a tough opponent, and the supernatural flames, just like the ones that killed Ji Gang and his men last time, would spread rapidly once a spark landed, leaving no one escaping. She quickly fired several more rockets. Even if some were knocked away, anything they touched would catch the flames. Soon, a vast sea of fire lay before them. People scrambled in the snow, trying to put out the flames, but were horrified to discover that even the snow wouldn't extinguish them. They could only watch helplessly as their clothes burned, their bodies erupting in intense burning pain, turning into fiery figures, igniting the surroundings. The miserable cries continued unabated. Tang Tian, seeing the flames lingering, didn't move forward to finish them off. After all, she had to protect Tang Yi. Only after the men collapsed and fell silent did Tang Tian quietly flip her hand, and the flames slowly dwindled, leaving only the nearly blackened bodies. Luckily, at this moment, Tang Yi slowly regained consciousness. Opening her eyes, she saw a blanket of white. She had assumed they were still trapped in the snow. Thankfully, she soon saw Tang Tian again and whispered, "Sister, don't worry, we're out of this." Tang Tian replied, then pulled out a glass of restorative juice and fed it to her. "Can you still walk? We need to hurry back." Tang Yi nodded. After drinking the juice, she felt her discomfort ease, and they slowly left the area. Not far away, on a towering office building, a few lights flickered in the glass windows. "Oh my god, this guy is incredible. He's fighting 10 people alone. You said those people are dead. Can we take the things they brought with them?" Office buildings like this are also great places to find supplies. They already been frequented. But later, as the snow piled higher and higher, many buildings in the surrounding old residential areas were buried, making them uninhabitable. Instead, people moved into this office building, gradually forming an unofficial shelter. Given the number of people there, it was natural that some people kept binoculars nearby, hoping to keep abreast of news from outside. Unexpectedly, they discovered the scene. They witnessed this and sighed inwardly. "I hope I never encounter such a powerful person again." Tang Tian found a blind spot and retrieved a snowmobile from the warehouse. She had learned how to drive before the apocalypse, so after getting in with Tang Yi, they stepped on the accelerator and deliberately circled around, heading towards Hexinuen. Snowflakes flew behind them along the way, and at this speed, the cold wind seemed even more biting. If it weren't for her winter clothing, her eyes and face would have been frostbitten. With only a few minutes left of her warmth, Tang Tian quickly retrieved some food to replenish it. Tang Yi ate the sweet and crispy sweet potato pastries, while she ate the delicious spicy bamboo shoots, which thankfully lasted an extra hour beyond their original duration, a characteristic of spicy bamboo shoots. Hiss. Not spicy at all. Looking up, they could see the Hexinuen building from a distance. Tang Tian went to a corner to pack up the snowmobile, then returned to Hexinuen with Tang Yi. Chapter 32. Fortunately, there were no obstacles upon entering Hexinuen. In some places, large snow pits appeared, even stained with black. In particular, passing the garage, one could see people gathered at the entrance shoveling snow, with several abandoned vehicles parked nearby. Not all the cars in the garage had been burned, but there weren't many left. Besides, the security department wasn't that stupid. While the requirement to hand in supplies for heating remained unchanged, they reportedly mobilized everyone to shovel snow again, and anyone who helped out would receive free heating, ensuring an inexhaustible supply of manpower. The corridor was deserted, but upon reaching the 17th floor, Tang Tian heard crying in the hallway. Xiaoshen, you were a regular employee before, after all. Can't you help an old woman like me? And my little grandson is starving. He's our only grandson, and we can't let him go. The voice sounded familiar to Tang Tian, and after a moment's thought, she remembered it was Cui Xiuying, the woman who lived in room 1601. Cui Xiuying and her husband lived in Hexinuan. During the apocalypse, her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson came to celebrate the Lunar New Year, and they were subsequently trapped there as well. Thankfully, the elderly were used to stockpiling, especially during the Lunar New Year period. It was arguably the time that all the elderly residents of the building looked forward to most. So, the family's double-door refrigerator was fully stocked with food, which initially kept them afloat. But food wasn't enough. With the ever-dropping temperature, Grandpa's son developed an illness and passed away suddenly one day. Before the family could weep enough, the power, internet, and water were cut off again, and they even resorted to burning food for heating. After that, food became even scarcer. After receiving relief supplies, they never received any more. The son and daughter-in-law had no choice but to brave the freezing cold and bravely go out in search of supplies. Not long after, her son died on the way out. The grief of losing a loved one caused Cui Xiuying to faint several times, and she vented all her resentment on her daughter-in-law. She refused to give her the remaining food, leaving it only for herself and her grandson. Under such torture, her daughter-in-law naturally didn't live long. Early this morning, Cui Xiuying discovered that she too had died and burst into tears again. She then harassed all the neighbors in the 15-building complex for her grandson's sake. She especially clung to Wang Hui and the Shen family, her two lifelines, and launched a tantrum, using moral blackmail whenever they came. Before Tang Tian could approach, she heard another voice telling Cui Xiuying to go outside and look for supplies. It was Chen Yaowei, and it seemed her temper hadn't subsided much. Cui Xiuying was furious after hearing this. It was a blizzard outside. For someone her age, to go out was tantamount to committing suicide. So she stopped crying and scrambled to her feet. Her thick cotton coat and pants made her body look like a ball, making her look ridiculous. She knew the Shen family often went out searching for supplies. If they hadn't found any, the family wouldn't be alive and well. Besides, Old Shen and Little Shen were both police officers. Police officers were supposed to help the weak. Aren't she and her grandson the ones they should be helping? Looking at the arrogant Shen Yaowei, Cui Xiuying's triangular eyes were filled with anger. She reached out to hit her. You little bitch. What right do you have to speak? I want to see your brother. Before she finished her words, Shen Yaowei raised her foot and kicked her in the chest, knocking her to the ground again, unable to get up. This was the fighting technique Shen Boyun had taught her since she returned home from her first trip. She also didn't want to be looked down upon by Tang Tian and the others, as if she were a burden, so she studied diligently, with considerable success. If it weren't for her thick clothing, Cui Xiuying's fall would have been far more severe. Tang Tian, watching this, felt a certain envy. She had downloaded numerous martial arts tutorials, but whenever she practiced alone, she couldn't spot the irregularities and mistakes, appearing half-baked. So now, she mostly relied on weapons and supernatural powers to defend herself. Chen Yaowei stood proudly with her hands on her hips, just as Shen Boyun emerged. He looked displeased. Though only his eyes were visible, his face seemed half-black. Cui Xiuying immediately feigned weakness and pity. Little Shen, look at your sister. How dare she do this to me? Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Boyun also lifted his foot. Then his boot stomped down on Cui Xiuying's hand, crushing it. Who said my sister can't talk? He said in a sinister, condescending voice, I say this one last time. My family doesn't have any extra supplies. If you dare disturb us again, don't blame us for being rude. Cui Xiuying grimaced in pain and nodded quickly. Only then did Shen Boyun release his foot. She quickly climbed back to her feet and hurriedly left the corridor, not even sparing Tang Tian and Tang Yi, who were eavesdropping. She shouldn't have come. Brother, it seems like even if I had supplies, I wouldn't give them to her. All right, go in and warm yourself by the fire. He paused, his brow furrowing. He didn't follow her into the house. Who? Come out. He had decided that he would take care of Wei Mingxiao on behalf of the two Tang sisters. Though he hadn't yet figured out how to tell them. But he never expected the two people who emerged to surprise him. Tang Tian had already removed her goggles, revealing her face through the plastic hood of her winter jacket. She cleared her throat before saying, "It's me, I'm back." Before she could finish, Shen Boyun swooped over and grabbed her wrist, demanding incredulously, You didn't." "No." Tang Tian quickly made up an excuse. "Actually, we were already near the 4th floor window when the snow rushed in. Luckily, we were able to dig ourselves out and avoid being buried." Shen Boyun's thoughts raced, but he belatedly realized he was still holding Tang Tian's hand, and he awkwardly withdrew it. "That's good. Just being alive is good." Tang Tian scratched the back of his head again, changing the subject. "Then we go home first. We talk later if anything happens." "Okay, go back and keep warm, don't freeze." In the eyes of ordinary people, the Tang sisters had survived a great disaster, so he didn't want to ask any more questions, so he just went back on his own. In fact, Yin Chunhua and Shen Yaohui had noticed something was wrong with their mood, but they hadn't had time to say it. But they hadn't expected them to return alive, and their moods might have changed. Wei Mingxia, who had been staying home, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the two, but she couldn't help but complain, "You've been gone for so long, and you didn't even bother to send a message." "I couldn't wait any longer, so I used the intercom, but neither of you answered." Tang Tian hesitated, but ultimately decided to tell Wei Mingxia. Before the apocalypse, it was possible to report good news, but not bad news, but after it, life and death are a matter of a moment. If they hadn't possessed supernatural powers, they would have died on the road today. Telling Wei Mingxia, this was both to make her more aware of the dangers of the apocalypse, and to better prepare her for the future. Recalling their previous life, they didn't have walkie-talkies, so once they left the house, they were effectively lost to the world. In the early days, it was the two young sisters who went out, but later, only Tang Tian went out alone. Once, she simply returned home late, and Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia burst into tears. It turned out they all believed Tang Tian had died on the road, losing their daughter and sister. After hearing this, Wei Mingxia was stunned for a moment, and when she finally came to, her eyes were red. "This is too dangerous," she cried. "Tian Tian, can you guys not go out again? We already have a system, and we're not short of food. There's no need to risk your life like this." Tang Tian saw her excitement, but could only interrupt her explanation. She hadn't lived long in her previous life, but she had witnessed several natural disasters unfolding one after another, and she wondered if there would be even more severe new ones in the future. Besides, the system wasn't omnipotent. They had to prepare many things themselves, so going out was inevitable. Wei Mingxia slumped on the sofa, speechless. Tang Yi also turned her head away, silent. But soon, Wei Mingxia slowly stood up again, muttering, "It's almost time for dinner. I go get it ready. You must be hungry. Oh, and I filled a hot water bottle. You can soak your feet in the foot bath first." Tang Tian's nose tingled a little when she heard this. Luckily, this time, the harvest was quite good. Besides the money I collected at the mall, there was also Qin Ping's mission. Although she hadn't looted the mall, Tang Tian had a decent stockpile of food. If she could just scrape it together, she'd definitely make a profit. After packing up her things and saying goodbye to Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia, she headed to the 11th floor alone. After knocking a few times on the door to 1101, it slowly swung open, followed by Qin Peng's impatient voice. "Who's there? You're so noisy. I told you I was out of supplies." Tang Tian replied, "It's okay, I have some now." Qin Peng froze in place. He stared intently at Tang Tian's face, then let out a loud cry. His legs gave way, and he sat down on the ground, his fingers trembling as he spoke. "You. Aren't you dead? I'm telling you, we owe each other nothing. Even if you become a ghost, don't bother me." Tang Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but given the situation, they were definitely in great danger. And Qin Peng, anxious to get the supplies, must have heard the news. She nudged him gently with her toe and said, "All right, stop talking nonsense. I got your food. Go get the gold bars." Qin Peng breathed a sigh of relief when he realized it was real. Then, while complaining, he stood up and flew to retrieve the gold bars he had prepared. Tang Tian took out the ingredients she had prepared from her bag: beans, pickled mustard greens, frozen meat. She wouldn't mind giving them away, the system could produce them all. Qin Peng and his wife and children gathered around the coffee table, which hadn't yet been chopped into firewood. Their eyes lit up as they looked at the supplies. What delighted Qin Peng the most was that there were 4 bottles of mineral water among them. Although they were frozen solid these days, people had to burn snow for water, so bottled mineral water like this was rare. 2 bottles of mineral water weigh 1 jin, making it easy to make up the weight. However, Tang Tian simply used bottles she collected and filled them with well water, which would freeze quickly in the outdoor temperature. Even in the end times, a wealthy man like Qian Peng would never forget to think about how to improve his living conditions. This mineral water would definitely hit the spot. 1 gold bar for half a gene of food. Cash on delivery. Tang Tian accepted the gold bar. It was still 10 grams, but in the end, she exchanged it for a full 100 grams of gold. Seeing her beaming with joy, Qian Peng felt incredibly heartbroken. That was all the gold bars he had left, and all he got in exchange for these things wasn't even enough to feed the family for a while. How would they live in the future? Tang Tian saw that they were frowning after receiving the food, and understood that Qian Peng probably had no gold bars left. Then she asked, "Do you have anything else? Like jade or jewelry? You can trade with me." Qian Peng's wife instantly perked up, nodding like a chick pecking at rice, and quickly brought a box. Opening it, she saw several jade bracelets and pendants, as well as diamond rings, necklaces, earrings, and other items. If caught in the light, they would surely sparkle. Tang Tian reached for a jade bracelet. After confirming with her system that these items were worth real money, she calculated and said, "These can probably be exchanged for another 2 kilograms. "What, 2 kilograms? Qian Peng's wife exclaimed in disbelief and displeasure. "Do you know the value of these? These pieces could have bought a car before." Tang Tian didn't understand how valuable jade jewelry was before the apocalypse. She simply crossed her arms and said, "It's up to you to trade them or not. If not, I'm leaving." No, I trade them. I trade them." Qian Peng's wife gritted her teeth and, with a pained look on her face, exchanged them for another 2 kilograms of frozen meat. Tang Tian finally left 1101 with a full load. Chapter 33. After returning home, Tang Yi had already used her gold-attributed abilities to open the safes, saving her considerable time. Looking inside, she saw that they contained items appropriate for the store. Perhaps the boss and his employees, realizing the situation wasn't going well, had moved most of their assets into the safes, only to find that Tang Tian still had them. Tang Tian first converted the gold bars she'd taken from Qian Peng's home into gold coins. For 100 grams of gold, she earned a full 300,000 gold coins, adding to that the silver jewelry, pearls, jade, and emeralds she looted from the mall, and the items belonging to Qian Peng's wife. She let the system calculate the price, and finally earned another 300,000 gold coins. Tang Tian was ecstatic. This was getting rich. Adding the small amounts from the snack bar, the gold coin column no longer displayed a number, but instead a symbol of 630,000. Tang Tian made a quick decision. Upgrade the warehouse first. Remember the last time I upgraded from a mini to a small warehouse, it only cost 10,000 gold coins. Unexpectedly, upon returning to the shopping district, she discovered that upgrading from a small to a mid-level warehouse would cost 200,000 gold coins. Tang Tian felt a pang of regret, but the warehouse upgrade was urgent, so she immediately decided on the option. "Congratulations, host. Your warehouse has been upgraded." Tang Tian immediately checked. Where the previously crowded supplies had suddenly been opened up to a vast expanse of open space, totaling 4,000 square meters. She and Tang Yi happily rearranged their stockpiles. Now they no longer had to play Jenga. Glancing at the empty space nearby, she suddenly felt the urge to go out and do some free shopping. With the warehouse issue resolved, Tang Tian turned back to upgrading her system. She still had over 400,000 gold coins to spare. With a flourish, Tang Tian spent 200,000 to open a new ability slot for Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia. Then came all the shopping. After buying out all the R-level recipes, the next step was SR-level recipes, which were several times more expensive. Next came the recipes she wanted, like freshly baked bread, cake dream factory, fresh juice special, as well as snacks, pastries, soups, and so on. It was time to buy new equipment. After some consideration, Tang Tian also bought a grinder, a smoker, and a fish smoker. These were similar to canning jars, allowing Wei Mingxia to keep busy. Additionally, there were upgrades to the existing infrastructure. Tang Tian upgraded all the food sources. There were also old equipment, like the crab pots, fishing nets, and beehives that continuously produced food, shortening the time between harvests. Upgrading the kitchen utensils, brewing vats, and juicers could potentially improve the quality and duration of the food they produced. Especially the newly purchased popcorn maker. Upgrading it also increased the power and quantity of its air bullets. Tang Tian spared no expense on any weapon. After spending so lavishly, over 600,000 gold coins, and in the end, there wasn't much left. The feeling of sudden wealth vanished so quickly. Tang Tian sighed. Looks like I'd be going out a lot more often in the future, going to make another batch of delicious food to take to the snack bar. Tang Tian clicked around on the system screen when she suddenly saw something else that startled her. It was a sign-in stamp. She had completely forgotten about this, and since signing in, she accumulated over 100 of them, gained enough stamps to redeem for special ingredients and recipes. Tang Tian opened the redemption platform, and saw that any ingredient she had unlocked could be redeemed there. The recipes hadn't been discovered yet. After a moment's thought, she exchanged a batch of ingredients, then 2 more recipes. These were 2 juice recipes, blueberry, grape, and tomato juice, and cherry, green grape, and pomegranate juice. Most juices have some kind of restorative effect, but these 2 were more than that. They also had all the abilities of the Crimson Cuisine, including flame, fire barrier, and fuel. When my ability bar grows, I want to bring all the fire abilities I need. A glass of juice will do the trick. It's simply powerful, but even though it was powerful, it would have used up all of Tang Tian's stamps, which were only earned after surviving a single day. After checking the recipes and inventory again, Tang Tian smiled. She had found the highest level dish among all the abilities of the Crimson Cuisine: pickled pepper bullfrog, flame level 10, spicy hot pot, flame barrier level 10, iron pot stew, fuel level 10, and malkshuang, wheat blood wheat, warmth level 10. However, these highest quality delicacies all share a common characteristic. The ingredients are either complex or time-consuming to obtain. Tang Tian had just used stamps to redeem, and barely gathered all the ingredients needed for the iron pot stew. Tang Tian's eyes curved into a smile at the thought of the steaming pot, and she immediately announced, "Mom, sister, let's celebrate today with something delicious." Besides, these delicacies all came from the system. They just had to be smart. There were poultry, livestock, and fish, and Tang Tian decided to stew pork ribs this time. The recipe listed several ingredients. If one matched, the value would be full. The rice and flour were used to make flatbreads. With everything ready, Tang Tian prepared the iron pot stew. The next thing he released was a pot, overflowing with a variety of ingredients, shimmering with light. The mouth-watering aroma that emanated was so rich that it soon filled the entire room, lingering for a long time. The greatest advantage of this regional delicacy was its large portion size. Such a large pot was enough for them to enjoy for several meals. Who could have imagined that in the apocalypse, they would also have to worry about not being able to finish their food? Not only were the mother and daughter greedy, but even Tan Tan couldn't help but drop his crystal pendant. Perhaps due to his frequent consumption of supernatural delicacies, his growth was definitely different from that of an ordinary dog. Tang Tian even thought he could take him sledding. He crunched the bones in his mouth, relishing them. And they were no different. The ribs were boneless, tender and delicious, and all the ingredients were soaked in the broth, leaving a lingering fragrance in their mouths. Even the pancakes tasted like meat. The fuel balls produced by level 10 fuel were as big as basketballs, and one could burn for days. Due to their limited mental power, the mother, daughter, and 3 daughters could only produce a few, before using up everything they had. Tang Tian also casually told Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia about the mental power issue. No wonder, the more and longer I use my wit attributed ability, the more proficient I feel, and the more seeds I produce at a time. Wei Mingxiao was obsessed with growing vegetables, and Tang Tian thought about whether she could find some seeds next time she went out. So they decided to use their abilities more often in the future to upgrade their mental power. After a hearty meal, the 3 of them and the dog settled into bed in the warmth. Outside, the snow continued to rage, and the accumulation of snow had already reached over 10 layers. The only good news was that the low temperature seemed to have reached its final point. After reaching -67 degrees Celsius, the temperature stopped dropping, but even this temperature was unsuitable for human survival. That day, Tang Tian and Tang Yi went out again, and Wei Mingxiao let them go after giving them numerous instructions. Because Tang Tian wanted to try it, even Tan Tan went with her. This was his first time out, and he was incredibly excited. Wei Mingxiao remained at home, either checking on her planter boxes in the constant temperature room or practicing her weapons. Although the constant temperature room required electricity to function properly, her wit attributed abilities could easily replace that. But this didn't render the previously installed equipment useless. It could probably be used for future exchanges, which would be quite useful. The room was as warm as spring. Wei Mingxia had just finished her exercise, pausing to wipe her sweat and rest for a moment, when she heard an urgent knock at the door. She frowned and turned on the surveillance camera, which was still intact. 4 warmly dressed figures appeared on the screen. The leader, presumably a man, was knocking repeatedly on the door. Although she couldn't see his face clearly, Wei Mingxiao still had a bad feeling. Perhaps because she hadn't answered the door for so long, a few more loud calls came from outside. Mingxiao. Mingxiao. Are you there? It's me. At the familiar voice, Wei Mingxiao's eyes suddenly widened. Cui Xiaoying, thinking of her grandson's constant crying and frail body, decided to harass the survivors in the building and demand whatever she could. But as she passed the 17th floor, she remembered her previous injuries and shuddered, becoming a bit furtive as she climbed the stairs. You can't judge a person by their appearance. Who could have imagined that the Shin family, always so helpful, would so drastically turn against them, completely disregarding their neighbors, and that ruthless killer in 1701, those 2 or 3 damn girls, must not have a good end, Cui Xiaoying thought furiously, gnashing her teeth, but she certainly didn't dare go back to the 17th floor. Unexpectedly, this time, she heard the voice of an outsider, several times louder in the silence. Mei Yan, you haven't answered the door in so long. Are you sure this is the place? Don't make a mistake. It was the voice of an anxious middle-aged man, stamping his feet from time to time. Cui Xiaoying had once been a member of the neighborhood intelligence team, often dancing with a group of elderly men and women, gossiping with each other. They even knew something about Chen Yaohui, who was a blogger before the apocalypse, and Tang Tian and Tang Yi moving in. But before they could discuss it, the apocalypse arrived, and most of the elderly men and women died instantly. Naturally, she no longer had the heart to continue gossiping. Her body was cold and hungry, but her curiosity was still lurking. Besides, since it involved 1701, she was even more curious. Don't worry, honey, it's definitely here. And who would answer the door right now? They must be unwilling to pay attention to you, or they gone out looking for supplies. Before she could reply, a younger boy shivered and spoke impatiently. Mom and Dad, when can we get into the room? I'm freezing. Also standing silently nearby was a person of similar age, seemingly a girl, staring blankly at her feet, not joining in the conversation. It turned out that this group was none other than Tang Tian and Tang Yi's former father, Tang Haifeng and his family. After hearing this, Cui Suyang grumbled and walked out into the hallway. The 4 of them were startled, staring at her strangely. Cui Suyang asked, acting familiarly, who are you? You're looking for 1701? This family isn't human. Tang Haifeng's face sank. What are you talking about? I'm not kidding. You're from outside, right? This family is a murderer without mercy. They're not good people. Cui Suyang finally found a way to vent her anger. She spilled everything that had happened recently, even spitting at the end with a look of disdain. Tang Haifeng was shocked. Was she still talking about his 2 daughters? Was she sure they weren't some serial killer? Besides, Cui Suyang was a stranger, so of course he didn't believe her. He just waved her off, not moving. Cui Suyang rolled her eyes at them, and turned away. If you don't listen to the old woman's advice, you suffer the consequences. Don't blame her when you suffer in the future. Tang Haifeng never gave up. While he was discussing this with his second wife, Lai Meiyan, his youngest son, Tang Zirwei, couldn't help himself and banged on the door again. This time, the door actually slowly opened. Tang Haifeng's face lit up. He knew Wei Mingxiao was kind-hearted, and wouldn't ignore such a situation. He immediately squeezed to the front. Mingxiao I. Chapter 34. Bang! Tang Haifeng slipped and felt a burning pain on his face, not from the cold. He rubbed it, and the stinging intensified. Lai Meiyan, on the other hand, was startled and screamed, Honey, your mask is torn, and your face is bleeding. Wei Mingxiao, after not opening the security chain, clicked her tongue. She had originally aimed, but Tang Haifeng's slip saved her. Otherwise, the air bullet would have surely hit him in the eye. Tang Haifeng was momentarily furious, but then, remembering the purpose of his visit, he softened. Ignoring the tiny wounds that were rapidly freezing, she pleaded, Mingxiao, my home has been buried in the snow. My parents and my father-in-law and mother-in-law have passed away, and the snow is getting higher and higher. That's why I wanted to come and stay with you. But don't worry, we brought supplies with us, and we're definitely not staying here for nothing. Besides, you and your daughter have had a hard time surviving. With so many dead now, we could all just live together. Just for the sake of me and Zirwei and Nan, please take us in for a while. The 2 little ones won't be able to stand the cold. Since he was going to play the emotional card, Tang Haifeng sighed deeply again and asked softly with concern, Where are Xioi and Tian? How are they? I heard Xioi got married. How could you not tell me about such a big thing? Listening to Tang Haifeng's hypocritical words, Wei Mingxiao felt sick to her stomach. Even if she hadn't experienced her past life, their past grudges were enough to understand Tang Haifeng's character and what he was capable of. Wei Mingxia couldn't understand why she agreed to let them move in her past life. Perhaps it was simply for the sake of her 2 children. After all, she loved children. But in this life, she absolutely would not allow Tang Haifeng and his family to enter. Tang Haifeng continued to ramble on about the past of Tang Tian and Tang Yi, trying to soften Wei Mingxia's heart. Lai Meiyan quickly gave Tang Zhiwei a look, and he immediately stepped forward, signaling his weakness. Andy Wei, please, I'm freezing. We just stay for a few days to recuperate. There are so many empty houses now, so we be moving out soon. Tang Zhiwei, the youngest son, was doted on at home, and his coquettish behavior was perfectly executed. As soon as they finished speaking, they heard the sound of unlocking the door from inside, and their eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, the door had barely opened when something flashed before their eyes. Ah! Tang Zhiwei, startled, turned and hid behind Lai Meiyan. Tang Haifeng instinctively raised his hand to block it, only to discover it was a long, narrow knife. He was wearing gloves, but they weren't thick, so he immediately felt the sharp, cold sting. It was obvious that Wei Mingxia was still exerting force even as she chopped down. If this continued, his hand would be in jeopardy. Tang Haifeng pushed aside, furiously demanding, Wei Mingxia, are you crazy? What are you doing? Wei Mingxia didn't bother to talk, and immediately raised her knife again, swinging it forward with a powerful swing. All her training had paid off. Lai Meiyan screamed, hurriedly dragging Tang Zhiwei and Tang Nan down the stairs. Tang Haifeng had no idea what had irritated Wei Mingxia, but seeing her impassive and determined to keep slashing, he gritted his teeth and followed her, temporarily leaving. In his panic, his down jacket ripped apart, sending plumes of white down, filling the corridor like falling snow. They were wearing too many layers, and since it was Wei Mingxia's first time using it, they still couldn't hurt them. Seeing Tang Haifeng and the others forced back, Wei Mingxia returned to the room, her heart pounding. However, she knew they wouldn't just give up. Tang Haifeng and the others ran all the way to the 15th floor. They already been starving, and the sudden, intense exercise left them panting heavily for a while before they finally calmed down. Lai Meiyan's expression was grim, and she complained unhappily, Honey, is she going crazy from the cold? She's going to chop us down whenever she sees us? It's already this late, and I think she's still holding on to those past events. She spoke as if they were the undisputed victims. Tang Haifeng's face darkened. Although he and Wei Mingxia had been separated for over a decade, a marriage lasts 100 days. Couldn't she, for the sake of the child, talk things over peacefully instead of tearing each other apart? But the entire family's house was completely destroyed, and only this new apartment on the 17th floor was suitable for living. For the sake of the family, he had to find a way to get in. Thinking of this, Tang Haifeng rolled his eyes, and said unwillingly, It looks like Shui and Tian Yan haven't returned yet. Let's talk about it when they come back. There are so many empty apartments in this building. Let's look for some first. They might not be able to accommodate us. Hearing Tang Haifeng's words, no matter how much the others complained, Wei Mingxia continued with a sullen face, her thoughts drifting further and further away, recalling some past events. The factory where Wei Mingxia initially worked as an accountant. Over time, they fell in love and married. Not long after, Tang Yi was born. But the Tang family was somewhat displeased when they saw it was a daughter, and soon they wanted another child. Although Wei Mingxia felt something was amiss at the time, they were newlyweds, so naturally, she didn't think too much about it, and gave birth to Tang Tian again. Tang Haifeng was even more disappointed when he saw it was another daughter, and Wei Mingxia became ill from the intense labor. It wasn't until later that Tang Haifeng became intimately involved with a female factory worker, and she didn't learn of it until she became pregnant. The incident was a major controversy that year, dragging on for years before finally ending in divorce. Thankfully, Tang Haifeng had some sense of conscience, and at least he continued to pay child support. From then on, Wei Mingxia raised the 2 sisters alone, leading a relatively smooth life, and her contact with Tang Haifeng became increasingly rare. Unexpectedly, when the apocalypse arrived, they would come to her on their own. Or perhaps it was my own misjudgment of people that led to such a disaster. With a snap, Wei Mingxia struck the target she usually used for practice, the blade sinking into it. She drew her knife, but then a sudden inspiration struck her. She searched the system warehouse for any material she could use. She wanted to make a humanoid figure and place it there for her practice. When the time came, either Tang Tian and Tang Yi would deal with them, or she would teach Tang Haifeng a lesson, but in the end, she only found the firewood Tang Tian had purchased during her stockpiling. She pondered for a moment, pulled out a few sticks, then turned her palm over and focused. A faint, fluorescent green light appeared on her palm. The wood attribute ability, Wei Mingxiao's first, had remained in the first slot, untouched. But in reality, she had only used it to grow plants. She had never tried anything else. A green light flickered, slowly floating from her palm onto the wood, then slowly covering the entire log. And then, before Wei Mingxiao's eyes, the wood actually began to grow, growing in the pattern she had envisioned. Wei Mingxiao was overjoyed. It seemed she had discovered a new use for her wood-attributed powers. Unfortunately, she soon began to feel dizzy. Perhaps it was due to a lack of mental energy. Using powers this way was more draining than growing plants. But Wei Mingxiao wasn't about to give up. This would allow her to train her powers and boost her mental energy. She quickly put aside her worries about Tang Haifeng and enthusiastically set to work. Tang Tian and Tang Yi didn't venture far this time, they just wandered around nearby. And with the current amount of snow, many places would likely become like the mall last time, with the snow breaking through any obstacles and rushing in. The places where they could get supplies would become increasingly scarce. Besides, their main purpose this time was to test the potential of dog sledding. Tan Tan was given a hearty meal, mixed with some warming dishes. After Tang Tian took him outside, Tan Tan stepped on plum blossoms in the snow. He felt cold at first, but after a while, he got used to it and began rolling around in the snow. After all, it had been a while since he'd been outside. Tang Tian quietly took out the sled, tied it to Tan Tan, and trained him to pull it. Tan Tan had quite a bit of strength, and actually pulled them both, galloping forward. They stopped by a delivery station and looked inside, where they also saw a pet shop. Tang Tian then took all the unwanted staples, snacks, health supplements, and daily necessities and toiletries. On the way, she even unpacked some dried meat snacks for Tan Tan, which only made him more excited about pulling the sled. A cloud of snow flew behind him. And to their surprise, they even saw Li Feiyang. But Li Feiyang wasn't out alone. He was with a small group. Going out without a group these days was tantamount to committing suicide. When Li Feiyang realized it was them, his eyes widened like eggs. Finally, he ran over with joy, chattering non-stop, leaving Tang Tian no chance to get a word in. Tang Tian looked at him, then at Tan Tan. Why did they feel like they were of the same species? Tang Yi, noticing the people behind them all looking at her, even Tan Tan, changed the subject for a few pleasantries, and then the two parted ways. It was time to go back. Tang Tian asked Tan Tan to retrace the route they had taken, and then she packed up the sled in the distance. She and Tang Yi prepared to enter Hexin Garden. But to their surprise, someone was lingering behind the gate this time. As soon as he saw them, he immediately stepped forward to stop them. Wait! Woof! Tan Tan yelled, assuming a stance for attack. Unfortunately, the man didn't seem to take it seriously at all, simply standing at the door, with a somewhat arrogant attitude. He was wearing thick clothing underneath and a coat over it. Tang Tian saw it was the jacket of a security guard's uniform. Is this the security department starting to take action? As expected, the security guard extended his hand and said, with a dignified air, "Are you a resident of Hexinyuan? There's a new rule. When you return after going out, you must hand in 1/3 of the supplies you collected and register them before you can enter." Tang Tian scoffed and retorted, "Oh, only 1/3? I thought you had to hand it all in." The security guard seemed to detect the sarcasm in her words. This was the first time someone had dared to do that, and he felt embarrassed. He sneered, "If you want to hand it all in, fine. I promise to give you a prize. But if you don't hand in the supplies, that's not impossible." As he spoke, the security guard's eyes began to linger unceremoniously at Tang Tian and Tang Yi. The implication was clear. If they didn't have supplies, they used their bodies as collateral, especially for young women like them. Besides, many people in Hexinyuan these days even came to them voluntarily, and the security department was happy to reap the benefits. Tang Tian's face darkened. "I won't hand it over, so what? Get out of here." Okay, I just like hot girls like you. I'm giving you a chance, but you're such a loser." The security guard was a domineering presence in the neighborhood, used to getting carried away. When faced with resistance, his expression instantly turned ferocious. He even wielded the baton he carried, apparently intending to teach the two disobedient sisters a lesson. The battle was about to break out. Chapter 35. Tan Tan was circling anxiously. Why hasn't the master given the order yet? I'm itching to bite. The security guard raised his baton and swung it straight at him, even holding it high as if to strike. Tang Tian quickly drew the knife he carried and blocked the blow. The security guard's pupils trembled. This knife was clearly more powerful than his own weapon. He flexibly withdrew his hand, wanting to pull out the walkie-talkie from his waist to call for help, but Tang Tian and Tang Yi wouldn't give him the chance. Two knives, one slashed at his wrist, the other slashed at his chest. Ah! The security guard howled uncontrollably, and the walkie-talkie fell to the snow. At Tang Tian's command, Tan Tan, impatient, rushed forward like a cannonball and bit the former's ankle. The wound wasn't fatal, however. The young, muscular security guard's adrenaline surged. He kicked Tan Tan away and fled, half rolling, half crawling. His speed hardly resembled that of a wounded soldier. Alas, perhaps it was because he was dressed too thickly in the extreme cold, preventing him from doing the most damage. Tang Tian felt a pity. Tang Yi picked up Tan Tan and breathed a sigh of relief, making sure he was alright. This little guy is still too young. Perhaps he'd be better once he grows up. Tan Tan, however, was still quite tough and sturdy. He wagged his tail carelessly, seemingly completely unaware of his owner's concerns, and even possessed an inexplicable pride. Without further delay, the two decided to go home. The two and the dog returned to the window, just as Tang Yi grabbed Tang Tian and pointed at the snow. So, the footprints were only in front of the building. If the security department was looking for revenge, wouldn't they have come straight to the door? Although Tang Tian wasn't afraid of them coming, it was still a nuisance, so they lingered a little longer, leaving footprints of varying depths in the snow, before heading upstairs. When they reached the 14th floor, they ran into two people coming down from above. Tang Tian and Tang Yi initially ignored them, but the other party, as if recognizing them, called out, "Please wait a moment." Tang Tian frowned and asked, "What's going on?" "Hello, I live in room 1802. My name is Chi Chong, and this is my husband, Chen Yulin." As they introduced themselves, Tang Tian and Tang Yi felt a sense of familiarity. This seemed to be the teacher's family whose vast collection of books was robbed. After losing most of their spiritual food, Chen Yulin cried and harassed his neighbors for a while, but no one paid any attention. They even burned his books in front of him for fuel. Later, his wife pulled him back and restrained him from causing any further trouble. It was also said that as the temperature continued to drop, they had to start burning remaining books for warmth, and Chen Yulin completely shut up. Afterward, he remained in a daze, and his wife, Chi Chong, took charge of the household. Chi Chong and Chen Yulin had both put on all the clothes they could wear, but they still looked significantly thinner and listless. In their previous life, while 1802 hadn't helped, they hadn't made a scene either, otherwise, Tang Tian wouldn't have paid them any attention. "I heard I can trade jewelry for supplies. I have some, and I'm wondering if it's okay." Chi Chang's eyes were filled with hope, eager to hear a positive answer from Tang Tian. With Xin Ping's presence, the others in the building would eventually know about this. Tang Tian paused, nodded, and said, "Yes, I accept gold, jade, and jewelry, and I charge by weight." Chi Chang's eyes lit up. "Yes, yes, yes. I have gold jewelry and a jade bracelet. I get them now." However, Chen Yulin quickly grabbed her and said urgently, "No. Xiaoqi, that jade bracelet. That jade bracelet is our token of love. We can't just give it away for nothing." Tang Tian rolled her eyes. She was practically freezing and starving to death, yet she still valued her collection of books and that so-called token of love more than anything else. She hadn't expected such pedantic people to exist in this century. Chi Chong immediately counterattacked him with a fierce challenge. This reminded Tang Tian of the last time they gathered in the building to loot supplies. Chi Chong had also slapped Chen Yulin, as if that was the only way to wake him up. "Can't you please think about your son and daughter? They're practically starving to death. Why are you still bothering with those jewelry?" Chi Chong looked at her useless husband with dismay. Ever since the book hoarding incident, she had grown increasingly annoyed with him. She might as well just make the decision, or else their family would be wiped out sooner or later. Chen Yulin covered his face with his hands, wanting to cry but unable to. Chi Chong said something to Tang Tian and hurried upstairs to get the jewelry. Tang Tian, Tang Yi, and Tan Tan returned home. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Wei Mingxia busy at work, with a tall piece of wood beside her. "Mom, have you been out?" Tang Tian asked curiously. Wei Mingxia, on the other hand, was energetic, but perhaps her wood attribute wasn't high enough. She was kind, and she could really practice with knives. It was dinner time, and the people in the building were trying to save as much food as possible, fearing the calories. The Tang family was different. They took out their ingredients and used their stored energy. Wei Mingxia had already prepared the meal: hand-shredded cabbage, green peppers and eggs, roasted chicken wings with mushrooms and chestnuts, and a large bowl of pea and tofu soup. Although they had a gourmet food system, it didn't currently cover every type of cuisine, so it was better to make what they wanted. Wei Mingxia and Tang Yi went to the kitchen to work. After Tang Tian had been stroking Tan Tan for a while, she heard a knock on the door. It must have been Chi Chong. Quieting Tan Tan's barking, she got up and went to the entrance to open the window. Chi Chong hurriedly said hello. He wasn't surprised to feel a warmth inside, simply assuming the Tang still had fuel to burn. Besides, the kitchen had a sliding door, so even with it closed, there were no odors. Chi Chong handed over a box. Tang Tian took it and opened it. Inside was a heavy jade bracelet, along with other jewelry like gold earrings and rings. She picked up the jade bracelet and silently asked the system. But the next moment, she shook her head. This bracelet won't do. It's a fake. I can't exchange it. What? Chi Chang's reaction was intense. After a moment's thought, she immediately shoved Chen Yulin, who was growing increasingly guilty as he listened. I was wondering why you didn't want me to exchange this jade bracelet for food from the beginning. Is it a fake? You've been lying to me from the beginning. Chi Chong and Chen Yulin were teachers at the same school, but the latter was a Chinese language teacher, while the former was a physical education teacher. There was also an age difference between them. At the time, most people were skeptical of this relationship, but Chi Chong remained unwavering. The family had been living in peace until the end of the world, which magnified and exposed all human weaknesses. Chi Chong then realized that Chen Yulin was not a good man. His wife and children were practically freezing to death, yet he still treasured his collection of books. He could have traded his gold and silver jewelry for supplies, but he refused to let him. Thankfully, Chi Chong possessed a high level of martial prowess, and Chen Yulin was a tough opponent, so he was able to seize the position of head of the family. This jade bracelet was also given to Chi Chong that year by Chen Yulin. It weighed about 50 or 60 grams, and Chi Chong had always cherished it, reluctant to wear it. He never imagined it was a fake. Tang Tian, unwilling to witness this family feud, cleared her throat and interrupted, asking, apart from the jade bracelet, what are the remaining items? 1 pound of grain and 1 pound of meat. Which one do you want? It was a shame for the jade bracelet, otherwise, he could have earned tens of thousands of gold coins in the system. Chi Chong pushed Chen Yulin away, giving him a disdainful look. She also understood that such things were now devalued. After careful consideration, she replied, I trade it for a pound of meat, please. She was also heartbroken. From Tang Tian's tone, if the jade bracelet was genuine, it could probably be exchanged for several more pounds of food. The family had happened to have stockpiled a lot of rice and grains during the new year, which was why they had barely survived until now. But eating all the time had made both children look pale, and she urgently needed a change. Tang Tian nodded, closed the window, and after a moment, opened it again, pulling out a 500-gram box of frozen pork ribs. Chi Chong took it with both hands, thanked him profusely, then twisted Chen Yulin's ear and left. Tang Tian immediately loaded all the jewelry into the system, turned back inside, and prepared to eat. The wind and snow howled, and as the Tang family enjoyed their steaming, fragrant meal, a small group suddenly approached downstairs. In that small group, everyone put on a stab-proof vest over their thick clothes, wore a helmet on their heads, and held batons, steel forks, explosion-proof shields, and other tools in their hands. They came to the row of buildings in a menacing manner. The middle-aged man in the lead had a stern face. He glanced twice in the shimmering snow, but before he uttered a word, he glanced down again, his brow furrowed in a deep frown. They arrived a little too late, and the heavy snow had already covered much of the area. Even if they managed to follow the footprints to buildings 11 to 15, the broken windows were covered with footprints, making it impossible to tell which building the culprit belonged to. They were warming themselves by the fire indoors when the young security guard, who had been on duty outside and had stopped Tang Tian and Tang Yi, suddenly came running back, stumbling and tumbling. His coat was ripped, and a large gash appeared on his wrist. If the blood hadn't been frozen, it would have gushed out like a tide. The young security guard, enduring the pain, reported the situation, feeling deeply humiliated by the domineering security department at Hexinuen. There had been resistance before, but they were all violently suppressed. Who knew someone so desperate would show up again? So they geared up and marched in a mighty procession, following the footprints, but they still missed them. Security Captain Zhou Ping gritted his teeth in anger and remained silent. Before the temperature dropped, Hexinuen security department had around 20 people. 5 or 6 perished in the extreme cold, and the remaining 15 had already become a team, commanding all weapons and tools. To survive, they had to stick together. Not even a single manpower was missing. But those two rebels had actually chopped off their hands. With their hands crippled, how could they survive in the heavy snow? Wasn't this intentional? The security guards behind Zhou Ping looked at each other, and only one of them stepped forward and suggested, "Captain, if we really can't tell which building it is, why don't we just go door to door while we're counting people?" Xiaozhu caught a glimpse of what the man looked like. The property management company has been dissolved, and we're the leaders now. Hearing this, the security guards grew a bit more arrogant. They were originally managed by the property management company, and Hexinuen wasn't a new community. Everyone knew their neighbors, and there weren't many major conflicts. Many people just scraped by for a few thousand yuan a month. But the arrival of extreme cold had unexpectedly changed the situation in the community. They all experienced what it was like to be in a superior position, so how could they bear to give up again? Zhou Ping pondered for a moment and adopted the suggestion. With a simple glance, the team entered each building in batches. He decided that this person couldn't be kept alive, so he had to find the culprit and execute him on the spot, also to give everyone a warning. Chapter 36. Red-hot fuel balls still burned in the cast-iron fireplace, and a small pot of milk tea simmered above, bubbling. Wei Mingxia continued to tell him about Tang Haifeng's family's visit today. Nothing could be hidden now. After hearing this, Tang Tian compared her memories with her past life, and found the time was about the same. Tang Haifeng's home was around the 10th floor. His parents and his parents-in-law lived in an old, lower-rise building, long buried. He had only thought of Wei Mingxia when he was at his wits' end. In fact, the mortgaged old house was also buried, but it was unknown how they had learned of the new address. But now that they were here, Tang Tian would never let them succeed in this lifetime, and would find an opportunity to eliminate them. Wei Mingxia exhausted her mental energy once more and began to rest, taking out the radio to tune up. With a few beeps, she finally received official news, a long-awaited news. The current snowstorm has stabilized, neither diminishing nor increasing. Simply shutting down isn't a good idea, so officials have begun deploying specialized transportation to deliver relief supplies. However, due to the extremely low temperatures, most diesel fuel has frozen, forcing them to rely on other energy sources, even manpower. This results in varying speeds in each region, so the timing of this wave of aid remains to be seen. Secondly, to maintain order during this period of extreme cold, officials have introduced a new round of regulations. But Tang Tian listened, feeling they were of little use. Most people have probably already breached their moral compass. Having tasted the bittersweet temptation of getting their way, it's hard to stop. Besides, if they don't go to extremes now, they won't be able to get supplies at all. People are barely surviving, so why bother with crimes? Maybe they even get food if they're caught. More importantly, the authorities simply can't spare the manpower to apprehend these criminals. Even the original special workers have voluntarily resigned, like the one next door. In summary, Tang Tian believes this rule can be completely ignored. Finally, the authorities have also conducted research on cold-resistant crops and built greenhouses in suitable locations. The next step is to establish official shelters. Those air raid shelters were undoubtedly the first to be built, and the victims who had taken refuge there were truly lucky. However, the air raid shelters couldn't accommodate all the survivors in Spring City, so the authorities had to find a way to build other shelters to accommodate more victims. But Tang Tian understood that compared to the official shelters, there were more scattered unofficial shelters, which were formed by small groups that had conquered good locations and developed accordingly. Not only is there more freedom than in the official world, but those who thrive there also have no worries about food and shelter. Therefore, even if a small number of people abscond, they'd prefer not to go to the official world. It's unclear what the future holds, whether the state will intervene. Tang Tian didn't live long in her previous life. But given the current situation, she doesn't have to take her family on a long journey for the time being. The electronic announcements continued one after another. When there was no new news, Tang Tian turned off the radio. But just then, there was a frantic knock on the door, and a faint voice could be heard. "Tian Tian. Xiaoyi. Are you home? It's Daddy. Please open the door." The three people inside the room suddenly frowned. Presumably, after being pressured by Wei Mingxia, Tang Haifeng not only refused to leave Hexinuen, but even the entire building. Instead, he completely entangled her family, refusing to give up until he achieved his goal. Tang Tian clenched her fist, and flames instantly appeared on it, forming a flaming fist. Tangi also silently drew her knife. Wei Mingxia, seeing the sister's attitude, simply ignored it. They were all united on this common front. This scumbag father must die. Tang Haifeng, standing at the door, continued to knock on the door, with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. Assuming the people inside couldn't hear him, he even increased his strength until his hands were sore. Only after they left did they realize that the doors of the unoccupied residents of the building had been broken into, making them unsafe. But considering their purpose, they ultimately chose to stay in 1801, the closest building upstairs. Tang Haifeng's words were true. He had truly brought his belongings with him to seek refuge. After a quick tidy up inside and lighting a fire, he asked Lai Meiyan and Tang Nan to check the other broken-in houses for any leftover supplies. Lai Meiyan reluctantly dragged Tang Nan out of the house, only to see the resident of room 1802 across the street return with a beaming look of joy, clutching a box of frozen pork ribs. She hurried over to ask. Chi Chong, unaware of their relationship with the Tang family, told them the truth. Lai Meiyan was thrilled and hurried back to tell Tang Haifeng. I knew it. Your two daughters weren't here just now. They must have gone out looking for supplies. They found a lot, enough to share with the neighbors. Tang Haifeng hurried downstairs. He added, frowning slightly, they traded their jewelry for it. So he snorted disdainfully, I'm their father. What jewelry do I need? Besides, I know they both listen to Mingxia. If Mingxia agrees, they all agree. You stay and watch the fire. I have better food when I get back. The others' mouths watered, as if they were already chewing on spare ribs. Besides, Lai Meiyan's gold and silver jewelry had originally been used to exchange for supplies. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived until now, and they wouldn't have had any left. So Tang Haifeng quickly went downstairs and started knocking on the door. Tang Tian, holding the fireball in her palm, was about to head to the entrance when the noise outside changed. It seemed as if many people had suddenly appeared in the bustling crowd, and the shouts grew louder. Open the door. Routine security check. Open the door. Hey, what are you doing? Before the apocalypse, Tang Haifeng had been a small-time factory manager, his bossy attitude no less than these security guards. They had interrupted their chance to obtain supplies again, and they immediately tooted, their faces filled with displeasure. The 2 or 3 armed security guards remained silent, but they all turned and glared at him, frightening the unarmed Tang Haifeng into silence. Besides, he wasn't a resident of Hexinyuan. What if he was evicted? Thinking of this, Tang Haifeng silently stepped aside. The security guard standing in front continued to knock on the door. Soon, the window above the door opened, and Wei Mingxia's voice rang out. What's going on? A dangerous person has entered the complex and is hiding, and we need to count the number of survivors. Open the door quickly. We need to enter and check. The security guards downstairs did the same thing. Since some people had started a fire, the doors were open to prevent suffocation. They swaggered in, took a quick look, and then left, unconcerned with the few scraps of supplies. Hearing Wei Mingxia's voice, a middle-aged woman, they ignored her even more. They banged on the window with batons and shouted, Are you deaf? Why don't you open the door? We promise we won't take anything, and we'll leave after we've looked. You have absolutely no manners. But Wei Mingxia still refused, even closing the window, leaving the lead security guard gnashing his teeth in anger. The security guard next to him patted him, and several of them immediately pulled out their intercoms. The other residents cooperated, but this one family refused. Could it be anything but guilty consciences? It had to be this family. A moment later, about 6 or 7 more people came down from upstairs and pushed Tang Haifeng out of the hallway. Seeing this, Tang Haifeng felt delighted and waited at the stairs, a sort of spectacle. It looked like Wei Mingxia and the others had committed a crime. How could they possibly stop so many armed men from breaking down the door? It would be best if the security department took the 3 of them, mother and daughter, away. Wouldn't that allow the family to move right in? Effectively, they got what they wanted. The security department had come prepared to capture Tang Tian and Tang Yi. Not only were they fully equipped, but they also assembled quickly and in a coordinated manner, demonstrating just how much Zhou Ping wanted to capture them. The low temperatures had brittled many materials. Several men armed with fire axes quickly swung their axes and began to bang on the door. Tang Haifeng cheered inwardly with each blow. But before they could even bang a few times, the window on the door opened again. Before the leader could say anything, he suddenly caught a whiff of a faint, sour odor that grew increasingly intoxicating. But they had all smelled the more intense stench of corpses and decay, so they didn't take it seriously. They continued to bang on the door and yell at the Tang family to open it. But when everyone in the corridor smelled the odor and gradually felt their bodies weaken and sore, they realized something was amiss. Some people noticed and tried to leave, but after taking a few steps, they violently vomited a large amount of filth onto the cold ground. Within seconds, they collapsed to the ground, twitching, their weapons scattered everywhere. Tang Haifeng was stunned. Seeing the security guards' limbs cleave like chicken claws, their expressions twisted, and some even unconscious, he quickly ran away. In that half-second, Tang Tian, knife in hand, opened the door, and she disappeared like a rabbit returning to its nest. Tang Tian spat, flipped her hand, and the odor in the corridor instantly dissipated. She kicked a few more bodies, confirming that the security guards were truly dead. Their pupils were dilated, and blood was flowing from all their orifices. Is this the power of poison? This was Tang Tian's first time using this ability. She could have simply set it on fire again, but now that her superpower had been unlocked, she had to give it a try. The only drawback was that she had to drink a bowl of bean juice before using it. As a food blogger, how could Tang Tian not have tasted this famous delicacy? So when a bowl of gray-green bean juice was placed on the table, she pinched her nose and drank it all in one gulp. It was sour, astringent, and smelly, with a slightly bitter aftertaste. The magical flavor lingered in her mouth, impossible to ignore or dissipate. It was so authentic. Luckily, this one bowl gave Tang Tian her superpower, otherwise, another would have been too much of a torture. Tang Tian immediately experimented and discovered that this poisonous superpower could condense into venom, but it could also evaporate into poisonous smoke and mist. So, she released the poisonous mist along the window above the door. The security department had come to the house for the first time, and they had no idea of the Tang family's power. They also looked down on the women in the family, so naturally, they paid little attention to this aspect. Besides, they were already resorting to force, so who would have thought poisoning was a tactic? It was just a shame that Tang Haifeng had gotten away. Tang Tian recalled that in his previous life, he had also been a cunning, manipulative man, preferring to hide in the shadows and never taking action unless he could. Even Lai Meiyan and Tang Nan had ultimately become his tools, as if he truly loved no one except himself and Tang Zirwei, whom he considered the heir to his family line. This was truly a joke in the apocalypse. Thinking of this, Tang Tian couldn't help but clench his fists again. But at that moment, the door to room 1702, across the street also opened. Chapter 37. The poisonous mist was odorless and colorless, and Tang Tian had already collected it, so the hallway was clear of poison. She turned around and saw it was Shen Boyun. Shen Boyun lowered his eyes to glance at the bodies scattered across the floor and simply asked, "Do you need any help?" Yes, these bodies had to be dealt with eventually. Tang Tian nodded, and the two of them went to open the window at the end. Then, one by one, they lifted the bodies and dropped them down, their movements expertly and in perfect sync. "Thank you. Here are all the weapons and tools the security guards left behind." Tang Tian thanked him and asked, "Didn't you go out looking for supplies today?" Shen Boyun was still wearing a thick cotton mask, but even so, a thin mist formed around his lips with every breath. Only his eyes, when his emotions were stronger, could reveal his current mood. Like now, he seemed to smile. But after the smile, his brows furrowed again. "I just went there, but the lower floors nearby are all buried. The upper floors generally don't have much supplies, and they're occupied by others, making access difficult. Supplies are dwindling." However, Shen Boyun had a radio at home, so he heard the official news, which was generally positive. The official shelter, in particular, was particularly appealing. However, he couldn't guarantee that his family could actually reach it safely, and he was struggling with this. Tang Tian nodded. "There should be more security personnel than just these few. I'm afraid they'd be back soon. Please bear with me. Oh, and there might be that middle-aged man who keeps knocking on the door, the same one from before. He has a grudge against us. If you encounter him, just deal with him directly." At this point, Tang Tian narrowed her eyes again, a sly look evident in them. "If you can bring me his head, I trade it for supplies. Isn't that a good deal?" Shen Boyun, shooting a martial arts film here. He sighed and asked, "How did you become enemies with the security department again?" The Shen family travels a lot, and knows a lot. Although the security department relies on their weapons and defenses to manage Xinyuan in a formal manner, in reality, a dozen people can't control hundreds of people. Therefore, they only select the buildings with the most survivors, indicating that they also have a lot of supplies. Building 15 shouldn't be here. The fact that the security department had come to the 17th floor with such a large force must have been a choice made after being provoked by the Tang family. Tang Tian snorted coldly, "I don't have the time to pick a fight with them. If they want to come, I kill them as many as I can." And during the recent battle with the poisonous fog, a young security guard standing at the outermost edge actually managed to escape. He stumbled through the blizzard to the newly established security room, but his legs gave way and he collapsed. After Zhou Ping gave his orders, he had already gone back to warm himself by the fire. But he waited until the end and still received no news. Just when he was surprised to see only one person return, he felt something was wrong and immediately rushed forward to support him. After the young security guard gave a halting account of the whole incident, his neck twisted, revealing he had been poisoned to death. Frightened, Zhou Ping immediately threw him aside, fearing that the vomited blood and stains would stain him. He was now certain. The guy in Building 15, 1701, was definitely the one he was looking for, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful that he had reduced the team by half. Despite his fury, Zhou Ping didn't immediately rush to take care of the Tang family. Instead, he used the intercom to call back the remaining security guards, a sinister look in his eyes. Since direct confrontation wasn't working, he had to resort to some tricks. Even on the other side, Tang Haifeng quickly ran home. Just as he entered the heated room, he suddenly bent over and vomited heavily, startling Lai Meiyan so much that she patted him on the back and questioned him. "It's horrible, horrible." Tang Haifeng's face paled as he recalled the scene. He had no idea how Tang Tian had managed it, but it was clearly an indiscriminate attack that nearly dragged him down with it. Thinking of Wei Mingxiao's attitude, he began to hesitate. There are so many empty high-rise buildings now, and they say they're building official shelters. It doesn't matter where I go. I don't want to die so soon, but Lai Meiyan refused, even trying to persuade him. There's nothing else to do elsewhere, and you just have to survive. But your two daughters' homes must have more supplies, and you're their father. How could they deny you access? Wouldn't it be better off elsewhere? And you haven't even met them yet. How can you just give up? Tang Zirwei rubbed his palms together, half complaining, half pitifully saying, "Dad, go look for Aunt Wei again. I'm freezing and starving. I want some spare ribs too." Tang Haifeng doted on his only son, always providing him with the best of everything. When had he ever suffered such hardship? He grasped her hand with a distressed look, gritted his teeth, and said, "Okay," but his heart leaped with joy. Sister, although they had never met in real life, he knew they were both big online influencers. As long as Tang trusted them, he would definitely have enough to eat and drink. As Tang Tian gathered snow from the balcony, she felt the blizzard was less severe than before. Occasionally, a low rumble could be heard from the ground, perhaps the sound of snow breaking through its barriers and pouring into the building. The snow had covered the 11th floor. The Qian Peng family, who lived in 1101 and didn't want to move, had to open the front door and take turns keeping watch every night to prevent anyone from stealing the meager supplies they had acquired with all their assets. Wei Mingxiao was still fiddling with the wooden dummy, making one for each person. Tang Yi, holding the drowsy Tan Tan, opened an e-book on first aid. Tang Tian, meanwhile, used the already made wooden dummy to practice with her knife. She discovered that the knife, striking the wood after it had been infused with wood properties, was surprisingly stronger. The firewood used to carve a mark with a single chop and break after a few strokes, but now it can withstand a complete set of knife techniques. This wood might even be more durable. It's a pity that the current wood attribute only reaches level 3. She had to look for more advanced wood attributed delicacies. After practicing twice, Tang Tian paused to wipe her sweat when she heard commotion outside her house again. She thought it was the security department causing trouble again, but listening carefully, she felt something was wrong. There seemed to be men, women, and even elderly people who had survived. Tang Yi comforted Tan Tan, who had woken up and was barking loudly, and turned on the surveillance camera. A crowd of people gathered outside the door, almost filling the corridor. They were banging on the door and shouting, sounding extremely angry, as if the Tang family had committed a heinous crime. Tang Tian, knife in hand, opened the window and asked, "What's going on?" The shouting was interrupted, and the crowd paused for a moment. Tang Tian, a girl, immediately flew into a rage, her eyes widening like eggs. "You pissed off the security department, haven't you? Now they're demanding protection fees from every household. Shouldn't they be targeting you?" Everyone was talking at once, and Tang Tian finally understood. It turned out that Zhou Ping, seeing his assault had failed, was blaming the Tang family and issuing a new policy that very day. Because they were still guarding the gates to prevent intrusion, every household living in Hexinyuan had to pay a protection fee on time, primarily in the form of food and fuel. Those who couldn't afford it would be expelled. In reality, the security department had been planning this for a while. After all the vehicles in the underground garage had been burned, and a large amount of fuel had already been lost. Wouldn't that mean they could extort some more money from the people? But Zhou Ping's thoughts went beyond that. Not only did he announce this new rule, He also had people secretly disseminating it among the public, pointing the finger of blame squarely at the Tang family. The survivors couldn't defeat the security department, so how could they defeat the family? So, they all rushed towards the culprits they saw as the real culprits. Some continued to insult them. "You're such a troublemaker. One bad apple spoils the whole bunch. My family's expenses must be paid by yours." Others, however, showed weakness and cried, "Please, just go and beg for mercy from the security department. We really don't have any supplies. How can we pay? I don't want to be kicked out." Tang Tian rolled her eyes, quickly understanding Zhou Ping's point. How was this any different from some unscrupulous teachers back in school who punished a single student by making the entire class suffer? Besides, he had already taken out half of the security department, and the remaining weapons had been given to Shen Buiyun, so there were only a few left. Rather than standing here in confusion, these survivors should launch a counterattack. They might even succeed. Just as Tang Tian was debating whether to eliminate all these annoying guys, a breathless figure suddenly ran up the stairs, waving his hands and shouting, "Stop arguing. Director Sun next door is gathering people to go to the security office. They're short on manpower. Let's go together." Most of the people arriving were from buildings 14 and 16, and the Director Sun mentioned seemed to be from building 16. Someone there asked, "Really? Besides, the security department is armed. How can we possibly defeat them?" Director Sun said, "There are only a few people left in their security department, but we have dozens of people across all those buildings. Are you worried we can't break through? Besides, the security office has a lot of supplies they exploited us for. If we're too late, they'd be gone." The initially worried people trembled when they heard about the supplies. They ignored everything else, leaving the Tang family behind and scrambling out of the corridor. This was a farce. Tang Tian sighed. Luckily, there was someone nearby who could rally the people. Judging by his title, he seemed to be an official. Tang Tian told Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia about this. Tang Yi had been to Hexingyuan frequently and knew some of the inside scoop. Besides the property management company, the community also had a neighborhood committee. Members of the property management company weren't necessarily residents of Hexingyuan. Seeing the worsening natural disasters and becoming a thorn in the residents' side, they had already fled. However, some members of the neighborhood committee were elected by the residents of Hexingyuan. Most of them lived there and knew the neighbors, so they were inevitably subjected to various forms of moral blackmail in the early stages. But the neighborhood committee had only a few members to begin with. After many died of cold, starvation, and disease, only Director Sun remained. Ever since the security department began resorting to violence and oppression, Director Sun couldn't stand it. He secretly organized his men, stockpiled supplies and tools, and waited for the right opportunity to launch a counterattack. And today might be a good opportunity. This situation was a bit like an ancient uprising. Tang Tian thought about it, and it seemed like something like this had happened in her past life. But that was voluntary. Jiang Yao and Tang Haifeng were both afraid of death. How could they possibly participate in such an action? Even if she persuaded them that they might get supplies, they refused, instead accusing her of meddling. So she went to the balcony and took out her binoculars again. From the balcony, only a dozen meters above the snow, she could clearly see a group of people, armed with various tools, marching towards another building. If she remembered correctly, that building was originally shared by the property management office and the neighborhood committee. Not long after, more people came out one after another. It was the security department. However, the security department, with half its personnel cut down, looked so weak that even their weapons looked a bit weaker. The two sides initially exchanged a few words, but then the residents erupted in a roar so loud that the earth seemed to shake, and soon a snowy melee ensued. Tang Tian stopped watching. This battle was nothing to write home about. No matter how powerful the security department was, how could it possibly stand up to a team of 100? And this situation wasn't limited to Hexingyuan, it was surely everywhere. Without the security department, perhaps another group would begin to grow and expand. What would happen in the future was unknown. Tang Tian only needed to deal with the situation as it arose. Chapter 38. Although the Tang family didn't participate in the uprising, some people in the building did join in the fun, especially Li Feiyang, who couldn't hold back his words and relayed all the information via intercom that day. The security department was not only breached but also completely looted. But they couldn't just kill the remaining security team members and team leader Zhou Ping. They simply squeezed them back like they were squeezing the residents, driving them out of Hexingyuan and leaving them to fend for themselves. Neighborhood Committee Director Sun Gaohan distributed the supplies in the security room to a few key members. He tried to comfort the others who didn't get any, and quickly formed various small teams. Some went out to forage for food, some to search for fuel, and some to gather external information. Especially since he had essentially rebuilt the neighborhood committee, the issue of the building manager also needed to be properly addressed. Sister Tian, you don't know, even I got a bag of instant noodles. Li Feiyang's tone was jubilant, but Tang Tian was less optimistic. While things may appear well organized, some of the building managers, who reign supreme, won't be pleased. They're used to being the boss, and now there's another one above them. How can they possibly obey? Furthermore, if things continue for a while, and Sun Gaohan still can't make ends meet, he'd be removed. Being a manager isn't easy. I don't know what Wang Hui's intentions are, but Tang Tian has no desire to manage. She just wants to live her life well. Just like right now, she's tinkering with the system again, and has discovered a dish perfect for making right now. It's a delicacy from the SR level cookbook. Cold ice grass salad. Tang Tian hadn't wanted to unlock it at first, but then she suddenly remembered that one of the ingredients she received when she signed in was exactly this ice grass. She took it out and mixed it with the seasoning she gathered from the workshop, quickly whipping up a serving. Cold ice grass salad. Fresh and refreshing, dotted with tiny ice crystals. 30% chance to gain would attribute LV5, and ice attribute LV3 after consumption. Tang Tian was pleasantly surprised. It truly is an SR level dish, with 2 supernatural power bonuses right from the start. Although the cold salad recipe may seem low level, the ice grass ingredient itself seems to be rare. Since opening the system, Tang Tian has only harvested it 2 or 3 times. This supernatural power is more suitable for Wei Mingxia, so Tang Tian gave the dish to her. With the higher level bonus, Wei Mingxia can raise both her supernatural power and mental strength by another level. For some reason, Tang Haifeng hadn't come to bother her in a while. But Tang Tian didn't think the family had moved out, they might be secretly plotting something. While Tang Haifeng wasn't exactly the type to persevere until his goals were achieved, he had Lai Meiyan by his side, adept at whispering in his ear. Especially Tang Zirwei, who was even more eager to get his way in front of him. Once these two started talking, Tang Haifeng would be left with no chance of moving. Tang Tian had discovered and understood all this in her previous life, so this time, the Tang family had better be completely wiped out. But speaking of those people, Tang Tian suddenly lost herself in thought. As she was contemplating this, there was a knock at the door. No one wanted to expose any part of their body now, including their eyes. The surveillance footage wouldn't reveal them at all, so they could only rely on sound. So Tang Tian went to open the window above the door. The person outside was Qian Peng's wife. The Qian Pengs were out of gold bars and jade, and Tang Tian hadn't been out much lately. The supplies she brought them last time were probably almost gone. Miss Tang, I have something here, and I'd like to trade with you. Is that okay? Qian Peng's wife, with a forced politeness, seemed to be holding something. It was a complete, warm-looking fur coat. Tang Tian remembered that she had worn it herself, or on her child, during her previous visits to 1101. Unfortunately, it couldn't be purchased with real money, so she shook her head and declined. Qian Peng's wife's eyes widened, and she demanded, impatiently, why? This coat is worth as much as those jewelry, and it's still useful. I had no choice but to trade it with you. Why wouldn't you give it to me? She spoke as if Tang Tian absolutely had to trade it this time, and she wanted more. Tang Tian sneered, I'm out of supplies, is that an excuse? This coat is good, so go find someone else or keep it for yourself. We exchanged money for goods, so no one owes anyone anything. With that, she immediately closed the window and ignored him. Qian Peng's wife frantically knocked on the door, but Tang Tian refused to open it. Furious, Qian Peng's wife kicked the door a few times, but soon felt a heavy sense of despair. The family's supplies were almost gone, and she had finally decided to exchange her warm mink coat, but the other party refused to accept it. What were they going to do? Just then, there was a noise outside, but she didn't listen closely. Qian Peng, breathlessly climbing up the stairs, saw his wife slumped in the hallway, still clutching her mink coat. He hurried forward, pulled her up, stamped his feet, and said, Hurry, hurry! The government's distributing relief food. Didn't you hear? Qian Peng's wife was immediately delighted. There had been no news since the first distribution of relief supplies, and now there was finally news. How could they not be excited? Not just Qian Peng's family, but all 15 buildings, one after another, rushed downstairs. Of course, the Tang family heard it too. It was playing on a repetitive loop. Tang Tian peered through her binoculars. Wave after wave of people were running aimlessly across the snow, like ants leaving their burrows. Sun Gaohan and the others were right next to Building 15, halfway between the building and Xinyuan. Quiet! Quiet! Everyone be quiet! Sun Gaohan calmed the crowd's excitement and then repeated the official news, which Tang Tian could hear clearly. Good news. The relief food and supplies had arrived. The bad news. This time, the supplies couldn't be delivered to each community sequentially, but rather within designated neighborhoods. Furthermore, because most of the lower-level buildings were buried under snow, only the upper floors could be reached. A separate office building, 5 kilometers away, was chosen, allowing people to collect the supplies themselves. This, as expected, caused quite a bit of grumbling. With only their last breath left, how could they possibly have the energy to travel 10 kilometers back and forth? But thinking about finally getting supplies, they swallowed their anger and returned to make preparations. The Shen family also heard the news, and soon after, Shen Boyan knocked on the door to inquire. But Tang Tian didn't want to go out so early. With so many people around, there was no telling what kind of trouble might arise. Since there wasn't a time limit or quantity limit on the supplies this time, she found an excuse to decline. Shen Boyun understood the implication and didn't argue further. He quickly went back to pack up and prepare to leave. Tian, I go out this time too. Who knows how long this natural disaster will last? What if it never ends? We have a system, but it might still take years or decades. I need to get out there and get used to it. Although Wei Mingxia still feels terrified by Tang Tian and Tang Yi's last encounter, she understands the reasoning and isn't someone who would give up hope and wait for death. Tang Tian, thinking that the supplies this time would likely be distributed per person, smiled and agreed. Okay, Mom, but that means there won't be anyone to look after the house. But it's okay. Let's tidy up the house before we leave. Even if someone comes, we can't let them get anything. The newly upgraded warehouse is spacious enough to store all the furniture and belongings in the house. Upon return, they can simply put them back in their original locations. It's very convenient. Without hesitation, the mother and daughters launched a sweep across the land. Harmony suddenly settled within Hexinuan, with no quarrels or fights. They all headed in unison towards the designated office building. The Shen family, Li Feiyang, Qian Peng's family, even Wang Hui and his men, and Tang Haifeng's family, who were probably hiding somewhere, were probably all there. The house was practically emptied out, leaving nothing behind except the decorations and heating equipment. Even if they returned to find someone else in their home, they could just deal with it. Tang Tian clapped her hands and sat down with Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia, firing up the system to prepare a meal. With all the survivors out, it was perfect for something savory, so Tang Tian decided to order a spicy hot pot. In the blink of an eye, a hot pot with heating materials was placed on the ground. Numerous chilies floated in the red bottom, making one's mouth water. Next to it were many plates, filled with vegetables, mushrooms, and roots, as well as soy products from the workshop, shrimp, crab, shellfish, and fish from the fish cages, and beef and mutton from the ranch. This wasn't your typical fat beef or lamb roll, but freshly cut meat, the color and texture of which were exquisite. Tang Tian even took out a few bags of hot pot meatballs from the warehouse, a must-have for hot pot. There were also a few boxes of soy milk, which would cool down quickly after just a few seconds on the balcony. However, since she had to go out after dinner, Tang Tian also prepared a few dishes with warming properties and mixed the sauces to her liking. Everything was ready. Let's eat. Tan Tan was so overwhelmed by the aroma that he was staggering. Tang Tian prepared something edible for him, placed it in his own special pot, and let him feast on it. All three of them were out, and she couldn't leave the dog behind, so she prepared to take it out too. The fresh ingredients were cooked in the boiling pot after just a few dips. The tender meat and refreshing mushrooms and vegetables were stained red, and the spicy flavor was complemented by delicious iced soy milk. It was a truly delicious meal. What they didn't know was that while everyone had gone to collect the supplies, a few hadn't, and were secretly looking away from other homes. Among them was someone Tang Tian knew. Tang Zirwei, Tang Haifeng had decided that someone needed to watch over the house after he left, so he gave him the task, so they wouldn't have to go out and get cold, and had Lai Meiyan and Tang Nen follow him. Tang Zirwei, left indoors, bored and hungry, tiptoed out. But he didn't know anyone in the building, so he naturally went straight to 1701. He leaned his entire body against the door, even sniffing through the crack. Sure enough, he caught a faint scent, a burning hunger in his stomach. He knew they were enjoying a feast at home. Tang Zirwei thought indignantly, biting his lip. But before he could sniff any more, Tan Tan inside the house spotted someone and screamed at the door, frightening him so much that he quickly ran away. Tang Tian stroked Tan Tan and casually turned on the surveillance camera. Seeing the abstract image, she shook her head. Never mind, if they were discovered, they were discovered. She still had to eat the hot pot. Whoever dared to come to her house would be like a suicide truck, and she would just deal with it. Chapter 39. Tang Tian checked the time and prepared to set off with Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia. They both donned winter clothing, covered their heads, and carried backpacks. Thankfully, Tan Tan hadn't grown very large yet, so he could fit comfortably in the backpack. Tang Tian occasionally tossed snacks in. After exiting the building, there was no one in sight. After exiting Hexinuen, the security guards at the gate were nowhere to be seen. Tang Tian found a corner with a blind spot and pulled out a snowmobile. The two of them and their dog huddled together and drove towards the office building. With dozens of meters of snow covering most of the low-rise buildings, the complex was no longer as dense as before the apocalypse. From a distance, only high-rise residential areas and the occasional skyscraper and office building were visible. The entire field of vision was almost entirely white, so bright that if it weren't for the goggles, I'd probably have developed snow blindness quickly. Sometimes, you could see teams slowly advancing through the snow, braving the blizzard. Some used skis, others sled, and only occasionally could you spot someone riding a snowmobile. Seeing the two of them sharing a snowmobile, people naturally cast envious glances, wishing they could snatch it for themselves. But before the thought could even cross their minds, Tang Tian had already accelerated, sending a cloud of snow flying off. In just 10 minutes, they came into sight of the designated office building, and the crowd gradually gathered. Quietly packing up the snowmobile, the two of them blended closely into the crowd. The closer they got, the louder the noise grew. More and more soldiers, armed with rifles and wearing special winter clothing, were seen, using loudspeakers to maintain order. Form in single file. Don't crowd. Everyone will get supplies. Please maintain order. The people, helpless after not receiving any relief supplies for so long, were filled with excitement that couldn't be quelled with a few words. Furthermore, the survivors pouring in from all directions outnumbered those in Hexinuen by a factor of 10. Some continued to shout, some burst into tears, some impulsively pushed forward, and some even approached the soldiers, demanding to know why the rescue had arrived so late. The scene was not only chaotic but also, like a can of black bean dace, incredibly crowded. Bang! 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 2 loud gunshots echoed through the air, and the people at the front of the line, as expected, stopped making any more noise. The silence spread in waves to the rear, until everyone calmed down. Then, seemingly in the lead, the soldier raised a loudspeaker and shouted, "All residents, please line up and enter the office building in order to receive the relief supplies. Please bring your identification. Each person will receive only 1 supply. If any violations or crimes are discovered during patrol, they will be dealt with without mercy." Having established the rules for this time, the soldier stopped reminding them. Instead, a loudspeaker set up near a window in the office building spread the message even more widely. Of course, some people were reluctant to accept this rule. After all, this time, each person would receive 1 supply, and no multiple or proxy claims were allowed. How could many families, with the head of the household bringing the entire family's hopes, accept only 1 supply? How could they accept this? Soon, they became noisy and refused to leave. The office building had rooms for storing supplies, most of which were used for distribution. Seeing this, the distribution staff couldn't stand it anymore, and simply called the soldiers patrolling the corridors to escort them out. No matter how hard they struggled, they were forcibly escorted out of the building and thrown into a nearby military vehicle. Other people being escorted out saw this, and quickly pleaded for mercy, but the authorities seemed serious this time. Any troublemakers would be arrested. The people outside the building, seeing this, no longer dared to violate the rules, and simply lined up quietly, their eyes clear. Behind Tang Tian and the others was a middle-aged woman who quickly struck up a conversation with the woman behind her. "Have you heard? The authorities have changed the regulations this time. It's a blanket rule. Minor offenses get sent to labor camps. Serious offenses get executed." Oh my God! Didn't this happen decades ago? Have the authorities gone crazy? I think it's the weather that's crazy. Outside, the wind and snow were still blowing, and everyone in the line was shivering. From time to time, a few people would collapse from the cold and be dragged away by the soldiers. Although Tang Tian and the others, with their special abilities, didn't feel the cold, they still stuffed their hands into their sleeves, feigning a chill. It's such a long line. When will we get the supplies? Can we get them all today? I'm freezing. When will this cold weather ever end? I feel like I can't hold on any longer. I already given up on living. My family's all dead. What's the point of getting the supplies once the weather returns? Tears and snot from the cold instantly freeze, and exhaled breath turns to small icy mist. Inhaled cold air makes breathing difficult and hoarse. Of course, the kidnapping, especially the attempt to cut in line. Unable to bear it any longer, Tang Tian pleaded with her, but was flatly rejected. Under supervision, the team managed to avoid any disturbances and slowly move forward. Once inside, they discovered there were people at the entrance, scanning the system, and had told Tian to curl up in his backpack. After successfully entering the office building, Tang Tian was stunned. She hadn't expected electricity and heating to be on. While the heating couldn't restore the freezing cold to spring-like conditions, it did raise the temperature by about 10 degrees Celsius and block the wind and snow. Most people felt instantly revived, their faces brightening slightly. Next, they simply followed the procedures and received their supplies. Each person received 10 kilograms of food, 5 kilograms of fuel, a disaster relief blanket, a cotton-padded jacket, medicine, and so on. Everyone was overjoyed, their anger and resentment diminishing considerably. Tang Tian looked at the supplies in her hands, her emotions remaining relatively stable. Would distributing so much at once mean that there would be no more supplies for a long time to come? After all, as temperatures rise, accumulated snow will cause flooding, making transportation even more difficult. Those who received the supplies hurried home, their eyes filled with joy and hope. The military only arrested those who were involved in the riots, and turned a blind eye to these incidents. The mother and daughter stuffed their backpacks with as much supplies as possible, then went to a corner to retrieve their snowmobiles and head home. Tang Tian stepped on the accelerator. Wei Mingxiao looked out at the distant, white snow, the flakes drifting across the sky, and couldn't help but sigh. It's a good thing I came out here and saw what's happening now. It's even worse than I imagined. Tang Yi was about to reply when someone beside her suddenly grabbed the car door. This was a dangerous move. Wait! Wait! Can you give me a ride? I trade for supplies. Tang Tian frowned, but ignored her, accelerating and breaking free, speeding forward. The man was thrown to the ground, and before he could even get up, he started swearing. Unexpectedly, some groups, too lazy to queue, targeted those who were alone or unable to move. At a single command, they rushed forward and looted all the supplies. This place was no longer within the military's reach. Those whose supplies had been stolen cried out in despair, but the only response was the relentless howling of the snow and wind. Tang Haifeng regretted not letting Tang Zirwei go with them. He hadn't anticipated that the supplies would be distributed per person, with extremely strict regulations. He nearly got arrested for protesting. He was heartbroken that one of the 4 original supplies was missing. The 2 of them returned dejectedly to the house. Tang Zirwei jumped up and complained, "Mom and Dad, why did you come back so late? I'm cold and hungry." "Son, the place to get the supplies is a long way away, so it takes some time. Let's start a fire and eat," Tang Haifeng said, as he engaged Lai Meiyan. The food consisted mostly of rice bricks, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and various canned goods, but it was much better than before. Tang Nan whispered, "Mom and Dad, we don't know when the next supply collection will be. Shouldn't we make a plan first? We've been so bored for so long. What's wrong with a good meal first?" Tang Zirwei interrupted Tang Nan without hesitation, then suddenly remembered something and hurriedly reported, "Mom and Dad, you don't know, He then told them the whole story of how he had gone to 1701 and slept through the crack in the door, not caring whether it was embarrassing or not. When Tang Nan saw that his parents not only didn't say anything but were only listening to him, the glimmer in his eyes dimmed again. Tang Haifeng was shocked after hearing this. Wei Mingxiao was actually eating hot pot at home with Tang Tian and Tang Yi? No wonder she killed them both times they met. It turned out she was guarding them and protecting her own food. Lai Meiyan, not afraid of making a fuss, began to add fuel to the fire. "Hubby, Sister Wei is definitely doing this on purpose. After all, you were once good friends and had 2 children together. Now you're only focusing on your own children. Isn't that too selfish?" Tang Haifeng's face contorted with anger. He immediately stood up and started to go downstairs, but fearing he could fight alone, he took Lai Meiyan and Tang Nan with him. Tang Zirwei curled his lips, opened a can of food, heated it up, and began to devour it. When Tang Haifeng and the others reached the 17th floor, they found someone squatting at the door of 1701, fiddling with tools, apparently trying to unlock it. Behind them were 2 or 4 other people, weapons in hand, waiting impatiently behind the door. "Hey, can you do this?" "Forget it, don't open it. It's a waste of time. We might as well just break the door. Doors are frozen these days, so they break easily." They were chattering away, and noticed Tang Haifeng and his group. But instead of panicking, they glanced at them with disdain, not even bothering to ask a question. Tang Haifeng's face flushed red with frustration. These people were clearly organized and armed. Provoking them would be courting death. Just then, a familiar voice rang from the stairs. "Oh, I'm here at a bad time." Two more people, their faces covered, sauntered into the hallway. It was Tang Tian and her daughter. Tang Haifeng, recognizing Tang Tian's voice, was delighted and quickly dispelled suspicion. Tian, those guys are trying to open your door. Dad just came up." Tang Tian didn't answer, but simply nodded at Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia, then gave another order. Suddenly, a dog leaped from the backpack behind him and barked as it charged toward the group. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia each drew their long knives and charged forward, striking without hesitation, startling Tang Haifeng and the others. "Oh no!" The latter reacted and tried to find an excuse to leave, only to find Tang Tian also unsheathed her knife, slashing straight at her. Tang Haifeng instinctively pulled someone beside him to block the attack. That person happened to be his daughter, Tang Nan. Seeing the gleaming blades slashing down at her, and hearing the continuous screams behind her, Tang Nan felt fear, but she closed her eyes, and completely gave up the struggle. But she didn't wait for the pain. Tang Tian, realizing this, retracted her knife slightly, and switched to a stabbing attack, stabbing Tang Haifeng in the shoulder. "Tang Haifeng, you're still so despicable. You're using your daughter to block the attack." Tang Tian stabbed hard, but Lai Meian pushed her away, dragging the pale-faced Tang Haifeng away and running. But she didn't pull Tang Nan away again, causing her legs to weaken, and she sat down on the cold ground, her face dazed. Tang Tian didn't chase after him, but turned her head to look at Tang Nan, her eyes slightly narrowed. Chapter 40. Tian, we taken care of them all. What about this lockpicker? Tang Yi, Wei Mingxia, and Tan Tan teamed up to take out the armed men. The men's attacks had a pattern, but the dogs didn't. Plus, the weapons they used were forged with supernatural powers, incredibly powerful, and they were ultimately unable to withstand them. Leaving Tang Yi aside, Wei Mingxia, after her time outside, had become even more determined to kill her enemies, and she actually began to strike. But her blood would freeze instantly, leaving the corridor clear. The lockpicker, on the other hand, had no weapons, only various lock-kicking tools. With a knife at his neck, he was trembling, nearly pissing himself, begging them to spare his life. He didn't live in Building 15, and it was because of this skill that he was previously recruited by the security department. Although he was now forced to disband, as long as he still had this skill, no one would kill him immediately. Instead, they would provide him with good food and drink. Those who live far away wouldn't even know there's a devil on the 17th floor. Today, he was hired to open a lock again, and he came all the way here. Who could have imagined that the people here were truly ruthless killers, and so powerful that they could kill with just a few strikes? Tang Tian wiped the tip of his knife, raised an eyebrow, and said, "You can go, but leave your tools behind." The locksmith's face changed drastically. His skill relies on the tools he has saved. Even if he could collect more, there's nothing around now, making it difficult to gather them all. How's that any different from clipping one's own wings and severing one's livelihood? But he didn't argue. At least he saved his life, didn't he? He hurriedly stumbled away. Tang Nan finally came to his senses, pointed at Tang Tian in disbelief, and stammered you. She couldn't form a complete sentence for a long time. After all, the two had never met in real life, and Tang Haifeng wouldn't let him and Tang Zirwei meet. But the sisters were both live streamers, semi-public figures, so they could easily be seen online. Tang Tian gestured for Tang Yi, Wei Mingxia, and Tan Tan to return to their rooms to clean up. "Why didn't you kill me?" Tang Nan forced herself to calm down, but didn't stand up. Instead, she looked up and asked in a deep voice. Because Tang Tian was remembering something from her past life. At that time, Tang Haifeng and his family had already moved in, and the house was even smaller. Jiang Yao had complained, but he hadn't said it out loud because they had supplies. Unexpectedly, the former's attitude changed, and they became so harmonious that even Tang Tian felt they were genuinely trying to survive together. However, when the news of the supply distribution arrived, they tore off their hypocritical masks and had a huge argument, neither wanting to go out in the snow to collect it. Jiang Yao, that glutton, was even more infuriating. He let them receive the supplies, but he wanted to monopolize some of them, which made Tang Yi's face twist. The argument went on, but to no avail. So, in the end, Tang Tian, Tang Yi, and Tang Nan went together to collect the supplies. They walked in the freezing cold, and upon returning, they fell seriously ill. But Tang Tian also noticed that Tang Nan didn't seem welcome in the Tang family. However, this didn't mean that Tang Tian had softened her heart towards her half-sister, but rather, she saw an opportunity here to exploit. She rolled her eyes, smiled, and said, "They were planning a burglary, so we killed them. You weren't, and I don't kill just anyone I see." With that, she entered the house, knife in hand. Tang Nan frowned, sensing something was amiss, but more than that, she felt exhausted and weak after escaping death. She slowly got up and went downstairs. Unfilial. So unfilial. How could I, Tang Haifeng, give birth to such a daughter? Tang Haifeng gasped for air, his lungs aching from the cold air. His chest rose and fell with each deep breath, and he gritted his teeth. "Mom and Dad, why did you come back?" Tang Zirwei, having just finished his meal, wiped his mouth and asked. "I've been saying this before. Your two sisters almost killed your dad. You can't judge a person by their appearance. They appear friendly, but they're actually so vicious. Now your sister's still here, she's probably going to get killed." Lai Meiyan was indignant, but then something suddenly occurred to her. After a moment's thought, she said to Tang Haifeng, "Honey, I think Tang Tian has some inexplicable hostility towards us, but not towards Nan Nan. Could it be?" "So what?" Tang Haifeng shouted angrily. "If Nan Nan stays, Tang Tian's ruthless nature is such that Nan Nan can't." "Mom and Dad." Before she finished her words, Tang Nan pushed open the door and walked in. Tang Haifeng was pleasantly surprised. Just as Lai Meiyan had predicted, Tang Tian had actually let Tang Nan go. He hurried over, placed his hands on her shoulders, and said joyfully and softly, "Nan Nan, it seems your sister Tang Tian treats you well. For our family's sake, why don't you go and beg at Wei again? Even if you can't find a place to stay, at least bring back some more supplies." Tang Nan's heart grew colder. She knew perfectly well that those supplies would only be used by them, and any extra would be given to her. Besides, just now. Tang Nan's eyes gradually welled up as she thought. Tang Zirwei was only 2 years younger than her, but she had known since childhood that her family didn't seem to like her. She had originally planned to take the college entrance exam this year and live far away alone, but she hadn't expected a natural disaster to shatter her fantasy. After Tang Haifeng discovered this, he offered comfort and reassurance, even pulling Lai Meiyan aside for a few perfunctory words. Tang Nan had been considering giving up, but seeing the family's hypocritical expressions, she thought of Tang Tian. So she nodded, turned, and left the house. Tang Tian thought it was normal for Tang Nan to come back, and that was exactly what she wanted. Back then, Tang Haifeng and Lai Meiyan had an affair, and Lai Meiyan had promised him she was pregnant with a son, which ultimately helped him get his hand. However, she didn't expect another daughter. Thankfully, Tang Zirwei was born later, but Tang Nan suffered miserably. Her father ignored her mother, and she encountered the apocalypse. By the end of her previous life, she, along with Tang Tian and Tang Yi, was considered a mere tool of the Tang family. Perhaps due to their shared circumstances, Tang Nan didn't harbor much hostility towards them. Back then, the family always allocated her more food, so she often shared it with Tang Tian and the others. Although Tang Tian didn't believe that good shoots would come from bad bamboo, she put away her knife and didn't chop it, thus wiping out her past life. However, that didn't mean she had to trust her, or even take her in. After all, she was Tang Haifeng's friend. Perhaps because Tang Nan hadn't had anyone listen to her in a while, she slowly unburdened Tang Tian of everything that was on her mind. Tang Tian listened, but didn't respond. After a pause, she asked, "So, you want to get rid of them? But the natural disaster is so severe right now, it's like the end of the world as described online. I can't leave them." Tang Nan's eyes were red, but she dared not cry. If she really left, how would she survive alone? "No, you can," Tang Tian said calmly. "Didn't your family just get the supplies back? I don't think much of it was for you, right? But once they're gone, aren't all those supplies yours?" Tang Nan's eyes widened in shock, and after a long pause, he hesitantly spoke, You're thinking. You're crazy. That's your father." "No, he wasn't since he abandoned us. But he's yours now." "What a shame. He's still a father who used his own daughter as a shield." Tang Tian's face was half smiled. The direct mockery made Tang Nan blush again, a little embarrassed. But not only could she not refute it, she also felt a wave of fear and resentment. Why should Tang Zirwei enjoy a life of luxury and freedom from the cold, while she had to endure the cold, hunger, and even the cold abuse that nearly cost her life? Besides, she had been through this for over a decade before. There was no telling how long this blizzard would last. Was she going to be like this forever? She had been planning to leave home before the apocalypse, so why not after? Tang Tian observed Tang Nan's mood and, feeling it was almost time, she pulled out something and handed it to him, saying with a hint of meaning, "I'm just offering you a condition. The decision is yours. I don't know what the situation is like in your neighborhood, but the authorities don't have the manpower to catch criminals right now. With so many deaths and murders, this isn't a big deal." Tang Nan was shocked again when she saw the object. It was a squeeze bottle, slightly smaller than eye drops, and half filled with an unidentified light-colored liquid. It was clear that Tang Tian didn't seem to be short of supplies. It seemed unsurprising that she could get something that could kill people. Tang Nan bit her lip and added, "I can help you, but I have a condition. My parents and Tang Zirwei have been thinking about how to stay at your house all day, but you definitely wouldn't allow it. If it succeeds, I won't come to your house, but you must give me some supplies. You're not helping me, you're helping yourself." Tang Tian smiled faintly and dismissed the blame. She never overstated her words, and she acted nonchalant. Tang Nan took a deep breath, snatched the squeeze bottle, and put it in her pocket. Just as she was about to leave without looking back, she was stopped by Tang Nan. Tang Tian gave her some more food, hoping that this would convince Tang Haifeng to trust her and, ideally, make him feel complacent and elated. Tang Nan held 2 boxes of frozen pork ribs, the medicine bottle in her pocket burning like charcoal. She hesitated for a moment before lowering her head and returning inside. As Tang Tian had expected, Tang Haifeng and his family were delighted to see the food. Especially Tang Zirwei, who had been craving pork ribs. While it wasn't as good as hot pot, he could finally have some meat. Seeing Tang Tian's willingness to contribute so much, Tang Haifeng felt even more confident that they could get the whole family into 1701. He patted Tang Nan's shoulder and said with a smile, "This is all thanks to Nan Nan. Once we move into your Aunt Wei's house, we have even more supplies." Tang Nan was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "It's okay, Dad. We have spare ribs and instant noodles. How about I make them? We can have a good meal together." Tang Zirwei drooled and clamored for food, so Tang Haifeng agreed. But he was thinking to himself that he would have to ask Tang Nan to go to Tang Tian's place later and get as many supplies as possible. After this meal, they would go back to Tang Tian to inquire about the situation. The crackling firelight illuminated half of Tang Nan's face, but she didn't feel any warmth at all, only the chill still pressing in. After the water boiled, she added the spare ribs. Given the limited resources, a hot broth was a good thing. The taste didn't matter. She tilted her head slightly. Tang Haifeng and the other 2 were still discussing how to approach Wei Mingxia, oblivious to her presence. Clearly, they looked more like a family. Tang Nan's eyes darkened. He quietly took out the medicine bottle and, with all his might, squeezed the liquid into the pot. Finally, he added the instant noodles. The pot began to bubble, gradually filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. Everyone received a bowl, and Tang Haifeng even added 2 extra ribs to Tang Nan's bowl. Tang Nan thanked him, but simply held the bowl to his cold hands and remained silent. However, the Tang family hadn't eaten raw meat in a long time. Before the apocalypse, they had been well off and well fed, rarely facing such hardship. Food cooled quickly in the extreme cold, so they couldn't wait any longer and began to devour it with voracious mouthfuls. Tang Nan knew he had to pretend, so he buried his head in his own fake eating. A moment later, Tang Zirwei's hand suddenly loosened, and the remaining food, along with the bowl and chopsticks, fell to the ground. He doubled over with a groan and vomited violently. Tang Haifeng and Lai Meiyan were startled and hurried forward to inquire. But a moment later, Lai Meiyan's expression also changed. She clutched her stomach, even breaking out in a cold sweat. "Hubby, something's wrong." Tang Zirwei rolled over in the filth and cried out in pain. Before Tang Haifeng could recover from the confusion, a sharp pain suddenly struck his left chest, forcing him to fall to the ground and hold it in his arms, the agony unbearable. But out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Tang Nan was unharmed. Amidst the pain, he instantly understood everything. His pupils constricted in disbelief, and he screamed, "Tang Nan! You and Tang Tian are working together to poison us." He had personally witnessed the poisoning of the security guards and knew the symptoms. But he never expected that, while he got unlucky last time, he'd still be poisoned this time. And even by his own daughter, Tang Nan didn't reply. She simply put down the bowl and watched the scene with near indifference. Once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back. Even if she regretted it, it was too late. Seeing her parents and brother screaming in pain on the ground, vomiting filth and then blood, she felt a surge of relief. Since they were a loving family, let them all go, free from their constraints, they have a better life in the future. The three gradually died, and Tang Zirwei was probably the first to die. He had originally been terrified of death, even considering leaving supplies to his parents and sister, but in the end, he died in utter terror. Lai Meiyan cried and cursed, crying for the son she had finally gotten and the wealth she had climbed to. She cursed Tang Nan, calling him every dirty word, even taking Tang Haifeng and Wei Mingxiao with her before she died unwillingly. Tang Haifeng's face flushed a bright red, and saliva streamed from his lips. Rage had kept him alive until now, but it was all in vain. He couldn't even punish Tang Nan, and could only watch helplessly as his only son died, his own vitality gradually fading. Tang Nan, seeing his furious eyes widen, felt a little frightened. She hurriedly stood up and left, heading upstairs to find Tang Tian. Outside the window, the wind and snow continued to beat relentlessly, and to Tang Nan's ears, it sounded more like a wailing. Though it was only 1 floor away, she felt increasingly weak, panting, and half-crawled, half-walked to 1701. Tang Tian waited at home, but she knew she wouldn't lose out whether Tang Nan carried out his plan or not. If Tang Nan hadn't done it in the end, she would have told her where they lived, and she could have waited for an opportunity to deal with it. But having his daughter commit incestuous patricide, his precious youngest son dying before his eyes, and being unable to save himself, for Tang Haifeng, this was even more painful than killing him with a single blow. Tang Nan had unexpectedly done it. It seemed her thoughts were correct. Tang Nan brought Tang Tian upstairs. Tang Tian looked at the three motionless bodies in the room, their faces twisted, blood gushing from all orifices, their deaths agonizing. After all, the venom she had given Tang Nan was a concentrated poison she had crafted with poisonous properties, making it colorless and odorless, making it a painful, slow death, a truly perfect trick for killing people. Especially Tang Haifeng, whose eyes lingered in death, stared at the door, as if he had something to say but couldn't. Even his unshaven mouth was slightly open, presumably understanding the entire plan before his death. Once someone dies in extreme cold, they quickly turn into a mass of ice. Tang Tian kicked to confirm they were truly dead. She nodded, pulled something out of her backpack, and placed it on the ground. Tang Nan looked and saw it was a metal box. One of those 10-pound iron barrels of compressed biscuits. She opened it and saw, besides the compressed biscuits, some canned food, and even a few kitchen knives. All the supplies here are yours now. Add these and you have enough to last you a few months. The authorities should be building a shelter. If you go soon, you might even have a chance to be among the first to move in, with better benefits than those who enter later. Tang Nan was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, "Is that all? I killed my parents for you." Regardless, they lived together for over a decade, and there weren't any heartwarming moments. Besides, they were her biological parents, and they were just being dismissed like that? What? You're still trying to raise the price? Tang Tian smiled. Besides, you hated them, didn't you? Think about what life was like with them in the apocalypse. Did they ever listen to you? Besides, I never really asked you to kill them. I only gave you a chance. You made the choice between the two. It was all your fault. Tang Nan, shaken by Tang Tian's outburst, collapsed beside the iron box, the three bodies beside her. But by the fire, she quickly regained her composure, pulled a compressed biscuit from the box, opened it, and began to devour it. She always had to wait for Tang Zirwei to get her share of food before she could get her own. This time, she was finally free and could decide for herself. Tang Tian only took Tang Haifeng's body and brought it back to show Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao watched in silence, yet they felt a subtle sense of relief. If Tang Haifeng were still alive, plotting every day how to break into their home, that would be pure harassment. It would be best to end it quickly. Tang Tian, unable to commit such acts as torturing a corpse, wrapped it up again, took it outside, and buried it in a deep, unearthed pit. When the snow melted and turned into a flood, there was no telling where it would drift. When the temperature rose further, it would rot, leaving this world like so many others. Coincidentally, just as she was burying the body, Shen Boyun, Cheng Jing, and Shen Yaowei returned from their outings. From a distance, the three of them observed Tang Tian busy at work, but didn't approach to inquire or interfere. They seemed to have seen this action many times before. Upon returning home, Shen Boyun noticed Yan Chunhua seemed hesitant to speak. After questioning her several times, the latter finally sighed and explained. The Shen family originally had no surveillance cameras, but as they frequently went out to search for supplies, Shen Boyun found and installed surveillance cameras suitable for their current needs. And there were constant noises in the hallway. For example, today, after they went out, Yan Chunhua stayed behind to watch the house, and soon there was a commotion outside. Turning on the surveillance, she saw several people gathered around the door to 1701, trying to unlock it. Although she had helped the Tang family out before, she didn't need to rush in to help in such a dangerous situation, so she stayed home. Unexpectedly, she would later learn everything, how the Tang family had eliminated those people, and how Tang Tian had instigated Tang Nan to kill her father and bring back the body. Qin Yaowei curled her lips. She had always thought Tang Tian was a ruthless person, and didn't see anything wrong with him. Qin Buiyun thought for a moment and said, "Mom, maybe they have their own reasons. Let's not meddle in their affairs. Besides, we've seen family members turn against each other during our recent outings. After being exposed to extreme cold and hunger, any supplies will be scrambled for. Even if the government sent a large amount of supplies this time, even if they were placed in one household, there would inevitably be some uneven distribution, and everyone would be furious." Yin Chunhua sighed again, exhaling a cloud of icy mist, hoping the wind and snow outside would soon subside. Perhaps the heavens heard everyone's wishes, but the wind and snow actually subsided. The first thing to subside was the strong wind. No longer buffeted by the biting cold, even their pace outside was much faster. The snowfall began to subside when Tang Tian went to the balcony to collect the accumulated snow. Most importantly, she noticed the temperature had unnoticeably risen from -70 to -60 degrees Celsius. It might seem small, but it gave everyone hope. Was the temperature starting to rise? The authorities had naturally noticed this, and were not only rushing to establish shelters, but also sending cold weather relief supplies to more and more areas. Daily news streamed over the radio. Since the heavy snow hadn't stopped, the accumulated snow might not melt for a long time. The areas designated by the authorities were areas with many office buildings. These shelters would serve as shelters for the low-rise residents nearby, so Spring City Center was built first, followed by outward expansion. District S, where the Tang family lived, was a relatively remote area, and most of the office buildings were relatively low-rise, so it hadn't been completed yet. But many people, with their families and their remaining supplies, had already left their homes and headed for the shelters. In Hexinyuan, too, Tang Tian had seen waves of people leaving the buildings these past few days. Without a strong wind, even their steps had quickened. In Building 15, rumors circulated that Wang Hui had teamed up with several families who had lost loved ones to the extreme cold, preparing to set out on the journey to the shelter, hoping for luck. Some others wanted to follow, but unfortunately, they lacked the necessary supplies for the journey, so they immediately blocked the intersection and begged for mercy. Among them was Qian Peng's family. They discovered that the floor below had been breached by the snow, and fearing they would be buried overnight, they had no choice but to move to an empty room higher up. The snow had already reached the 13th floor, forcing Zhang Manqin and Yu Ming, who lived on the 12th floor, and their neighbors across the street to move as well. Qian Peng's wife and Zhang Manqin both approached Wang Hui, one offering luxury goods in exchange for their family, while the other repeatedly kowtowed to Yu Ming, hoping to get him to join them. However, Wang Hui refused both requests and immediately left Building 15. People's joys and sorrows are not shared. Tang Tian stood on the balcony, gazing down at the white snow covered with footprints, lost in thought. After extreme cold comes extreme heat, but she died in a flood, leaving no one knowing what the future holds. If the extreme cold persists for months, will the floods eventually subside? Will the extreme heat also end? Will the world after that end be plagued by a new round of natural disasters? No one knows for sure. Tang Tian sighed. Luckily, she still has a golden finger. From now on, she can only take things one step at a time. No matter what, her family must survive this time. Chapter 41. Several dishes were placed on the table. Lettuce with oyster sauce, stir-fried broccoli with mushrooms, pan-fried tofu, corn and pork rib soup, and in the middle, a large bowl of bright red malkshuang. These dishes were more or less made with stored ingredients, taken from the system, or prepared directly within it. For example, the malkshuang dish was a delicacy with a warmth level 10 rating. The temperature had now risen to around -50 degrees Celsius. With this power, combined with the fuel balls, the room had returned to the spring-like temperatures of pre-apocalyptic times. Tang Tian went to the balcony to collect another batch of snow. It was only a light snowfall now, and it wouldn't fall all day. Occasionally, scattered sunlight could be seen through the dispersing clouds, so she decided to collect it every few days. Tang Tian smelled the fragrance wafting through the room, and happily went to make dog food for Tan Tan. Although he stockpiled dog food before the apocalypse and raided pet stores afterwards, after experiencing the supernatural delicacies, Tan Tan no longer seemed to like plain dog food, unless it was mixed with some vegetables. Purple sweet potatoes, carrots, broccoli, eggs, offal, chicken breast. Tang Tian steamed a variety of ingredients together, then made them into vegetable and meat dumplings. He ate one or two with every meal, and Tantan devoured them with relish. But as Tantan grew bigger, Tang Tian concluded that the supernatural delicacies were having some effect on him. He wasn't yet an adult, but he could not only pull a sled, but he could also easily chew through a piece of enemy flesh. Even his lanugo had long since faded. Tang Tian thought, adding a large sesame pancake to his bowl. Tantan's crystal pendant spilled all over the floor. He always found it incredibly delicious after eating it, and he felt incredibly energetic. The master must have given him something delicious to eat. Love the master. Tantan buried his head in his food. Tang Tian, Tang Yi, and Wei Mingxia sat at the dining table, preparing to eat. Tang Yi pulled out her radio and began adjusting it. The latest radio channel was becoming clearer and clearer, and news popped up instantly without having to tune in or wait. Tang Tian ate the tender duck blood and tripe, slurping a few times before quickly downing her soy milk. Although the temperature was rising, the authorities hadn't made any drastic announcements, likely due to the continued fear of the series of natural disasters. But things were indeed getting better. The energy station was being repaired, relief supplies were being delivered, and the shelters were still in place. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that if the temperature rose and all the snow melted, flooding would inevitably occur for a period of time. The higher-lying shelters could still accommodate those on the lower floors. In short, the natural disasters seemed to be finally showing signs of ending, and everyone's frayed nerves seemed to relax for a moment. Except Tang Tian. In his previous life, rising temperatures and melting snow brought a period of peace and harmony. However, after the onset of the floods and the exorbitant temperatures, things changed. The disaster became more severe and worse. Society was in chaos, people's hearts were unpredictable, and at one point, it threatened to devolve into anarchy. Official rescue efforts became less frequent, and people, unable to leave their homes due to the floods, turned their attention to the survivors nearby. The Tang family's door was frequently broken into at night, and they eventually resorted to taking turns keeping watch each night. As the situation intensified and their spirits soured, Tang Haifeng and Jiang Yao began to reveal their more sinister faces. Not only did they push Tang Tian, Tang Yi, and Tang Nan outside, they also set their sights on other homes, including 1702. Unfortunately, their attempts were unsuccessful. Thankfully, everything in this world has been resolved. Tang Tian thought, drinking an extra bowl of delicious pork rib soup. Gradually, the temperature dropped to minus 30 degrees Celsius. Snow shouldn't melt until it's above zero, but the snow outside was already showing signs of melting. Never mind, nature itself is unpredictable. Tang Tian and a few acquaintances went to collect relief supplies several more times, demonstrating that there was still plenty of goods in stock. Some of the goods had survived the freeze, like frozen meat, packaged cooked food, and grain, but forget about milk, eggs, and fruits and vegetables. Especially during the last few visits, every household had an extra basket of potatoes and sweet potatoes. I heard this is a new cold-resistant variety developed by the government. I have to go back and roast it, and see how it tastes. Li Feiyang, who was always in front of the radio and well-informed, explained. Even with the rising temperatures, the weather was still freezing, and the supplies still included fuel, clothing, and quilts. So even though the power wasn't restored, people could still build fires for warmth and cook. Chen Boyun watched the two men approach, lowered his eyes for a moment, and joined in the conversation. This fuel must have come from those criminals who were sent to labor camps, so the amount is larger than last time. Now the authorities have more resources to apprehend criminals. Serious crimes used to be punished with death, but due to a shortage of manpower, they were all sent to labor camps, either to chop trees or dig coal. Minor offenses were forced to generate electricity, working for dozens or even hundreds of hours. Tang Tian squinted. Officer Shin, you're not going to report me and send me to labor camp again, are you? Based on that, Tang Tian's actions would undoubtedly land her in coal mining. Chen Boyun smiled, you're so powerful, I wouldn't dare. After going upstairs, no one came to ask for supplies, as each person received enough to stay home for a while. They each stayed home, hoping for the day when the snow would stop falling. While this was exciting, it was hard to come back. Most people were left homeless, and continued to. Some people also wanted to return home. The authorities didn't force them to stay, they could leave after reporting, and could accommodate others later. But even though the shelter was stable, some were still restless. There were regulations, just corners. The authorities, anticipating a flood sooner or later, prepared to relocate the original victims. But the victims were unhappy. Even though the authorities never explicitly stated it, many people already believed this was a sign of the end of the world. The first group of people who moved in were incredibly lucky, having secured such a prime location. Although the conditions were a bit harsh, they had a guaranteed livelihood, which was much better than what later victims faced. If they went elsewhere, wouldn't they have to start all over again? Besides, people weren't stupid. How could all that snow melt and turn into water? Could it be drained away immediately? Wouldn't they then have to continue sheltering? Moreover, many people, having lost their homes, were forcibly living in the shelters as if they were their own homes. This incident raged for quite a while, though outsiders who didn't live there were unaware of it. Ultimately, they were forced to leave, reluctantly one after another, by the authorities. After the temperature rose to -20°C, it was considered survivable, and the accumulated snow gradually formed wet snow, making it easy to sink into it. Just burning the energy ball would bring the temperature home above freezing. Tang Tian placed a few potatoes and sweet potatoes next to the glowing red fuel ball, some of them distributed by the government, some of them her own. Then she took out a roasted sweet potato and blew on it while peeling it. I don't know how much effort the researchers put into developing and successfully cultivating cold-resistant varieties in such a short time, but I imagine that just eating it with gratitude would be their greatest comfort. Take a big bite. The food was soft, sweet, and fragrant. Exhaling a breath of hot air, Tang Tian felt that it was not much different from before the apocalypse. As expected, the Yen people have always had a knack for food. Besides, being able to enjoy a hot roasted sweet potato in the cold weather is truly comforting. Tang Tian also cooled one for Tan Tan to eat. Tang even put down her book and asked, Tian Tian, the next natural disasters are floods and extreme heat. Should we unlock corresponding abilities, just like we did with the extreme cold? Just as they used the fire-attributed abilities gained from red food during the extreme cold, they should be able to unlock other abilities to combat floods and extreme heat. Don't worry, sister. The system has told me everything. Tang Tian quickly devoured the last bite of the sweet potato and opened the system. Although they hadn't gone out to spend money on free shopping in a while, the quality of their delicious food had improved, and the snack shop was still earning a few thousand gold coins a day, better than nothing. This accumulation had already brought them tens of thousands of gold coins, but Tang Tian hadn't touched them yet. As for the floods, Tang Tian had already stockpiled kayaks, rafts, diving equipment, and other supplies, but this wasn't foolproof. In reality, Tang Tian didn't know how to dive. If she were ever faced with such a situation, her supernatural powers would be much more convenient. Secondly, to cope with the extreme heat, Tang Tian, guided by the system, purchased a brand new recipe, energetic orange cuisine. With the red cuisine before her, Tang Tian believed this recipe would surely help her family survive the extreme heat. Before she could study it carefully, there was a knock on the door, prompting Tan Tan to bark loudly. Tang Tian, assuming it was a neighbor, checked the surveillance footage, only to discover it was a group of officials wearing special uniforms that were both warm and easy to spot. She hurried to open the door. Since the temperature had risen, people had moved from collecting supplies to having them delivered to the community entrance. Now, they could deliver to every household, and check on the remaining survivors. Though their eyes were exhausted, a glimmer of hope shone beneath them. After registering their information, they left behind a few flyers before leaving. Tang Tian glanced at them, and saw they were recruiting workers. Spring City is low-lying, and while the city's drainage system is excellent, the water usually recedes quickly after heavy rains. However, this was different. It was a flood of unprecedented magnitude. The government was short on manpower, so they recruited workers to reinforce the levees, offering generous supplies as compensation. People thus split into two groups. One, those who avoided thinking about the future and assumed the government would cover it, and the other, those who worried about the future and believed it was a good idea to save more supplies, signed up for the work. This included Qian Peng and Chen Yuan, both of whom were forced to go by their wives, who packed their bags and let them join the group. The Tang family naturally chose not to participate, remaining at home and doing their own things. After the temperature rose to -5°C, the snow became looser, and people no longer needed to bundle up in all their clothes. The wind and snow seemed to have turned into sleet, less powerful than before, and the sun was out longer each day. When Tang Tian died in her previous life, the extreme heat hadn't yet arrived. But judging by this, there must have been plenty of sunshine then, and the solar panels she had stockpiled should be ready for use. The survivors grew increasingly jubilant, but the cloud of worry wouldn't dissipate so easily. While they had enough food and warmth, they had no electricity or internet, and there was widespread flooding. When would the official rescue efforts be complete? Tang Tian also felt that the current situation wasn't suitable for going out. First, it would attract too much attention, and second, the environment was poor. She didn't want to be forced to generate power. Recalling the frequent supplies she received in her previous life, Tang Haifeng and Jiang Yao's expressions changed again, begging for forgiveness. But even if they didn't want to forgive, they couldn't get rid of them, so they had to grit their teeth and swallow their anger. They also felt the dam reinforcement project was too dangerous, and didn't want to go. Tang Tian had originally wanted to go, both to get paid and to take her mother and sister with her. Unfortunately, Tang Haifeng understood her intentions, and kept a close watch on her, preventing her from leaving. If she had simply left, who would they have ordered to go out and search for supplies? They even built rafts and other water-based devices to get her to go, but how could they withstand the raging flood? She simply stayed home, where she had no worries about food and shelter, exercising daily, practicing weapons, gathering ingredients, and unlocking recipes. This continued until the temperature slowly rose above zero. This morning, Tang Tian went to the balcony to check the thermometer. It was already around 5 degrees. In her previous life, she didn't have so much equipment, and it was only when the others started cheering and Tang Haifeng and Jiang Yao were delighted upon learning that they finally came to their senses. But the temperature had risen, and the snow had begun to melt. Looking down now, there was less snow and more water, no longer a blanket of white. Thankfully, the authorities had recently been sending a large amount of supplies, allowing survivors to survive without leaving home. So almost every family stayed indoors, waiting for the floodwaters to recede and the world to return to normal. Counting the days, the floods began to form around the time the outdoor temperature reached over 20 degrees Celsius. As the family's supplies dwindled, and the aid supplies arriving dwindled, Tang Haifeng forced Tang Tian and the others to continue searching for supplies. She had managed to avoid being engulfed by the floods once or twice, but her death in her previous life was not far off. Tang Tian, however, took it easy. After all, Tang Haifeng and Jiang Yao were dead, and no one in this life could threaten her anymore. She didn't tell Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao the specific date to spare them any worry. Tang Tian had thought she'd just treat that day as any other, but she hadn't anticipated that it would be the people in the building who would start the commotion. As the snow melted and the ground level dropped, the neighborhood committee director, Sun Gaohan, and everyone else believed the disaster was almost over. Following the compliments of neighbors and official instructions, they urged the survivors to gather together as much as possible so that the authorities could centralize their jurisdiction and handle the aftermath. Most homes had been damaged by the disaster and were desperate for help. Furthermore, Sun Gaohan's status prompted many to move, prompting renewed commotion in the 15 buildings. The power wasn't back on yet, so the heating couldn't be used. The family had already decided to continue sleeping together, and with so many strangers present, they were even more inclined to agree. During the day, one could occasionally hear clanging and clattering noises downstairs, mixed with the sounds of quarreling. As the snow level continued to drop, more and more people moved into Building 15. Sun Gaohan himself lived in Building 16 next door, so the survivors of Hexinuen naturally filled up the entire row of buildings, leaving about 200 people still there, 1/5 of the pre-apocalyptic population. Sun Gaohan's thinking was simple. He had been the head of the Hexinuen Neighborhood Committee, and even the building managers had been elected by the committee. Now, of course, the remaining survivors would follow his command and share in the management. But the extreme cold that had lasted for over 6 months had completely shattered the old order. Now, the selection of building managers was based on force, on fists, far more than just an empty title. The water level dropped to the 9th floor, and any house undamaged by the snow was chosen for residence. For days, the relocators argued over the best houses, sometimes even resorting to violence, before the dispute finally subsided. However, Tang Tian believed that the more people there were, the more hidden dangers the building would present. Even the survivors from neighboring Building 14 had moved in. Building 14 had a close relationship with the Tang family. Not only was it where Jiang Yao originally lived, but it was also where Ji Gang and his group, burned to death by Tang Tian, lived. Ji Gang had been the first to lead the search for supplies, and was briefly hailed as the new building leader by the residents. After news of Ji Gang and his group's death spread, they dared not return to Building 15, but they quickly elected a new leader, who remains in office today. That man's name was Chiu Hongwei, a sales manager before the apocalypse. He won not by physical strength, but rather with his eloquence, his ability to win hearts and minds, and his acting skills. Now he had followers, weapons, and even stockpiled supplies. Seeing Building 15 leaderless, he immediately launched a show of force. The Tang family was having breakfast that day. Wei Mingxiao pulled out purple sweet potato buns, custard buns, and paper-wrapped steamed buns from her frozen food stash, and cooked tomato and egg dumpling soup with fresh soy milk. Tang Tian was blowing air when she suddenly noticed a faint noise coming from downstairs. The food didn't cool down quickly, and she was happy to eat before dinner, so she went to the balcony to listen. "You bastards! Where are you from? How dare you take my things? And you're talking about protection money? What are you protecting me for? Why should I give it to you? These are mine and my grandson's. Don't touch them. Back off. Back off. Back off." Choi Soo-young, who had survived with her grandson until now, finally received a massive official rescue. Her voice sounded stronger than a young person's, and Tang Tian clearly heard the key word. Tang Tian thought carefully. It seemed she had never encountered anything like this in her past life. But in the apocalypse, such incidents were commonplace, and a new one wasn't surprising. This was probably the same situation as with Ji Gang, Wang Hui, and the security team. They were the so-called soldiers, and she, the future, was needed to stop them. Tang Tian wasn't nervous at all. She returned to the table and picked up a purple sweet potato bun. But she wondered, would she use fire or poison? Hurry up. They're bullying an old woman like me. Oh my god. You're all going to die. Who are you cursing, old woman? No longer needing to cover their heads and faces, the people's faces were clearly visible. The young men who had left 1601's door were so foul-mouthed that Choi Soo-young returned, furious, and kicked them a few more times before leaving with half a rice brick, leaving Choi Soo-young still crying and cursing behind. "This old woman is such a hassle," the leader spat, and said to the people behind him, finally out. "Let's go to the 17th floor. But then someone interrupted, "Brother, I remember the 17th floor of this building. It seems quite famous. When Ji Gang and his group went there, they never came back. They were said to have burned to death. Should we tell the boss before we go?" The leader rolled his eyes. "You believe all the rumors? With Ji Gang's temper, it's no surprise he's made enemies elsewhere. And don't bother the boss with everything. There are only 3 floors left. Let's finish the harvest sooner and go back to eat." At the mention of eating, everyone behind him agreed and followed him upstairs. The 15 buildings with floors 9 and above were all occupied, totaling 22 households. "We had quite a harvest today. We can have another good meal. 1701. Open the door," the leader shouted, pounding on the door. A moment later, the window above the door opened, and Tang Tian asked, "What's going on?" Saw the voice belonged to a young woman, the leader softened his tone and smiled, saying, "Director Sun wants the survivors from our buildings to merge. Your building doesn't have a building manager, so we, Building 14, will take over. When floods occur in the future, we will still go out and find supplies to bring to you. But to do so, you have to pay some fees in advance, and we can also provide protection." Wang Hui had already left Building 15, and it was no longer under management. Zhang Manqin would definitely not be the building manager again, and people still hoped the Shin family would take the position. Unfortunately, the Shin family had consistently refused, stating they would not participate. Chiu Hongwei knew this, and disregarding even the opinions of the residents of Building 15, he simply took over the building and began exploiting it. Several households in Building 15 were original residents of Building 14. Knowing Chiu Hongwei's tactics and realizing they couldn't escape, they remained numb and allowed themselves to be exploited. Previously, some residents of Building 15 had refused to surrender, but were also taught a lesson by this group of armed men, who then proceeded to rob them. It's important to note that Chiu Hongwei's reach extended beyond Building 14. They also encompassed the neighboring buildings 11 through 13, leaving only Building 15 untouched. This presented them with a golden opportunity. "No, thank you." Tang Tian flatly declined, slamming the window shut. The leader's face darkened, and he kicked the door, yelling, "You shameless woman! Do you know who our boss is? We're in charge of this building now, and we make you pay for it later." Before he finished speaking, the window opened again, followed by a bang, and the leader fell silent. The people behind him felt something fly past quickly, and hit the opposite wall. The leader's body merely trembled, then immediately fell backwards to the ground. Everyone looked over, horrified. The leader's mouth was still open, his eyes wide open, but the lower half of his face was almost rotten, and red and white blood was slowly flowing from the back of his head. The scene was like shooting. This family actually has a gun? Everyone was shocked beyond words. In Yin country, where gun control is so strict, how could such a thing appear in an ordinary residential building? Compared to that, the weapons they carried were nothing compared to the others. Everyone shuddered and hurried to leave the 17th floor. But Tang Tian had already opened the door and stepped out. 3 or 4 more bangs rang out, striking them in the back. Screams echoed through the corridor, and the fallen men tumbled to the ground with a thud. Blood spurted out, and the rice bricks from earlier were also hit, scattering rice all over the floor. Tang Tian's lips curled up. The air bullets had been upgraded to level 5, and with these targets at hand, it was time to test their power, right? Chapter 42. The knockdown men crawled forward, trying to escape, but the excruciating pain from the gunshot prevented them from rising. Blood oozed continuously, and before they reached the stairs, they were barely breathing. Tang Tian folded her arms and touched them with her toes, feeling relieved. Level 5 air bullets were about as powerful as ordinary pistols. Wouldn't it be amazing if they were maxed out? Unfortunately, the number of bullets required depended on mental power. Using up all of her current mental power, she could only fire 7 rounds. If her mental power could be further enhanced in the future, unlimited ammunition might not be impossible. Several men groaned as they died. Tang Tian was lost in thought when she suddenly noticed movement behind her. She instinctively turned to see Shen Buiyun opening the door. Her heart trembled, and countless thoughts raced through her mind. But Shen Buiyun said nothing. He simply stepped forward silently. The temperature was too cold to require full head coverings, and Tang Tian went out without any gear. This was probably their second real face-to-face encounter. The first time, at the farmer's market, was a fleeting glimpse, but after the extreme cold, he saw those eyes more often. Shen Buiyun, now wearing a down jacket and a crew cut, looked even fresher and more refined, especially with his thick swaying eyebrows. Shen Buiyun glanced around. They were all strangers he had never met before. The Shen family had noticed the chaos in the building these days, though, and they were already prepared for it. But he hadn't expected the neighbor next door to surprise him. He glanced back and saw Tang Tian tuck her hands into her coat sleeves, a rare look of guilt on her face. She had short, shoulder-length hair, and although her face had thinned to reveal her jawline, she looked energetic, a stark contrast from the others in the building. Her round, lychee-shaped eyes were especially striking, and between her brows emanated a hint of toughness, a certain air of aloofness. As he imagined, she was a little hedgehog. He cleared his throat and simply asked, "Get rid of them?" It seems some powerful figure has arrived from the building next door, and these are his men. Why don't we just throw them at the stairwell, and give them a little show of force? Tang Tian saw that Shen Buiyun didn't seem to be taking it seriously at all, so she changed the subject completely. So, as usual, the two of them worked together, disposing of the bodies, before returning upstairs. Shen Buiyun didn't say anything until the very end, even as his doubts grew. The police station had an arms room, but they rarely used firearms, but they would definitely be in high demand after the apocalypse. Could it be that Tang Tian had luckily found one after leaving? Besides, he knew the police station was one of the buildings looted after being deserted. Forget it. In this situation, self-defense is paramount. We'd probably see more of these weapons in the future. The 17th floor calmed down for a while, but soon, a shady figure appeared around the corner, peering upwards. It was Choi Soo-young. After having her supplies robbed, Choi Soo-young wailed for a while, but no one paid her any attention. But after a while, when she didn't hear any movement from upstairs, she started to get it. Perhaps the gang had been dealt with on the 17th floor again, and she had to go get her supplies. But when she lifted her foot again, she felt something soft. She squinted her presbyopic eyes, and glanced down, immediately frightened to the ground. The bodies piled on top had been dumped on the 16th floor, the one lying on the top with his eyes wide open. Scattered on the ground beside them were grains of rice and other supplies, mixed with indelible bloodstains and the lingering smell of blood, enough to give anyone a heart attack. Choi Soo-young clutched her hand tightly to silence a cry. But then she saw the unwanted supplies, and with a sudden ruthless heart, she quietly picked them all up. It was a waste to refuse them. They were edible, just wash them, and she didn't want to die. Across the way, in room 2002, several bowls of instant noodles sat on the table, their aroma filling the room. Sitting nearby, Chio Hongwei kept checking his watch, his expression growing increasingly unhappy. I sent my men out early to collect protection money, so why hadn't they returned yet? This wasn't the case in the other buildings. Just as he was about to call for more help, someone suddenly rushed in, pushing open the door and saying, "This is terrible, building manager. Xiao Xiao and the others have all been killed, and their bodies are still piled up on the 16th floor. This person originally lived in Building 14. The residents there had long since seen the situation clearly, and no one dared to resist, so they all submitted to the building manager. Thankfully, Chiu Hongwei wasn't a true tyrant, and his primary goal was to win over the people. The residents of Building 14 were actually the best off, so they all became his spies. What? Chiu Hongwei's eyes widened in disbelief. Since they were collecting supplies, they naturally had decent weapons. Most ordinary residents in the building wouldn't have been able to resist, so how could they have been killed? The man nodded, continuing in horror, it's true. They first collected supplies from the 16th floor, then went straight to the 17th. I don't know which household killed them, and then dumped their bodies down there. Chiu Hongwei's blood boiled, his face flushing. But he wasn't a reckless man like Ji Gang. He wouldn't force a fight that would almost certainly backfire. He winked at his subordinate, offering him a reward. The man immediately thanked him profusely, accepting the instant noodles. Boss, it's unlikely the 16th floor killed them. The 17th floor was already famous before this. They did. Even the security department couldn't do anything about them. What should we do? The building manager was murdered outright, a slap in the face for the boss. With such a troublemaker around, how could he expect everyone to obey him in the future? No rush, Chiu Hongwei muttered, adding, go to Director Sun and borrow the resident roster. I'd love to see who lives there. He then dispatched another group, skipping the 17th floor and continuing upwards to collect supplies. In any case, this rule had to be established. The roster was quickly brought back. As the temperature rose, people's speed increased considerably. Before Tang Tian's rebirth, Tang Yi had already bought the house and begun renovating it, having of course informed the neighborhood management committee. But she and Wei Mingxia had moved in mid-sentence, having never reported the situation to anyone. So when Chiu Hongwei opened the roster, he only saw Tang Yi's contact information. He was even more incredulous. How could a young woman possibly stand up to several older men? Chiu Hongwei was still skeptical, and the people he had sent over had also encountered obstacles. Ever since Qin Peng and Qin Yulin had joined the main force to reinforce the levy, only their wives and children were left at home. To ensure mutual care, they moved in and lived across from each other. So when the money collectors arrived, the quick-tempered, even irritable Qi Chong and Qin Peng's wife, Gao Lan, were completely unwilling to go along, even taking out weapons they had found to fight back. The protection fee collectors, upon seeing the bodies of Xiao Zhao and his group, naturally felt a bit apprehensive, so they hesitated and skipped over those two households. As for Li Feiyong, they also failed to capture him. The protection fee collectors had no choice but to ignore these households and return with the remaining supplies. Chiu Hongwei quickly set his sights on another household, 1702, across from 1701. I hadn't expected a police officer to be in this household. Could these two families have formed an alliance? That would be difficult to deal with. Chiu Hongwei gritted his teeth unwillingly. How valuable a resource these days is manpower, especially obedient manpower, but faced with such a rebel, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger for the time being. As the temperature rose, a faint, fishy odor grew in the hallway. It must have been the odor of bodies that hadn't been cleaned up in time, thawing and then gradually decaying due to the rising temperature. But now that the building was full, the people couldn't stand the stench and joined hands to throw the bodies out the windows. With a few thuds, they all landed in the snow. Some of the bodies were even mutilated, with only severed limbs remaining. But people these days weren't so ruthless. They were probably using them to make fuel for their fires. It would take an extremely high temperature to ignite the bodies, but using fat alone would have been a better option. In the extreme cold, who cared? Besides, no one claimed the bodies, they had long since become wandering ghosts. Even when burning, a faint barbecue aroma could be smelled, and people, as a conditioned reflex, still salivate a little. Fortunately, it didn't go that far, and now they are very grateful. Cui Xiaoying held her 8 or 9-year-old grandson in her arms, trembling and afraid to speak, a complete loss of her earlier confident demeanor. The broken door of the house was wide open. Chiu Hongwei sat on the sofa in the living room, flanked by several men armed with blunt and sharp weapons, like a majestic, surrounded Supreme Court justice. Cui Xiaoying, always a bully, even more so after the apocalypse, naturally became a wilted eggplant. Auntie Cui, don't be nervous. I'm new here, and just wanted to get to know the neighborhood. Chiu Hongwei said with a forced smile, and someone put something down. Cui Xiaoying's eyes lit up when she saw it clearly. It turned out to be a bag of rice, weighing 2 kilograms. The rice bricks in the relief supplies weighed half a kilogram each, and yet they had taken one. She was heartbroken. Seeing them rush in, she thought they were here to call her to task. After all, she had secretly taken the leftover supplies. When she heard their motive, she quickly put them away with a fawning smile, sent her grandson back to the inner room, and then opened up, unburdening herself with everything she knew. Knowing Chiu Hongwei was specifically asking about the 17th floor, she elaborated even more. They were impressive, and she truly hated them. She actually hoped they could take down those two families. Chiu Hongwei didn't answer at all and quickly left. Choi Soo-young opened the bag, looked at the pristine white rice, and her eyes narrowed. If only there were more opportunities like this. Chiu Hongwei also went to check on the bodies of Xiao Xiao and his group, especially Xiao Xiao, who was pinned down at the bottom, the lower half of his face rotting away. Those wounds were definitely not caused by sharp or blunt objects, but by firearms. He sighed and ordered the bodies to be thrown out to prevent decay and contamination, but a sinister look flickered in his eyes. It seemed that to deal with the 17th floor, an open attack wasn't an option, a sneak attack was the only option. The tactic was a bit insidious, but it worked. The snow was no longer gathering on the balcony. Tang Tian glanced at the thermometer. The outside temperature was currently around 15 degrees Celsius, and the snow was dropping to the 7th floor at an incredible rate. This was faster than Tang Tian had imagined, but this was an apocalyptic natural disaster, and perhaps the old rules couldn't apply. Moving in this half-snow, half-water situation was difficult, and relief supplies had stopped arriving. She planned to wait until the surroundings were completely flooded before going out to buy them for free. Seeing the water from the melted snow becoming increasingly polluted, the wisest people had already begun devising ways to store it. In extreme cold, snow looks clean and drinkable after boiling. But the accumulated water from floods is contaminated, and drinking it can cause illness without warning, and there's no medicine. The lack of water is far more serious than a lack of food. Thus, floods can cause more disorder than extreme cold. Night fell. At this temperature, only 1 or 2 supernatural fuel balls needed to be burned each night. The mother and daughters, as usual, slept on the living room floor, covered with a blanket. Tang Tian, hands behind her head, stared at the ceiling in the near darkness, listening to the gentle gurgling of water outside. She felt no desire to sleep. Sleeping at home every day was comfortable, but she still wanted to go out. She had discovered several more system upgrades that would be useful for future natural disasters. Tang Tian suddenly thought of Tang Nan again. Tang Tian hadn't seen her since their last meeting. She wasn't sure if she was staying home or had completely left Hexinuan. But either way, as long as she stayed out of the way, Tang Tian wouldn't show any mercy again. She yawned silently and was about to close her eyes when Tan Tan, who had been sleeping in his nest, suddenly woke up and barked at the door. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia, who had already fallen asleep, woke up immediately. Tan Tan wouldn't bark for no reason, it must be someone outside. But they had experienced this situation many times before, so they weren't frightened or panicked. They just turned to look at Tang Tian. Tang Tian stood up and listened in the hallway for a moment. She opened her palm, and a faint dark green mist appeared. But after a pause, she closed it again. Tang Yi frowned in doubt, but Tang Tian smiled faintly. After a few words, her brows relaxed and she agreed with a smile. "Hey, can you open this door?" There was indeed a crowd gathered at the door of 1701, and one of them nudged the crouching locksmith in front with the handle of an axe. The locksmith remained silent. Because that was the man whose life had been spared by the Tang family, he had originally been without tools, and had been forced to settle for his current position. But since Chiu Hongwei started managing the floor, and knew he could pick locks, he recruited him with supplies. No one would want to miss out on so many supplies, and Chiu Hongwei and his team had already amassed a considerable amount of tools, but they just needed someone to use them, so the locksmith agreed. However, he hadn't expected his first assignment to be to pry open the door of 1701. The locksmith had initially been reluctant to get involved, but not only was there a reward, but Chiu Hongwei's men were more numerous and more skilled than those in the security department. So in the end, he decided to take the risk. With the temperature rising, the material wasn't as brittle as it had been in the extreme cold. Otherwise, they might have resorted to a more aggressive night raid. The locksmith wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling as if he were crouching on hundreds of sharp knives, unable to advance or retreat. He could only whisper, "Almost there, almost there. I think there's something wrong with this lock. It shouldn't be that complicated to unlock the lock, unless the lock has been modified." A bad feeling welled up in the locksmith's heart. He paused, then suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from inside the room. Reactive, He dropped his tools and tried to flee. Why are you running? Can the lock even be opened? Why don't we just break it down? This guy's useless. We tell the boss then, and save ourselves from wasting supplies. However, as they were discussing this, the door to 1701 swung open on its own. As it opened, a cloud of what looked like dust flew out, showering the unsuspecting men in their faces. What the hell? Ah, my eyes hurt. The next moment, Tang Tian and Tangy rushed out with knives, dispatching the 5 or 6 men. This sneak attack, let's see if they can defend against it, but in the end, they managed to save one man alive. Tang Tian placed the knife to his neck, while Tangy took out a rope and tied him up tightly. This was why Tang Tian had given up her poison ability to take him out in one go. This time, she planned to test the enemy's position. Knowing both herself and the enemy would ensure victory. The man was disarmed, unable to open his eyes, and the burning pain burned. But he could feel a chill on his neck, and frightened, he immediately begged for mercy. I was wrong, I was wrong. We only came here at the boss's behest. Please spare my life. The spray was the lime Tang Tian had purchased while stockpiling supplies. This tactic has long been popular, often called a dirty trick, but as long as it works, it's fine when it comes to defeating the enemy. Since Chiu Hongwei also wants to use a dirty trick, let's fight and see who's better. Tang Tian clenched her teeth and sternly said, tell me all the information about your boss. Don't hide anything, or you know the consequences. I'm just a minion. Only those close to the boss get to see him regularly. We're just following orders. Tang Tian laughed in anger. Is this a gang or some kind of underworld? And there's even a hierarchy? She brought the tip of the knife closer, silently leaving a red mark on his neck. The man felt a stinging pain and quickly confessed everything. Of the more than 200 survivors in Hexinyuan, the vast majority had been subjugated by Chiu Hongwei, either actively or passively, forming a truly gang-like organization. Tangy asked, Director Sun, don't you care? The one leading the charge to dismantle the security department was Sun Gaohan, of whom she had a good impression. The man replied in a trembling voice, Director Sun surrendered after speaking with the boss, otherwise he would have been dealt with long ago. Oh, and the boss is coming to take the roster today, apparently looking for this information as well. The tone of his voice was quite patronizing, suggesting he was genuinely seeking mercy. But Tang Tian didn't give him the chance, she simply stabbed him in the neck, sending the entire group packing. This showed that Sun Gaohan was a man of insight and discernment, able to see the situation clearly. Otherwise, how could an unarmed neighborhood committee director possibly stand up to Chiu Hongwei's entire group? It was likely Chiu Hongwei had a hand in the incident, with the security department too. On a dark, windy night, Tang Tian and Tangy tossed the body out the window again to prevent it from rotting. The hatred was undoubtedly engendered, but Tang Tian was undeterred. It would be best if they attacked together, so she could take it away in one go, thus ensuring peace and quiet at her doorstep. But based on her impression, Chiu Hongwei probably wouldn't do that. After their busy work, 1702 finally opened the door, and Shin Boyun stepped out, asking, what happened again? There was a hint of helpless amusement in his tone, but no impatience. In fact, he had already noticed the commotion outside, and was the first to get up, but he activated the surveillance camera to observe for a while before leaving. Tangy glanced at the two of them, then returned to her room, closing the door behind her, leaving them room. Speechless, Tang Tian relayed the information she had obtained to Shin Boyun. After all, their two families lived on the same floor, so to outsiders, they were likely considered one. If my family suffers, they might also be implicated. It would be better to follow their wishes, and jointly resist the enemy. Shin Boyun pondered for a moment, and added, the survivors are currently concentrated in buildings 12 to 16. Furthermore, many men left because the authorities were reinforcing the dike. Those who remain are forced to surrender. I'm afraid only a few of us, scattered families, are unwilling to be governed. These include the Tang family, the Shin family, Li Feiyong, Qi Cheng, Gao Lan, and others. But apart from the Tang family, the other families are still too weak. How could they possibly resist? Tang Tian rubbed his chin and asked, I heard from the official radio that several shelters, large and small, have been planned recently. There are also several in Area S. Survivors can go there on their own. They will take everyone in. Are you and your family going? They say they can accommodate everyone, but that presupposes safe arrival, which isn't easy given the current situation. Shin Boyun didn't respond immediately, instead asking, are you going? Tang Tian wanted to refuse outright, but she spoke softly, let's not go for now. We see later. I'm living quite well here right now. It's just that the harassment is annoying, but it's not a big deal. Shin Boyun then smiled and said, then we won't go for now. Every time we haven't even made a move, you already dealt with those harassers. Where else can we find such a nice place to stay? Tang Tian frowned, finding the word strange, and looked over. Ever since she used the air bullet, perhaps Shin Boyun had seen her. She hadn't left the house or seen him. She hoped he'd forgotten the incident, but that seemed unlikely. Fortunately, no one in the Shin family had mentioned it again. A little moonlight streamed in from the window, and the tranquil atmosphere was permeated with a faint smell of blood, a sense of danger. Shin Boyun suppressed his smile and continued, it's a good thing that the government is actively developing shelters to accommodate refugees. But the problem is that there are too many refugees in one place, and the government can't possibly manage every person and every corner. There's bound to be a mixed bag there, and it would be too dangerous for me to take my mother and sister with me. Besides, it's still early days, and many rules and regulations are still in the initial development phase. It's better to leave it as is for now, and reconsider it later, when things are more stable. As expected of someone with a formal position, he sees things from a higher perspective than the average person. Whether it's due to his personality or his work style, Tang Tian has a greater appreciation for Shin Boyun's intelligence. She had experienced it herself, which gave her her current calm and composure, and she possessed more confidence and strategy than the average person. But she had to admit, if she had remained the same as she was in her previous life, she would be no different from an ordinary person. It was a pity that they had never met in their previous life. Thinking of this, Tang Tian couldn't help but feel curious and asked, what made you withdraw from the front lines? At least she had to understand whether it was a matter of luck or the butterfly effect caused by her rebirth. Shin Boyun, unfazed by this question, told the truth directly. Originally, our South District Police Station was also supposed to go to the front lines to provide rescue services, but for the entire community, we couldn't save enough, and instead, many people died. Later, I took some time off to go back home and listen to Aya's words. I realized that without me, my mother, and the others wouldn't be able to handle the subsequent chaos. I understand the responsibilities of my profession, but even without the uniform, I'm still human and have selfish desires. I finally realized that I just wanted to take care of my family. My mother initially disagreed, but she eventually gave in. I wonder if what I said to Shin Yaowei was an indirect factor. Tang Tian heard something between the lines. Shin Boyun must have gone through a very difficult mental struggle before finally reaching this decision. This decision wasn't easy for him. He had to first unlearn the beliefs, principles, and moral codes of his previous life. Tang Tian smiled. From now on, we guard this floor together. If you have anything to say, please let me know. Seeing her quick thinking, Shin Boyun stroked his own crew cut and reluctantly agreed. Chapter 43. Tang Tian and Shin Boyun went home separately. After discussing this with Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia, they decided to continue sleeping on the living room floor. When the weather warmed up, they could just bring the cooling equipment over. That morning, the rain and snow had ceased, the azure sky now tinged with a faint, grayish pale. Tang Tian stretched lazily and went to the balcony. The thermometer was already in the 20s, a comfortable temperature for Spring City. But she soon caught a faint whiff of fishy odor in the air. Seeing dense, large snowflakes floating in the running water downstairs, she frowned and hurried back inside. Wei Mingxia, the earliest to rise every day, was by the still smooth fireplace, stirring the liquid in a bowl with chopsticks, preparing to make chive omelets. These leaks didn't come from the system, but rather she had grown them in the constant temperature room using her supernatural powers. One crop after another, there was no way they could be harvested all. This time, breakfast was once again a full meal. The system had initially stated that the food harvesting areas would automatically change with the seasons. But because the available ingredients were so varied, Tang Tian hadn't paid much attention, and simply stored them in her warehouse. Now, it seemed the system had switched to summer, and the probability of seasonal ingredients appearing had increased. Tang Tian connected the battery, and used the coffee machine and coffee beans she bought for free. Then, she added the ice she stockpiled and made a slow-moving iced latte, while Tang Yi enjoyed an Americano. There was more water and less snow outside, so the snow could be broken up. It was almost time, and she could prepare to go out and do her free shopping. If in her previous life, she was forced to go, in this life, with all the supplies she had, Tang Tian was confident and ready to take drastic action. Chewing on a fragrant chive and egg pancake, Tang Tian opened the storage room. The kayaks and speedboats she had purchased in advance, of various sizes, sat quietly in a corner. There are actually many water transportation options, but most people don't have them. So, along the way, Tang Tian would likely see quite a few unusual ones. Large plastic tubs, rafts, and even a few floating rings. In her previous life, Tang Haifeng and his companions actually made rafts. Perhaps they felt they were unsafe, so they allowed Tang Tian and the other women to go out on them. But these homemade devices were not sturdy. After Tang Tian had used them for the first time, they were completely toppled by a wave and fell apart, never to be found again. Tian, how about I go with you? The smallest vehicle they had purchased was also two-seater, so the two sisters could easily go out together. Tang Tian thought for a moment and shook her head. Our family is basically under attack from all sides right now. I don't know if Chiu Hongwei and the others will suddenly attack again. Sister, you and Mom should stay home for now. And Tan. It's all wet outside, so it's not convenient for him to go out. Let him stay too, so he can have some attack power. Tan tilted his head slightly, but seemed to sense Tang Tian didn't want to take him out. He whimpered and ran over, burying his head in her arms. Wei Mingxiao was a little worried and was about to speak, but Tang covered her mouth and smiled, saying, "It's okay. I don't think Tian will go out alone in the end. I'm afraid someone will be accompanying her." Tang Tian was speechless for a moment, but didn't answer, glancing at her. Wei Mingxiao felt puzzled, but didn't think much of it and nodded in agreement. The two of them staying behind would not only guard the house, but also do many other things. Exercise, practice weapons, train Tan, and Tan could continue to practice his wood-attributed abilities, especially activating the equipment they had purchased. Tang Tian pulled out a map. This time, his target was a commercial complex farther away. The floodwaters were now around the 5th floor, and some tall buildings were beginning to emerge, allowing him to explore. As he was planning his route, a message suddenly rang through the intercom. It was Li Feiyang. From the windowsill, he saw various props floating outside, with people sitting or swimming on them, and his heart began to flutter. He had been frugal these days, and with the help of official relief supplies, he was living a more comfortable life than the average person. He even had the energy and leisure to exercise extra, and in his free time, he would revisit his collection of apocalyptic novels. He hadn't read these novels for nothing. Having survived the extreme cold, he knew now was the perfect time to buy them for free. But going out alone was impossible. It was too dangerous. Naturally, he thought of Tang Tian as his trusted advisor. Of course, he offered his contribution first this time, otherwise why would the boss be willing to go? Li Feiyang offered an inflatable kayak that could easily accommodate 4 people, saving Tang Tian the trouble. But Tang Tian hesitated. After all, she knew that Li Feiyang and his men were going out to find food and drink. But she was going out to find gold and jade. After thinking it over, she politely declined Li Feiyang's invitation, but then changed the subject and asked him to invite the Shin family across the street. This was unfortunate, as Li Feiyang was the second boss, so he didn't give up at all and quickly contacted the Shin family to discuss matters. But Tang Tian thought about it a little more and sent a message. "You plan to go up, but some parts are probably still underwater, and I probably have to dive to get them." Li Feiyang sighed, "Isn't it? So this time, I didn't plan on finding much, just." Then she continued, "Let me tell you, I have some diving equipment I can rent to you, but you have to exchange it for supplies." "Sister Tian, you're my god?" Li Feiyang was thrilled. He still had a diving license, so he could definitely dive underwater and search for supplies. However, his rental apartment didn't have any diving equipment. After all, he couldn't have known about the flood. Tang Tian's words were a real help. Li Feiyang quickly asked what supplies were needed. Tang Tian replied, "Gold, jade, jewelry, and other items. Money is fine, but cash only. No luxury goods." Li Feiyang was in a dilemma. While he did have such items, Tang Tian's demands were a bit high. But he immediately decided to go to 1701 and show her everything directly. Anything she wanted, she'd get it. Not long after, the two met at the door. Li Feiyang scratched his head. "Sister Tian, these are all I have on hand right now. Take a look." Despite saying this, he still blinked, desperately hoping Tang Tian would rent him the diving gear. Tang Tian looked around and saw a phoenix turquoise bracelet, a brooch, a gold and silver pendant, a ring, and other odds and ends. After confirming with the system that these items were all worth real money, she confidently accepted them all and traded them for diving gear. Li Feiyang was secretly delighted. These items weren't even worth a pound of food right now. No one wanted these things that couldn't be eaten, and keeping them was pointless. But if he could exchange them for diving gear, his chances of getting more supplies would increase. Thinking of this, he added, "When it comes to jade and jadeite, My brother has the most. Unfortunately, he's in Area A, too far from Area S, and we can't contact him. Area A is a full 100 kilometers away from Area S. With a power outage and no signal, it's truly impossible to contact them. And in the apocalypse, no news is as good as that person's demise. Li Feiyang was overjoyed after receiving the diving equipment. After saying goodbye to Tang Tian, he didn't rush back home, but instead went to 1702 and knocked on the door again. Tang Tian returned to her room and immediately spent all her jewelry on gold, earning tens of thousands of gold coins. She quickly packed her backpack, not forgetting the most important superpowers. Tang Tian had already scanned the orange recipes, which were roughly divided into several categories. There were water attribute, ice attribute, and interesting powers like purification, diving, furnace, and enhancement. It's a shame she only had 3 power slots, otherwise she would have definitely acquired all of them. Enhancement deals with strength, endurance, and defense. Quenching, as the name suggests, allows one to quench their thirst without drinking water. Purification purifies water, while the furnace can be used for forging, serving as a supplementary function. After careful selection, she chose diving and water attributed abilities for this outing. Tang Tian looked through the recipes for diving attributed dishes, all of which were made with ingredients harvested from the waters. For example, stir-fried snails with soy sauce and king prawns in tomato sauce. She unlocked all of them with the ingredients she saved, but discovered that diving seemed like a special skill, and if her level was too low, it wouldn't be very useful. For example, the first 2 dishes were level 3 and level 4, lasting only a quarter of an hour and half an hour, respectively. If she were diving underwater to search for supplies, that wouldn't be enough time. It seemed that to cook such dishes, one had to start at a high level. So Tang Tian explored and soon unlocked a new dish, West Lake Vinegar Fish. A classic dish, a combination of freshness, sweetness, and sourness, unforgettable. After consumption, it grants the diving skill level 6, allowing breathing in water regardless of the environment, lasting 100 minutes. Tang Tian, No, isn't this a delicacy? As a food blogger, Tangy has made this dish, and Tang Tian even visited neighboring Yuqing to try it. The taste is truly unforgettable. Tang Tian reluctantly continued unlocking new dishes, but she soon discovered that the more advanced diving dishes seemed to require ingredients found only in the ocean, and she hadn't yet unlocked the ocean location. Helplessly, she could only start with the West Lake Vinegar Fish. It was time to prepare lunch, so Wei Mingxiao connected the induction cooker while Tangy prepared the food. Since the West Lake Vinegar Fish was the main dish, the two of them started with 2 vegetarian dishes, followed by a braised shrimp dish and a clam and winter melon soup. Tang Tian prepared West Lake Vinegar Fish in her system and served it. Upon closer inspection, the fish was fish, the sauce covering it was sauce, yet there was a stark disconnect between the two. Tang Tian swallowed, but it wasn't out of greed. The 3 of them sat at the table. She picked up a piece of fish, dipped in sauce, with her chopsticks, and shoved it directly into her mouth. Well, the fish was at least cooked through. The soy sauce, Shaoxing wine, and minced ginger barely overpowering the fishy flavor. The sweetness of the sugar and the sourness of the vinegar seemed to separate the fish, filling her mouth with a thin line. Tang Tian finished her meal in silence, finally possessing the ability to dive, and quickly poured herself a bowl of soup to rinse her mouth. A classic dish, terrifying as hell. After dinner, Tang Tian packed her backpack and inflated kayak and headed out, not forgetting to comfort Tan Tan before leaving. I wonder how much supplies the other neighbors still have, but at this hour, unless they've been out and haven't returned yet, they're probably all hunkered down at home, eating. The hallway still stank of a faint fishy odor, dried blood, and the occasional human remains. The broken door had been securely shut, and everything was quiet. But just then, 2 people suddenly rushed over and dropped to the ground. Tang Tian looked closely, and saw that they were Zhang Manqin and Yu Ming. Miss Tang, you must be out looking for supplies, right? Please bring me some back, anything you want. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with us. We were really wrong before. Zhang Manqin's eyes were wide, and she looked so emaciated that she was practically unrecognizable. Ever since her greed had blinded her, Yu Ming's reputation in Building 15 had been completely ruined. Only the residents across the street, in 1202, forgave her and supported each other, considering they had been neighbors for many years. After finally surviving the extreme cold and securing relief supplies, the aid has dwindled, and the neighbors next door are unwilling to provide any more. Qiu Hongwei and his men are still demanding protection money, so the 2 of them are back to starving, living like beggars. Get out of the way! Tang Tian flatly refused, raising her foot to continue downstairs. But Zhang Manqin half crouched, grasping one of her ankles, wailing and begging again, Miss Tang. If all else fails, let my son join you. At least let him find the supplies himself. We only need a little. I only have this one son. Even if I die, he can't. Then, she suddenly began to kowtow like a madman, pounding her head against the ground as she pleaded, her forehead turning red. Mom! Don't do this. Yu Ming also cried, rushing forward to stop them, but Zhang Manqin seemed oblivious to the other's words. She simply kowtowed, the color on her forehead growing darker. The self-torture tactic wouldn't work on Tang Tian, especially since this was a special secret operation, and she couldn't bring anyone with her. Besides, they were Zhang Manqin's family, so he struggled to break free and continue downstairs. Zhang Manqin didn't have the strength to get up, so she could only lie there and continue screaming, tears welling in her eyes, perhaps the only moisture they had left. Mom, they've been at odds with us for a long time, and even have grudges against Chiu Hongwei and the others. No matter how much you beg, it's useless. Why don't we go to Aunt Lin and ask for help? It'd be more effective. Yu Ming had lost a lot of weight, with long slick back hair and a beard, looking disheveled and unkempt. He spoke angrily, his eyes reddened. The Aunt Lin he was referring to was the resident of 1202, but lately, she'd been finding excuses to ignore them. Zhang Manqin bit her lip, tears streaming down her face, as if it were bleeding. Then she pounded her fist in anger. I really shouldn't have come to her begging. Now someone else is in charge of the building, and they're so powerful. I don't believe she can survive here. Ming, when the time comes, you find Chiu Hongwei and join them to earn a living. When you go to the Tang family, you can avenge your mother. Where this hatred stemmed from no longer mattered. When she saw others enjoying themselves while she wasn't, jealousy and resentment surged like a raging river, uncontrollable. The further down she went, the more lingering water stains appeared on the floors, and the windows at the end of the corridor were shattered. Finally, she reached the 5th floor, where half the floor was flooded. The bluish-white water surface slowly rippled, and the air was filled with a damp stench. Seeing the window was broken, Tang Tian put down her kayak and floated to the surface. Just as she was about to get on, someone shouted from above, Beautiful, wait a minute. Tang Tian tilted her head. Several men of varying ages hurried downstairs, their eyes fixed on the kayak, their eyes gleaming with joy. Ordinary people rarely had kayaks or speedboats, so their eyes widened at the sight. One of the older-looking men continued, Beautiful, I see your kayak can accommodate another. Can you take me? If we find any supplies, you take 70%, and I take 30%. How about that? I only take 10%, so take me. No, Tang Tian said coldly, observing the auction-like scene. The men's faces changed slightly, and they immediately showed some dissatisfaction, but they still said patiently, Can you bring me some supplies? I trade with you for some from home. Tang Tian didn't answer. She rolled over, got into the kayak, picked up the paddle, and began paddling, drifting out the window. The man quickly became furious, and was about to yell when another group of people came down from the building. The leader shouted, Don't worry, everyone. If she won't help, I help. When the people saw who was coming, they cheered, Great. It's building manager Chiu. We're saved. I didn't expect building manager Chiu to have a kayak. He's got to take me this time. We're all neighbors, and he won't even offer a helping hand. He's such a mean person. He's the one who's really good to us. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow and turned to look. Chiu Hongwei's eyes met. The latter was about 30 years old, his narrowed eyes revealing a shrewd look. He was much cleaner and more respectable than the average person, worthy of someone who controlled hundreds of people. She was wearing a medical mask, goggles, and a hooded raincoat, but she looked more like a woman than she had in the freezing cold. Could this be Tang Yi, who was on the roster? No, that's not right. Choi Su-young said there were 3 people in their family, 2 of whom were young girls. Tang Tian turned again and paddled out of the building. She knew Chiu Hongwei was doing this on purpose, aiming to make her the target of public criticism. But she had already been one in the freezing cold. Could she still be afraid of this? Chiu Hongwei's face darkened as he watched Tang Tian's receding figure. The men who had raided the night haven't returned, and he knew the outcome. Presumably, the bodies had been disposed of. The locksmith who had escaped first came back with a panicked look on his face to report, even advising him against a head-on confrontation. What kind of magical powers did the Tang family possess? And today, he did want to go out and search for supplies. Although he didn't have diving equipment, with the increasing floodwaters, Many supplies were floating on the surface, and perhaps he could salvage some. Since he was in charge of these survivors, supplies were essential. He had retrieved the kayak, anticipating the snow would melt. He also had a homemade raft. They would be heading out together as a small group. Just as they paddled out of the building, Tang Tian was almost out of hexinuen. Still clumps of unmelted snow could be seen on the surface of the water, which she broke up with her paddle. Next, there was all sorts of garbage, branches and leaves, plastic, broken furniture, and so on. Especially the various body parts that had been thrown ashore. The stench was so strong that it was almost palpable even through a medical mask. Tang Tian, mindful of the directions on the map, continued on her way. After leaving hexinuen, the debris piled up even more. Street signs, tiles, billboards, even parts of vehicles, all washed past her by the floodwaters. Continuing to paddle, she could vaguely see other people. Some were on rafts, others were kayaking in the same boat. Some were even standing in building windows, taking advantage of their swimming prowess and leaping out, swimming to other buildings. Some, seeing Tang Tian kayaking, waved and called out, offering a ride or a rescue, but she ignored them. The kayaker was moving quite fast. After 2 hours, she was almost at the commercial building, and she could almost see its gleaming glass walls from afar. Tang Tian paused briefly, pulled out a pair of binoculars, and saw several large hovercrafts and lifeboats parked next to the building. She frowned. Could another group have gotten there first? Tang Tian thought for a moment, then slowly paddled to the side. The closer she got, the more she saw the national flags adorning the vehicles, making them look quite unusual. Please stop immediately. The loudspeaker's voice made Tang Tian pause. A small boat quickly swam over, carrying 2 uniformed soldiers wearing helmets and rifles. They saluted and warned, "Sorry, we're currently operating. Please take a detour." Tang Tian looked back and saw a boat and personnel outside the building, salvaging supplies from the water. There were also several entrances in the glass walls, likely meant to be searching for useful supplies inside. These were official vessels and personnel. It seemed she wouldn't be able to enter and buy anything for free. Moreover, I'm afraid that more and more commercial areas like this will be targeted by the authorities in the future. Although most of the supplies they received were for relief, they still weren't as quick and convenient as buying them for free. Seeing that Tang Tian didn't speak or leave, the soldier sighed, moved closer, and handed her something. Tang Tian glanced down and saw it was a package of compressed biscuits. Go ahead. There are several official shelters in S District now. You can go there on your own. They can accommodate anyone. If you really can't make it, please stay alive. Once the flood recedes, more help will be available. The official personnel were unyielding, simply following the rules and obeying orders. Tang Tian nodded and accepted the items, preparing to explore the area to see if there were any new places to buy for free. However, the other person seemed to sense that she was a woman traveling alone, and couldn't help but remind her, recently, river bandits have appeared in many places. They specialize in gangs, robbing passers-by and killing them regardless of whether they have supplies. Their attitude is extremely cruel. It's best to have someone with you when you're out, or try to return to a shelter as soon as possible. That's safer. As for river bandits, Tang Tian did have some memories. She had heard about them from her temporary teammates and passers-by during her previous rafting trips in her previous life. She hadn't encountered them, and instead perished in a flood. But she imagined these river bandits must be even more brutal. If the authorities weren't actively searching for supplies, they would probably have gone to suppress the bandits first. The bright yellow sun peeked through the clouds, and for some reason, it was unusually hot, making the water even hotter. No wonder the snow was melting so quickly. Could there be something wrong with the sunlight? Tang Tian took out the map of the area she had painstakingly printed out, unfolded it, and felt a surge of joy. Although the commercial complex had been occupied, there were always plenty of shops nearby. It's just that most of them were flooded, and only the higher ground could be found. For example, a few hundred meters away was a large store selling branded gold jewelry. Tang Tian immediately put away the map, picked up the paddle, and excitedly paddled in that direction. Chapter 44. A few minutes later, Tang Tian stopped and looked down at the surface of the water. She could vaguely see the top of the large golden building, barely visible. But to get in, she had to dive. Tang Tian looked around. Thankfully, no one was around. Not every household had water transportation. Often, only an entire community could find one or two, and they would only depart when fully occupied. She then pulled a protective suit from her backpack, which was actually the system warehouse, and covered her entire body with it. After taking a deep breath, she jumped into the water. She also stowed the backpack, kayak, and universal paddle into the warehouse. After a few ripples, the water surface calmed down. The diving ability was activated by the host, and Tang Tian had already activated it before entering the water. After entering the water, she immediately noticed a difference from her normal swimming experience. She slowly opened her eyes, and a nearly transparent film suddenly appeared in front of her. It looked like foam, but also like a bag of amniotic fluid, completely enveloping her. Tang Tian tried to breathe. It was just as smooth as on land, and her vision wasn't blurry anymore. She swam in another direction, nimble as a fish. Her body felt light, as if the water held her back. She could reach any destination she desired quickly. Truly a fish in water, Tang Tian, overjoyed, immediately swam to the nearest window of the golden building and pulled out her glass cutter. Because her special ability gave her no resistance, she quickly broke through the window and swam in. She then took out a headlamp that could be used underwater and put it on, her vision clearing even further. This large building not only had numerous counters, but also numerous areas for customers to relax. Tang Tian swam towards the glass counters and found many of them smashed, similar to what she had seen at the mall that time. They must have been bought for free during the extreme cold. But with experience, Tang Tian remained undeterred. She continued her careful search, focusing on any safe she might find. An hour later, she found some jewelry and 6 large safes, which she stored in the warehouse to dismantle again when she returned. After making sure her search was complete, Tang Tian swam back up. Reaching the surface, she half-penetrated. Seeing no one around, she released her kayak and other belongings and climbed back up. Thanks to her supernatural powers, Tang Tian was still dry. But having entered the filthy water, she still took out her alcohol to disinfect. After tidying herself up, she picked up her paddle and began paddling. While there might be other large shopping malls, or other buildings nearby that hadn't been officially occupied, or perhaps other shops selling gold jewelry, Tang Tian didn't want to cause any trouble. What if I really did encounter bandits? It wasn't that I couldn't fight them, but I didn't want to. It was too tiring. Thinking this way, Tang Tian paddled towards Yixin. I couldn't wait to get home and spend some money. On the way, she passed several people in kayaks, speedboats, and even small fishing boats. They were all fishing from the water, but most of it was garbage, which they could only discard with disdain. When they saw Tang Tian, they didn't even bother to glance at her, as if they were afraid someone else would steal their precious supplies. Hey Sister Tian, is that you? Tang Tian hadn't expected such a coincidence to run into Li Feiyong. But he wasn't the only one in the kayak. There were also Shen Boyun and Cheng Jing. The Shen family, lacking transportation and struggling to navigate the floodwaters, was worried. Unexpectedly, Li Feiyong reached out to them. Since they knew each other, they naturally accepted the invitation. Of course, Shen Boyun immediately thought of Tang Tian. But after hearing that she had her own plans, he didn't say much. After getting ready, they set off. Unexpectedly, they met again on the way. Li Feiyong looked at the soaked cardboard boxes in the corner of the kayak, which had already been in the water. He wondered if these supplies were usable. Tang Tian paddled the kayak over, handed him a bottle of alcohol, and said, "Disinfect it. The accumulated water is dirty. I just finished searching, and was about to return." Li Feiyong gratefully accepted it. Shen Boyun asked, "Did you see anything along the way?" Tang Tian nodded, and told him about the official salvage efforts. Cheng Jing frowned slightly, and said worriedly, "If that happens, the chances of civilians getting supplies directly are much smaller. Even if that was against the rules in the past, buying for free would at least increase the chances of survivors surviving. It's not that official collection of supplies is bad, it's just an extra step, and who knows how many people will die in the process." The 4 of them were silent for a moment. Just as Tang Tian was about to tell them about the pirates, several boats suddenly approached from the distance, accompanied by a burst of arrogant laughter. "Ha ha, great, more prey. Hey, hand over all the supplies you have, and I consider sparing your lives." Oh, the weapons gleamed in the sunlight. Some of the knives even. After the temperature rose, they wore less clothing, and most of these people had shaved heads. Some even had scars on their faces, giving them a hideous look. Really? Tang Tian immediately warned, "Be careful. These are the bandits who've been around lately, specializing in robbing people on the waterways. Do you have your weapons?" As she spoke, she pulled a nail gun from her backpack. Shen Boyun and Cheng Jing exchanged a glance and also pulled out knives, axes, and stun guns from their backpacks. Even if they hadn't known about this beforehand, it was clear these people were up to no good. Self-defense was always the right thing to do. Shen Buoyun pursed his lips. Actually, after leaving the police station, he and Cheng Jing had each taken a gun home. It was just that they were short on ammunition, so they kept it at home for Yin Chunhua and Shen Yaowei to use for self-defense. I wonder if the weapons they brought would be useful in a naval battle. Li Feiyang's eyes widened, and he stammered, what about me? Cheng Jing thrust two armed shields at him. You be responsible for defense. The closest boat, seemingly the leader, saw that they weren't afraid and instead drew their weapons in an attempt to resist, and immediately glared. But finally, for some unknown reason, he let out a sinister laugh and shouted, give up. We've seen resistance like yours many times, and in the end, don't they all end up dead? If you just hand over the supplies, we let it go. Otherwise, then we show you how powerful we are. Before the man could finish his words, Tang Tian swiftly fired a nail. All those days of sharpening his aim hadn't been in vain. The nail landed squarely on the man's mouth, causing him to cry out in pain. 3 more bangs rang out, hitting the faces of the people nearby, drawing blood. Though Tang Tian had stockpiled many items from hardware stores, nails were consumables that ran out once they were used. So Tang Tian used her metal-attributed abilities, combined with the safe she found, to hand-roll several batches of nails, no matter how many there were. Fuck, that's a tough one. What's there to be afraid of? We have weapons like this. We be done with them. The man who was shot first clutched his lower face, a bright red flush, perhaps from pain or anger. He wiped the blood and shouted, kill the rest. Take that bitch alive. I torture her to death. Shoot! Shoot! The men in front retreated, and another quietly stepped forward, leaving a gaping hole. An even louder bang echoed instantly. Tang Tian felt as if a huge wave had struck, her kayak suddenly flipping over, and she fell into the water without warning. This feeling was exactly like the moment before her death in a previous life. Tang Tian. Shen Buoyun's pupil shrank. Before he could even think, his body moved faster than his brain, and he followed him into the water with a splash. Fortunately, Tang Tian didn't sink in time, so he grabbed her hand and pulled her up. The two climbed into Tang Tian's kayak. She had actually activated her diving ability as soon as she got into the water, and could have surfaced on her own. She hadn't expected Shen Buoyun to jump in right after her, simply to save her. Another faint puffing sound was heard. Tang Tian looked closely, and saw a large hole in her kayak. It had been shot through, and air was steadily escaping. Move! Tang Tian first pushed the soaking wet Shen Buoyun to another kayak. Then, looking ahead, she saw a slender gun barrel with a dark hole. She cursed inwardly. She wondered why such a formidable group had appeared. It turned out they encountered the legendary weapon. Judging from their appearance, they probably not voluntarily surrendered their hunting rifles, left behind by the older generation. With weapons like these, how could ordinary people be their match? Having their supplies robbed, they could kill or rip them apart at a moment's notice, gradually emboldening them. The other side, seeing their bewildered state, burst into laughter, as if amusing themselves at rats in a gutter. Several boats slowly approached, their guns raised, shouting, "Feel the force now? Stop struggling." But we changed our minds too. This woman must stay. Tang Tian sneered and raised her nail gun again. As she fired the nails, she also unleashed invisible air bullets. Bang, bang, bang. 5 rounds in a row, killing the man and blasting their kayak, tit for tat. The power of the level 5 air bullets was enough to shatter the kayaks beneath them, causing many to lose their balance and fall into the water. And then, there were the countless nails. Tang Tian was practically replenishing them as she fired, leaving even those who didn't die wounded and bleeding. Tang Tian, take it! Shen Buoyun, not caring about his own stinking water, handed her the arm shield. It wasn't bulletproof at all, but it was better than nothing. One could only hope that ordinary people's aim wasn't good enough. Even the gunman's expression changed. Why did this woman not only look less afraid, but also seemed ready to attack with an endless aggression? Bang, bang, bang. Bystanders' faces and bodies were riddled with nails, and they screamed in agony. Someone struck by the air bullets had bloody holes in their bodies, oozing blood continuously. They lay in agony on the kayak, clinging to their last breath. No! Retreat! The gunman retracted his weapon and shouted at the first kayak. But when he looked again, he saw that the comrades in that kayak who had provoked him earlier were all dead, their bodies lying in a messy mess on the kayak, motionless. The sun was shining brightly, but he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly picked up the oar and started to paddle back. But Tang Tian, obsessed with killing, would never let him go. Nor would she let go of that gun. Chen Boyun reacted and quickly had Cheng Jing and Li Feiyong paddle. They each took a side of the oar and pushed with all their might, quickly catching up. Tang Tian replenished the last batch of nails, continuing to fire without hesitation, as if she were holding a Gatling gun. Unfortunately, she had run out of air bullets. After killing the first man and the others in the kayak, the others had only nails left. The gunman felt a sharp, stinging pain in his back, causing him to drop his oar and tumble backward. Tang Tian had launched a Big Dipper attack from behind him. I was wrong. Please spare my life. I give you all the supplies on the boat. And this gun too. Just this once. Out of the corner of his eye, the gunman saw others either fall into the water or die on the boat. The intense fear and the pain of flesh being torn apart made him break out in a cold sweat, even urinating. Tang Tian and the others approached the boat, their faces stern and indifferent. She knew these were just minions, totaling only a dozen or so. There were 3 or 4 more kayaks, specifically said to block robberies elsewhere, and there were probably more elsewhere. If she killed these people, and they didn't return, the pirate leader would surely know they were in danger, and might come for revenge. But if she let him go, wouldn't he still report it when he returned? So there was no way she could do that. Tang Tian pressed the nail gun to his temple, and sternly demanded he explain. The gunman immediately revealed everything he knew. They were indeed just his subordinates, while this gang of pirates numbered dozens. They had taken over an apartment building as their base, using their tools to rob people and obtain supplies daily. The pirate leader's deceased father had left behind 3 hunting rifles and ammunition. He had originally intended to surrender them to the police, but then the apocalypse struck. Later, he gradually realized the benefits of these hunting rifles, and began to run rampant in the neighborhood, recruiting numerous underlings. Until the snow melted and turned into floods, they transformed into pirates, and continued their looting, relying solely on their few guns. Of course, they were mostly used to intimidate people, as their ammunition wasn't unlimited. So they only used their weapons in critical situations, but they were enough to terrify ordinary people. But he wasn't trained, so his accuracy wasn't good enough. Otherwise, he should have aimed directly at Tang Tian, not the kayak below. Seeing that he had said everything he could, Tang Tian fired a nail, sending him flying. Cheng Jing and Li Feiyong were stunned. They expected Tang Tian to be a formidable figure, but they hadn't expected him to be so formidable. Quickly pack up. Take all these kayaks, and this gun too. They're all spoils of war. Tang Tian calmly gave the orders, then took out alcohol spray and eye drops, and shoved them at Shen Boyun. The water's so filthy. Disinfect it quickly. It'd be bad if it gets infected. Although there were no wounds on his body, there was no doubt some water in his eyes, and that accumulated water was teeming with germs, so he had to be careful. Chen Boyun glanced at the medicine in his hand, smiled, and did as he was told. The enemy kayak still had a few bottles of water, and a few packets of compressed biscuits, presumably the bandits' food and drink, and he took them all with him. Tang Tian retrieved several more ropes, kicked the bodies from the intact kayaks into the water, and then connected them one by one. As for her own, it was already half submerged, so she discarded it. Cheng Jing and Li Feiyong once again provided the labor, sitting in the front and paddling. Several kayaks were attached to the back, all floating on the surface. Chen Boyun returned the alcohol spray and eye drops, and asked with concern, "You fell in the water too. Let's get some disinfectant." "Did you choke?" Tang Tian shook her head. She didn't really need to be rescued, and she didn't want to burden anyone, but she couldn't completely resist such a kind offer. "Thanks. If I can, I have to wash up when I get back." Tang Tian paused, unable to resist asking, "Actually, I was right next to the kayak. I can swim, so I could easily get out." "Why? Did you come down to save me?" Shen Boyun coughed twice. "We known each other for so long, so we're teammates, right? Of course, I have to help a teammate in need." Cheng Jing raised an eyebrow in the distance. Why does this atmosphere feel so strange? From his impression as a disciple, Shen Boyun appears to be very talkative, enthusiastic, and helpful to everyone, but privately, he can sometimes be extremely cold and aloof. For example, this time back, he was mostly silent at home. I don't know what he was thinking, which makes him seem complicated. But with these neighbors next door, it seems different. Thinking of this, Cheng Jing changed the subject. "I was really careless. I didn't expect they had guns." "Tang Tian, that nail gun of yours is quite impressive." Tang Tian smiled faintly. "Now you have it too, don't you? I leave the gun with you. It's just that we don't have much ammunition, so we need to use it sparingly." Have you forgotten that a resident handed in a gun while we were on duty? Not everyone is so self-aware. We might see it again in the future. Shin Boyun said as he disassembled the gun and found only 5 bullets left. Tang Tian curiously touched it. It was still a bit rough, probably handmade by an older generation, a cast steel or wrought iron version. Maybe with my own special abilities, I can make something like that? The sun's shadow shifted quietly for a few moments, a rosy gold hue appearing on the horizon as the sun set in the west. The 4 of them remained silent for a while. After a fierce battle, they were more exhausted than searching for supplies. And they finally returned to Hexinuen. Among them were a few scattered people on wooden or bamboo rafts, drifting with the current. Seeing the empty rubber boat behind them, they quickly paddled over to ask for a ride. Shin Boyun, Chung, Jing and Li Feiyong, for some reason, both looked at Tang Tian, asking her to make the decision. Tang Tian refused all of them, sitting back. They had supplies in their kayaks, so who knew if there would be a surprise attack? So, amidst the angry shouts of others, they continued paddling towards Building 15. Hey, look, those look like people on the 17th floor? Oh my god, kayaks and supplies, looks like they reaped a lot. I didn't know what these people were doing gathered at the window, but looking at Tang Tian, their eyes were fixed, as if they were possessed. Why hasn't building leader Chiu come back yet? Forget it, if they come back, are they going to give us supplies for free? It's good enough that they don't ask us for them. They began whispering again. Tang Tian ignored them, entering the building in order, deflated her kayak, and then carrying her supplies upstairs. The others seemed to notice the gun-like object and swallowed, but ultimately didn't dare to stop them. The 4 of them made it home safely. Sister Tian, thanks so much to you this time. I bring the diving gear over shortly, Li Feiyong said, continuing upstairs with the supplies. Chung Jing knocked on the door, and only opened it after confirming it was them. Shin Boyun was the last to say to Tang Tian, let's divide the supplies. No need. I just joined in the middle of the process. You found all those things yourselves. I wasn't supposed to get any. If you really want to share, give me 1 kayak. My kayak was damaged. Tang Tian knew that if she refused everything, Shin Boyun would definitely refuse, given her personality. So she still took some, since she had indeed left her old kayak behind. Shin Boyun hesitated, but seeing Tang Tian's determination, he nodded. Not long after, Li Feiyong also came down to return the diving equipment, and this 0 yuan purchase finally had a happy ending. Though there might still be many twists and turns ahead, Tang Tian thought, taking the kayak and heading home. However, Shin Boyun watched her enter the house with a slight frown. The situation had been critical when he rescued her, but he still noticed that she didn't seem very wet, completely different from himself. Woof woof. Seeing Tang Tian return, Tan Tan ran up to her, fluttering around, unbothered by the slightly foul smell. Tang Tian took off all her outdoor clothes and placed them in the hallway, spraying them with disinfectant before entering the house and washing her hands twice. Tangy handed over a glass of iced lemonade. The refrigerator would have to start up once the temperature rose, but she figured it would save some electricity first, so she put it all in the system. It wouldn't break down. Tang Tian drank it down in 1 gulp, then put out the safe and jewelry she acquired. She followed Wei Mingxia's instructions and went to shower. After a comfortable head-to-toe wash, Tang Tian wiped her hair and walked out of the bathroom. There was water everywhere outside now. The used sewage just had to be dumped out. Tangy had already opened the safe and beamed. Tian, you brought back a lot this time. Take a look. Tang Tian stepped forward to take a look. Sure enough, gold, platinum, silver, jade, pearls, glittering on the floor. A rough estimate, it was about the same amount of gold bars she gotten from Chin Peng last time. Tan Tan came over, sniffed, and then returned to her little nest with a disinterested look. Sure enough, going out to buy things for free was useful. If she couldn't find other supplies, she could always go looking for gold. Tang Tian didn't hesitate and immediately started spending. When she opened the system again, she saw over 500,000 gold coins already in her gold column. She quickly opened a new ability column for each person, so she could hold even more abilities. After spending 300,000 gold coins, the remaining 200,000 immediately felt like too little. Tang Tian looked around. She had recently upgraded her food source and obtained the tea garden. It was producing a steady stream of various teas every day, much to Wei Mingxia's delight. Although she didn't like milk tea, there was something very satisfying about brewing tea with a handful of tea leaves, sipping them while busying herself with her farming. But tea wasn't essential for survival. Tang Tian planned to unlock a new food source for the upcoming situation. so she used 150,000 of her gold coins to unlock the medicine field. After a major flood, a major epidemic would inevitably follow, and the signs might be already showing. The floodwaters were teeming with bacteria and viruses, and the continued hot and humid weather would only exacerbate the spread of the plague. Even though Tang Tian had stockpiled disinfectant and medicine, they would eventually run out. Now, pharmacies of all sizes were probably sold out for 0 yuan. Hospitals and clinics had also been flooded, and with the authorities now scrambling for supplies, hospitals would be a priority, leaving ordinary people like her with no chance of profit. Since Western medicine was in short supply, Tang Tian thought of traditional Chinese medicine and stockpiled some Chinese patent medicines and seeds. But seeds still needed to be planted, while the medicinal fields in the system could be harvested periodically. Not to mention, these herbs could even be made into edibles. Last time, unlocking the tea garden had cost her only about 30,000 gold coins, but the price of this medicinal field had skyrocketed 5-fold, leaving Tang Tian with a painful pain. But she still had 50,000 gold coins left, and she planned to buy another important item. Chapter 45. Tang Tian went to the bookstore in the shopping district and bought a new cookbook, Healthy and Safe Green Cuisine, because she had described her needs. The system had recommended this recipe. Plus, with the unlocked medicinal field, she was well prepared. And when it came to the word green, Tang Tian's first thought was wood attributed abilities. Perhaps Wei Mingxiao would appreciate them. Recalling her first cookbook, which cost only 500 gold coins, it had already multiplied 100-fold since then. If it weren't for her frequent spending, I'm afraid I wouldn't have achieved such efficiency and progress. Proof that going out was essential. Look, the gold I had just risked to find had been immediately spent. But from now on, I should be able to rest for a while. That day, Tang Tian was lying on the sofa in the living room, resting her eyes. Although she had almost established her impressive image in front of others, Tang Tian still had some weaknesses. That was the debuff that appeared once a month. During the extreme cold, I had fuel at home and avoided going out, so I didn't feel too ill. I didn't expect to feel unwell just a few days after fighting the bandits. Just then, Shen Boyun called via intercom, asking if I should still go out. Officials were already assembling teams to search for supplies, but there was no telling when more aid would arrive, or how to deliver them amidst the flood. But the supplies available to the people were dwindling, and they couldn't wait, nor did they want more. Probably thanks to the timely disinfection, Shen Boyun seemed to be in good health. Tang Tian only replied briefly, but the other party, seeming to sense something, asked again, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Is it because of the flood?" Tang Tian didn't think too much of it, and she figured talking to him wouldn't make her mood any worse, so she replied, "Nothing, I'm on my period, just needing to rest." Shen Boyun didn't send another message. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Tang Yi answered it, only to find it was Chen Yaohui. They were both major streamers in their respective divisions, so they knew each other, and were now close neighbors. Chen Yaohui handed something straight to the point, saying, "Here you go. I stockpiled a lot. We can go out together later." Tang Yi took a look and saw that they were 2 sanitary napkins. She then looked again, and saw that Chen Yaohui had also cut her hair, keeping it short like the others. Although Chen Yaohui had a short temper, she wasn't angry at the issue. She had been saved by Tang Tian before, and she acknowledged her strength, almost envying her. Furthermore, the women in the building who didn't have sanitary napkins had already been left with nothing, some even resorting to using scraps of cloth. So this is very valuable, even exchangeable for other supplies. "Thank you, but we stockpiled plenty too. Keep this for yourself." Tang Yi smiled, then asked playfully, "Did your brother ask you to bring this?" The 2 girls continued to giggle in the hallway, exchanging a few pleasantries before parting ways. Tang Tian didn't hear clearly, but simply opened the system and clicked on it. A bowl of steaming porridge appeared on the coffee table. The herb fields had begun to produce medicinal herbs, though the intervals between harvests were longer than those from other sources, and the herbs produced were generally at level 1. But after harvesting the first herb, the system unlocked its functions, allowing for simple combinations to create medicinal dishes for various ailments. For example, this one is a bowl of ginger juice and koik seed porridge, which warms the meridians and dispels cold. Tang Tian took a sip. The medicinal food in the system took effect faster than in reality. Soon, her hands and feet felt warm and much better. The gate of Hexinuen was still flooded. Except for the tall buildings that still stood, anyone could take advantage of the opportunity to enter. At this time, several speedboats gradually sailed into the quiet Hexinuen. Aboard the leading speedboat stood a middle-aged man with a beard and sharp eyes. A burning cigarette was between his fingers, and wisps of smoke were rising from it. He looked up at the building for a few times, then asked the man standing next to him, who was also looking down, "Are you sure this is the place?" The man beside him nodded respectfully. "Brother, in these buildings, especially Building 15, there's a particularly powerful family. When I led my men to attack, we couldn't take it down. I think those brothers died, and since they were nearby, they might have been responsible." The man, known as Brother, snorted, staring intently, then pulled something out of his pocket and shook it. The man's eyes lit up when he saw it. It was half a pack of Wazi. When the group no longer had to worry about food and drink, they began to focus on spiritual needs, with tobacco, alcohol, and tea being the most important. Those expensive cigarettes from before the apocalypse were only available to the leader. "Judging from the situation, this will definitely be given to me, the one who has done the best. Don't worry. If you report it, it will be yours. But we can't just go in directly. Let's send someone to investigate those 15 buildings you mentioned. If it's true, we reward you later." The bearded man said, "I just can't believe someone would lose a gun for no reason. We must get it back. It's our lifeline. Send someone." "Yes." Looking at the buildings, a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Miss Tang, so this man was none other than Zhou Ping, the then captain of the Hexenuan security team. After the mob broke into the security department, Zhou Ping wasn't killed, but rather driven out to fend for himself. So he secretly carried his remaining supplies and traveled from place to place. Along the way, he heard about a powerful group nearby and sought to join them for support. When the snow melted, they became bandits again, relying on their leaders' weapons to dominate the area, plundering and amassing a considerable amount of supplies. Zhou Ping finally felt like he was back to the days of the security department, even more powerful. This time, they were divided into teams, but unexpectedly, one team didn't return on time. Zhou Ping led his men to search, but found only a few bodies floating in the water. After reporting this, the leader was furious and insisted on a thorough investigation, searching the surrounding communities. However, Zhou Ping discovered that Hexenuan was among them, and his thoughts immediately turned to the Tang family. He wasn't sure if it was true, but he wanted revenge, so he lured the leader here first. In any case, he finds someone to kill them first, it would be considered eliminating a threat. The last time Chiu Hongwei returned, despite their impressive presence, they didn't bring back much useful supplies, and naturally, they couldn't share them with other neighbors. The residents complained for a while, and with their supplies dwindling, they began begging in the building again. They knew the 17th floor was powerful, yet they still persistently harassed them daily, and the two families ignored them. Of course, Choi Soo-young was among them. She reached the entrance of the building, waved away the buzzing mosquitoes, and mentally considered which house to go to today. Unexpectedly, just as she turned a corner, she saw two strange men she had never seen before. Their eyes narrowed, and they looked her up and down with impunity. The man on the left glared, puffing out his beard and saying unhappily, "Old woman, what are you looking at?" Cui Xiuying shrugged and was about to leave when the man on the right stopped her, frightening her and making her break out in a cold sweat. She later learned that they were looking for someone. From what she heard, it seemed similar to Chiu Hongwei's actions last time. Cui Xiuying felt delighted, her fear gone. She puffed out her chest and said, "Then you asked the right people. I already figured out everyone in this building. But if you want to know then," she said with a flattering smile, rubbing her hands together. Before the apocalypse, this gesture meant asking for money, and naturally, it had changed after the apocalypse. The two men gave her a disdainful look, but ultimately, they took out 3 packets of instant noodles and handed them to her. "Old woman, tell us quickly, or we be rude." Choi Soo-young happily accepted it, and told them everything she needed to. When they said they wanted to find the most powerful person in the building, she immediately revealed the 17th floor, exaggerating even more. The two men exchanged glances and left without a reply. However, having lived for decades, Choi Soo-young was a master of reading people's expressions, and she secretly rejoiced. "I hadn't expected the 17th floor to offend outsiders this time. I'm afraid they're in real trouble." The two men left the building and boarded the boat. After the others gathered, they reported everything they had learned to the pirate leader. The leader's name was Kong Jinghua, a former factory worker. After his parents passed away, he returned to the old house and discovered several hunting rifles and ammunition hidden by his father. He had intended to turn it in to the police station, but the extreme cold had arrived. He had initially hidden it, but then his wife and children died, and he witnessed the wickedness of human nature. He finally retrieved the hunting rifles, and things had escalated to this point. Having killed his men and then stolen his guns, this was the first time he encountered such a situation, and it was truly humiliating. From this perspective, it might really have been someone on the 17th floor who did it. After all, if they weren't that powerful, why would the people in the building be so wary of them? Kong Jingwu didn't feel bad about the 3 packets of instant noodles. They weren't precious to him. He thought someone like Choi Soo-young would be easy to control, and might even be able to help him. "Captain, should we go in now?" Zhou Ping asked, gritting his teeth, eager to tear Tang Tian and the others into pieces. "No rush. Let's go back and prepare. By then, not only our things, but all the supplies in this community will be taken. We have plenty of time," Kong Jingwu said grimly, and he and the others drove away for the time being. The temperature had quietly climbed to 30 degrees Celsius. The corridor was filled with the constant buzzing of mosquitoes, and the stench was growing stronger. Taking note that the sky had been clear for the entire day, Tang Tian took out the portable solar panel from the warehouse and connected it to the battery for charging. Tang Yi turned on the wall-mounted solar panel at home. With 2 beeps, all the appliances in the house started up again. Outdoors, the rumble of an airplane could be heard again. Wei Mingxia peered into the distance with a telescope and asked, "I keep seeing helicopters these days. I wonder what they're doing. Is it a supply delivery, an airdrop?" Tang Yi turned on the standing air conditioner in the living room, and the blade swayed slowly, releasing a cool breeze. Tang Tian hadn't waited for the flood supplies in her previous life, so Tang Haifeng and the others had forced her to frequently search for them. But Tang Yi was right, delivering supplies by helicopter seemed more convenient than by water. "I remember a flood somewhere before, and they used helicopters to hoist entire towers and restore power. Maybe it's official work, after all, electricity is so important to humanity." Tang Tian said this, taking out the safes she had recovered and using her gold element to forge another batch of nails. The last battle against the flood bandits had cost her a lot, so it was time to replenish her energy. The nails weren't that big, these safes could probably make over 100. It's just that her previous gold element ability was a bit low, and it was a common ability. So Tang Tian found a new dish, level 5 hot dry noodles. Springy alkaline noodles were mixed with sesame paste, sesame oil, chili oil, scallions, brine, soy sauce, and vinegar. Served with diced radish, pickled beans, and garlic, they devoured the entire bowl, smooth and chewy, fragrant and fragrant. After finishing the hot dry noodles, Tang Tian also made fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and soup dumplings. The mother and daughters were so stuffed they could barely walk, and the cool indoors made them incredibly comfortable. As Tang Tian's hands rubbed out the nails, her mental strength slowly increased. She stored the finished products in the warehouse. Tang Yi played with Tan Tan, while Wei Mingxia returned to the constant temperature room, seeming to enjoy a peaceful and tranquil time. Sadly, not long after, there was a slightly anxious knock at the door. Tang Tian turned on the surveillance camera. Unlike the extreme cold, people's faces were now fully visible, and she could clearly see who they were. She was surprised to discover that the person was Chiu Hongwei. Tang Tian chose not to open the door or window. Although her solar panels were visible outside her house, she couldn't let outsiders know they were using the air conditioner to cool down, so she turned on the loudspeaker to ask. Chiu Hongwei had been in the building for a long time, and seeing the Tang family unwilling to even open the door, he naturally felt resentful. But remembering the purpose of his visit, he swallowed his anger and said, "Miss Tang, I have something to discuss with you." But Tang Tian refused to open the door, so Chiu Hongwei had to directly explain the reason. It turned out that after Chiu Hongwei led the others out to search for supplies, they encountered the official salvage team, forcing them to go further away. Not only did they return late each day, but the supplies they found were also dwindling. Not only did he have to keep some of the supplies for himself, but he also had to share some with those who went out with him, as a fair measure. At first, other residents would come up to exchange or beg for supplies, but later, as the supplies dwindled, they complained and became more angry. How could Chiu Hongwei not have noticed? Fearing a rebellion from the entire building, he considered the Tang family, with whom he had always been estranged. So, this time, he came to actively show weakness and seek peace. Ideally, they could establish contact, or even become allies. That way, if unrest broke out in the building, he could draw on the Tang family's power, providing him with a safeguard. But Tang Tian didn't take it seriously, and declined with a few perfunctory words. Chiu Hongwei had already considered him a thorn in his side from the start. There was no way she would choose to have any further contact. She was thankful that there hadn't been any further harassment or night raids. Chiu Hongwei gritted his teeth, his voice stern. Miss Tang, don't be so decisive. If you push her to the limit and make a desperate move, how can you still handle the entire building? I heard they came back with quite a bit of supplies last time, but I wonder where they found them. With so much supplies, how could one not be envied? I'm afraid someone will take another risk soon. A dozen people can't break down this door, let alone dozens or hundreds? This family is a bit too confident. Tang Tian sneered. Come on, as long as you're not afraid of death. The hint of sarcasm in Chiu Hongwei instantly inflamed him, and he couldn't help but kick the door in anger. But before he could land his second kick, the sound of a door opening behind him was heard. He instinctively turned around, and was met with a dark bullet hole. Shen Boyun said sternly, Get out. Don't bother me again. Chiu Hongwei didn't dare to say a word at the sight of the gun. His heart pounded, and he hurried out of the corridor. There were guns on the 17th floor. Even he had never seen a real gun before. Their supplies were nothing compared to his. Without a choice, he could only continue leading his men out to search for supplies, hoping to keep the building safe. This only made him even more wary of the 17th floor. The floodwaters finally reached about 3 stories high. It looked like nothing, but it was still over 10 meters deep. Even those who knew how to swim, even those without any knowledge of the water, would find it impossible to cross the torrent. The polluted floodwaters were as dark as the abyss, making it impossible to discern what dangers lay within. So Tang Tian stayed home with her family, enjoying the air conditioning. But they were also busy, especially Tang Tian, who prepared delicious food every day and sold it to snack shops. Medicinal food seemed more valuable than ordinary dishes, and she had been researching it recently. Tangy was interested in some of the supernatural powers, such as the furnace power found in orange dishes. So she specially crafted a level 3 pumpkin custard bake. A baby pumpkin served as the container, filled with a tender and sweet custard mixture, and then baked. Fresh out of the oven, it was warm, tinged with the milky aroma of pumpkin. It tasted sweet, soft, and melted in your mouth, with a rich flavor, even better than pudding. Tang Tian happened to have a piece of the remains of a safe, so she gave it to Tang Yi. Tang Yi used it to craft a few nails. Tang Tian took a look and immediately noticed the difference. After all, the metal attribute transforms metal into other forms, while this furnace ability seemed to be a serious forging process. Each nail was sharper than after polishing, and it finally looked like it had the power to kill. She couldn't help but think of the hunting rifle she'd given to Shen Boyun. Perhaps this furnace could also craft guns and bullets. It was just too low level, so it couldn't be made yet, but it could still make nails or some small weapons. Just because she'd been chopping so much, the blade of the Tang sword Tang Tian had previously made was a bit warped. She assigned this task to Tang Yi, to craft 3 new Tang swords, which would also help her train her mental strength. Even Wei Mingxia, not wanting to be idle, was also studying the system. Since she was able to grow vegetables, she already grown quite a few: leeks, lettuce, spinach, arugula, scallions, garlic, cherry radishes, and so on. But Tang Tian also bought a lot of crop seeds, not just vegetables, but also fruits and Chinese medicinal herbs. So Wei Mingxia decided to try growing fruit, which was perfect for hot weather and provided nutritional support. She was currently preparing it in a constant temperature room. Secondly, she found a recipe that suited her work. Pumpkin soup has the level 5 wood attribute and the level 5 water attribute, allowing for both growth and watering, while also training her mental strength. The Tang family was busy, and so were the people in the building. Chiu Hongwei toiled tirelessly every day, leading his men out in search of supplies. The finds were scant, and upon returning, they were plagued by crickets, driving him mad. He could barely manage to calm the people, who were poised to revolt at any moment. Not long after, those who often lingered at the windows suddenly saw several boats emblazoned with national flags approaching. Those who had been out had generally seen these boats before, and knowing they were official, they thought rescue had arrived and were overjoyed. This caused the survivors in the building to crowd together at the windows and begin shouting. The deafening noise could even reach the 17th floor. Tang Tian went to the balcony with binoculars and looked down. Besides the easily recognizable soldiers, the boats also contained a group of people carrying large and small bags. When they stopped in front of a building, some people disembarked, and the boats continued until they reached Building 15. Tang Tian realized that these were the men who had been sent to reinforce the levee. Now that the flood had stabilized, they only needed to wait for the water to recede before they would be released to reunite with their families. And given the official's character, these hard-working people would surely receive generous compensation. After dismissing everyone, the official boat sailed away. But the people at the windows were not happy. They cursed and cried, demanding the boat take them away. "Please, take me to the shelter. I don't want to stay here anymore. The officials say nice things, but there's water all around us. Why are you going to the shelter? You're deliberately abandoning us." Some even jumped into the floodwaters and swam towards the boat, whether as a self-destructive tactic or simply desperate hope. Perhaps the rescuers were still reluctant, but they continued to walk further and further away without looking back. Those who were no longer able to hold on in the water immediately gave up hope and allowed themselves to sink, soon becoming a common sight. The people at the windows, exhausted, stopped shouting and fell silent, their faces numb and cold. Perhaps at this moment, they were one step closer to becoming the walking dead. Because Chi Chong and Gao Lan had moved, Qin Yulin and Qin Peng, while protecting their supplies, struggled to find their own home, which turned out to be across the street. After confirming who was coming, the distressed former saw her husband and finally burst into tears, beating them. Though they had only been away for a few days, it felt like years. They counted the days and struggled to get by, at one point believing they were dead. Thankfully, they had been right to force the men to work. Everyone who reinforced the dam was paid. With food, water, and medicine, they were like another rescue effort. After rigorous supervision and hard work, Qin Yulin and Qian Peng had both undergone significant changes. One looked braver and more resolute, the other had become more robust, even his former potbelly invisible. But for Chi Chong and Gao Lan, as long as her husband could return home, their safety and conditions would be greatly improved. Family reunion, moreover, is a common pursuit ingrained in the DNA of the Yin people. Some in the building rejoiced, others were sad. What no one expected was that a few days later, several more boats would sail majestically into Hexinuen. There were assault boats, kayaks, and the lead boat was a sturdy fishing boat. Kong Jingwa remained seated in the front, cigarette in hand. The men behind him paddled forward, but many of them were armed with various weapons, making it clear to anyone that they were coming with ill intentions. The vehicle soon surrounded the third-floor windows of Building 15, the only exit. Kong Jingwa slowly exhaled smoke and ordered, "Zhou Ping, take the men upstairs. First, go to the 17th floor and find the gun. Take the supplies from the two families, and divide the women among yourselves." He then waved his hand. As for the other families, "It's up to you." Zhou Ping then let out a sinister grin, grabbed his machete, and stormed into the building with his men. Chapter 46. As Zhou Ping stepped onto the familiar 15th floor, he immediately gave the order, "Go straight to the 17th floor. Shoot if you see anyone, and you must retrieve the gun. All the spoils from now on are yours." Ever since the pirates began their robberies, they already taken quite a few so-called spoils. But when supplies are scarce, the mere mention of supplies is enough to stir excitement. Not to mention that Zhou Ping had mentioned in advance that the family was all women, which was even more likely to pique their interest than supplies. Zhou Ping, however, was careful and followed at the back of the group. Although he heard that the family had used a despicable tactic like poisoning the last time the security team was robbed, so much time had passed. He didn't believe they still had poison. The noise of a group of people ascending the stairs naturally disturbed the residents. Some, upset that their rescue efforts had been ignored, went out to shout. However, before they could even finish their sentences, they were stabbed to death by the pirates. Those who witnessed the scene through the peephole were so frightened that they dared not leave the house again. "Boss, this is bad." The man rushed to the top floor to report to Chiu Hongwei, startling him. Looking out the window, he saw the docked boats. The man panted again, "Boss, it's okay. I think they're targeting the 17th floor. I guess those two families have angered the people outside, and are here to seek revenge. They won't bother us." Despite his words, the man was actually thinking deeply. With so many people coming up, the 17th floor wouldn't be able to withstand them. Maybe they could take some supplies in the chaos. However, Chiu Hongwei smacked the man on the head and angrily said, "Idiot. Those must be the pirates we met on the road. They're bandits. If they're in a good mood, they just take your supplies. If they're in a bad mood, they might kill your whole family. How can you reason with them? Hurry. Go back to your own homes and block the front door. Don't let them in." The man who reported the situation immediately turned pale, his legs weakened, and he hurried home. Chiu Hongwei was internally grumbling. These pirates must have weapons of mass destruction to be so arrogant. Who knows if the 17th floor can hold its own? It wasn't that he was beginning to care about them. But if even the 17th floor was affected, then their other buildings would surely be taken as well. How could they possibly survive then? While he was daydreaming, a group of people had already reached the 17th floor. Zhou Ping poked his head out of the corridor and looked in. The hallway was perfectly quiet. There was even the smell of disinfectant, and no mosquitoes to be seen, completely different from the other corridors. It was clear that life on the 17th floor was still quite peaceful. Zhou Ping gritted his teeth in anger, but he didn't raise his voice. Instead, he gave orders directly. Among these people were those responsible for breaking down the doors, those dedicated to defense, and those responsible for the main attack. Especially, I even got a few experienced shooters to fetch guns. This time, the Tang family must be wiped out. Zhou Ping silently counted to 3. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd rushed out, raising their hands and pounding on the door. Why is this door so strong? Something's wrong. The men responsible for breaking down the door exerted all their might. They'd broken through many doors before, but none this solid. It held firm, stronger than a bank vault door. As they paused to catch their breath, the door opened from the inside. But what met them head-on was a slashing bolt of cold light. With a few loud shouts, the 3 or 4 men responsible for breaking down the door were either slashed in the face or had their throats slashed, their weapons falling to the ground. Zhou Ping frowned. The Tang family didn't poison me this time, so were they prepared for a head-on confrontation? They didn't even consider how many people were on their side. There must be a limit to their arrogance. This woman is the mastermind. Capture her alive. There's another woman inside, and if they're captured, they're yours. Zhou Ping roared. The people filling the corridor stamped their feet, and with a deafening roar, they rushed forward. But Tang Tian and Tang Yi were also well prepared. Zhou Ping looked closely, and saw that they were all wearing helmets, holding long knives in one hand, and nail guns in the other, with shields fixed to their arms. They swung and hacked, making a clanging sound. But for some reason, the controlled knives on his side were no match for the blades, and several of them were snapped off with the sound of a hammer. Unarmed, they were cut in half like fruit, powerless to defend themselves, and blood spurted onto the walls and floor. Tang Tian was responsible for the hacking, while Tang Yi fired the nail gun from behind, effectively using air bullets. A few bangs knocked the guns in the back row out of their grasp, and the sharp nails lodged accurately into their eyes and mouths, rendering them useless. Zhou Ping panicked instantly. He hastily grabbed his gun, aiming haphazardly, and was about to fire. But before he could pull the trigger, another bang pierced his wrist, blood gushing out, and he collapsed in agony. That wasn't the nails that caused the damage, but the bullets. Tang Tian glanced over, and saw that it was indeed Shen Boyun and Cheng Jing who had also emerged from their home. However, this kind of commotion had been caused by bullets last time, and Shen Boyun, a police academy graduate, certainly knew how to use them. It's just that bullets are precious, so he used the larger ones. Every move was aimed at the head. These pirates want supplies as well as lives, so there's no need to be polite with them. No! These guys are formidable. Retreat. Although Kong Jingwa's men had no worries about food and clothing, they still cherished their lives. They had initially thought they were just a few easy-to-capture women, but they turned out to be a tigress, even with help. Saving their lives was more important. Tang Tian quickly stepped forward, kicked back the 2 discarded guns, and slashed at their backs. The ground gradually became covered with blood and corpses. Zhou Ping, bleeding profusely, was still full of adrenaline, and he struggled to crawl towards the stairs. Tang Tian stepped forward and stabbed his other hand, pinning it to the ground. Zhou Ping screamed and began to beg for mercy. He had never imagined that the Tang family wasn't just capable of underhanded tactics. Even in a head-on confrontation, they could easily have outmaneuvered the security department. The number of people arriving today was several times greater than the security department's, yet they were still defeated. Chen Boyun approached with his gun, examining him for a moment, frowning. Isn't this the former security department captain? I never thought he was colluding with the pirates. This reminded Tang Tian. After all, after the security department collapsed, Zhou Ping was driven out and disappeared, so she naturally forgotten about him. She gripped the knife tightly, pressing him to reveal the details of the pirates, just as she had before. Zhou Ping dared not refuse, hoping only that his confession would spare his life. Captain, why are Zhou Ping and the others so slow? Why don't we go up too? They start after they get the women. Hee. The men left behind on the boat, scorched by the sun, were already complaining. Kong Jingwa, however, remained silent, his brow furrowed, his cigarette but still bitten. Even if Zhou Ping and his men had succeeded, and they heard gunshots, why hadn't there been any movement since then? Just as he was considering sending someone upstairs to check, something heavy suddenly fell from above. From such a height, it was enough to capsize the boat, sending the boatman tumbling into the floodwaters. Kong Jingwa looked over and was horrified. Lying on the boat was Zhou Ping's body. Quick retreat. He had given them all his remaining guns, but if Zhou Ping was dead too, it meant he was in their hands. He was completely powerless, so he had to flee. The men began to row, but Tang Tian popped her head out from the 5th floor, pointed at Kong Jingwa's back, and said, "That's the leader. Kill him." As if at the sound of this, Kong Jingwa spit out his cigarette butt and even took up the oar himself, rowing vigorously. Unfortunately, human power still couldn't match the speed of a bullet. Shen Buiyun aimed his gun and, with 2 bangs, struck Kong Jingwa on the back of the head. The latter staggered and fell into the water, soon resurfacing. The bandits screamed in fear. Without their leader, the bandit group disbanded. Great! Tang Tian, delighted, also took out her nail gun and fired, but she had run out of air bullets. Unfortunately, as the distance grew, sometimes she aimed perfectly but still missed. The bandits finally cleared the area, their figures gradually receding. But without a leader or weapons, these bandits probably posed no threat, let alone a return visit. Tang Tian sighed, a hint of envy in her voice. As expected of someone who attended police academy, your aim is impeccable even without practice. Shen Buiyun curled his lips, narrowing his eyes as he said, "Fortunately, it's only useful when the conditions are right." The two returned to the 17th floor, looking out at the bloody corridor strewn with corpses after the bloody battle, and sighed again. Finally, Tang Tian, her mother, and daughter, along with the Shen family, came out to clean up. Now that the temperature was rising, it was necessary to remove the bodies, and even the blood to prevent insects and disease. The 17th floor began to bustle. The anxious others in the building gradually lost sight of the overwhelming commotion and became confused. "Boss, did they win or?" Xiao Hongwei glared. "If they didn't win, how could the pirates be so quiet? Use your brain." Even so, he had lost all confidence. A victory on the 17th floor was certainly a good thing, but didn't it also mean they were even capable of repelling the pirates? Who else in the area could possibly defeat them? Luckily, the Tang family had no ambitions, otherwise I'd probably be dead. During the fierce battle on the 17th floor, the residents of the 2 floors above and below were the most terrified. On the 16th floor, Choi Soo-young huddled with her grandson, trembling in fear, even having to cover his mouth tightly to prevent him from making any noise. And on the 18th floor, the 2 families, husband, wife, and child, huddled together, deeply embracing the fear of the unknown. After the dust settled and no movement was heard, Gao Lan trembled and asked, "Husband, are those intruders gone?" "They should be gone." And they were heading for the 17th floor. Miss Tang must have fought them off. Qian Peng marveled in admiration. The Tang family truly possessed strength. With the gold bars they had once received, they were sure Tang Tian wouldn't do anything to them. Gao Lan, recalling her attempt to exchange supplies, only to be flatly rebuffed, curled her lips. Elsewhere, Chen Yulin and Qi Chong breathed a sigh of relief, figuring they should never mess with the 17th floor again. Li Feiyong anxiously awaited the outcome, not daring to rashly send a message via intercom. But everyone in the building now understood that the building had suffered a disaster today. And only after normalcy returned did they begin to express a mixture of gratitude and resentment. They thanked the heavens, but they blamed themselves for believing that if the 17th floor hadn't drawn attention and drawn people back from outside, this crisis wouldn't have happened. Tang Tian, however, hadn't noticed. After clearing the corridor, she left 2 more guns behind. She had initially intended to discard them, but remembering that her furnace ability could be used to craft bullets, she took one and stored it in storage. The building, and even the outdoors, calmed down again. It was a cloudless, sunny day. The floodwater still rippled, but the color seemed darker, and more body parts were floating. Until a kayak appeared on the water, paddling towards Hishing Garden. In it sat a middle-aged man with glasses and an unshaven beard, along with a young man and woman. The woman, with red eyes, gazed at the endless flood, then toward the tall buildings. Then, in a trembling voice, she asked, "Dad, do you think my aunt and her family are still alive? If they're dead, wouldn't all our efforts to get here be in vain?" The middle-aged man didn't respond, but sighed deeply and continued paddling. The young man advised, "It's okay. We have to see if there's a chance. If all else fails, we have to go to the shelter in Area S. Luckily, we still have this kayak." But the young woman's brows furrowed even more after hearing this, and a hint of hidden disdain appeared in her eyes. Finally, the kayak wobbled to the broken window of Building 15. Afraid the kayak would be stolen if left behind, the middle-aged man and the young man deflated it, took it with them, and carried it up the stairs. The young woman, covering her mouth and nose, swatted the mosquitoes in the hallway with her hands as she followed. This way, they reached the 17th floor. Let me see. I remember it's 1701. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, but when he reached the door, he didn't hear the doorbell, so he knocked. The young woman paused, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Compared to the bloody and foul odors everywhere else, there was the familiar smell of disinfectant here. Who these days has extra disinfectant to spray? This means my aunt must have plenty of supplies. Even if those supplies aren't from my aunt, they might be from this neighbor's. Many families these days form alliances with their neighbors. Isn't theirs? Thinking this way, she leaped with joy and helped knock on the door. At that moment, the Tang family had just finished breakfast and were busy with their own affairs. After the battle with the pirates, Tang Tian felt her aim was lacking, so she preferred to practice shooting. Just after finishing a round, she heard a knock on the door. Turn on the surveillance camera and see the people coming. She was suddenly dazed, feeling that these people seemed both familiar and unfamiliar. When the door didn't open, the young woman became anxious. While knocking, she shouted, "Auntie, it's me, Xiaoyu. If you're home, can you please open the door?" The young man leaned against the door, listening, and whispered, "Dad, it looks like someone's in there." The middle-aged man frowned upon hearing this, and was about to speak when a loudspeaker blared, interrupting him. "Uncle, is that you?" This voice. Wei Mingyang exclaimed in surprise. Tian, is that you? Are you still alive? How's your mother?" Tang Tian felt a mixture of emotions upon hearing the answer. So this was Wei Mingxia's younger brother, her and Tang Yi's uncle, Wei Mingyang and his family. But in her previous life, at least before her death, she had never encountered Wei Mingyang and his family again. And because of the loss of contact, she didn't know whether they were dead or alive. Perhaps Wei Mingyang had visited her after her death, but she simply didn't know. Whatever the case, they had indeed come to her in this life, and the reason didn't need to be stated. Everyone understood. They say a mother's uncle is more important than her mother's. Besides her two daughters, Wei Mingxia had only this one living relative. But they had already agreed that no outsiders were allowed in this time, and that was it. After hearing the voice and learning the news, Tang Yi immediately turned off the air conditioner and opened the curtains. The floor-to-ceiling windows instantly bathed the floor in golden light, and the room temperature soon rose. Wei Mingxia also entered the living room. Tan, sensing that his master didn't want anyone outside to enter, barked loudly. "Mom, please explain things to Uncle. I'm afraid Wei Mingyang just wants to see his sister right now." In their eyes, only the words of their elders matter. As for why he knew this address, Tang Tian didn't find it strange. The Wei siblings had no grudges. Tang Yi had bought a house, so it was natural for the older sister to share it with her younger brother. Wei Mingxia pursed her lips and went to the entrance to open the window above the door. "Sister, it's me, Xiaoqian, and Xiaoyu." Wei Mingyang said hurriedly, "Are you all okay? We finally made it out of the flood. Can you open the door first? We can go in and talk." However, Wei Mingxia whispered, "I'm sorry, Mingyang, but our house is packed too, and we don't have room. And we're running low on supplies, waiting for official aid. But since you come all this way, why don't you find a place to stay in the building?" She then quickly closed the window, afraid she softened her heart if she held on for even a second longer. Not letting them return the way they came was probably the greatest kindness they could offer. Wei Mingyang, Wei Yu, and Wei Qian were petrified, their eyes wide open in disbelief. I always remembered this aunt as kind and gentle, and someone who had a good relationship with Wei Mingyang. How could she suddenly become a different person? And most of these words were just excuses to get by, so how could they not hear that? Wei Yu cried, "Dad, you said your aunt would take us in? What are we going to do now? We're strangers here. How can we even stay here?" Besides the kayaks, they also had the rations they saved in their backpacks, which had been dwindling considerably. They had fully expected Wei Mingxia to take them in, but who could have imagined she would outright refuse? How would they survive then? Wei Mingyang hadn't expected Wei Mingxia to be so ruthless. Stunned for a moment, he banged on the door even more frantically, begging. But no matter what conditions he offered, there was no response from behind the door. Only the dog barked incessantly. Wei Qian pulled him aside and said, "Dad, let's go to the shelter. The authorities say everyone can be taken in, but maybe my aunt's isn't convenient. The shelter will surely solve all our problems." No, I don't want to go to such a shabby place." Wei Yu stamped his feet, his face filled with reluctance, and said angrily, "At least my aunt has this apartment. We can even sleep on the floor. Even if we're not allowed to stay, can't we just go in and rest? When did my aunt become so heartless? My mom says it's inconvenient, and that's it. Don't you have ears? If you complain again, we disregard our kinship." Before Wei Yu could finish, Tang Tian's stern voice rang out over the loudspeaker. Wei Yu's face flushed with anger, and just as he was about to retort, Wei Qian pulled him back. Wei Mingyang, pale and disillusioned, ultimately decided to give up for now and stay in the building. Wei Mingxiao and the others would have to go out eventually, so it wouldn't be too late to meet them and plead later. Truly, he didn't want to go to the shelter. He knew it would be packed. As a doctor, he predicted a plague would inevitably spread. Once it did, there was no guarantee it would spread. They might even be infected. Although the building was. While there were many survivors, each room was considered isolated, and he didn't want his children to be infected. After the survivors were concentrated in buildings 12 to 16, many died for various reasons. Coincidentally, the resident of building 1602 died, leaving the building vacant. Wei Mingyang and Wei Qian abandoned the body and temporarily took up residence there. And as expected, all of this was discovered by Choi Su-young, who lived across the street. The flood slowly receded to the second floor. One day, a group of people, carrying a homemade raft made of door panels and beds, were preparing to go out and search for supplies. When they reached the third floor and looked down, they were shocked. The third floor of the building was flooded, and half the stairs were covered in water. But beneath the surface, they suddenly discovered something. At first glance, they thought it was a large piece of rotten wood, but closer, they could see a pair of eyes. It was a crocodile? Could it have swum in with the floodwaters? Everyone was frightened for a moment, but their hearts soon brightened again. This crocodile is edible meat, just a little unpalatable. But everyone was starving now, so why bother? This crocodile weighed dozens of pounds, enough to feed a lot of people. With this in mind, they didn't rush out, but went back to get their weapons and tools, trying to capture the crocodile. They weren't stupid, they knew its mouth was both its strength and its weakness, they just had to find a way to seal it. The idea was rich, but the reality was harsh. The crocodile, sensing danger, performed a death roll, dragging one of the men down alive into the water. Splashing water, the surface quickly turned red, and the howling quickly died down. The others were frightened, sweating coldly, and they dared not attack the crocodile again. But the crocodile blocked the window, and some even rushed in from the opposite direction, leaving the residents completely unable to leave. Without leaving home, the family's supplies were depleting day by day, especially with Qiu Hongwei, who had a group of subordinates to support, and he was extremely anxious. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and went to the 17th floor to find Tang Tian again. When Tang Tian learned about this, she initially refused to agree, believing that the flood would recede soon, and it would not be too late for her to go out then. But after Qiu Hongwei begged her and promised to exchange the supplies she wanted, she changed her mind and asked for valuables such as gold, jade, and stones. Qiu Hongwei was stunned. He had expected Tang Tian to ask for food and water, but he had not expected her to ask for something inedible. But seeing that Tang Tian seemed capable and had promised to eliminate the crocodiles, Qiu Hongwei decided to find a way. In the end, he actually managed to gather some, including gold jewelry, jade bracelets, jade pendants, and other items. He estimated it weighed about 30 grams. He didn't know how many buildings he had searched, but it was probably more than that. Qiu Hongwei's face flushed and paled. Ever since the battle with the pirates, he'd been completely captivated by Tang Tian and knew better than to anger her. But after searching the area several times, only a handful of families were willing to part with their supplies. Some simply couldn't bear to part with the treasures they accumulated over half a lifetime, while others simply didn't believe the Tang family could repel the crocodiles. He wondered if it would be enough. These items would barely earn him around 100,000 gold coins. Tang Tian considered it, took the supplies, and decided to take the job. Chapter 47. Tang Tian took the jewelry, and went to the system to spend money. It was lunchtime, and after spending money, she didn't shut down the system. Instead, she created 2 more dishes, steamed pork ribs with pumpkin and shredded chicken. Steamed pork ribs with pumpkin possesses a higher level furnace skill, allowing for more difficult weapons. The shredded chicken, however, offers a completely new ability. An electricity-based ability. Crocodile's skin and thick flesh make it difficult to get close, so they can only rely on external forces. The tender ribs blended with the sweetness of pumpkin, and the golden, glistening shredded chicken, smothered in a refreshingly sour and spicy broth, were tender and fragrant, perfect for hot weather. So, Tang Tian and Tang Yi had spent the past few days crafting weapons using the furnace's power. They had also used the same method to make the knives and arm shields they had used against the pirates. After a few days of no news, and the residents afraid to go to the 17th floor, they went to Qiu Hongwei, believing that Tang Tian was taking the money without doing the work. Xiao Hongwei had no choice but to bite the bullet and grimace, asking the 17th floor instead. Fortunately, Tang Tian finally showed up this time. At first glance, Xiao Hongwei noticed she was holding a long weapon. Upon closer inspection, he saw it was a metal fork. But could that alone defeat a crocodile? Xiao Hongwei remained skeptical. This time, Tang Tian went out with Tang Yi, both wearing masks and goggles. Tang Tian whispered, "Go back." "Okay, I tell you, no one's allowed to come down to see, or I won't continue." Hearing this warning, Xiao Hongwei had no choice but to comply and watch them leave. Even though the temperature was over 30, cold sweat still trickled down his back. The other corridors were different. Even though the bodies had been thrown downstairs, the blood hadn't been cleaned up, and it not only stank, but was also infested with mosquitoes and flies. Tang Tian and Tang Yi quickly reached the second floor, finally able to breathe. Through the broken window, where water was leaking, they could vaguely see 2 or 3 crocodiles lurking underwater. They seemed to know there was food here, and having been hungry for who knows how long, they lingered there, unwilling to leave. At the sight of Tang Tian and Tang Yi, the crocodiles fixed their eyes on them, identifying them as their next prey. Even if these crocodiles hadn't eaten humans before, they had probably eaten corpses in the floodwaters. They understood the human scent, and would not show mercy in killing them. Tang Tian and Tang Yi exchanged a glance, then raised their steel pitchforks, and stabbed the crocodiles' heads. But the crocodiles' reflexes were faster than humans, and they opened their jaws and bit. But the moment the metal forks touched, a sudden hissing sound was heard. It was the electrical energy released by the 2 men. The hand-torn chicken's electrical properties were level 3, and the crocodiles' bodies were also highly conductive, amplifying the electricity. However, the crocodile's scales acted as an insulator. One crocodile was electrocuted, paralyzed, and stopped dead, while the other 2 made a move to escape. But the 2 metal forks Tang Tian had crafted were long enough to thrust forward, piercing every last one. The lingering sound of the shocks lingered, rippling the surface of the water. Several crocodiles that had been perched near the window finally floated to the surface, motionless. Tang Tian gave the crocodiles a few more shots to their stomachs, confirming they were truly dead. I wonder if there were any crocodiles outside, or if they had been electrocuted, but the electrified waters possess boundless power. From a distance, a few dead fish had even surfaced. Presumably the crocodile situation was resolved. There was an inexplicable faint smell of barbecue in the air. Tang Tian and Tang Yi put away their metal forks, and prepared to return to report. Unexpectedly, they were stopped on the 16th floor. Tian, Xiao Yi. Tang Tian and Tang Yi were both startled. The scruffy, disheveled middle-aged man before them was none other than Wei Mingyang. But in their impression, Wei Mingyang, as their attending physician, had always been a refined and elegant man. He looked a world away from him now. Of course, in the apocalypse, surviving was a blessing. Most people no longer cared about appearance or hygiene. "Uncle." Tang Tian called out briefly before falling silent and turning to go upstairs. But Wei Mingyang was anxious. Seeing that Tang Tian seemed genuinely unwilling to take him in, he quickly stepped forward to stop her, his expression sorrowful. Tian, have you forgotten your uncle? You and your sisters used to visit my house often when you were little. The official shelter in District S is too far from here, but they're still building it. Your uncle's just staying at your house for a while. We can go to the shelter together, so we have company on the way. Isn't that great? And your cousins, have you forgotten them? You used to play together when you were little, and you kept in touch even after you grown up. The emotional card is a timeless tactic. Not only blood relatives, but even longtime neighbors who lived together for over a decade can use it to get what they want in the early days of the apocalypse. Tang Tian certainly remembered all this. In her previous life, when Wei Mingxia and Tang Haifeng started having trouble, Wei Mingyang was the only member of her family to support her. After Feng took control, she had imagined how different her family would be if she were united with Wei Mingyang. But later Tang. She felt that if Wei Mingyang came, over time, he would too. The apocalypse changed everything. In short, she wouldn't take Wei Mingyang and the others in. She was about to reply, "Cousin, please take us in. My aunt has always loved me. How could she not help us? Besides, we have supplies. If we combine them with yours, we have more. We survive longer." Tang Tian shook her head, and Tang Yi explained on her behalf, making more excuses before continuing upstairs and heading home. Unexpectedly, Wei Mingyang didn't try to stop her, but Wei Yu stubbornly held onto Tang Tian. Tang Tian frowned and released a small amount of electricity from her fingertips. Wei Yu, in pain, let go, clutching her hand and crying out in pain. Tang Tian and Tang Yi went back home, but Choi Soo-young, who had been secretly observing from the doorway, suddenly interrupted and asked, "You're actually relatives of that family? TSK, what bad luck. Who in this building doesn't know that they're a family of murderers, ruthless killers? I advise you to be obedient and not provoke them, or else they be completely ruthless." "No, that's impossible. I'm my sister's only brother." Wei Mingyang rubbed his head in agony. His family lived in the area next to his district, not too far away. When the extreme cold first hit, the hospital where he worked was overcrowded, and he was kept busy every day. Later, with the death of many medical staff, he, fearing death, secretly packed up and ran away. But running away meant no high pay, and the family's supplies dwindled day by day. At first, he could trade family property and medicine for supplies, but it was still a drop in the bucket. Wei Mingyang was constantly scolded by his wife, who even started fighting and threatened a divorce. Later, a snowstorm hit, and the situation became even worse. We were already at a point where we had no water or food. To ensure she had enough to eat, his wife actually cheated on Wei Mingyang. He was furious, but threatened by the armed men in the building, he dared not say anything. This pained him deeply. After the blizzard finally subsided, his wife and her lover took the family's remaining possessions and medicine and left. Unable to make ends meet with the child, Wei Mingyang took the risk and traveled to District S to seek refuge with Wei Mingxia. Luckily, he had made a connection by providing medicine to a neighbor and then treating her illness, which led to the kayak. The family first went to the old house, but couldn't find her. Wei Mingyang then remembered that Tang Yi had bought a new house and might have moved out, so he paddled back again. Thinking they had finally seen dawn, they were met with darkness once again. He was Wei Mingxia's only relative. How could she be so heartless? Wei Yu was furious, and when he couldn't scold Tang Tian, he turned his ire on Choi Xiuying. "Where did you come from, gossiping old woman? This is my family business. What's it to you?" Choi Xiuying rolled her eyes in anger, slamming the door shut and ignoring him. Where did this uneducated little girl come from? She'd be in trouble in the future. Chiu Hongwei still didn't believe it when he learned the crocodile had been killed. He took his men down to take a look, and then his legs went weak. Isn't that the crocodile corpse floating on the surface? How on earth did Tang Tian do it? The news spread quickly throughout the building, and the windows were immediately crowded with people. If we had known earlier, we should have asked the 17th floor for help in killing the crocodile. That man wouldn't have died earlier. Look at this attitude, even asking for help. Fact proves that in the apocalypse, strength is everything. This crocodile is huge. It should yield a lot of meat. Look, there are dead fish nearby. Yeah, there's water outside now. The surviving fish will surely be swimming together, so we can still eat them. You know what? It seems people in Building 16 next door have already started fishing. Without waiting for Chiu Hongwei's orders, people spontaneously began to retrieve the dead crocodile and organize fishing trips. The dead crocodile, which hadn't yet rotted, was considered fresh and needed to be quickly prepared for food. Although the extreme cold had passed, human survival still depended on fire, and the people in the building were forced to learn how to make fire by drilling wood together. The floodwaters held many objects, and the strong sun dried them quickly. Some people who couldn't find food outside would also salvage combustible materials. Chiu Hongwei and his companions, also short of food, acquiesced. People then fetched knives and cut open the crocodile's abdomen. But the sight inside made them frown, and some even vomited in disgust. To fill their stomachs, crocodiles ate everything. Their stomachs contained traces of plant matter, but also pieces of strange, foul-smelling flesh. People had already figured out what it was, and they were torn between disgust and contentment. But they really didn't want to starve to death, so they scraped the crocodile's stomachs clean, out of sight, out of mind, and then divided the meat. In the end, every household roasted crocodile meat, some made it into jerky for long-term storage, and even the dead fish were eaten. Seeing his father and sister, one in a state of ecstasy, and the other crying daily, proved futile, Wei Qian went to beg for a few pieces of crocodile meat. Chiu Hongwei had heard from the loudmouth Choi Xiuying that this family was Tang Tian's relative, so he gave them a few pieces. But after Wei Qian brought it back, Wei Mingyang and Wei Yu refused to eat it because it was too dirty, so they had to prepare it as a backup. There happened to be a fisherman in the building, and when there was no food, he even resorted to eating bait. After this inspiration, he immediately took out his fishing rod and went fishing by the window, even going so far as to set a bait in advance. This operation was much less risky, and he was lucky enough to catch a few small fish. The fisherman took it home and grilled it that day. The aroma seemed to waft to the other households, making them salivate. Now, people went out not just to look for supplies, but also to fish with their own tools, and the building quickly became bustling with activity. After all, fish sounded better than crocodiles, and catching more was just as good. The news quickly spread to the Tang family's neighbors. After learning that the Tang family had successfully repelled the pirates, Li Feiyong became even more obedient to them. He asked over the intercom if they wanted to go fishing too. Tang Tian thought for a moment before politely replying that it was best not to. Previous floods were fine, but this time, there's not only garbage in the floodwaters, but also corpses. The surviving fish are all lumped together, and some are omnivorous. Without food, they might eat the carcasses like crocodiles. If a person eats a fish with carcasses in its stomach, what's the difference between that and indirectly eating a human? The most important thing is that floodwaters are always dirty. Even a little bit of it could make you sick, let alone the fish swimming in them. Of course, she couldn't say it directly, lest she be accused of eating meat instead of just porridge. Li Feiyong hung up the message after a moment of silence. He probably won't eat fish anymore, ever. And those who do eat fish mostly roast them over a fire, or, if they're better off, make them into fish soup. After all, the seasoning wasn't running out that quickly, so they were just surviving on that little bit of salt and sugar. Wei Qian also managed to get some fish, and this time Wei Mingyang and Wei Yu were finally willing to eat some. Of course, it was also because there was very little food, and people were starving. But after just a few days of eating, some people began to show symptoms. First, they had a constant fever, but many attributed it to the hot weather. But then came nausea and vomiting, abdominal pain and diarrhea, until they became unconscious and dehydrated, and could die if they weren't careful. The people in the building gradually began to complain bitterly. They knew it might be because they had eaten fish from the flood, but if they didn't eat, they would starve to death. Now, without medicine, they could only continue to suffer. Some, thinking they would die of gluttony, continued to eat fish as usual, and soon died in their rooms. And at that temperature, maggots would soon breed in large numbers, even overflowing the doors. For a moment, the whole building was filled with crying, groaning, vomiting, and diarrhea. The paste of bloody vomit, feces, and fresh corpses made the building's atmosphere even more filthy, the smell practically permeating the 17th floor. When Tang Tian learned of this, she donned protective gear, armed with disinfectant and insecticide, and went to disinfect the 17th floor corridor. Luckily, the Shen family didn't eat fish. While fish is a food, eating it to fill their stomachs would only lead to illness, complicating the situation. So, they've been thrifting these days. Seeing Tang Tian disinfecting the corridor on the surveillance camera, Shen Boyun pondered for a moment before donning a mask and heading out. Let me help you. This wasn't Shen Boyun trying to make a name for himself. They were the only two families on this floor. With Tang Tian's comprehensive disinfection, they were also the beneficiaries. How could they not contribute? Tang Tian understood his meaning and gave him a tool. Then she suggested, there's bound to be a plague soon, and we don't know how it will spread. Why don't we seal the door to this floor and prevent anyone from coming up? Shen Boyun nodded. All my wishes. It was a simple statement, but Tang Tian felt a strange pang in his heart as he listened. He kept silent and focused on his work. There was a large door at the entrance to the hallway, but there was no elevator. It was also the emergency exit, and people were using that route now. Should I go back and make a lock with a metal furnace, or an iron fence? Tang Tian was pondering this when a sudden commotion erupted outside. Soon, someone forced their way in, crying loudly, even kneeling on the ground. Shen Boyun stepped forward to block the way, only to realize they were several women holding and supporting children. Miss Tang, you must have medicine. Please save my child. Children too young to survive the extreme cold have died. Those left behind are being helped along by their parents with all their might. But recently, everyone in the building has been sharing contaminated fish, and even adults have been affected, not to mention children with weak immune systems. Perhaps someone still has medicine they can secretly give to their children to tide them over, but those without will have no choice but to turn to begging again. So, their first thought was the Tang family, who could repel the pirates. Tang Tian looked at the weeping parents and said coldly, "Who told you I have medicine? I can only disinfect my house. Get out of here." Seeing Tang Tian's decisive refusal, some people became unhappy, especially Choi Soo-young, whose grandson had also been infected. After being given a few pieces of crocodile meat, she didn't want to eat them, so she traded them for some fish from another family to make fish soup. Thinking it wouldn't be dirty if cooked thoroughly, and also considering fish soup to be nutritious, she gave most of it to her grandson. But after lunch, He started crying out in pain in the afternoon, clutching his stomach. Terrified, Choi Soo-young quickly took out the medicine she had hidden at home and gave it to him. But this time, the illness was so severe, his grandson's condition kept recurring, leaving him in a state of disfigurement. She was so panicked that she joined others in seeking help from the 17th floor. She wiped the tears from her face, stood up, and glared at him, cursing, "I know you take human life lightly. You're so young yet so cruel. A bunch of us are begging you on our knees, and you're not afraid of shortening your life. Last time, you took our gold and jade. So what if you just gave us some medicine? And you have disinfectant spray, so how could you not have medicine? Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda." That's right. As soon as Choi Soo-young finished her words, someone else chimed in. It was Gao Lan. In fact, the two families on the 18th floor had also gone fishing for food, and the adults soon felt unwell. Fortunately, before the apocalypse, the family had a habit of buying medicine. But the child's illness couldn't be stopped, and the Chin family had even less medicine. Even if her husband still had the compensation he received from the government, it was almost insufficient, so Gao Lan rushed to the house. She's just a black-hearted person, always looking for ways to benefit her. Don't think we don't know what you used to do. How could you be so poor at home? Tang Tian scoffed. Disregarding human life? Cruel? If she were truly like that, she would have cleared out the entire building long ago to save herself the trouble. Well, except for the Shin family. So she actually hoped that was the case. The flood has receded again. Instead of kneeling here begging me, why don't you go out and look for someone? If you run into any officials, they might be able to save your child. Why are you talking to me? If you come harassing me again, do you believe I really take your life? Tang Tian said, pulling a sharp dagger from her pocket and wielding it directly in front of them. The frightened people screamed and quickly fled, clutching their children. Tang Tian then sheathed the dagger and quickly cleaned up the area where they had been. It seems like making the iron fence lock is urgent. Chen Boyun watched her busy figure and smiled faintly. Tang Tian was awakened that day by the screams. Wei Mingxiao was always the first to wake up. As usual, she was going to wash up and make breakfast, but she found the windows of her house were completely dark. As soon as she put on her glasses, she screamed in fear, and even Tan Tan barked in fear. It wasn't a splash of color, or something obscuring it, but a dense swarm of tiny spiders. Tang Tian and Tang Yi scrambled to their feet and immediately took out their insecticide, spraying it around the cracks, while Wei Mingxiao quickly blocked the drains in the house. Then Tang Tian took protective measures, took out her flamethrower and fuel, and went to the balcony to burn the spiders. After clearing the remains, she also caught 2 spiders in a container and brought them back to study. Although the spiders were small, their spotted backs and red eyes were noticeable, giving them a strange feeling. It's not surprising that stagnant water breeds insects, but it's more that Tang Tian didn't know what would happen next. But she knew the most important thing right now was to exterminate the insects. She couldn't let these spiders sneak into her home. After consulting the system, it offered a solution, utilizing the supernatural powers found in green cuisine. Tang Tian flipped through the ingredients and actually found an insect repellent supernatural power, a whole series dedicated to mint. But mint, as an ingredient, is only found in the forest, so it's rare. She decided to try it with level 3 mint tea first. The freshly brewed mint tea was steaming hot, but the aftertaste of the tea was a light mini fragrance, refreshing. After gaining the supernatural power, Tang Tian opened her palm to use it. A flash of grass green flashed by, and a rich minty aroma filled the air. Like a fuel ball, a soft green slime sphere formed. Host, this is the supernatural power ball used to repel insects. Place it in a fixed location to create an insect repellent effect, repelling any insect, the system explained considerately. Tang Tian nodded, and allowed Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao to also gain the insect repellent ability. The 3 of them began to roll their own balls. Thankfully, they had all been using their abilities to upgrade their mental strength these days, and they could clearly feel the improvement. For example, their air bullets went from 7 to 10. In the end, they rolled a total of 30 balls. When dealing with these tiny insects, the drain was the key point of concern. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao took the balls and went to place them. Tang Tian took the remaining balls and went to the balcony, sticking them in the corners and placing them by the window, where they would be protected from the wind, making them very convenient. However, the level 3 level wasn't high, and it was unclear how long these balls would last. So, Tang Tian decided to either upgrade the level at home or roll more balls for backup. They had to be prepared for this insect influx. After everything was arranged at home, The three of them finally relaxed. Wei Mingxia had recently been making a batch of frozen food, specifically wontons with flour and shrimp obtained from the system. She now turned on the induction cooker to prepare them. Tang Yi, on the other hand, used a blender to blend mung beans, rice, milk, rock sugar, and water, creating a bucket of mung bean milk, perfect for drinking right now. Tang Tian, on the other hand, gently held Tan Tan in her arms, comforting him. The two of them, the dog, waited for their meal. But the gradually relaxing scene was finally interrupted by a loud noise. Miss Tang! Miss Tang! Something bad has happened. Chapter 48. Qiu Hongwei had been extremely anxious since early this morning. He and his men had been forced to eat fish from the floodwaters due to food shortages. Fortunately, they had hidden some supplies, so their fish intake was minimal, and they also had medicines on hand. But later on, they dared not eat fish anymore, and had to conserve other foods. During this time, some patients came to ask for or exchange their medicine, but Qiu Hongwei was determined not to give it to them. Unexpectedly, so many things happened today. He immediately thought of Tang Tian and went to her house. First, there was the inexplicable increase in spiders. Some even crawled along the passageways into the houses, biting anyone they caught, causing itching and swelling. Second, the team went out in kayaks as usual, but before they had made it a few meters, the kayaks were overturned by something underwater, throwing everyone on board into the water without warning. They should have been able to climb out quickly, but then the water lurched, and those people were pulled under alive. Soon, a large patch of crimson appeared on the water surface, frightening the people at the window, and immediately reporting it to Qiu Hongwei. Qiu Hongwei, still working with his men to exterminate insects, was initially incredulous, but then he looked into the water and saw a surprising number of fish. Miss Tang, don't give up yet. These fish are strange, unlike ordinary fish. Not only do they bite, they're also very aggressive. They already swum into the hallway. If they weren't fish, they probably have already climbed the stairs. Fishes that bite? Tang Tian's first thought was piranhas. Such fish do exist. But could they really swim to extenuate an attack? You go do your thing first. I check back later. Reassured by his promise, Qiu Hongwei hurried back to remove the spider. Tang Tian then put on some protective gear, including a mask and goggles. She then grabbed a metal fork, a dagger, and a wide-mouthed glass bottle, and after speaking to Wei Mingxia, she and Tang Yi went downstairs again. The floodwaters had receded to the first floor, which wasn't too high, but not too low either. You still had to float when you went out, but some, relying on their good swimming skills, started swimming. Of course, the temperature was gradually climbing above 35 degrees Celsius, a temperature that would have been enough to turn on the air conditioner in Spring City in the past. But now, there was still no electricity, and the hallways were as stuffy as saunas. But the air inside wasn't filled with plants and essential oils, but with all sorts of vomit and excrement, and the smell was dangerously intoxicating. Tang Tian frowned. It seemed that medical masks wouldn't be enough next time I went out. It was time to wear a gas mask. Arriving at the water's edge, something began to flutter in the water. It looked like a fish. Tang Tian acted decisively, and used a metal fork to electrocute the fish. After a sizzling sound, dead fish, some large and some small, floated to the surface. The small ones looked like crucian carp, while the larger ones seemed to have not yet been completely killed and were still struggling. But they looked like they could capsize a kayak. Tang Tian and Tang Yi worked together, took one fish and put it in a glass bottle, and then prepared to go home. To their surprise, the first person they encountered was Wei Yu, who came in aggressively. I wondered how she knew when the sisters had gone out. Did she do nothing but focus on this? Wei Yu had become so thin that her cheeks were sunken, but she didn't look seriously ill. At least she had the energy to fight the two of them. Seeing Tang Tian and Tang Yi, though their faces were mostly covered, exuding an aura not unlike that of the pre-apocalyptic world, she felt even more resentful. Her two cousins had always been her dreams and role models. Her dream was to become a major streamer like them, with money and attention. Finally, having some free time after attending university, she embarked on her own streamer journey. Wei Yu was actually quite good-looking, and just as she was feeling proud of her early success, the apocalypse arrived. But she hadn't yet moved on from her previous world, always believing that those around her should give way to her, and that she should live a perfectly good life. Wei Mingyang, on the other hand, was obsessed with his daughter and doted on her, giving her any extra supplies during the extreme cold. This made her even more confused, so she constantly sought a better place to live, never a crowded, filthy shelter. So, she turned her attention to her Aunt Wei Mingxia's house. It was a newly purchased home after all. And for their sake, Wei Mingyang would certainly not deny them a place. Wei Mingxia had unexpectedly rejected them so bluntly, completely shattering Wei Yu's dreams. It was beyond her comprehension. Ever since settling into Building 15, she'd been brooding over the situation, finally concluding, it must have been these two cousins who were secretly trying to persuade their aunt not to take them in. Wei Mingxia was elderly, after all, and with the end of the world being dangerous, it was a young man's world. Naturally, she only listened to her two daughters. The thought of this infuriated Wei Yu. Just as Tang Tian had imagined, she'd been waiting for the sisters to leave every day, and today, she finally caught them, and secretly followed them all the way. Cousin, we have no grudges against each other, you guys? My father is her only family. Tang Tian scoffed. What do you mean by only family? Aren't we hers? And now we're even closer. You? Wei Yu, enraged, charged at them, arms raised. Just for that, she simply leaned to the side, unable to stop, and fell into the water ahead. Why don't you pull me down? Wei Yu thrashed in the water like a fish. Fortunately, she knew how to swim, so she didn't sink. But she hated the filth of the floodwater, and screamed almost frantically. Tang Yi frowned slightly and whispered, Tian Tian, should we save her? Save what? She rushed over and fell in. I was acting in self-defense. Tang Tian was about to leave, when Wei Yu's scream suddenly changed into shrill cries of pain. Ah! Something's biting me. It hurts. Cousin, please save me. Tang Tian and Tang Yi quickly tilted their heads. They watched as something in the water seemed to be biting Wei Yu's lower body, and dragging her backwards. Wei Yu clutched the nearby railing with both hands, otherwise he would have been dragged away. The water churned and gradually turned blood red, and Wei Yu's face slowly turned pale. Pale and twisted. Xiao Yu. Another scream came from above. Wei Mingyang and Wei Qian hurried down and worked together to pull Wei Yu up. But the man they pulled up was already dying. Wei Yu's pants were torn, a bright red mess. Some flesh had even been bitten off. It was a horrific sight. The pain was so numbing that he could only moan. If this continued, it would either be excessive blood loss or infection, either of which would be fatal. If he had gone to the hospital at this time in the past, he might have been able to save his life, but in the apocalypse, he would just wait for death. Wei Mingyang, a doctor, understood the situation at a glance and roared in agony. Soon, he turned to look at Tang Tian and Tang Yi, his eyes bloodshot. It had to be you. How could you be so cruel? You wouldn't even offer a hand. She's your cousin. Uncle, she was the one who rushed over and tried to hit me first. I had nothing to do with her. But Wei Mingyang's frantic demeanor made it clear he wouldn't listen. Tang Tian said nothing more and left with Tang Yi for home. But since it concerned the Wei family, they still told Wei Mingxia about the incident. Wei Mingxia sighed. Wei Mingyang's two children weren't actually bad people, but the apocalypse had become a catalyst, deepening evil in people's hearts. Mingyang loves his daughter Elle the most. Now you can't escape his influence. Who knows what he'd do in the future? Be careful. This incident completely shattered the family. Tang Tian thought this was a good idea, saving them from using emotional leverage to morally blackmail. If they became enemies, things would actually be much simpler. She was just worried that Wei Mingxia would feel uncomfortable. As if she could read Tang Tian's mind, Wei Mingxia adjusted her glasses and advised, Tian Tian, don't worry. Your mother isn't that fragile. Mingyang may be my brother, but I'm not that foolish. Just do it your way. Tang Tian nodded, and went with Tang Yi to examine the captured piranhas. Wei Mingxia, watching the two men from behind, lost in memories. Of course, the younger generation doesn't fully understand the past of their elders. The relationship between Wei Mingxia and Wei Mingyang wasn't as close as they imagined. The older sister always harbored some resentment towards the younger sister. Because it wasn't Wei Mingyang who originally wanted to study medicine, but Wei Mingxia. But at the time, her family said only one of them could go, and Wei Mingxia didn't even have time to explain her reasons, so the choice naturally fell to Wei Mingyang. Clearly, the Wei family valued their son more, and felt she wouldn't have a future. Wei Mingxia had no choice but to settle for her current profession. Fortunately, it's a versatile profession, a guaranteed job, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for her to raise her two daughters. She never expected that, even in this environment, she would still be blind to her own future and marry a man who favored boys over girls. Whenever she thinks about it now, she can't help but laugh. But she never wanted Wei Mingyang dead, nor did she want to break up with him. She lived her life as usual and kept in touch. But who could have predicted the end of the world when life and death became predestined? She didn't owe Wei Mingyang anything, she just lived her life well. Besides, It now seemed that her two daughters, L, were no match for anyone else. "Mom! Come quickly!" Tang Yi's cry snapped Wei Mingxia out of her trance, and she hurried forward. She saw Tang Tian frowning, clutching her hand, a few drops of blood dripping onto the floor. Tan Tan seemed to sense that it was his master's blood, and that bleeding meant injury, so anxiously barked and circled around Tang Tian. On the floor lay a fish, its tail tip trembling. It was the one Tang Tian had caught earlier. As Chiu Hongwei had said, this fish looked even more remarkable when it was brought out. Not only was its body dark green, but it also had noticeable fangs in its mouth. It had clearly surfaced just now, and it hadn't moved a bit while she was taking it out. Unexpectedly, Tang Tian, after carefully removing it, was caught off guard by a bite. This fish actually pretends to be dead? A single slash from those sharp fangs left a deep wound. And within seconds, a faint dark green tinge appeared around the edge of the wound, as if it were poisoned. It's obvious that Wei Yu, with his lower body pierced by the fish, would not survive. If it were just a wound, it would be fine. The family's medical kit has plenty of things to stop the bleeding and bandage it, but that dark green tinge was impossible to ignore. "Let me try." Wei Mingxia took Tang Tian's injured hand and placed her other hand on top. A fresh, tender green immediately appeared on her palm. Tang Tian felt a chill at the wound, and soon the dark green tinge disappeared, and even the bleeding stopped. "Mom, this..." Wei Mingxia smiled and said, "This is a supernatural power from green cuisine. It should be purification and healing. I originally wanted to study the wood element more, but I didn't expect there are so many subtypes within it. I've been pondering them lately. This is truly a magical power. Clearly, purification can detoxify, and healing can heal external injuries. Both are essential now and in the future." But Tang Yi was still worried and went to find a medical kit to bandage Tang Tian's wound, practically wrapping her entire hand. Tayton saw that Tang Tian seemed to have recovered and bared his teeth at the fish on the ground. The three of them, mother and daughter, stared at the fish, bewildered. Tang Tian had died by this time in her previous life, and had never seen a fish like this. It looked like a biting piranha, but how had the fish around her become like this? A strange word, one that she couldn't help but think about, popped into Tang Tian's mind. Mutation. Without this word, the strange fish's appearance couldn't be explained. Besides, the end of the world was once a fantasy, so biological mutations wouldn't seem surprising. Over half of the residents of the few remaining buildings in Hexinuen died after eating contaminated fish, causing the rest to no longer dare eat fish. But now there were spiders upstairs and piranhas in the water, making it even more difficult to go out and search for supplies. People were caught in a dilemma. Wei Yu died a few hours after being carried back home. I don't know what Wei Mingyang and Wei Qian were thinking, but Tang Tian didn't see them come back. Thankfully, not long after, officials received new information, and Tang Tian took out her radio to adjust it. Because of these strange piranhas, some officials had initially risked their lives. So now, even they dared not venture out easily. Instead, they planned to capture a batch for research, then cull the fish en masse and warn the public that the fish were contaminated and should never be consumed. And to address the large number of spiders and insects, officials decided to implement a disinfection program. Helicopters would later airdrop relief supplies, which gave people a glimmer of hope. For the next few days, Tang Tian could hear the sound of helicopters and the gentle spraying outside her house every day. Thanks to her insect-repellent ball, no insects entered her home. As for killing piranhas, Tang Tian figured that the authorities probably used electrofishing to achieve this on a large scale. So, occasionally, official ships could be seen operating here, then quickly departing. Research had also progressed. It was indeed a species of piranha never before seen by humans, a mutated form of piranha. It was extremely sensitive to flesh and blood and highly aggressive, so it must be eliminated as soon as possible to prevent future trouble. After hearing the news, Tang Tian felt a vague sense of unease. She, like everyone else, was still unaware of the future progress and could only make the best of it. After some progress in the disinfection efforts, officials began airdropping relief supplies. Tang Tian didn't need to keep an eye on them daily. She could only wait for the building to become bustling with activity, indicating the supplies had arrived. That very day, she noticed hurried footsteps upstairs. Perhaps the airdrop had placed the supply boxes on the rooftop. Tang Tian decided not to join in the fun. No one would quietly wait for the distribution of supplies after waiting so long. Everyone rushed in with a frenzy. If they didn't get any, it would be a blessing in disguise. The worst fear was accidentally falling. 20 stories high, even Tang Tian wouldn't have survived. As expected, After more than half an hour of commotion, Tang Tian received a message from Li Feiyong. Sister Tian, where are you? You didn't go to the rooftop, did you? Not yet. What happened? Li Feiyong, clutching a few boxes of instant noodles, canned food, and medicine he had finally managed to snatch, went straight home, locked the door, and finished his task in one go. He took a few breaths before continuing. It was horrific. After the supply boxes were lowered, a group of people rushed forward to grab them. People behind them rushed in to fight, and someone even accidentally fell off the rooftop. The boxes were eventually opened, but people were jostling and shoving, no one wanted to take more, and the supplies ended up falling. After he finished his story, he asked worriedly, Sister Tian, I'm afraid the relief supplies are gone this time. Do you have any left? I still have a little left, enough to keep me alive. The flood is almost receding now. After a major flood, there will inevitably be a plague. If you have enough supplies, it's best not to go out for the time being until the situation is under control. For obedient and intelligent people like Li Feiyong and Shen Boyun, Tang Tian sincerely wanted them to survive. However, she wouldn't just deliver the supplies directly, she would just keep them in mind. People on the rooftop saw a supply box on the water. Even though there were piranhas inside, they refused to give up the precious supplies and rushed downstairs to grab them. Many people were killed before the supplies were completely divided up. Even the boxes were picked up. This time, some took more, some less. Those who took more still felt it wasn't enough, and those who took less were even more unhappy, so home invasions gradually increased. Some were even more ruthless, stealing the supplies and killing the owners to seize more. Fortunately, the Tang family had already established a foothold and a reputation here, so the robbers. They didn't dare go to the 17th floor. They knew the difference between saving their lives and saving their supplies. Xiao Hongwei still had about 10 men, secretly worried. The official arrival of relief supplies was obviously a good thing, but it also upset the usual balance. The building was no longer under his control. He was lucky to be alive. The floodwaters outside had receded to his calf, allowing people to walk. So some people quietly moved to the neighboring building 16, which was also the building Sun Gaohan primarily managed. The number of people in building 15 dwindled again, now only about 20 or so. The situation in the other buildings was not good either. The 5 buildings combined probably only had about 100 people. Even so, humans were still thinking about how to take the top spot. So Sun Gaohan and his men came to building 15 with ill intentions, found Xiao Hongwei, and asked him to surrender with building 15. Xiao Hongwei was furious. Sun Gaohan had begged him for protection on his knees, and he'd been willing to help. He even helped him breach the security department, earning a good impression. Now that he was in power, the situation had reversed, but he didn't resist. After all, he needed to eat and survive, so he had to swallow his anger and agree, but he still advised him not to go against the 17th floor. However, Sun Gaohan was in high spirits, and wouldn't listen to such talk. He immediately decided to shift his target to the 17th floor. But before he could even prepare to ascend, the arrogant plague arrived, waved its hand, and instantly brought everyone down. Tang Tian didn't know about this, and couldn't watch the live broadcast, otherwise she would have definitely commented, pure idiocy. The temperature had reached 40 degrees Celsius, and the corridor was like an oven, the huge sun like a constant radiating heat. The floodwaters receded, revealing vast expanses of thick silt and sand, some as tall as a person. It was even harder to move than during a flood, so Tang Tian decided not to go out for now. The brown-black mud not only had a pungent odor, but was also tangled with weeds, various garbage, and especially the carcasses of some aquatic animals, all mingled together. Even if people could walk on it, they might get scratched or infected by sharp objects, and she didn't want to take that risk. So, at that moment, she pinched a bright red cherry tomato and popped it into her mouth. It tasted sour and sweet. Tan Tan sagged greedily at the edge of the sofa, so Tang Tian peeled an apple for him to eat. The cherry tomatoes weren't something she stockpiled. Wei Mingxia had grown them in the constant temperature greenhouse. She also planted kumquats, strawberries, lemons, and other fruits, all of which were growing beautifully. In addition, Tang Tian also collected a number of medicinal herbs from the system, all of which can be used to make medicated foods. For example, patchouli, atractylodes, and atractylodes can treat gastrointestinal problems. Ephedra, pinelia, and poria can treat coughs, and schizonepida, sapashicovia, and kochia seeds can treat skin infections. In particular, various herbs that clear heat and detoxify have also appeared in the herb fields. So Tang Tian and Tang Yi have recently been studying an e-book on traditional Chinese medicine. Wei Mingxia, on the other hand, continues to research her wood-attributed abilities. There are even more categories of wood-attributed abilities: plant growth, healing, purification, insect repellent, shielding, photosynthesis, parasitism, and so on. The latter may not be used for the time being, but the former are still very useful. However, the abilities must not be discovered by outsiders, so it is best to focus on using real-life materials and only use them in critical situations. Even in such high temperatures, the insects in the building continue to multiply and spread disease. Mosquitoes, flies, fleas, and lice were rampant, leaving people with widespread bites and nasty ulcers. Unable to bear the pain, some even scratched until they bled, causing infection and a gruesome death. So Tang Tian continued to hand-roll her insect repellent balls. This time, she made a higher quality mint green ball, which was not only larger but also longer lasting. She also used her furnace power to recreate a lock and iron bars, attempting to seal the hallway door, and made several more keys. Donning her protective suit, Tang Tian went out with disinfectant to disinfect the corridor. Thankfully, she stockpiled plenty of disinfectant, so even if it ran out, she could still make a show of using it, and then use her purification power to finish the job. But the situation on the other floors was probably already very serious. The 17th floor appeared clean, yet a faint stench lingered, and the buzzing of mosquitoes gave one goosebumps. Luckily, no one had come knocking on the 17th floor door lately, asking for help. Tang Tian quietly went to the closed hallway door, and used her metallic powers to replace the lock. She then installed several thick iron bars, forming a new door, also with a lock. She even deliberately distressed it, making it look like a second-hand find. Tang Tian. Someone called from behind. Tang Tian turned to see Shen Boyun. Shen Boyun covered himself up again, donning multiple layers of masks. But his face was flushed, and sweat streamed down his forehead. After all, the temperature had risen, and without air conditioning, even the slightest movement made him sweat. But there was no other way. The plague was invisible and intangible, and contracting it was a virtual death sentence. Tang Tian spoke first. The new locks and doors have been installed, but just in case, we still need to continue the disinfection. I also found some insect repellent. I put them in the hallway. Shen Boyun looked at the door, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. You can do this kind of thing? Tang Tian coughed lightly. It's always good to have many skills. Besides, as a live streamer, how could I have done without some skills? Shen Boyun didn't answer, but smiled again. Thinking back to when they first met, Tang Tian always had a cold expression, but now she could even speak in this half-joking tone. Intuition told him that her appearance and inner self were completely different. She was an iceberg, but also a flame. Tang Tian stopped talking and handed the energy ball disguised as an insect repellent box to Shen Boyun, asking him to place it. Seeing that it contained a green, gel-like substance, Shen Boyun didn't suspect anything and immediately went to work. By the way, have you heard about the latest national developments today? Chapter 49. Tang Tian hadn't even had time to listen to the official radio broadcast today, so she asked what it was about. Shen Boyun answered truthfully, the authorities understand there will be a plague, so building shelters has become the most important task, especially in areas like quarantine zones. However, after the floods recede, the silt left behind is incredibly deep. So before that, there's the more important task of clearing the silt. But while that's going on, the authorities will continue to distribute supplies. This time, there's medicine. Did you grab it? Tang Tian replied casually. The plagues brought by floods are generally highly contagious. Fortunately, they're not brand new diseases, otherwise human survival would be greatly increased. Tang Tian couldn't help but think of the mutant piranha. But it's still a fish after all. Without water and in the scorching sun, it'd probably be dried out. Yin country has experienced several major epidemics, so they have some experience with this. It's just that the suffering will be greater than before, and the sacrifices will be greater. The shelters were overcrowded, and if the plague spread, it would be a dead end. Therefore, some people still preferred to live outside, or seek refuge like Wei Mingyang and his group, rather than go to the established shelters. The hospital and clinic were now defunct, but the authorities had probably preserved some of the equipment and could have gathered medicine, but it was likely they wouldn't be able to treat so many patients in time. Tang Tian pondered silently, as Shen Boyun put away the insect repellent boxes. But just as he stood up, he staggered, as if he were about to fall. Tang Tian noticed and quickly went to support him. Are you okay? Thank you, I'm fine. Tang Tian pursed her lips and handed over 2 more keys. This is the key to the main door. It's temporarily used for plague prevention. We open it regularly when we have the chance. Tang Tian initially considered keeping the door sealed, but then thought, firstly, there were neighbors, and it might be inconvenient for them to come and go. Secondly, if there were an emergency, she couldn't keep it locked and unlocked all the time. So, she sealed it off temporarily. If it wasn't needed, she could still remove the metal. The exterior had been disinfected for insects, but many still thrived in the slightly dim hallways. The plagues that followed the flood were mostly gastrointestinal and insect-borne diseases, typhoid, dysentery, cholera, malaria, and so on, effortlessly tormenting the remaining survivors. Above all the foul noises, the cries and howls grew louder. Someone else thought of the 17th floor, but then, remembering the ruthless killing there, they didn't dare go back. At the Tang family's residence, Wei Mingxiao found several seeds of traditional Chinese medicine that could alleviate symptoms, and tried to cultivate them in the constant temperature room using her wood-attributed abilities. The system's herb fields could produce results, but they were highly random and took a long time to grow. However, compared to fruits and vegetables, traditional Chinese medicine takes longer to grow. Wei Mingxiao exhausted her mental energy once, but not even a single sprout sprouted. Tang Tian continued to disinfect the corridor every few days, practicing her purification abilities along the way. Looking down from the window at the end, she could actually see a team clearing silt. These silt removal workers weren't necessarily official, but they were likely recruiting workers, like those used to reinforce dams. For a bite of food, someone would undoubtedly do this dirty work. Originally, the Shen family had planned this as well, but Yin Chunhua was afraid that Shen Boyun and Cheng Jing would be infected, and that there would be no medicine to treat them. If they were sent to quarantine again, they wouldn't see each other for a long time. She was worried and didn't agree, so in the end they didn't go. But there was no way to clear all the silt in one go, so they temporarily cleared it on both sides, creating a wide path in the middle so that at least people could move around. The garbage and dead fish were all mixed in with the mud. A few days later, several cars with national flags slowly drove in. After stopping, several Dubai white guards stepped out of the lead two vehicles. A Dubai white guard is someone wearing a full-body white protective suit, most commonly seen during epidemics. But with the current shortage of professional medical personnel, the government has had to rely on recruitment to fill the Dubai position. Because this involves a pandemic, the risk of infection is high, yet the pay is extremely high. Even if they get infected, the supplies from the pay can be passed on to other family members at home, so some are willing to do it, no matter how dangerous it is. This time, the Dubai's assigned tasks were, first, cleaning and disinfection, and second, transporting the patient to the nearest quarantine point. The white-collar worker at the front held the roster, while the others had already retrieved disinfection tools. The total population of the buildings before them exceeded 100, and at least 3/4 had already contracted the disease, hence the numerous vehicles following behind. After a brief explanation, the white-collar workers slowly entered the buildings and began their work. The white-collar workers' entrance was like a wave, instantly filling the building with a clamor. Most people, seeing the rescue efforts, hurried to follow, but a considerable number refused to leave for various reasons. Some feared their belongings would be stolen after they left, some believed they were not ill, some felt going to the quarantine center would only make them sicker, and some were afraid that even if they recovered, they would still suffer after effects and would be supported by the authorities, which was why they were willing to go to the quarantine area. Someone fell ill, and upon seeing help coming, they threw the patient out of the house without a word. Children, crying and banging on the door, begged not to abandon them, but were eventually dragged away by Dubai. The sound of footsteps was so relentless that even the Tang family noticed. Quiet! Dubai, who had previously held the roster, switched to a loudspeaker. With a loud shout, he temporarily silenced the clamor, while sternly stating, "Superiors have mandated that confirmed infected patients must be sent to the quarantine area. Anyone who disobeys orders or disrupts public order under pretexts will be sent to forced labor, and serious offenders will be executed. Don't expect us to be so kind. We're not medical staff. We don't care about your nonsense. Dare to resist, and I won't tolerate it with the weapons I have." Some residents were about to lose their temper, but suddenly saw the black hole in Dubai's hand, pointing directly at them. Their legs gave way to fear, and they sat down on the ground before being dragged away. Oh my god, that was a real gun. Most people had never seen one yet. Seeing Dubai was serious, the people stopped saying anything. They gathered their belongings and left the building in disgrace. The chaos finally settled. But some patients, as if losing their last vestiges of sanity, or perhaps disbelieving the rescuers could actually fire their weapons, struggled to break free from Dubai's grasp and ran elsewhere, attempting to infect others. Some even tried to tear at Dubai's protective suit. Each of their eyes was red, filled with resentment and anger, as if they had completely lost all hearing. With a bang, a huge bloody hole appeared on the forehead of the person who had first resisted. They died in an instant, their eyes wide open. The leader, Dubai, said emotionlessly, "Take this body away with the others and burn them together. Anyone who wants to try, go ahead. We're acting in self-defense, not breaking the law." Everyone trembled in fear, and some of the indigenous people even recalled the recent raiders. The vomit and feces in the building were briefly cleaned up and then disinfected with disinfectant, while the database moved the infected from floor to floor. Cui Xiaoying, of the older generation, had seen this kind of plague before, and survived with only the food and medicine hidden in her home. She and her grandson were not quarantined. Wei Mingyang and Wei Qian still lived across the street in room 1602, but since Wei Yu's death, the former had gone somewhat insane and left Wei Yu's body at home to rot. Finally, Wei Qian couldn't bear it anymore and cleaned it up. Later, relying on the meager food and disinfectant they had, the father and son had managed to survive until now, avoiding infection. They rarely went out, but they were barely recognizable. The database made their way to the 17th floor and opened the closed door, only to be surprised. This floor was completely free of filth. It looked clean, practically unchanged from before. If they weren't wearing masks, one could probably smell the disinfectant. The leader, Dubai, glanced at the roster and went up to knock on the door of 1701. Tang Tian quickly opened the window above the door. Ever since she saw the cars approaching, she had made all the necessary preparations. Shut down the air conditioner, open the door, and so on. Dubai wasn't insisting on forcing everyone out. Besides, with such a clean hallway, the two families must have the necessary resources and skills, so they wouldn't be infected. They were happy to relax a bit. Sure enough, after a few questions and everyone's temperature taken, no one in the Tang family needed to be quarantined. But Tang Tian didn't want it to end so quickly. She handed a cigarette to the window and asked with a smile, "Uncle, can I ask you something?" Although she had stockpiled tobacco, this one was from the half-pack of Huazi she snatched from Zhou Ping, so nothing was wasted. Besides, just one cigarette could make someone smile these days. The leader, Dubai, was delighted. After accepting it, he asked, "You're so polite. What do you want to ask?" This was likely Tang Tian's way of getting insider information and outside trends, so she quickly inquired. The leader, Dubai, put away the cigarette and, in a cheerful mood, spilled the beans. The floods receded, but the temperatures continued to rise. So, in addition to marking off more territory for the construction of above-ground shelters, the officials also had to reconfigure the air raid shelters. Additionally, officials planned to repair the power grid, build a water purification plant, and resume some production. Supplies were also being distributed in an orderly manner. When it comes to the initial extreme cold, some people still feel a sense of lingering fear, including the officials. Now, seeing the temperature creeping into the 4 degrees Celsius range, there's no guarantee it continued to rise, transitioning from extreme cold to extreme heat. Something needs to be done sooner rather than later. Seeing only a few layers left, the leader, Dubai, wasn't in a rush, taking a break and discussing a few additional matters. This included mentioning the bandits. It said the authorities were preparing to send forces to eliminate them, but after several rounds, the bandits had vanished, leaving only a few looting groups on the road. They were all apprehended, but these weren't the bandits from before. They were ordinary people who had committed these acts out of necessity. As the saying goes, there are always people who are better than you. Officials believe the pirates have likely been eliminated, making it a good time to get back to business. Tang Tian nodded after hearing this. It seemed Kong Jingwa and his men had indeed been routed. Before Dubai left, she gave him a few more Huazi sticks, and that was the end of the matter. After testing, the Shen family didn't need to be quarantined, which was a happy ending for everyone. But just as the 17th floor was peaceful and harmonious, the other floors were as chaotic. 2 families on the 18th floor had children who were sick. Dubai wanted to take them away, but was refused. Gao Lan, in particular, refused to let the children leave her sight, and even tried to get them to leave. If it weren't for her mask, she would have received several scratches on her face. Dubai, the leader, who had just felt comfortable on the 17th floor, couldn't stand this, and simply took the child away. The person across from Li Feiyang was already dead. He took protective measures to dispose of the body, barely managed to disinfect it, and, having stayed indoors, luckily avoided infection and passed the test. On the 20th floor, Chiu Hongwei, a man of his time, obeyed orders and temporarily left. But he still thought about returning later. After all, Tang Tian was so capable, she was definitely safer than the official shelter. After their inspection, the database hurriedly left the floor, fearing they would be infected even if they stayed a second longer. The building suddenly became much quieter, so quiet that one could almost hear the scorching sun. Tang Tian peered down through the telescope. Some patients boarded the buses alone, while others were accompanied by large and small bags. Many people were coming down from several buildings, and there was a designated area for the bodies. It turned out that there was an open truck at the end where all the bodies would be dumped. They would then be taken to the incinerator for centralized burning. The corpses gradually piled up, then grew taller, swirling with maggots and swarming with flies. A moment later, the convoy finally began to slowly move off, drifting off into the distance. Tang Tian put away her binoculars and sighed. Wei Mingxia, Tang Yi, and even Tang Zirwei were ill at the time. If they hadn't found medical treatment, they would likely have been taken away by one of the vehicles. Dubai had left, and he wouldn't be back for a while. Tang Tian prepared to perform one final disinfection. As long as the people in the building didn't cause trouble, she expected nothing else would happen. Unfortunately, the development of the situation wasn't something Tang Tian could have anticipated or avoided. That day, she was out disinfecting the corridor, and Shen Boyun came to help. Tang Tian opened the door to get rid of the smell, but moments later, someone suddenly rushed in, wielding something and stabbing her without a word. Shen Boyun's reaction was more like muscle habit. He immediately kicked the weapon away, then sent the man flying. No one was getting enough these days, so kicking felt like hitting a piece of paper. The man groaned and fell to the ground, still swearing Tang Tian. You bitch. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. My mother and I are like this. Tang Tian looked forward and saw it was Yuming. He hadn't been infected, hadn't been taken away by Dubai? Miraculous indeed. Shen Boyun kicked the weapon away again, even though it was just a screwdriver, not even a knife. But that strike had clearly used all his strength, and a stab to the body was no joke. At this thought, his eyes darkened, and he stepped on Yuming's chest, sternly saying, "Shut up. I cut your tongue out." Yuming's eyes were red, but his face remained defiant. Zhang Manqin had doted on him since childhood, successfully raising him to be a perfect mama's boy, which is why he still hasn't found a wife. Even until the apocalypse, despite being removed from her position as building manager, Zhang Manqin still felt sorry for Yuming's lack of food and clothing, leaving most of the family's supplies to him. Naturally, Yuming only sided with his mother. After the Caodao incident, Yuming approached Qiu Hongwei, hoping to join the team. But Qiu Hongwei, having already learned of the previous incident, refused his request. Mother and son had no choice but to curse the Tang family while continuing to struggle. They hadn't been able to grab any of the relief supplies sent last time. Now, with the plague again, Zhang Manqin finally fell ill from exhaustion and was forcibly sent to a quarantine center by Dubai. After Zhang Manqin left, Yuming was nearly devastated. He planned to strike a fatal blow to Tang Tian when the 17th floor door opened again, while the crowd was small, but he was still outnumbered. Yuming spat and yelled, "Chen Boyun, what has she done for you to protect her so? You're her mistress, right? You two are bitches." But before he could finish his words, Tang Tian pulled out a dagger and plunged it into Yuming's mouth, stirring it as he cried out in pain. He said calmly, "Officer Shen, mere words won't make people learn. Practice is necessary." But Yuming wasn't sent away. He still had a strong impulse to attack himself. He couldn't be kept alive. So Tang Tian took out the dagger and quickly slashed his throat. Yuming could no longer roar, but coughed up blood. Finally, after a few weak twitches, he died. Sheathing the dagger, Tang Tian turned and said, "This body needs to be dealt with." During a flood, the body could simply be thrown down, and it would flow elsewhere. But that wasn't feasible now. Shen Boyun's face was already flushed from the heat, but now it seemed even redder, reaching down to his neck. Just the mention of disposing of the body had him agreeing. After returning to clean up, Tang Tian found a large storage bag and placed Yuming's body in it, so she could simply carry it down without touching it. Since Yuming wasn't ill, the body wasn't a source of infection. Tang Tian found a spot with deep mud and buried the body there. The subsequent high temperatures would dissolve the body in water, making it invisible to the naked eye. Back in the hallway, she wiped the blood and disinfected it, finally completing everything. The building was quiet, and Tang Tian felt much more at peace, yet still a little unaccustomed. Until that day, the sound of a loudspeaker suddenly rang out from downstairs. She listened carefully and realized it wasn't Dubai coming to inspect and send people into quarantine, but rather several officials conducting a mobile recruitment exercise. The job was still dredging, naturally, but healthy people were now few and far between, so recruitment was carried out in every corner, leaving no available laborer behind. The loudspeaker broadcast the job postings over and over again, especially the remuneration, which everyone cared about. It was indeed quite substantial. It wasn't long before the Shin family, the Qian family, the Chen family, and Li Feiyang all expressed interest in working. Cui Xiaoying had always been reluctant to take on the burden, but for the sake of her grandson and the pay, she joined in. Wei Qian saw his father, seemingly in a state of detachment, and wondered if he had finally come to his senses and decided to support their shattered family on his own. Thankfully, he didn't bother the Tang family, but chose to go to work. There was another person, the locksmith, who had attempted to open the Tang family's lock twice before. This man's name was Huang Kai. Before the apocalypse, he was a registered locksmith and would occasionally post videos on social media. He wasn't rich, but he lived a comfortable life. But everything changed after the apocalypse. After his wife and children died, he only knew how to pick locks. From then on, he was recruited by various groups, just to open other people's locks. At first, he thought it was illegal and refused to do it. But as his supplies dwindled, and he faced threats from even more powerful individuals, he became even more depraved. At first, they were just a few people working together secretly in the building, but they were eventually recruited by the security department. But before long, the security department was breached. When he joined other groups, he was killed off, and in the end, he could only take odd jobs. But no matter who he worked for, Huang Kai would always tell them that the lock at 1701 was unbreakable. You know, he still has occasional nightmares about what happened at 1701. Sun Gaohan recently moved into Building 15 and seemed interested in collaborating. However, before they could reach an agreement, the epidemic struck. Huang Kai couldn't even get odd jobs, so they had to work together on the dredging. Those who wanted to work simply went downstairs to register with the officials. They would provide shovels and other tools, but they would need to take care of their own personal protective equipment. Dredging also involves setting aside a storage area for the silt, with vehicles arriving twice daily to collect it. They would collect the silt and receive daily wages, and so on, day after day. Shen Boyun and Cheng Jing put on the protective suits they had stumbled upon while out and about, and went to work, along with rubber rain boots. After all, the silt, sand, and mud might contain all sorts of broken, sharp objects. After a day's work, they received their pay the same day. The usual rations were instant noodles, compressed biscuits, canned goods, and mineral water. A few times, they even received heat relief medicine, which was quite good compensation given the current situation. With such favorable conditions, the dredging work proceeded relatively smoothly. Although there were occasional disagreements, such as Choi Soo-young complaining about being tired and wanting help, Gao Lan complaining about the low pay, and Chi Chang's desire to see his child, these were like a drop of water in the waves, not a major problem. Before long, the silt, which had been separated to the sides, gradually decreased in height, revealing the original ground. Occasionally, a sprinkler truck filled with disinfectant would pass by, making a circle and spraying, thus redisinfecting the area. Tang Tian observed the handiwork of the people downstairs, and thought that she would probably be able to go out again soon. Although her home used solar power to cool down daily, she couldn't bring her air conditioner with her when she went out, so she resumed her research on her supernatural powers. To cool down, the ice attribute abilities in orange dishes are the best. Tang Tian glanced at the items. They all looked appealing to her. But first, she unlocked and brewed 3 cups of ice attribute level 1 iced lemon tea to test the water. Small droplets of water emerged from the sides of the cups, revealing a tan tea simmering inside. The mother and daughters drank together. The rich tea was slightly bitter, with a hint of lemony tartness. The fragrance lingered on their lips and teeth, refreshing and thirst-quenching. Tan Tan watched the 3 drink, her crystal pendant dripping with greed. The puppy craved something, but he wasn't impatient. His master always managed to conjure up something delicious. After deliberately turning off the air conditioner as an experiment, Tang Tian concluded that it was similar to the red dishes, with a level 1 temperature increase or decrease of about 5 degrees Celsius. With temperatures currently over 40 degrees Celsius, level 3/4 ice attribute dishes were sufficient. Buzz! Buzz! Outside, the sound of helicopter rotors suddenly emanated, growing louder and closer to the building, seemingly even hovering on the rooftop. Is this another airdrop? This hasn't been that long since the last one. It seems Dubai wasn't just making a random comment. The speed of distributing supplies has indeed increased significantly. Since there were fewer people in the building, the chaos of last time wouldn't be a repeat. So, Tang Tian decided to go to the rooftop this time to take a look. Of course, before she went, she might need to make some preparations. Chapter 50. Tang Tian retrieved a batch of cosmetics from her system. Before the Zero Yuan shopping program, as a live streamer, she always wore makeup for videos or live streams, so a simple look wasn't difficult for her. But this time, she wasn't wearing any ordinary makeup, she was wearing a pale, famine-like makeup. With the apocalypse still ongoing, it felt awkward to have her usual spirited energy and rosy cheeks. Others would wonder if she still had food stored at home. Although some neighbors already knew, there would only be more and more strangers in the building from now on, so it was always a good idea to prepare beforehand. She didn't even take Tan Tan out. In the eyes of the disaster victims, she looked like a piece of fat meat. She put on some cooling clothes, drank a cup of iced lemon tea, grabbed the bag, said a few words to Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia, and headed out. Coincidentally, the Shin family across the street had also opened their door. Perhaps, as Tang Tian had thought, thinking it wouldn't be too dangerous with fewer people around, Chen Yaowe, whom she hadn't seen in a while, also came out. She looked significantly thinner, but at least, she wasn't as perpetually gloomy as the others. Perhaps it was because of this trip to collect supplies that she felt a touch of excitement. Tang Tian couldn't help but think of the deceased Wei Yu. Both were hot-tempered little princesses, but the difference between them was truly enormous. Shin Boyun and Shin Yaowe were startled when they saw Tang Tian and asked what had happened. Tang Tian touched her chin. Could it be that she had put on too much makeup? But she didn't answer, only smiled, then opened the door and headed for the rooftop. Qin Yueyu's eyes lit up. Brother, Tang Tian, this is a great idea. It'd save us from being discovered. I got plenty of makeup here. Come on, let's get dressed up. Before the apocalypse, Qin Yaowe, a major beauty blogger, had once dreamed of establishing her own brand and making it a major success. Unfortunately, the apocalypse arrived before she was even halfway there. But in the apocalypse, her career has been reduced to mere survival, essentially unchanged. As a beauty blogger, she not only has a vast collection of cosmetics, but she can also tell at a glance that Tang Tian is wearing makeup. One must admit, she's quite a sharp mind. So, without waiting for Shin Boyun's consent, Qin Yaowe dragged him home again. Hey Sister Tian, why are you here just now? The supply box has been opened, and there's quite a bit of supplies inside. Hurry and get them. Upon reaching the 19th floor, they happened to encounter Li Feiyang, who had opened the door and was secretly observing. Li Feiyang had previously observed the incoming helicopter through binoculars while at home. Whatever the purpose, it must have been an official move, so he immediately rushed to the rooftop to wait, practically the first to receive the supplies. And once he had secured the supplies, he immediately returned home, unwilling to stay even a moment longer. It was partly because they were afraid of being robbed, and partly because the sun on the rooftop was too strong and incredibly hot. Tang Tian nodded and ascended to the rooftop. The ground seemed coated in gold, and faint, wavy waves of heat could be seen. In the distance, the blue, cloudless sky appeared, seemingly a sunny day, but the thought of what would happen next brought a cold sweat to the surface. Hurry! Take as much as you can. Ha ha ha, thank goodness I wasn't taken to quarantine. Not only is there no one robbing me this time, but there are also more supplies to take. Isn't it because I hid them for you that those cowards didn't find them? Why are you showing off? Hurry and get them. Tang Tian frowned and immediately took out her medical mask and put it on. These men didn't look like they were the original residents of Building 15. After all, the original inhabitants had died off over and over again, yet the buildings were still being filled. The men seemed to have noticed her, and suddenly became more interested in her than in the supplies in the boxes. A sweaty man asked, his yellow teeth flashing, his eyes gleaming, "Wow, I didn't expect there were young women in this building? I thought they were all old women. Hey, beautiful lady, we're taking these supplies. If you want them, stay with me for a few days, and they're all yours." With that, the men laughed arrogantly. One of them stayed to pack the supplies, while the others began to approach Tang Tian. Although the authorities had sent relief supplies, most of them had already been circulated within the shelter, leaving less available outside. Each household only had a small amount, and the total amount wasn't much. If these people took over again, the other households would be completely destitute. Tang Tian, be careful. Someone else went up to the rooftop. Qi Chong and Qian Peng, followed breathlessly by Cui Xiuying. But Choi Suyang didn't care about Tang Tian. Her eyes widened at the sight of the supply box on the rooftop. She immediately trotted over, trying to grab the supplies, but was kicked aside by the man who had stayed behind. Tang Tian snorted coldly, drew her dagger, and engaged in direct combat. She was now increasingly accustomed to using offense as defense. With a single blow, she slashed one of the men's arms, sending blood spurting out. Fuck. Shame on you. You dare to hurt me? Come on, come on. Subdue her, and enjoy it all. The man spat, wiped the blood, and lunged again, hoping to catch her. Tang Tian had learned self-defense skills at home, and with plenty of food, drink, and sleep, she was well rested. She nimbly dodged the attacks and held her own. Despite the lack of supplies, they gritted their teeth, searched the rooftop for weapons, and joined the fray. Fearing being dragged in, they grabbed their share of supplies and fled. Seeing the obstacle finally clear, Choi Soo-young quickly climbed off the scorching ground and unfolded the plastic bag containing the supplies. Pretty tough. Don't we just want a few more supplies? Ask yourself, don't you want them? Why are you so ruthless? One of the men shouted loudly, while the other, with a sullen expression, quietly produced a fruit knife. The blade, pointing upward, unexpectedly stabbed backward. With a swish, a cut was made in Tang Tian's cooling suit across her shoulder blade. Thankfully, she dodged in time, and only her clothing was damaged. Seeing them with knives, Qian Peng, who didn't have any weapons readily available, immediately retreated, not daring to advance. Fortunately, the next moment, Shin Boyun and Shin Yaowe arrived on the rooftop. Seeing Tang Tian facing an outnumbered situation, they rushed to help. Shin Yaowe had been trained by them for a long time, and she had gone from initially struggling to hold a knife to now being able to subdue ordinary people. She also understood that if she didn't take the initiative, she would often be the one to get hurt. The fruit knife was quickly kicked away, and the men were thrown to the ground one by one. They thrashed around on the rooftop like fish on a sizzling iron plate, thrashing in pain and heat. Chi Chong and Qian Peng breathed a sigh of relief and quietly went to the supply box to get some supplies. Cui Xiaoying had already filled several bags, and seeing another person coming up, she felt a sense of unease. Her bags were clearly overflowing, but her hands kept moving. The supplies were limited to begin with, so Chi Chong and Qian Peng couldn't bear to let her handle them like that. They pushed her aside and started filling them as well. Are you okay? Shin Boyun asked. The first thing he saw upon arriving was the terrifying scene, so why would he care about supplies now? Qin Yaowe glanced at the two of them and, with great foresight, joined in loading the supplies. It's okay, it was just a scratch on my clothes. Tang Tian shrugged, indicating nothing serious. Shin Boyun sighed. You were completely facing the enemy from behind. This? He then abruptly shut up. Before the apocalypse, they were all ordinary people, unlike him, who had received professional training. His tone was a bit too harsh. Could it be that he was too anxious? Tang Tian didn't dwell on it, instead thinking that Shin Boyun's words made sense. She had only learned these kinds of self-defense techniques on her own. How could she be as skilled as someone who had attended a proper police academy? Perhaps she could ask for some advice? After all, they were familiar with each other now. Thinking of this, she immediately revealed an expression of humility and said, Officer Shin, you're right. Can you teach me? I can pay the tuition, and I definitely not treat you unfairly. Tang Tian was more than a head shorter than Shin Boyun, so she had to look up. Although her face was made up, the latter could see those eyes at a glance. The sunlight reflected off them like stars, and he suddenly felt that everything was different from every moment before. Shin Boyun felt a sudden burning sensation, as if he didn't know where to put his hands and feet, and for a moment, he thought it was the scorching sun. You? How dare you bully an old woman like me? Do you have any conscience? Please, don't you even consider how much supplies you took. These official supplies are meant to be distributed to everyone in the building, not just yours. As expected, a commotion erupted at the supply box. Tang Tian heard it, and hurried over. Shin Boyun, having recovered his composure, followed. Qin Yaowe, hands on her hips, pointed at Choi Soo-young's nose, and began to curse. The latter's face flushed and pale, and she looked like she was about to have a heart attack. All right, stop arguing. Take everything and go back. Shin Boyun whispered, helping to pack the supplies. Tang Tian peered into the supply box. Besides instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and canned food, there were also roots like potatoes, sweet potatoes, and cassava. The original rice bricks were gone, replaced by various grains, still vacuum-packed. In addition, the authorities had unexpectedly sent medication, primarily antipyretics and heat-reducing remedies. There were also a batch of Ziploc bags about the size of 2 palms. Tang Tian opened one and saw it was a heat-reducing bag. It contained her own heat relief supplies, disinfectants and wound cleaning supplies, and especially disposable, quick-cooling ice packs. Choi Soo-young complained nearby, "That's all we have. And it's so hot right now, and we don't even have water. We won't starve to death, but what if we die of thirst?" Chi Chong and Chin Peng, who had been delighted to receive the supplies, were stunned, their smiles faltering. Yes, this time the supplies were full of cooling items, but the all-important water supply was missing. What had happened? If they hadn't managed to stockpile extra water as the snow began to melt, they would have died of thirst. And that water would slowly become stagnant, as undrinkable as floodwater. What would they do next? Tang Tian looked at them thoughtfully, as if she had an idea. Maybe she could make some money from this. Having thought of this, Tang Tian was about to go downstairs with the supplies. Unexpectedly, she was met by Wei Qian, who had arrived on the rooftop, panting. The cousins fell silent upon meeting. Fortunately, Wei Qian didn't seem so clueless. He simply turned his head and rushed to the supply box. As the sludge visible outside the window thinned, waves of patients, who had been sent to quarantine, began to return, also brought in by vehicles and to buy. And those who had cooperated with the authorities in quarantine and treatment were given a supply before returning. There was also food and medicine inside, but no water, but many people were still very happy, and they comforted many of the people. But it was also clear that fewer people were returning than those who had been sent in. One wonders what a horrific scene the quarantine area must have been at that time. After all, the 15 buildings weren't full, but many familiar faces had returned. Chiu Hongwei, Sun Gaohan, and Gaolan waited and waited, but their child never returned, fearing he had died of illness. They cried all day, especially Zhang Manqin, who had also returned alive. But when she entered her home and didn't see Yuming, she sensed something was wrong. After searching several buildings without success, she impulsively headed straight to the 17th floor. Yuming would never leave her, or Hexinuan, unless something bad had happened. Zhang Manqin's intuition told her that the Tang family must have murdered her son. Tang Tian. Get out. Get out right here. I know you're home. Although she was still weak after recovering from her illness, the thought of Yuming's uncertain fate suddenly filled her with endless energy, and she banged on the door at the entrance to the hallway. Which floor would lock the hallway door? They must be hiding something. The noise was so loud that both families heard it, but the Tang family ignored it. But Zhang Manqin was determined not to stop until she got the truth, so Shen Boyun finally opened the door. Zhang Manqin rushed in, trying to continue to 1701, but Shen Boyun stopped her. She had no choice but to bark questions, unyielding. Tang Tian turned on the surveillance speaker and refused to admit any connection to Yuming. After all, there was no evidence to prove she had killed Yuming. Besides, even if he had, what would it matter? He had acted in self-defense. Besides, society was in such chaos these days that only criminals caught in the act by the authorities would be sentenced, and there was no way to prosecute. Seeing this, Shen Boyun frowned. "Aunt Zhang, stop it." However, Zhang Manqin, hearing this, became even more agitated. "Xiaoshen, you still call me auntie, and you're protecting her too? What good has she done for your family? What's your relationship like?" Before Shen Boyun could say anything, Zhang Manqin, furious, broke free again and kicked the door a few times, pointing and shouting, "Tang Tian. Murder must be punished by death. Just wait." After saying this, she seemed to understand that there was no way out, and was certain that Yuming was murdered by Tang Tian. Her face gloomy, she went downstairs. Shen Boyun sighed and locked the door again, and Tang Tian finally emerged. "This is a true feud. I'm afraid it will continue to rage in the future. I wonder what radical actions they might take," Shen Boyun said worriedly. "If it's already a feud, why worry about the future?" Tang Tian sneered, changing the subject. "By the way, what do you think of the suggestion I made to you last time?" Shen Boyun was stunned for a moment, then remembered the request for martial arts training. He smiled and jokingly asked, "So what are you planning to pay for?" In fact, even if he didn't pay the so-called tuition, he would still help. It wasn't a bad thing. Tang Tian was already very capable, but that ability seemed to be self-developed, so it was a bit flawed. If he could reach a higher level through training, it would also benefit the Shen family. It was always a win-win situation. Of course, the tuition will be with something that people want nowadays. I guarantee you have enough to eat. Tang Tian, who had been crossing her arms, immediately extended a hand. But Shen Boyun didn't think too much about it, nor did he assume that Tang Tian actually had the supplies she claimed. He simply reached out and shook his hand. "But I think the temperature outside will continue to rise, becoming as hot as it was in the extreme cold, making it impossible to go out during the day. Over time, people might become nocturnal, hiding during the day. Then, should we gather at night? Okay, all up to you. Chen Boyan readily agreed. Since few people recovered from the quarantine center, the residents of buildings 12 through 16 were now sparsely populated and scattered. Sun Gaohan, believing this was detrimental to unity, took the initiative to repopulate the buildings. So, only buildings 14 and 15 remained in Hexinuan, with a combined population of perhaps only around 100. As for building 15, the vacant units now housed many new residents, and every one of them had to be guarded against. Sun Gaohan had already usurped control of the building from Qiu Hongwei. He first formally counted the number of survivors, then offered condolences, feigning a caring and compassionate air. If people hadn't already had some surplus supplies, they'd probably have been upset, and the fight would have escalated. Of course, secretly gathering forces and organizing a gang is something every leader does. Sun Gaohan even noticed that the house in 1701 had a wall-mounted solar panel installed on its exterior wall. Plus, the sun had been shining brightly recently, indicating she definitely had electricity. She might even be using the air conditioner right now, so he led his men straight to the 17th floor, only to find the main door was completely sealed, and the barrier was so strong it was impossible to break it in. Sun Gaohan thought of the locksmith, Huang Kai, but he didn't want to be recruited this time. Although there was a reward, he could see that this group would risk their lives on the 17th floor whenever they felt like it. With so much supplies being distributed now, there was no need for him to risk his life. Seeing Huang Kai's refusal to yield, and thinking of the 17th floor, Sun Gaohan was furious and vowed to visit those two houses and find out what was going on. They even survived the plague, so could that little girl be worse than the plague? And the Tang family has been doing the same thing lately. This was the idea that Tang Tian had come up with that time on the rooftop. She planned to use this tactic to continue looting the building for gold and jade, although the temperature hadn't risen in the past few days. Without electricity to operate cooling systems, some people had already suffered heat stroke while trying to save their hard-earned medicine. Drinking more water would have been helpful, but the lack of sufficient water made survival even more difficult. How coincidental, Tang Tian had plenty of water nearby. However, she didn't plan to use the system's well water. Apart from official sources, where else could ordinary people get such clean water these days? And now it wasn't just the wells. Tang Tian discovered that her water-attributed ability could also automatically release water. She even sampled a cup and found it to be similar to pure water, with no physical problems. So she thought of the snow she gathered during the extreme cold. The snow, stored in the warehouse, remained pristine when taken out, but in the heat, it melted quickly. While there might still be some light sediment, it was still much cleaner than stagnant water. After the flood, many people likely drank sewage, so their tolerance for it was high. Of course, perhaps few residents still had valuables, but there were always those who wouldn't throw them away, so there was always a chance of gaining something. After Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao brought back buckets of snow water from the balcony, Tang Tian pointed her palm downward, and a flash of orange light flashed across it. The water in the bucket seemed to have become even cleaner. This was the purifying ability of the orange cuisine, specifically for purifying water, while the purification of the green cuisine was more focused on bacteria and viruses. For this snow water, a level 3 purification ability is more than enough. Tang Tian thought, opening the system again, and making another level 3 purification mango pudding. The pudding, sweetened with mango, was smooth and creamy, melting in the mouth, with a light milky aftertaste. Tang Yi filled the plastic bottle she had collected with purified water, and asked, Tian, will this method really work? What if those people just think we have supplies and plan to attack and steal them together? Then we can sort them out and eliminate the foolish ones. Tang Tian said, a shrewd glint in her eyes. Besides, Sun Gaohan is in charge of the building now. He probably already considers us a formidable enemy, and has surely told everyone else about it. It's bound to happen sooner or later. Woof woof. There was a knock on the door, and Tan Tan stood up and barked. Miss Tang, it's me. The person outside, fearing Tang Tian wouldn't respond, called out. Tang Tian opened the window above the door, and chatted with the others for a while before asking, Did you hear everything? Yes, Miss Tang, don't worry. We promised to do as you're told, and that's the reward. The people outside were none other than Qiu Hongwei and his companions, each rubbing their hands in frustration. Qiu Hongwei had fallen from building manager to ordinary man, but he always had his men by his side. In this world, being a lone wolf is incredibly dangerous. Tang Tian even had 3 people in her family. After the plague, only 3 or 4 of them survived and returned together. This group didn't dare to separate, and continued their lives as usual. As they were discussing how to survive, Li Feiyong came up from downstairs. They hadn't expected him to be the one to approach them. Qiu Hongwei had never imagined that one day Tang Tian would actually approach him. After arriving on the 17th floor and learning more about what he was doing, he found Tang Tian's intentions even more bizarre. However, Tang Tian seemed to be kind this time, offering a reward, so Qiu Hongwei naturally agreed. Tang Tian curled her lips and handed 2 bottles of water through the window. Qiu Hongwei and the other's eyes widened. Both bottles were standard 500 milliliters bottles, and with the packaging removed, the clear plastic revealed the water's crystal clearness. Except for licking ice and eating snow in extreme cold, they had never seen water this clean. Other sources of water would have to be filtered several times and then boiled before drinking. But now that the flood had receded and the sun was so strong, not even a stagnant pool of water could be seen. So, seeing Tang Tian actually hold out the bottled water, Qiu Hongwei and the others couldn't help but touch their chapped, dry lips before accepting it with trembling hands. Tang Tian waved again, and Qiu Hongwei and the others immediately fled, obediently following her orders.